Chapter 1 The Eternal Life System off God off Killing Song Tian's Dominating Body or the Ancient Holy Body? In Hungyun County, Lingxi City. At Lingxino. 1 High School, Class 4 off the Senior. Bang! The homeroom teacher, Mr. Yang, slammed his hands down forcefully on the desk. All the students fell silent, as if struck by frost. These years, class is truly the worst to have ever encountered. My little ancestors, it is already May, with list Hanuman until the college entrance examination, and no tassingle wary or hosmerged manju. Without becoming a warrior, you will I veo your life visa waste, unable to even gain admission to the third-rate university at our doorstep, Lingxi University. Fuming Mr. Yang stormed out, only to turn short lie the reefter. His stone shift head from anger to benevolence. Suran, please come here. At a land strikingly handsome young man stood up. His movement immediate like captured Heaton Shanoff teen tire class. Thet will exit the classroom, one after thir. After while, the students sent the class regain some courage. What's wrong with Mr. Yang? Wasn't that just finneth his morning? Of course, it's because of yesterday's examina tassingle wary ormerjed fromore class. A warrior's combat power must reach 500 Thier Kesten Erklis Sura, and Heisenly at 421. Combat power is a measure of a warrior's vitality. In the path of martial arts, a combat power of 500 is the threshold. This'll means that over 90 off the students at Lingxino. 1 High School will be unable to become warriors. 500 combat power. It's no that simple. Our class has been without warriors for quite some time we did Mr. Yang exploded. One cannot compare with authors so the ordinary class shavy at least stone warrior. It's solier class for the thasnona how could hat, infuriating? Wait, if you remember correctly, Suran was only at 380 combat power last month. How did it jump though, 421? He heard he made a brain eye through in the foundation martial art, Thunder Fist, reaching the great accomplishment stage. Wow, that's impressive. Perhaps Suran can reach 500 combat power before the college entrance exam? Some girls' eyes sparkled with admiration how old Dronto, a handsome and capable older brother. At that moment, in the teacher's office, Suran, it didn't expect your Thunder Fist to reach great accomplishment to have a quintet the martial arts talent. While cultivating, warrior scanches powerful martial arts to enhance their vitality. Martial arts are divided into severe levels: foundational, low tier, mid tier, high tier, and top tier. As a Kwasa warrior, Suran couldn't practice foundational martial arts, and Thunder Fist to Sony off them. Mr. Yang displayed Lukov satisfaction achieving great accomplishment in Thunder Fist at Thekwasi warrior stage ice na small fiat, even Fort Jose light martial students. Yet Suran's again inwardly. Even if me Thunder Fist thas reached great accomplishment, my vitality still hasn't reached 500? If a person with exceptional physical talent that trained in Thunder Fist, they would havial radiant warrior realm. It's socken to if the child and a physically strong adult both training in martial arts. Even if the child comprehends this ability is off martial arts better, their inherent physical prowess remains disadvantage compared to jolt. Suran's physical talent is considered relative among the general populace, but in this world of warriors, it is far from sufficient. With his Seth Hots, Suran fell into contemplation. He's a transmigrator arrived in these world of martial arts, where a spiritual energy has revived, 18 years ago. Warriors absorb the spiritual energy of Yavin and earth, strengthening their flesh, bones, and organs. Ida said they Thylavel warrior Scanchatur mountains, with they single kakurtiver traverse single punk. Yet, a Tatini arsifage, has notivin reached theme in a mum warrior level. Thiru tof te problem lies in his poor physical talent. Suran, you can take a gamble. If I hour reach the warrior realm before the college entrance exam, you can at least enter a third-rate university. Suran understood Mr. Yang's meaning. Butone should not underestimate to third-rate university. Gaining admission to third-rate university in Hungyun County, such as Lingxi University, signifies a future potential of at least becoming a high-level warrior or a martial master. High-level warriors not only enjoy generous month least pins but also hold considerable social status in Lingxi City. For instance, the Lida class teacher Sorgrady director Sat Lingxino. 1 High Schoolery I level warriors. As for Martial Master Sata higher echelon, the Schul's director Irvis principal belongs to Thadier. Coincidentally, the recent opportunity here Havia friend Wovenshorten Tothung Duan Mounton Sand acquired date an I-year-old blood ginseng. If eo consummate, your chance of entering the warrior realm before the college entrance exam will significantly increase. Su ranway staken abacuas well aware if t benefit soften I-year-old blood ginseng. While it might not be significant for a warrior, it is an absolutely triasur for a quasi warrior. However, the market price for an I-year-old blood ginseng is at least over $1 million, and it is exceedingly rare. It can only be obtained from the perilous Hungduan Mountains, a place not suitable for a mere quasi wary ordo venturine to. In negotiated with my friend his willing to sell it at 30 discounts of any thousand. This is an opportunity I personal belly of a until tights la pawe. Having spent 3 years with Mr. Yang, Surank nost hatish betehis portemper, he sunned an a good teacher. His achievement of great accomplishment in Thunder Fistus largely duetto Mr. Yang's guidance. This discounted blood ginseng must have cost Mr. Yang something subsubstal. Mr. Yang, may it a kiso metaconsider? Mr. Yang was not surprised at such a large sum of money would naturally require a discussion with his family. Of course, but please give me a response within 3 days t'other part can't wait that long. Su ran bowed deeply cherished Mr. Yang's skyness. What Mr. Yang knowest that Su ran wishes to acquire that blood ginseng no for himself. If I can obtain he blood ginseng, perhaps do dust condition might improve significantly? In this life, he has both parents, a harmonious family, and a younger sister, Pseudo Do, twice Twirshius Jr. However, 6 months ago, Pseudo Do suddenly fell, her health deteriorating alarmingly. Thus, she requires many nutritional substances, and this blood ginseng is crucial for her. Both suffamily eyes an ordinary owns vintai, 1,000 would be significant burden. Suranto could deep breath now, it all depends on you. A this moment, a peculiar image formed in Surant's mind. Energy storage complete, system loading, countdown and imminent. Just a day prior, these image had appeared in his mind. After 18 years of transmigration, wash his cheat finally about to arrive? Countdown 30 seconds. Exiting the office, Suran hurried to quiet place. 10, 9, 8, 7. Countdown 1 second. Congratulations, the Eternal Life System off God off Killing has been activated. System interface loading complete. Notice the Eternal Life System off God off Killing Galozi auto gain energipoints bide fetin genemies energipoints gambused to enhance attributes. Notice completing system tasks grants additionally energipoints and akitsatad rewards. Rewards from Thedra include Buterino limited to martial arts, bloodlines, pills, and longevity. Su ran wasami wa taken abakit sound deed incredibly impressive. Detecteth that the hostess activating the system for the fear stymie beginners gift pacas been awarded. Please click to accept. Without hesitation, Su ran clicked to accept. The gift pakis being distributed. Soon, Su ran saw 4's mulgift packs in his mind and, without a scon thought, clicked on the first stone. Congratulations, you have obtained a divine physique selection card. Please choose ancient holy body or Tsongtion's dominating body. Su ran was momentarily dumbfounded wasat appropriatito start with such a powerful choice. Detecteth that the host she art lens mortawards ancient holy body thesis stem will select automatically. Congratulations, you have obtained the physique ancient holy body. Suran's expression changed hadn't made up his mind it. In this world of warriors, could ancient holy body be cultivated? Yet Suran already felt a monumental transformation occurring within his body. Barbecue, it really is ancient holy body. Chapter 2 Bekaminga Warrior, combat power exceeds 1,000. In an instant, Suran felt this crackling with power. Azure Jaw fatality emanated from within him. He sentai revitali broke through a barrier. Muscly sand bones erupted with astonishing strength. Clearly, these was the director Soltov ancient holy body. Thuff Hedi Hayato tested, Suran wassertain had now. Transcending Toth warrior realm. Arium had not achieved in 18 years. However, Suran did not feel joy. Forehead received ancient holy body. Wiley it may be regarded as the strongest physique full time, cultivating jitus exceeding difficult. In that fantastical world, itis even debit away ste physique in the shy martial world, would it not be impossible to cultivate? Notice the ancient holy body provided be this systemas na shakelser, so long as the host can continually acquire jipoents, theoretically, it can be cultivated to great accomplishment. Great accomplishment. Hearing those words sent shiver down Suran's spine, igniting boundless aspirations within him. Thatcher presents a power capable of dominating gain entire era. Could Heelser reach the trealment the future? Although he does not know what combat power great accomplishment signifies in this world, it seems reasonable to assume could crush this cosmic universe without tissue, right? Notice the ancient holy body is considered the strongest physique full time relibi causi slimits fair exceed those of her physiques. Why theach braini through in realm, their acquired limit attributus increase proportionally. The specific manifestation is that limites 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 for an ordinary warrior. Suran was somewhat bewildered. However, soon a simple panel appeared before him. Suran. Realm warrior. Strength 11, limit 300. Dexterity 11, limit 300. Precision 11, limit 300. Constitution primordial sacred body. Note the average attribute to limit for an ordinary warrior is 30. Sothesisha Witus? According to the current standard Sophume combat power, the strength of a warrior ranges between 500 to 3,000. Exceeding 3,000 in strength place only among the ranks of Fadvan said warriors. Surpassing 10,000 in strength elevatis inidos tata, Sofa martial master. These implies that a warrior with an average attribute limit of 30 can unleash a combat power of 3,000. And Suran, with a limit of 300, could theoretically unleash a combat power of 30,000. A combat power of 30,000 undoubtedly belongs to Theorelmof martial masters. A fully developed sacred body could crush certain martial master 7th, warrior level. The Sismerlithe sacred body if the warrior real mysterial massens. In later stages, the limit of sacred body could betos insureven 100 soft time est hato ordinary warrior soft tisamelavel. No wonder the sacred body can achieve invincibility amongit spears and dominant sane physical prowess. Of course, the strength of sacred body extends beyond mere physicality. Su ran from libelieved the tash strength surged, the sacred body would reveal their formidabilities. Sus immunity to myriad devils, various extraordinary phenomena, and the ability to tozer passal talent in the world. Ultimately becoming gay perfected sacred body, subduing interiora. This also signifies the accumulation of vast resources. Yet Su ran breathed a cigar relief. The proposal of accumulating vast resources sizal soto enhance attributes. Buthi ku dogmin this attributus be defetting anemias or completing zistem tasks to gain an urge points. Thismiantha was setasor. By Thewe, he almost forgot about Theather 3 gift packs. Surain excitedly opened off Tim Thithrillo Funbach, Singwas imply echolerating. Congratulations, you have obtained a 10 square meter storage space. Hint the storage space concurrently only hold an animati object, sand will expandast he hosts, realm increases. Storage space? In Suran's mind, a simple 10 square meter space appeared, completely empty. Hemmerly need dead to call out in the system, and the storage space would materialize. Only Chiuan could perceive off these. What an extraordinary system. Surang could hardly wait to open theater gift packs. Congratulations, you have obtained 5 10-year-old bludgeoning. Hint the 9-year-old blood ginseng, as been automatically placed in the storage space, and the host can extract it when needed. He immediately Nada said that the previous Livicant storage space now contained some items, filling him with immense joy. Itways a Sophies wishes were be granted. Dudo silna shashapino. Although Fuasan latoyer soderthan su daudu, su renyato ways possessed the heart of an agelt. Hesherish this sister Raziv Shuari son daughter. His desirito becomawari or was not soul liborn from personal ambition. It stemmed from thunderstanding that unlibi bekaminga wary or could heexes better resources. Thus, Hekud better protect the sister and this family. From Suran's understanding of this world, the current tranquil afu is myriafaked. Not a mention, last month in Lingxi City, a martial artist convicted escaped from prison. He murdered a viridos an ordinary plea before being eliminated by the authorities. Before martial artists, ordinary plea worry as fragilis paper. On libby becoming a powerful warrior who take control of thy own fate. Suran took a deep breath, leaving Gonli own last gift pack. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 full talent cards for 24 hours. 10 full talent? With such an extraordinary item, what martial arts gal did not master? Su ranch Piritsura Dashizatoff in his way home. Suddenly, Ash passed by a stone monument. He halted his steps. These was the testing stony Thashul's martial arts arena, capable of accessing Ganes combat power. Perfect timing totus thalmic strength I possess no. The systemanly provided this attribute Sandrium, but did not display combat power. Suranto took a deep breath, feeling a flutter fancy. Hefered the Taloth this might merely be dream. During yesterday's preliminary examination, he had achieved a combat power of 421 using Thunder Fist. But what about a day? Su rankled this fist stand struck the machine. A shis fist connected, the entire machine shook slightly, and the colors and the monument illuminated. Then, a line of numbers surged from upwards. It swiftly surpassed 421, finally settling at 1050. Up and seeing that figure, Su Ranzi's widened, and his whole body began to tremble. The threshold for a primary warrior is 500, and had now reached 1050. Such air salt was for even among the elite class warrior Soflingsino. One high school. After transforming Toth primordial sacred body, even without raining. The initial vitality sacred body wasal redithish. After a moment, Suran managed to compose himself. Wait, this is not Millimet. Ehavietiseth Thunder Fist. In fact, during yesterday's preliminary examination, without employing basic martial arts, Surang Kudenlai achieved a combat power of 380. But with the enhancement of Thunder Fist, that number increased by several tens. One should not underestimate those extra tens of combat power for an average person. It could take months or even years to. Suran slightly crouched, and in an instant, his fatality erupted. Thunder Fist, break. With a heavy punch, he struck the stone monument again. And the light flickered as he displayed number jump to 1200. Utilizing Thunder Fist, he had increased his combat power by a full 150. Surang could not contain his excitement, as the figure of 1200 ways exhilarating beyond measure. Calm down, this is just a beginning. Thuffasate this, Suran's joy was impossible to conceal. He was lost in bliss, unknowingly heading homeward. So much as Suthatwin Simeon Culadaudo him, headed no fear. Suran? Chapter 3, Domestic Affairs. The effects of a decade-old blood ginseng. A group of boys encircled a girl as they made their way to the training ground, brushing past Suran. The girl at the forefront, with a delicate visage, was the one who had just called out Suran's name. Her audacious act left the boys around her astonished. However, Suran paid her no mind, hastening towards the school entrance. Consumed by excitement as he prepared to experiment with the effects of the blood ginseng, he was utterly oblivious to the presence of others. The beautiful girl's brow furrowed slightly, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Yet, one of the boys boldly exclaimed, "Who is this pretty boy? Choya speaks to him, and he dares not respond." The other boys joined in, clamoring against Suran. Their outrage stemmed not only from Suran's disregard for their goddess Choya but also from a deeper resentment. He was undeniably more handsome than any of them. Such a transgression was intolerable. All right, Huang Jie, enough of this. They are ultimately from different worlds, Choya remarked, shaking her head as she gazed at Suran's retreating figure. She and Suran had once been neighbors. He had embodied the essence of a prince charming in her eyes. However, after her family's fortunes improved, they had moved away from their former neighborhood. Over time, she had grown more pragmatic. Now, as a student in the elite martial arts class, her combat power reached an impressive 880, with a promising future ahead. Suran, on the other hand, had reportedly not yet become a martial artist and could not even gain admission to Lingxi University, the institution at their doorstep. Their paths were destined to diverge. Just then, A commotion arose from the crowd. 1200 combat power? Who is this powerhouse? Due to the brief time lapse, the machine monument still displayed the combat result that Su Ran had just left behind. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. In Lingxi No. 1 High School, even among the elite martial arts students, those surpassing 1,000 in combat power numbered merely in the 20s. These few individuals undoubtedly held the potential to enter second-tier universities. While the top 10 could aspire to the rumored first-tier institution, Hongyun University, the sole one in the entire Hongyun County. Qiu Ye's expression shifted. A thought struck her. Before she and her companions entered the training ground, there had only been Su Ran present. An incredible hypothesis began to form in her mind. Could it be that boy from earlier? Huang Jie, the closest sycophant to her, turned pale, suddenly gripped by a profound sense of crisis. Was it possible that this boy was not only handsome but also possessed formidable strength? The others began to speculate, recalling Su Ran's appearance. Such a handsome young man. How had they not encountered him in the elite class? Not a single memory surfaced. Suddenly, a boy snickered. What are you all thinking? That guy is named Su Ran, just like my sister, a student from Class 4 of the senior year. The crowd quickly grasped the implication. Classes named by numbers were ordinary, while their elite classes bore alphabetical designations. He barely scored 500 in the recent diagnostic exam. How could such a combat power result have been produced by him? Laughter erupted among the youths. A mere prospective martial artist dares to enter the martial arts training ground. If I see him again, I'll make sure to teach him a lesson. Qiu Ye breathed a sigh of relief. Confident in her judgment, she found her earlier speculation laughable. And no matter how handsome Su Ran was, in this martial artist world, lacking strength was a fundamental flaw. Su Ran was no longer the person she had once revered. Upon entering his home, Su Ran noticed several unfamiliar faces departing from the old Su residence. His father, Su Dahai, wore a somewhat melancholic expression. Xiao Ran, just in time for your return. There are matters we need to discuss. Having run home from school, Su Ran's excitement had faded into a calm demeanor. He furrowed his brow. Who are these people, Dad? They're potential buyers for the house. Su Ran gasped in shock. Are we at the point of needing to sell our home? At that moment, his mother, Lan Rian, emerged as well. Your father and I are planning to sell our shop to acquire a decade-old blood ginseng. Lan Rian sighed. Son, technically, the shop is partly yours, but with your sister's condition. Su Ran comprehended the gravity of their situation. It was rumored that the Su family had once produced a martial master, amassing considerable wealth. However, due to the repeated misadventures of his grandfather and father, all that remained was a modest house and a small shop. Dad, how much are they offering? Our shop is estimated at 1 million, but a decade-old blood ginseng has skyrocketed to 130,000. Fortunately, Xiaozhang assured us that if we sell the shop to him, he would procure the blood ginseng for us. A decade-old blood ginseng is worth a fortune, yet it is highly sought after. As these items are obtained from the perilous Hengduan Mountains, teeming with ferocious beasts. However, a 30,000 markup is outrageous. Seeing Su Dahai's grateful demeanor, Su Ran couldn't help but scoff internally. Truly, my father, who squandered the family fortune, is now being deceived while counting someone else's money. That Xiao Zhang must be pocketing a hefty commission. Our homeroom teacher, Lao Yong, could secure a decade-old blood ginseng for only 700,000. Yet, at present, he possessed 5 decade-old blood ginsengs gifted by the system. He would not consent to this transaction. I refuse. Su Dodo emerged from the room, leaning against the door frame as she stepped outside. Su Ran's expression shifted in alarm, and he hurried to support her. What are you doing up, little sis? You should be resting. That Su Dodo appeared frail, unable to conceal her delicate beauty. Yet, the lively sister he once knew had long been absent. Gritting her teeth, she declared, Brother is about to break through to the martial artist realm. He needs that blood ginseng even more. Mom and Dad, don't waste time on me, a useless child. Lan Rian was immediately brought to tears. Tenderly caressing her daughter, Su Dahai flung away his cigarette, but we all have our share. I'll sell the house too. We have hands and feet. How could we let ourselves starve? Su Ran felt somewhat speechless at the sudden wave of sorrow enveloping them. I can resolve this matter. After dinner, Su Ran avoided everyone's gaze. System, open storage space. With a thought, a crimson ginseng appeared in his hand, exuding a potent vitality. So this is a decade-old blood ginseng. I wonder if it can cure Dodo's ailment. Yet, first, he needed to test the authenticity of this system product. Su Ran swallowed the blood ginseng whole, immediately feeling a surge of warmth rising from his abdomen, spreading throughout his body, enhancing his vitality. Su Ran, realm, martial artist, strength, 12, max, 300, agility, 12, max, 300, spirit, 12, max, 300. His strength, agility, and spirit had increased from 11 to 12. Chapter 4, Combat Power Increases, Basic Martial Arts Reaches Perfection. Su Ran experienced an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Though it was unfortunate that this was merely a decade-old ginseng, consuming another would yield minimal effects for a martial artist. The decade-old ginseng was primarily intended for prospective martial artists. For true martial artists, its impact was negligible, unless it were a 20 or 50-year-old variety, which were significantly rarer and truly priceless. While the ginseng's quality was unquestionable, he remained uncertain whether it could heal Dodo's ailment. Su Ran retrieved a small knife and meticulously ground the ginseng into powder. Its origins were dubious, and explaining it to his parents would pose a challenge. If others learned of it, it could attract unwanted attention. Come on, Dodo. It's time to take your medicine. Su Dodo, groggy from sleep, instinctively opened her mouth upon hearing Su Ran's voice. Haven't I already finished my medicine for today? Yet, a strange medicinal aroma enveloped her mouth, followed by a powerful medicinal force coursing through her body. She felt a long-lost surge of vitality. Without hesitation, Su Ran poured a second dose of ginseng powder into Su Dodo's mouth. Her eyes widened as she felt her body nearing its limit. Bro, what are you feeding me? Her body grew increasingly warm. The deficiencies she had suffered over the past 6 months fully replenished by the ginseng's potency. A wave of drowsiness washed over her, and Su Dodo succumbed to sleep once more. Yet, a voice echoed in her mind. "Thee is finally awakening. This human girl will achieve great things in the future." Su Ran observed his sister's complexion gradually improving and heaved a sigh of relief. The decade-old blood ginseng was indeed worthy of its reputation. He hoped to see the lively and adorable Dodo return by morning. After a final glance at his slumbering sister, Su Ran took a deep breath and left the house, heading to the community training ground. As dusk fell, even the exercising elderly had returned home. The community training ground featured a testing monument, albeit of slightly inferior quality than the one at school. Nevertheless, it remained functional. At this moment, the surroundings were devoid of any competitors for the testing monument. The earlier decade-old ginseng had enhanced his basic attributes. Now, he sought to ascertain his current foundational combat power. Su Ran's fist struck the test monument, and the numbers surged to 1200. This implies that a decade-old blood ginseng only contributes 150 to one's vitality. With 2 more blood ginsengs remaining, their effect on me is minimal. I might as well find an opportunity to sell them to others. These 2 blood ginsengs collectively possess a value exceeding 2 million. I am destined to prosper. Next comes the Thunder Fist. This is a world where martial arts are universally practiced. Although most individuals find it challenging to transcend the martial artist realm, it does not impede their ability to learn certain martial arts. For instance, the foundational martial art, Thunder Fist. In Lingxi City, basic martial arts are accessible to all. Yet, even so, the majority can merely grasp the basics. It is already quite remarkable that Su Ran was able to cultivate to the consummate level during the quasi-martial artist phase. Now, Su Ran is certainly unwilling to settle for mere consummation. System, activate the 24-hour tenfold talent card. At the moment the tenfold talent is unleashed, it feels as though a limiter has been lifted from Su Ran's mind. Even the previously hazy memories from his past life have become vividly clear. I should now be able to fully master Thunder Fist. Su Ran's mind replayed the techniques of Thunder Fist, and he instinctively began to practice. In the darkness, the wind from his punches was formidable, and Su Ran's speed escalated rapidly. Under the influence of the tenfold talent card, his proficiency in Thunder Fist soared. A surge of enlightenment washed over him. At a certain moment, it felt as if Su Ran had broken through a constraint. His body became light, and his vitality surged. His fists erupted with a thunderous sound. Distant hummingbirds were startled, flapping their wings in flight. This is the pinnacle state of Thunder Fist. Su Ran felt a surge of joy. It is said that reaching the pinnacle of Thunder Fist can increase combat power by at least 300. This tenfold talent card has allowed his foundational martial art to reach a peak level in a short time. If he were to follow a gradual approach, it would likely take several months. He took a deep breath and then executed a full set of Thunder Fist, culminating in a powerful punch that struck the test monument. A burst of light erupted, and the numbers climbed rapidly. Finally, it settled at 1,800. Su Ran could hardly believe his eyes. His foundational combat power was 1200 AT this moment. It had increased by 600 in just a few hours. How is this possible? Reaching the pinnacle level should only yield a maximum increase of 300 combat power. Right? Yet, Su Ran tested it multiple times, and the results were consistently the same. Thunder Fist is not an amplifying style. Achieving a 300 combat power enhancement is already impressive. A glint of insight flashed in Su Ran's eyes. Could there be another level beyond the pinnacle? Typically, martial arts are categorized into 3 stages: minor mastery, major mastery, and pinnacle. However, Su Ran had also heard whispers of a perfection state above the pinnacle. Could it be that my Thunder Fist has reached this perfection state? Allowing for a 600 combat power increase, Su Ran's face lit up with excitement. This tenfold talent card is truly extraordinary. It has directly elevated his foundational martial art to a state of perfection. Unfortunately, I have no other martial arts. Aside from the basic martial arts of this continent, most other martial arts are monopolized. The previous Su Ran had no qualifications to access them. Moreover, without reaching the martial artist realm, practicing advanced martial arts would not only be tedious and difficult to comprehend, but could also harm the body. However, the current Su Ran is at least qualified to explore low-level and intermediate martial arts. The only question remains, where can I obtain these martial arts? The system has detected that the host strength meets the requirements and has activated a system task. Task requirements: eliminate 10 first-level ferocious beasts of the martial artist realm. Task reward: unknown. Su Ran's pupils constricted. Has the system task finally been activated? Slaying ferocious beasts not only grants energy value to enhance attributes, but also provides additional system rewards. To hunt ferocious beasts. I must venture to the Hungduan Mountains. In this world, humans are not the only ones capable of cultivating martial arts. Beasts have also undergone mutations, becoming ferocious beasts. Powerful ferocious beasts can incite beast tides, even leading to the downfall of human cities. Lingxi City lies mere hundreds of miles from the Hungduan Mountains. The Hungduan Mountains span the entirety of Hungyun County, housing countless powerful ferocious beasts. Fortunately, the other dozens of cities in Hungyun County share the burden with Lingxi City, allowing ordinary families like the old Su family to remain unscathed. However, the current tranquility does not guarantee that calamity will not strike in the future. Thus, even though the previous Su Ran possessed mediocre talent, he tirelessly climbed the path of the martial artist. Now, the system has granted him an opportunity. With my current strength, I should have no trouble navigating the periphery of the Hungduan Mountains. I can test the waters this weekend. Chapter 5. Tenfold Talent. Completing intermediate martial arts. Upon returning home, Su Ran's parents were still lamenting. Yet, for the sake of their child, both had resolved to sell everything they owned to cure their daughter's ailment and fulfill their son's martial artist dream. Such is the heart of parents. Dad, Mom, perhaps my sister will be better by tomorrow morning. Don't worry. I've got this. Su Dahai shot a sidelong glance at Su Ran. With a scoff, he remarked, "You haven't even grown hair yet. Focus on becoming a martial artist first." In Su Dahai's eyes, both Su Ran and Su Dodo were still merely children. Su Ran chuckled and replied, "First of all, I have indeed grown up. Secondly, I am already a martial artist." Upon hearing the first statement, Su Dahai rolled up his sleeves. How dare this foolish son talk back? However, he quickly lowered his arms, his body beginning to tremble. A martial artist? Beside him, his mother, Lan Ruyin, was equally stunned, abruptly rising to her feet. "My son, please do not jest with us." Su Ran remained silent, then unleashed his vitality. The wave of heat radiated from his head. He struck the 8 immortals table with a punch. Crack! The table leg snapped cleanly. Though Su Dahai and Lan Ruyin were not martial artists, They could not mistake the martial artist aura and strength emanating from their son. Their son had truly become a martial artist. Good. Su Dahai found himself choked with emotion. Our Su family has finally produced a martial artist again in this world. Being a martial artist symbolizes status and identity. For instance, Su Ran can now go to the Martial Artist Certification Association to obtain a martial artist badge, allowing him to receive a monthly subsidy of 10,000. This is equivalent to 2 months' income from the Su family's small shop. Furthermore, reaching the high-level martial artist or higher realms would result in exponentially increasing monthly subsidies. Meanwhile, Lan Ruyan's spirit soared, dispelling her previous unhappiness. Aunt Zhang even suggested introducing her daughter to you. However, I think it's best to forget that. While the girl is quite lovely, my son is a martial artist. Her daughter is simply not worthy. Su Ran was immediately rendered speechless. When did my mother become so materialistic? Regardless of my preferences, I should at least be allowed to see her first. Dad, did our ancestors leave behind any martial arts? After all, our family has produced martial masters before. Su Ran contemplated his journey to the Hengduan Mountains. Feeling that basic martial arts like Thunder Fist were somewhat lacking, Su Dahai composed himself and replied, "There exists an intermediate martial art, but what our ancestors left behind is merely a fragment. I had planned to wait until you became a martial artist to give it to you, but the timing is just right." He rose and headed towards the inner room, returning shortly with an ancient book, which he handed to Su Ran. Is said that this was obtained by our ancestors by chance. It possesses great power but is quite taxing on the body. I don't understand it well, my son, but if you cannot practice it, do not force yourself. Su Ran's attention was captured by the book. Flame Fist? Is this an amplifying martial art? Su Ran's eyes sparkled with interest as he made his way to his bedroom. Amplifying martial arts, as the name suggests, directly enhance one's existing combat power. Other martial arts primarily focus on strengthening vitality, with slight increases in combat power during practice. For instance, Thunder Fist aims to enhance vitality rather than amplify combat power. Even after reaching the perfection state, Su Ran only achieved a 600 combat power increase. However, this amplifying martial art is different. It not only enhances vitality, but can at least double one's existing combat power. Of course, such amplifying martial arts demand exceptional physique and talent, and few can reach the major mastery level. Flame Fist consists of 3 parts, corresponding to the minor mastery, major mastery, and pinnacle levels, each capable of increasing combat power by 1x, 2x, and 3x, respectively. Su Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement. This meant that if he could cultivate the Yin Gang Fist to its pinnacle, with his current foundational combat power of 1200, he could potentially unleash over 3000 in strength instantaneously. That would place him at the level of advanced martial artists. Of course, the Yin Gang Fist was merely a mid-tier martial art, beneficial primarily to martial artists and some advanced practitioners. For those above the martial master rank, while it would still enhance their combat power, the effect would be significantly diminished. Moreover, most enhancement martial arts were notoriously difficult to master, as the human body inevitably sustained some form of injury. However, for Su Ran, these challenges posed no problem in terms of physical constitution. He was a saint body. As for the difficulty, he was currently under the influence of a tenfold talent card that lasted 24 hours. With the tenfold talent at play, Su Ran's mind raced with clarity, allowing him to grasp the contents of books with increasing lucidity. Bathed in the light of his bedroom, he read with rapt attention, his hands flipping through the pages at an ever-quickening pace. Under the influence of the tenfold talent, he seemed tireless, fully engrossed until the early hours of the morning. Even as he turned to the last page, a frown suddenly creased his brow. Was this truly the end? Yet, he soon felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Previously, while learning the Thunder Fist, he had found it dreadfully tedious. However, now, having absorbed the mid-tier martial art of Yin Gang Fist, he had comprehended it in less than a night. Moreover, Su Ran felt a rush of energy coursing through him, invigorating his entire being. The Yin Gang Fist had raised his foundational attributes from 12 to 16. This tenfold talent card was indeed astonishing. Su Ran couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He had already grasped the concepts of minor mastery, major mastery, and pinnacle levels. He had a strong intuition that if he were to test his abilities now, His combat power would indeed triple, but that wasn't all. The yin-yang fist was incomplete. There should be another section to as he analyzed the yin-yang fist. Su Ran keenly identified its flaws. According to his deductions, the yin-yang fist should possess a complete form. Unconsciously, he settled into a state of deep focus once more. He scribbled symbols onto a sheet of paper repeatedly, only to discard them afterward. He was attempting to reconstruct the final section. It was quite the fanciful notion for someone of martial artist rank to seek to complete a fragmented martial art. Yet, remarkably, Su Ran was doing just that, and he was likely to succeed. As dawn began to break, Su Ran finally set down his pen. After countless simulations and eliminations, he had discovered the optimal solution for the final section. Indeed, martial arts were creations of those who came before. Su Ran had no knowledge of what the complete form once resembled, but that did not hinder him from deducing the final part. His deduction could potentially amplify combat power by 5 times. A 5-fold enhancement would undoubtedly leave anyone who learned of it utterly astonished. It was said that enhancement techniques among the human race were exceedingly rare, applicable only to martial masters and below. Among the existing enhancement techniques, those capable of providing a 5-fold boost were not unheard of, however. None dared to attempt them. For the risks associated with enhancement techniques were too great. A moment's inattention could damage one's foundation, leading to disastrous consequences. But for Su Ran, the ancient saint body rendered him impervious to such concerns. Upon mastering the complete form of the yin-yang fist, Su Ran's foundational attributes surged from 16 to 20. If he were to test his combat power now, it would be beyond imagination. Suddenly, Su Ran felt his eyelids grow heavy. The night's study had drained him mentally. Only after finishing did he realize the fatigue creeping in. He promptly leaped into bed, covering himself with the blanket to sleep in a drowsy haze. He heard a long-forgotten melodious voice. Brother, my dear brother, I'm better. Chapter 6, Special Constitution, the protagonist is my sister. Su Do burst through the door, yanking Su Ran from his slumber. Brother, what did you give me to drink? Not only am I cured, but I've also broken through to the martial artist level. Su Ran finally woke up, only to have his brows furrow in annoyance. Su Do had kicked down his door. As expected, his familiar sister had returned. Su Dahai and Lan Ruyin, hearing the commotion, gazed in disbelief at Su Do, who looked completely transformed from yesterday. My child! Su Do and Lan Ruyin embraced, bursting into tears. Dad, Mom, I'm well again. Su Dahai was equally moved to tears. Our Su family is truly fortunate. First, Su Ran became a martial artist, and now our daughter's illness has suddenly healed. This must be the ancestors watching over us. Su Dahai resolved to skip the shop today and pay respects to their ancestors instead. Watching his family's joy, Su Ran felt his spirits lift. Although he had hardly slept that night, after a brief rest, he did not feel fatigued. The powerful physique of a martial artist was continuously reinforcing his flesh and bones. Especially in his upper limbs, he felt an explosive surge of strength. This was merely the martial artist stage, where the primary focus was on enhancing the upper or lower limbs. Upon reaching the advanced martial artist level, the emphasis would shift to strengthening all 4 limbs, leading to even greater advancements. After breakfast, Su Ran initially intended to visit the training grounds in the community. However, upon finding the testing stone tablet crowded with elderly folks, he decided to head straight to school instead. Daughter, slow down while eating. Your brother is going to school and won't be competing with you, Lan Ruyin reminded gently. Su Do had been ill for half a year and had hardly indulged in any good food. Now, early in the morning, Lan Ruyin had prepared a feast for her. She devoured it like a ravenous tiger, finishing in no time. Satisfied, Su Do patted her belly and retreated to her room. Locking the door behind her, taking a deep breath, she cautiously said, "Come out, let me see what you really are." The empty room held no one yet. Within Su Do's vision, a woman's silhouette emerged. This woman appeared almost like a projection, floating in mid-air. Her features were nothing short of perfection, clad in deep crimson battle armor that accentuated her form exquisitely. Su Do's gaze fixated on the woman's collarbone, causing her face to flush crimson. How could this be possible? It had to be an illusion. The woman regarded Su Do with intrigue. Were you just expressing jealousy over my figure? Su Dodo sprang up in protest. I did not. I wouldn't. How could that be? She then recalled the pressing matter at hand. She had never mentioned it to her family, but it was precisely this woman's appearance 6 months ago that had led to her grave illness. At 16, she had been on the verge of breaking through to become a martial artist with a bright future ahead. Yet, because of this woman, she had nearly lost her life. I am a super artificial intelligence from an outer star system. Named Yuing, I awakened slowly after absorbing your life energy 6 months ago and now reside within your bracelet. No wonder it was so large. It turned out to be a robot. Su Dodo thought dismissively. As if size were a matter of choice. Instinctively, she grasped her bracelet, preparing to hurl it away. This entity had nearly caused her demise. Had it not been for her brother, she would still be bedridden. I can make you a powerful martial artist. Su Dodo remained unmoved, brandishing a hammer as she prepared to smash the bracelet. I can awaken your mortal spirit body, making you the supreme martial artist of humanity. The master of human fate. As the clanging sounds echoed, Su Dodo discovered the bracelet's remarkable sturdiness. For the first time, she realized that this exquisite bracelet she had purchased secondhand was far from ordinary. I can also make your brother a powerful martial artist. Su Dodo finally lifted her head to regard the woman. On what grounds? The artificial intelligence Yuing finally breathed a sigh of relief. This human girl was utterly unpredictable. The very survival of their civilization depended on her. My mind holds the wisdom of an entire civilization, one that once produced supreme beings far beyond those of humanity. I can assist you and those around you. Su Dodo's expression turned skeptical as she pondered whether to confide in Su Ran about this woman. This mysterious stranger was too enigmatic for her liking, and she feared losing control of the situation. Yuing seemed to read Su Dodo's thoughts. It's pointless. Others cannot see me or hear my voice. Only you, bound to me, can know all about me. Furthermore, I am now bound to you. If you die, I will perish as well. Su Dodo scoffed inwardly. Aside from herself and her mother, beautiful women were never to be trusted. I wouldn't trust your words. Yet, at that moment, she had lowered the hammer in her hand. What is the supreme martial artist of humanity? Why have I never heard of it in Lingxi City? Yuing chuckled softly. Don't say Lingxi City. Even the entire eastern region behind Hongyun County lacks such powerful beings. But there's no need for you to know this now. Just understand that such formidable existences are exceedingly rare among humanity. In a certain sense, each one possesses the potential to alter the fate of their race. Su Dodo remained half convinced. Were there truly such powerful entities? What is a mortal spirit body? Guyu gazed deeply at Su Dodo. Special constitutions can arise among both humans and other races. These is regarded as the most formidable constitution among your human race, exhibiting an exceptional affinity for the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, thereby accelerating the cultivation speed far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, as a martial artist, your combat prowess at the same level is at least 2 to 3 times greater than that of others. As you delve deeper into your cultivation, the disparity between you and ordinary martial artists will only widen, potentially reaching a staggering 10-fold difference in the end. Su Dodo was hearing of such matters for the first time. 10-fold. Could that be an exaggeration? Although Yu Ying is an artificial intelligence, her expressions are remarkably vivid. She smiled and said, you will soon surpass your martial artist brother. According to what you've mentioned, your brother only broke through to the martial artist realm at 18, indicating his potential is quite limited. However, with my assistance, it won't be difficult for him to become a master or even a grandmaster. Su Dodo's mind was buzzing. She was unfamiliar with the concept of martial arts supremacy. Yet a grandmaster is certainly a figure of the city lord level in Lingxi City. Observing Su Dodo's astonished expression, Yuing couldn't help but smile knowingly. It appeared that the girl held her brother in high regard, and this insight would guide her approach towards the girl at Lingxi High School, Class 4 of the 3rd year. Today's lesson was on general knowledge. Among the human race, some individuals are favored by the heavens, possessing extraordinary constitutions. These constitutions are immensely powerful. Even the most basic 3rd-tier spirit body can grow to at least the level of a master. The most powerful are the 9 special-tier constitutions, such as the 9 transformation spirit body and the calamity spirit body. Cultivating these 9 special tier constitutions to their utmost can yield combat strength 10 times that of their peers. The top student in the elite class, Subuyu, boasts a 9 transformation spirit body with an immeasurable future ahead. Following that are the first tier spirit bodies like the fire spirit body and ice spirit body, which also possess overwhelming power against others of the same tier. The current lord of Lingxi City, Su Yufei, is at the grandmaster level with combat strength reaching millions, being a first-tier fire spirit body. The teacher on stage spoke passionately, while the students below struggled to stay awake. What? Special tier spirit bodies, first-tier spirit bodies, 10 times the combat strength of their peers. What relevance does this hold for them? The ordinary class students? Even among elite class martial artist students, only a handful possess special constitutions. Such extraordinary bodies are likely to emerge only once in a million. Meanwhile, Su Ran merely scratched his nose. Unimpressed. Is this all? In this world, martial artist levels are distinctly categorized as martial artists, advanced martial artists, martial masters, masters, grandmasters, battle generals, transcendent beings, and kings. Of course, the other realms above battle generals are recorded in vague detail. Neither Lingxi City nor the entire Hungyun County has any powerful beings above the battle general level. It is rumored that realms exist beyond the king level, but such notions are far too distant for Su Ran at present. According to the system's definition of the ancient sacred body, upon reaching the battle general level, his limits would already be 60 times that of ordinary martial artists. In contrast, those special and 9 transformation spirit bodies can merely achieve 10 times at most. The disparity with the sacred body is simply insurmountable, rendering comparison futile. Tomorrow is the weekend, perfectly aligning with his plan to venture into the Hengduan Mountains to complete a task. Chapter 7. Affirming the Martial Artist Qualification. The talented schoolbell Subuyu. After class, Su Ran once again visited the teacher's office. How did the discussion with your parents go, Su Ran? If it proves too difficult, I can lend you 200,000 to tide you over. I don't have many options, but Teacher Yang's gaze was piercing as he retrieved a bank card from beneath the desk and pressed it into Su Ran's hand. But don't tell anyone I lent you money. After 3 years of interaction, he genuinely recognized his student and understood the hardships and sacrifices Su Ran had endured to become a martial artist. Su Ran felt a slight itch in his nose. Although Teacher Yang was also a martial artist, the compensation for teaching was not particularly high. Moreover, he had to support 2 martial artists in his family, yet he was willing to lend Su Ran 200,000? Su Ran pushed the bank card back. Teacher Yang, I no longer need the blood ginseng. Teacher Yang immediately displayed a look of disappointment, assuming Su Ran had given up on the martial path. Because I am already a martial artist. Su Ran's aura erupted, a powerful force surging skyward. Teacher Yang's eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle before him. Is this the chi and blood of a martial artist? Have you perhaps mastered the Thunder Fist to its pinnacle level? Su Ran did not deny it, then retracted his imposing aura. I am already a martial artist, so I no longer require that blood ginseng. Teacher Yang, please do not waste your kindness on me. He recalled that the blood ginseng was negotiated at a 70% discount by Teacher Yang. That moment, Teacher Yang's spirit soared. Excellent, excellent. Upon learning that Su Ran had become a martial artist, he understood that the decade-old blood ginseng would be of little benefit to him now. Your martial artist qualification hasn't been assessed yet, has it? Come, let us head to the training ground to test your combat strength. Su Ran's eyes sparkled. He could independently seek certification for his martial artist qualification, but the process would take time. Fortunately, Lingxi High School has a designated martial artist certification body known as the Martial Artist Certification Association. With Teacher Yang's connections, he could expedite the receipt of his martial artist allowance. The martial arts training ground of Lingxi High School. Young men and women were immersed in vigorous training, honing their physiques. Those who could enter the martial arts training ground were undoubtedly martial artists, with combat strengths exceeding 500. Their future achievements were promising. Xiaoya is impressive. Another genius has emerged from Lingxi High School. Indeed. She has managed to cultivate the low-level martial art, Misty Wind Fist, to great success, achieving a combat strength of 10-20. A group of boys cheered. Surrounding a beautiful girl, that moment, Xiaoya wore a proud expression, her satisfaction evident as she gazed at the numbers displayed on the stone tablet. Surrounded by admirers, she felt a thrill of delight. She relished the attention. Naturally, as the center of admiration, she would not easily entertain any suitors. With a combat strength of 1020, I should secure a spot in the top 25 of the grade. As for the top 15, I do not harbor such extravagant expectations. After all, the top 15 students are undoubtedly the possessors of special constitutions, the favored children of destiny. Her aim is the top 20. If I can enter the top 20, I will also gain access to a private training ground. Chiu Yu's gaze drifted toward the pavilion not far from the training ground. The pavilion housed numerous individual rooms designated for the top 20 students to cultivate. The resources, martial arts, and knowledge within were exceedingly abundant. Simultaneously, these elite geniuses would receive guidance from advanced martial artists and even martial masters. Although Chiu Yu's family does not lack such resources, in Lingxi High School, this signifies a mark of genius, which she naturally desires. Suddenly, the crowd shifted, and all the students widened their eyes. A girl emerged from the pavilion. She was tall and exquisitely beautiful, exuding an aura of unattainable grace. Since her appearance, all eyes were drawn to her, for the radiance she emanated was simply blinding. That is, the number one genius of Lingxi High School, Su Buyu. It is said that she possesses the legendary 9 transformation spirit body, a constitution acclaimed as a special tier among the human race. What news is this? She defeated advanced martial artists when she was in her first year. Astonishingly, her current strength is unfathomable. Such talent and prowess are rare even in top-tier universities. Lingxi High School stands a high chance of triumphing this time. Su Buyu has even been directly recommended to a top-tier university. As Su Buyu gradually walked away, a throng of boys and girls continued to gaze after her. Even the sycophants surrounding Chiu Yu stirred her discontent. Not only was Su Buyu dazzlingly radiant, but Chiu Yu also felt slighted after being rebuffed in her attempts to get closer. The disparity in their strength and talent was vast, and Su Buyu's background was even more astonishing. She was aware that the lord of Lingxi City, Su Yufei, is Su Buyu's sister. They could hardly aspire to flatter her family. The more Chiu Yu pondered, the more unsettled she became, and she resolutely averted her gaze from Su Buyu, simultaneously condemning her 2 most ardent admirers to oblivion. Suddenly, Su Buyu, who had walked a distance away, stopped. Other students displayed expressions of curiosity. A dozen individuals approached her. Are those members of the school's Martial Artist Certification Association? Has someone broken through to become a martial artist? Humph, how dull. Anyone who enters this training ground is already a martial artist. Yet, why did the esteemed Su Buyu halt? Su Buyu's gaze was indifferent, and she paid no mind to the attention surrounding her. Among the group of a dozen entering from outside the training ground, her eyes quickly locked onto a young man. In an instant, she felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. This was the premonitory sensation granted by her 9 transformation spirit body, a special constitution? How could it instill a sense of pressure in my 9 transformation spirit body? Su Buyu's heart was filled with uncertainty. The 9 transformation spirit body had sensed a wave of oppression, even a faint threat. Is there a constitution more powerful than the 9 transformation spirit body among the human race? However, before long, that oppressive sensation dissipated once again. Su Buyu felt that everything that had just transpired must have been a mere illusion. Yet, she remained fixated on the young man. Apart from his striking appearance, he was otherwise unremarkable. Su Ran followed closely in old Yang's footsteps when he suddenly sensed a piercing gaze upon him. Lifting his head, he saw a tall girl scrutinizing him with an icy demeanor. Su Ran felt a twinge of confusion. I don't know you. Why do you look at me as if I were a scoundrel? Bewildered, he chose to disregard her stare and continued onward with the representatives from the Warrior Certification Association to the testing monument. Do you know Su Buyu? Old Yang inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. It was then that Su Ran recalled the girl's identity, Su Buyu, the belle of Lingxi No. 1 High School. We don't know each other, he replied, glancing back at Su Buyu only to find her brow furrowed. Still observing him intently. Look, Su Buyu is watching those people. What does that mean? Quick, look. Why is Su Buyu's gaze fixed on that boy? Oh my, can someone tell me who that guy is? the voice of dog licker number 1. Huang Jia caught Xiaoya's attention. Shortly thereafter, she spotted Su Ran among the members of the Warrior Certification Association. Could it be that Su Ran has broken through to the warrior realm? That shouldn't be possible. He only had over 400 combat power yesterday. Could it be that he consumed some rare treasure? Xiaoya seemed to grasp everything. Breaking through to warrior status at 18, especially through external means, would severely limit his future achievements. Meanwhile, she had already achieved that feat in her first year of high school. If she were to enter a prestigious university, her strength would surely escalate rapidly. Su Ran would likely only be able to attend a third-rate university, leaving a vast gulf between them. What a pity, such good looks wasted. However, Xiaoya's expression soon turned ashen, for she realized that the person Su Buyu was fixated on was none other than Su Ran. How could this be? How could they possibly have any connection? Chapter 8. Astonishment. The genius with combat power of 2,000 impossible. I must be mistaken. Indeed, Xiaoya soon observed that Su Buyu's gaze had shifted away from Su Ran. Yet, Su Buyu did not leave. She remained in the training arena, her eyes blankly fixed on the testing monument. A zone of exclusion surrounded her, with everyone reluctant to approach. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoya stepped forward, intending to greet Su Ran. However, her smile faltered abruptly. Su Ran completely ignored her, brushing past her without a second glance. Accustomed to the attentiveness of others, Xiaoya felt an immediate surge of displeasure. Oh, trying to feign ignorance to garner my attention? How kitsch! She internally scoffed, though she had to admit that Su Ran's method was rather effective. Before high school, Su Ran held a significant place in her heart. Unfortunately, after entering high school, he faded into obscurity, not even making it into the elite class in this world. Where warriors reign supreme, one must demonstrate a certain level of strength to truly attract my attention. Su Ran, following Old Young's lead, was utterly oblivious to Xiaoya. Though they attended the same school, they had never crossed paths in the 3 years since in his memory. Xiaoya was merely a little girl, her appearance long forgotten. Yet, Su Ran was not the only one undergoing the warrior assessment. Coincidentally, 3 others were present, all elite class students from the first and second years, accompanied by their respective teachers. Oh, isn't that Old Yang? What a rare sight. A teacher from the ordinary class appearing in the training arena, remarked one middle-aged teacher disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at Old Yang. Instantly, Old Yang's countenance darkened. He taught an ordinary class, where it was unlikely for even a single warrior to emerge in years. Indeed, he seldom visited the training arena, leaving him without a rebuttal. This was a hierarchy of contempt among teachers, akin to that among students. The others looked down their noses at Su Ran and the 3 students accompanying him. Upon learning that Su Ran was a third-year student from the ordinary class, their pride swelled even further. Su Ran felt a sense of disbelief. These individuals were truly entrenched in their hierarchy of disdain. I know this student of yours. He only had a combat power of 421 in yesterday's mock exam. You don't think he believes he can become a warrior overnight, do you? Laughter erupted among the surrounding students. The teacher surnamed Lei appeared to have a vendetta against Old Yang, clearly intent on humiliating him. And Su Ran inadvertently became collateral damaged. At that moment, the workers from the Warrior Certification Association furrowed their brows. Enough with the nonsense. Let us begin the assessment. The moment they spoke, Teacher Lei dared not utter another word. The Warrior Certification Association held official authority, and he certainly could not afford to offend them. We want to elaborate on the rules. As long as your combat power exceeds 500, you will be deemed qualified as a warrior. With the warrior badge, you can apply for a monthly stipend of 10,000. Furthermore, the school will provide additional subsidies. You will each have 3 attempts. Let us begin now. The 3 students ahead of Su Ran immediately tensed up. Soon, the first stepped forward. She appeared to be quite young. 489, 491, 495. Unfortunately, she failed to surpass the 500 combat power threshold after 3 successive strikes. Assessment failed. Next, the first-year girl's eyes turned red, and she began to sob softly. Nearby, a teacher continuously encouraged her, "Don't be disheartened. You're only in your first year. Look, there are third years who still aren't warriors." The girl raised her head to glance at Su Ran, and her tears ceased, as if bolstered by his presence. Su Ran shot a disapproving look at the teacher, thinking, can't you choose your words more wisely? It was this teacher Lei who had previously spoken disrespectfully to old Yang, and Su Ran had long held a grudge against him. What are you staring at? I'm only speaking the truth. One must recognize their own limitations. The teacher, an elite class instructor, naturally looked down upon old Yang and Su Ran. Just as Su Ran prepared to take action, old Yang stepped in front of him. Teacher Lei, as an instructor with a combat power of 3,500, is this how you demean your students? At the same time, he gripped Su Ran's wrist, signaling him not to act impulsively. Su Ran, however, narrowed his eyes at Teacher Lei, a dangerous glint in his gaze. 3,500 combat power? That seems quite formidable. After last night's practice and comprehension of the Yin Gang Fist, his base attributes had reached 20. The maximum attributes for an ordinary warrior are merely 30. Although untested, Su Ran estimated his base combat power to be at least 2,000. If coupled with the enhancement from the Yin Gang Fist, he could instantaneously elevate his power to that of a high-level warrior. If he unleashed a full 5-fold augmentation, he could annihilate any high-level warrior. The combat power of ordinary high-level warriors ranges from 30,000 to 10,000, while anything above 10,000 is considered the realm of masters. Thus, should Su Ran unleash his full power now, he could certainly obliterate Teacher Lei. Su Ran contemplated his options, pondering when the right time would be to confront him. Teacher Lei inexplicably sensed a wave of danger, and the words caught in his throat. Strangely, that feeling seemed to emanate from the student. How could this be? The personnel from the Warrior Certification Association also regarded Teacher Lei with dissatisfaction. As educators, they should at least maintain a faade of respect. All right, next. 546, assessment successful. Congratulations on becoming a warrior. 572, assessment successful. Congratulations on becoming a warrior. The next two boys were fortunate enough to pass the warrior assessment. Old Yang encouraged Su Ran, just perform normally. Meanwhile, Teacher Lei stood with his arms crossed, smirking continuously. If 18-year-old Su Ran were to fail this warrior test, it would indeed be a laughingstock, and given the circumstances, that possibility loomed large, as many had previously failed to showcase their abilities due to nerves or other reasons, resulting in failed assessments. At that moment, Choya focused intently on Su Ran's test. Although she knew that even if he passed, it would only be with a little over 500 combat power, she still wished to witness firsthand how the boy she had admired since childhood had faded into obscurity. However, what concerned her even more was that, from a distance, Su Buyu had once again turned her gaze toward Su Ran. From her expression, Choya sensed a hint of anticipation. How could this be? All right, we can begin now. At the staff's signal, Su Ran nodded slightly. His expression remained calm, lacking any semblance of preparation, and he swiftly delivered a punch to the testing monument. The numbers on the surface suddenly leapt. The previously indifferent onlookers quickly realized something was amiss. What is happening? Why is it jumping so rapidly? Every face changed. Including old Yang. They discovered that the numbers had leapt straight from 0 to 4 digits. Impossible. Teacher Lei's voice distorted in shock. Not just him, but everyone else was utterly dumbfounded. The number displayed on the testing monument exceeded everyone's expectations. 2022? His combat power has reached over 2,000? Chapter 9. Speculation and Su Buyu's confusion. At this moment, Lao Yang could hardly believe his eyes. He instinctively rubbed them. Kiwia trembled all over. She had always thought Su Ran was a good-for-nothing. Yet now, with a combat power of 2,000 laid bare before her, was this not a slap in her own face? Suddenly, she recalled yesterday's events. After Su Ran left, the combat power score he left behind. Was that astonishing 1050 truly achieved by him? In an instant, childhood memories flooded her mind. Back then, Su Ran was her idol. However, being a practical person, she felt this level of combat power was too surreal. Could the instrument be malfunctioning? In the distance, Su Buyu furrowed her brows. Only 2,000 combat power? She did not doubt Su Ran's ability, but why would such a level provoke a reaction from the 9 transformations spirit body? Su Buyu was baffled. Yet, she speculated that Su Ran must possess a special physique. The sensitivity of the 9 transformations spirit body could not be mistaken. Impossible. It must be a malfunction of the testing device. just a few days prior, he only had a combat power of over 400. How could he suddenly leap to 2,000? At that moment, Teacher Lei was shouting frantically, as if he had discovered some evidence. His words immediately resonated with everyone present. Indeed, with such a significant fluctuation in combat power, the testing device must be faulty. It startled me. I thought a dark horse had emerged. The members of the Martial Arts Association were also frowning. Soon, a staff member verified the situation with the school. Su Ran should only have had a combat power of 421 in the recent preliminary exam. This situation made it difficult for anyone not to suspect a malfunction of the testing device. Su Ran, please use a different testing device. The previous one may have malfunctioned. Su Ran frowned. The other three had no issues during their tests. Why is it a problem now? The staff member also sensed the confusion. At that moment, Teacher Lei jumped in again. You, student, don't tell me you're trying to pull a fast one. Clearly, this is a machine malfunction. We must be honest. The staff member, now skeptical of Su Ran, coldly stated, Su Ran, please test again. Otherwise, I cannot recognize your status as a martial artist. Even Lao Yang began to suspect it was a machine malfunction. Su Ran, just test again. If it's not our score, we don't want it. Su Ran raised an eyebrow. It seemed his sudden surge in strength was hard for others to believe. Unfortunately, this group of people had no idea what true strength was. Su Ran leaped forward, delivering a powerful punch to a testing stone tablet. Then he swiftly turned and struck another tablet. Soon, every stone tablet in the martial arts arena bore Su Ran's test results. Initially, the surrounding noise was loud, but it quickly fell into a profound silence. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at each score on the testing stone tablets. 2004, 2000, 2003. Although the testing tablets had some fluctuations, these results unequivocally indicated that Su Ran's combat power soared to 2,000. After finishing his punches, Su Ran looked at the stunned staff members. Now, can my status as a martial artist be recognized? A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. A combat power of 2,000 meant Su Ran was assuredly on track for a second-tier university, or even a first-tier 1.8 Lingxi No. 1 high school. He would certainly rank within the top 10. How could this be? Was it possible that all the testing devices were broken? You truly are a talent. Why not try it yourself to find out? What a surprise! It's not broken. This is truly a powerhouse with 2,000 combat power. Everyone was left astounded. Teacher Lei trembled all over, his face a mask of disbelief. He felt his face flush. What right did he have to look down on a student with 2,000 combat power? Suddenly, Teacher Lei seemed to have realized something. I understand now. Did you consume a blood ginseng aged at least 50 years? And Lao Yang, did you previously instruct him to hide his strength, intending for him to astonish everyone today? At that moment, Lao Yang felt as if he were awakening from a dream. He still could not believe this reality. His student had a combat power reaching 2,000? Hearing Teacher Lei's words, he immediately began to deduce Su Ran's strength rationally. Lao Yang was certain Su Ran had not concealed his abilities. However, to increase so much power in such a short time, there were only two possibilities. Point one was the consumption of rare medicinal herbs, specifically blood ginseng aged 50 years or more. Yet, these medicinal herbs cost at least 5 million. Su Ran's family could not even afford a 10-year-old blood ginseng. How could they manage to procure something worth over 5 million? The other possibility was a powerful and extremely rare special physique. Realizing this, Lao Yang couldn't help but tremble. Could it be that his student had awakened a special physique? He gazed at Su Ran with fervent eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing Lao Yang's silence, Teacher Lei assumed he had guessed correctly. Haha, I thought we had a new genius at Lingxi No. 1 high school. Turns out it was all due to external factors. He laughed heartily, then continued to look down on Lao Yang and Su Ran with arrogance. With that, he strode away from the martial arts arena. Others, too, seemed to awaken from their stupor, so it was all due to external factors. Su Ran's family must be quite wealthy. How enviable, wow. I need to go back and push my old man harder. Let us disperse. Becoming a martial artist at 18 through external means will make it difficult for him to break through to advanced martial artists later. Not only the students, but even the staff of the Martial Arts Association believed Su Ran had relied on external aids to achieve this. After all, special physiques were exceedingly rare in Lingxi City. More importantly, the vast majority of special physique owners exhibit their traits during childhood. Few consider this possibility. Yet, regardless, Su Ran would earn his martial artist medal. Su Ran, your recognition as a martial artist is successful. Follow me to the Martial Artist Recognition Association to complete the subsequent procedures. Qiya watched Su Ran's departing figure, her fists clenched tightly. Her heart was in turmoil. What on earth was happening? What kind of person could elevate their combat power from 400 to 2,000 in just a few days? She even suspected whether Su Ran had tampered with the testing stone tablets. Yet, reason told her that this was utterly impossible. Still, she found it hard to believe Teacher Lei's assertions. Qiya understood Su Ran's family background. He could not possibly afford blood ginseng aged 50 years. Even though her uncle was a martial master, acquiring such rare medicinal herbs would require a tremendous cost. Su Ran's family lacked any martial artist. Could it be that he awakened a special physique? This thought flickered briefly in Qiya's mind before she dismissed it. Such extraordinary physiques were said to be possessed by 1 in a million, heavenly favored individuals. It was rumored that even those with third-tier special physiques could grow into master-level powerhouses, capable of serving as deputy city lords. If one possessed a first-tier special physique, like Su Yufei, the city lord of Lingxi City and sister of Su Buyu, who was a grandmaster with a fire spirit body, this individual could govern the fates of tens of millions. How could Su Ran possibly awaken a special physique? Qiya took a deep breath, ultimately concluding that Su Ran had merely stumbled upon good fortune, accidentally acquiring a 50-year-old blood ginseng. Yet, such a forced breakthrough through external means was ultimately not the right path. Meanwhile, the number one sycophant, Huang Jie, had his eyes light up. Qiya's uncle was on the verge of breaking through to the master level, which is why he was willing to be Qiya's sycophant. Because of Qiya, he had even instructed someone to investigate Su Ran yesterday. Today, he had learned about the Su family. Su Ran's younger sister had recovered from her mysterious illness, and Su Ran's vitality had surged dramatically. The Su family must have obtained something remarkable from somewhere. With no background to support them, the Su family could not be allowed to squander such treasures. Huang Jie looked at Su Ran's retreating figure, his expression turning sinister. Chapter 10. Lao Yang's shock and Huang Jie's actions. Ding dong. Your bank card has received 10,000. Exiting the Martial Artist Recognition Association, Su Ran's eyes sparkled. The feeling of having 10,000 in hand was delightful. This was not a subsidy provided by the government but a scholarship established by Lingxi No. 1 High School to reward students for becoming martial artists. If Su Ran could rank within the top 20 in the next preliminary exam, he would receive even more generous rewards. However, it was already mid-May, and the next exam would be the college entrance examination. Su Ran would likely not be able to seize this opportunity at this moment. Lao Yang hesitated, but he could not help but ask, Su Ran, have you awakened a special physique? He looked at Su Ran with a sense of trepidation. Su Ran did not conceal the truth and lightly nodded. Lao Yang felt his breath quicken, his heart filled with astonishment. Although he had already suspected, seeing Su Ran nod confirmed his shock. Damn, my student is actually of a special physique. He has been teaching for over a decade, yet he has never experienced such exhilaration. This is indeed a rare and exceptional constitution, a talent exceedingly scarce among the human race. Even the most basic third-tier special constitution would grow to at least the realm of a master. Come, accompany me to the principal's office. I shall petition for resources and the assessment of your constitution type. You must be unaware of your own type, correct? In Old Yang's mind, Su Ran must have recently awakened this special constitution. Typically, an individual's vital energy will experience a dramatic surge upon awakening. Su Ran certainly fits this description. Teacher, it is quite late now. Let us discuss this next week instead. Today is Friday, and Su Ran intends to venture into the Hengduan Mountains tomorrow. Necessitating some preparations, Su Ran is well acquainted with his ancient sacred body and has no need for the school's testing. Besides, what could the school possibly ascertain? His ancient sacred body is unique in this world. We certainly don't want to frighten him. Old Yang smacked his forehead. Tomorrow is a holiday. There's no rush. After all, he chuckled heartily, already envisioning the moment his student's special constitution becomes known. As a teacher, it would certainly reflect well on him, at this moment. Within the Martial Artists Certification Association, several staff members were concluding their final tasks, preparing to depart. Su Ran, to elevate his combat power so significantly in such a short time, is truly remarkable. What is so surprising? If I had consumed such precious materials, I would undoubtedly be far stronger. To give it to him is simply a waste. What do you suggest? Perhaps you should adopt him as a godfather. You might find an opportunity for yourself. Get lost. He is merely a child. The group laughed and chatted, oblivious to the middle-aged man who had entered through the door. He was currently scrutinizing Su Ran's file. His brow furrowed. He then rapped on the table. What is the situation with this Su Ran? President Qin? The staff members instantly felt a wave of panic. This middle-aged man was the president of the Martial Arts Association and also the vice principal of Lingxi One High School, a powerful martial artist of the master level. They stammered in response. This Su Ran. One by one, they recounted Su Ran's circumstances. Upon hearing this, President Qin let out a cold snort. Fools. Do you think such rare materials are easily obtained? To rise from over 400 combat power to 2,000 is certainly not achievable through a mere 50-year-old blood ginseng, in my view. This resembles the awakening of a special constitution. If your negligence results in Lingxi #1 High School losing a talent, you shall all be dismissed. The staff members stared wide-eyed, their faces contorted in disbelief. Lingxi #1 High School is the best high school in Lingxi City. Yet among the tens of thousands of students in the senior year, there are scarcely a dozen with special constitutions. How could this be possible, moreover? Who awakens a special constitution at 18? President Qin regarded them with icy disdain. You narrow-minded frogs in a well. How many times have you witnessed the awakening of a special constitution? Quickly fetch Su Ran back to me. The staff members dared not defy President Qin and hurriedly set out to locate Su Ran. However, they soon discovered that Su Ran had already returned home and that his phone was unreachable. President Qin pondered for a moment. He himself did not truly believe Su Ran possessed a special constitution, for the chances of such an occurrence were exceedingly slim. Yet, such a dramatic surge in combat power was certainly abnormal. Oh well, I shall pay a visit to the Su family over the weekend. A close observation will clarify everything. Coincidentally, the principal has requested that every school leader conduct a home visit. I shall choose the Su family. This was a directive issued by the master-level principal of Lingxi One High School to the leadership team. President Qin, also the vice principal, could not afford to disregard it. Congratulations, you have gained energy value 0.0001. Due to the insufficient energy value, the system automatically distributes it among strength, agility, and precision. Su Ran's expression darkened as he discarded the deceased rooster into the hot water bucket. How could a dignified sacred body be reduced to slaughtering a chicken? Nevertheless, he had verified one thing. Defeating an enemy indeed grants energy value. Albeit it was evident that this rooster was far too weak, yielding an insignificant amount of energy value. Daodu, what is your current combat power? At this moment, Su Daodu was eagerly plucking feathers from the rooster, exhibiting none of the decorum expected of a lady. After consuming 2 blood ginsengs, she had directly reached the martial artist realm, and Su Ran could sense that her vital energy was considerable. Su Daodu's eyes darted about. Under the stimulation of the blood ginseng, her ordinary spirit body gradually awakened, and her current combat power reached an impressive 1100. She feared that disclosing this might dampen her brother's confidence. So she could only vaguely state, I haven't tested it yet. I will wait until I return to school. Su Daodu had been on a 6-month hiatus from school, but today Su Dahai had submitted her re-enrollment application. However, it was highly likely she would have to repeat a year. Su Ran did not dwell on this. After dining, he departed from home. He intended to journey to the Hengduan Mountains the following day and needed to prepare maps, food, healing supplies, and a beast identification guide. Now that he possessed storage space, he could directly stow these items away. However, all of this required funds. Entering the Hengduan Mountains necessitated a fee of $20,000. Fortunately, I have ginseng to sell. Su Ran still had 2 10-year-old blood ginsengs in his possession, which he could sell. Such ginseng is generally accepted by large pharmacies. Of course, Su Ran could also opt for an auction to potentially earn more money. Yet he lacked the luxury of time. Searching on his phone, he found Huang's pharmacy, which boasted a credibility rating of 9.8. This shall do. Su Ran strolled leisurely to the nearest Huang's pharmacy. "Boss, I have ginseng to sell." Initially, the proprietor paid little heed, but upon Su Ran producing the blood ginseng, his eyes widened in astonishment. "This 10-year blood ginseng is exquisite. It has been ages since I've seen such high-quality 10-year blood ginseng. Produced by the system. Do you think this is a joke?" Su Ran furrowed his brow. "Let us discuss the price. I'm in a hurry." Just as the middle-aged owner was about to speak, a young man descended from the upper floor. "Su Ran, the origin of this blood ginseng is uncertain. Our Huang family cannot accept it." Chapter 11. Instant defeat of Huang's martial artist. Huang Jia's transformation. At this moment, Huang Jia was smiling at Su Ran. Surprised to encounter him in his family's pharmacy, he had secretly investigated and concluded that Su Ran's family must have experienced a fortuitous event. Otherwise, the recent changes in the Su family were inexplicable. Moreover, he learned that the Su family had not produced a martial artist for several generations, making such a family easy to manipulate. Su Ran scrutinized Huang Jia, noting his pretentious demeanor, but he did not recognize him. "Su Ran, as fellow students, if you wish for my family to accept your blood ginseng, simply disclose its origin." The middle-aged owner could not help but interject. "Young master, we conduct business here. There is no such principle." Huang Jia shot a cold glare at the middle-aged man, who immediately fell silent. Su Ran raised an eyebrow and turned to leave. "Is your Huang family the only shop on this street?" Huang Jia watched Su Ran's retreating figure, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Go ahead, but if you can't sell it, consider it my loss." He not only desired to acquire the ginseng for free, but also sought the recent opportunities that the Su family had encountered. This 10-year blood ginseng was not the primary concern. The key lay in the rare materials that could significantly enhance combat power. "Hello, Uncle One? Recently, someone is selling 10-year blood ginseng, and its origin is questionable. You must not accept it soon." Su Ran was met with refusals. His expression grew cold as he inquired at several pharmacies, only to find that none would accept his offering. Su Ran quickly sensed that something was amiss. Was it that Huang fellow orchestrating this? Yet, he truly held no recollection of him. However, those who dared to undermine me would surely pay the price. That Huang individual likely recognized him, perhaps as a student from Lingsino. One high school. Su Ran pulled out his phone and searched for Huang's pharmacy, discovering the names of the Huang family head and his son in a news article. Suddenly, he recalled the name and found the individual's profile in the school year group. This fellow confidently used his own photo as his avatar. Huang Jia? Is this the individual conspiring behind the scenes? Though unaware of the reasons, he kept this matter close to his heart. Suddenly, Su Ran's brow furrowed. He realized someone was following him. Could it be Huang Jia? What a stroke of luck. I need not seek you out. Su Ran turned into a narrow alley. Before long, he found himself surrounded by a group of burly men, all emanating the aura of martial artists. Huang Jia emerged from among them, grinning as he spoke. "Su Ran, we meet again. You little thief. Did you think you could escape with our Huang family's belongings? Hand over the blood ginseng and any other items you have." Huang Jia was convinced that Su Ran's origins were dubious. Even if he were to slander him by claiming he had stolen from the Huang family, there would still be those who would believe it. The Huang family boasted formidable warriors at the martial master level, rendering Su Ran utterly incapable of resistance. Su Ran raised an eyebrow, realizing that his recent tribulations had indeed drawn the attention of some individuals. However, when faced with such opponents, they appeared rather tedious. Huang Jia, noticing Su Ran's unwavering composure, felt a surge of irritation. Even he had to admit that Su Ran was quite handsome. Yet here he was, still putting on a facade. Uncle Huang, let him taste some suffering, disfigure him. A hulking brute emerged from behind Huang Jia, lunging towards Su Ran in an instant. Huang Jia smirked coldly. 2,000 battle power? I wonder how much you can truly muster, relying on external forces. This brawny man possessed a battle power of 2,500, making him the Huang family's prized enforcer. Dealing with a mere student who relied on drugs to enhance his abilities would be a walk in the park. However, a blood-curdling scream tore through the air. The hulking man was propelled through the air, crashing into Huang Jia and his companions. Su Ran had activated his double flame fist, instantly doubling his battle power. He delivered a punch to the brute's abdomen, sending him flying like a severed kite. crashing directly into Huang Jie and the others. Huang Jie, with less than 1,000 battle power, was immediately sent reeling, spitting blood and feeling as though his internal organs were on the verge of rupture. "Damn it, you idiot, get up!" Huang Jie screamed in anguish. After a brief moment of panic, the remaining henchmen, spurred on by Huang Jie's urgent cries, swarmed towards Su Ran. Yet, under the might of Su Ran's double flame fist, he had already ascended to the tier of advanced martial artists. Most of these attackers hovered around 2,000 in battle power. In mere moments, they were once again laid low by Su Ran, convulsing and unable to move. Huang Jie, now drenched in blood, realized that he had cleared the area of bystanders to trap Su Ran. Now, he couldn't even call for help. But that was not the crux of the matter. Trembling, Huang Jie stammered, You haven't consumed heavenly materials. You have awakened a special physique?" At that moment, Huang Jie finally comprehended the truth. Consuming heavenly materials would never allow one to easily suppress a group of warriors. Su Ran's battle power now undoubtedly rivaled that of advanced martial artists. There could be only one explanation. Su Ran had awakened a unique trait. Huang Jie was loath to accept this reality, yet he could not concoct any other rationale. Pain intermingled with an overwhelming jealousy. As Huang Jie beheld the advancing Su Ran, a grotesque smile crept across his face. "Classmate Su, it's all a misunderstanding. I am willing to compensate you. 1,000,000. How about we become friends?" Su Ran regarded Huang Jie with a sardonic smile. He understood that such spoiled scions would never let such humiliation slide. The Huang family's influence was considerable. Even if he spared them now, Su Ran's future would be anything but tranquil. A feud between martial families and non-martial families would inevitably lead to dire consequences. It would be wiser to eliminate him now. 1,000,000? You think that will suffice?" Su Ran delivered a resounding slap across Huang Jie's face, his resolve further solidified by the fleeting glint of hatred in Huang Jie's eyes. He possessed a storage space. As long as nobody could find the corpses of these individuals, he could kill them without remorse. Moreover, with his manifestation of a special physique, Lingxi No. 1 High School would protect him. Su Ran stepped onto Huang Jie, whose body was primarily trained in upper or lower limbs, especially since Su Ran was a sacred body. Under his weight, Huang Jie felt as though his internal organs were displacing, his consciousness fading. Suddenly, Su Ran sensed something amiss. Huang Jie, on the brink of death, let out a low growl, a dark aura enveloping him. Su Ran's expression shifted. He quickly retreated. Deep within Huang Jie, a malevolent flame surged forth. His skin began to corrode and turn green in a matter of moments. His eyeballs bulged, weeping blood, his jaw moving in a grotesque manner, oozing a viscous fluid, human, flesh and blood. He lunged at the others. Mouth agape. Su Ran's eyelids twitched. What had happened to Huang Jie? Had he been possessed by a monster? The creature rasped, opening its gaping maw, swiftly devouring the remaining henchmen of the Huang family. When it finally stood, its eyes drooped, its entire form transformed into a gaunt green visage. Flesh, flesh. It lunged at Su Ra and I in the dimly lit street. The tall figure of Su Buyu moved purposefully in a particular direction. Her expression grave. The aura of the abyss. Lingxi City harbored the abyssal race? Chapter 12. The outlandish abyssal clan. Understanding the inner strength of martial arts. Viscous green liquid dripped from Huang Jie, splattering the ground with a foul stench. This green liquid emanated a unique aura that instilled fear and unease. By the time Su Ran regained his senses, Huang Jie's grotesque form had already closed in on him, his bloodthirsty maw wide open. Su Ran's expression shifted. Had the earlier green liquid induced hallucinations? What manner of monster was this? Detecting the host's encounter with malevolent energy, the ancient sacred body automatically activated the barrier against all evils. Prompt. The sacred body can currently only defend against impurities beneath the martial master leveled. The moment the monster released the green liquid, the ancient sacred body triggered the barrier against all evils, allowing Su Ran to shake off the hallucination. Had he not possessed the ancient sacred body, he might have perished today. He leaped upwards, escaping the monster's gaze. Then, with a swift turn, he activated the flame fist at 5 times his battle power. A nearly imperceptible yellow glow coalesced around Su Ran's fist, crashing into the monster's form. Huang Jie's body disintegrated, limbs torn asunder. The green monstrosity collapsed, its mouth still moving. Inner strength, the inner strength of martial arts. The five-fold flame fist propelled Su Ran's battle power to the pinnacle of advanced martial artists, even reaching the realm of martial masters. Martial masters possess battle power exceeding 10,000. Martial artists harness the essence of heaven and earth, integrating it into flesh and bone, primarily training the upper or lower limbs. Advanced martial artists further refine and enhance their limbs, achieving an initial state of invulnerability. Beyond the advanced martial artist level, the entire skeletal structure is trained, culminating in the martial master stage. At this stage, one completes the enhancement of the entire body, filling it with energy that manifests as inner strength. Inner strength also serves as a hallmark of the martial master realm. After utilizing the five-fold flame fist, Su Ran inadvertently comprehended inner strength, instantly slaying the monster at the peak of advanced martial artists. This moment, as Su Ran gazed upon the creature, its mouth finally ceased its ghastly movements. Congratulations, host, for slaying the abyssal demon. Reward: 3 energy points. A system notification echoed in Su Ran's mind, startling him. Abyssal demon? What manner of race was this? What troubled him more was that despite the abyssal demon being roughly equivalent to an advanced martial artist, it had only granted him 3 energy points. 1 energy point corresponded to 1 attribute. These 3 points could only enhance his attributes by a mere 1. Was the system so miserly? Detected host has slain an abyssal demon for the first time. Granting an additional 10 energy points, Su Ran's eyes brightened. Indeed, the rewards were substantial. In a short span, he had amassed a total of 13 energy points. He had never received such a bounty, even after thoroughly mastering mid-tier martial arts. Detected host has acquired insufficient energy points. The system automatically allocates the energy points to strength, agility, and spirit. Su Ran observed his attributes changing once more. Su Ran. Realm: martial artist. Strength: 25, max, 300. Agility: 24, max, 300. Spirit: 24, max, 300. Physique: ancient sacred body. With increases in strength, agility, and spirit, Su Ran roughly estimated that his battle power had risen from 2,000 to around 2,500. Huang Jie had seemed promising, yet he had met a rather grim fate. Just then, another system notification rang out in Su Ran's mind. Task triggered. Eliminate the hidden abyssal demons in Lingxi City, 130. Task reward: unknown. Task hint: the strongest among the hidden abyssal demons is at the Grandmaster level. It is advisable for the host to enhance their strength before proceeding. Grandmaster? In Lingxi City, it seemed only the city lord Su Yufei and the president of Lingxi University, Li Shan, held the Grandmaster title. Su Ran's expression hardened. In the previous 18 years, he had never heard of such a creature as the abyssal demon. He had always believed that humanity's enemies were the ferocious beasts, but these abyssal demons were difficult to categorize among them. It appeared that this world was far more intricate than he had imagined. Suddenly, Su Ran felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger. The abyssal race. Death approaches. A sudden, chilling cry pierced the silence as a cerulean light enveloped a figure approaching from the distance. Su Ran felt every pore on his body stand on end, and in an instant, his five-fold flame fist was unleashed. A faint yellow luminescence flickered through his fist, barely perceptible. Oh? Is that you? The cerulean glow contracted in an instant. Transforming into the form of a beautiful young girl, Su Ran focused his gaze. It was you, Su Buyu. Are you in cahoots with Huang Jie? Standing before Su Ran was none other than the renowned first flower of Lingxi One High School, the possessor of a top-tier spirit body, Su Buyu. Su Ran scrutinized her warily. That cerulean glow was unmistakably a manifestation of martial arts' internal energy. Judging by her prowess, this girl, seemingly of his age, possessed at least the combat strength of a martial master. Moreover, the martial energy emanating from Su Buyu was extraordinarily dense, clearly indicating she had not merely just entered the martial master stage. Terrifying indeed. At this moment, Su Buyu was equally astonished, never expecting to encounter the boy who had caught her attention earlier in a place rife with abyssal demons. She had merely sensed the presence of the abyssal demon moments ago and nearly harmed an innocent. So it's you? Why are you here? Su Buyu, true to her name, spoke in a voice that was cold and unyielding. Upon discovering Su Ran's presence, she ceased her attack. Her tone was simply a reflection of her character. Although Su Ran sensed that the murderous intent had dissipated, he remained on high alert. This petite woman possesses formidable strength. Su Buyu, shouldn't you offer some explanation about yourself? The cerulean glow surrounding Su Buyu had vanished, and she glanced at the green corpse on the ground, her pupils narrowing slightly. Recalling that Su Ran had only tested at a combat strength of 2,000 earlier that afternoon, she deduced that he must be concealing his true capabilities. She crouched down to examine Huang Jie's corpse, and then her voice reached Su Ran's ears. You managed to slay a member of the Abyssal Demon Clan, albeit it appears not in its complete form. Quite impressive. If any male student from Lingxi No. 1 High School had overheard this, it would undoubtedly be sensational news. The illustrious Su Buyu had praised a boy. Unfortunately, Su Ran was indifferent to such matters. What exactly is the Abyssal Demon Clan? Su Buyu rose to her feet, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing Su Ran, who met her gaze in kind. An unspoken emotion blossomed between them. This boy, girl, is truly handsome, beautiful. Su Buyu was the first to avert her gaze. Our human race faces enemies far beyond mere ferocious beasts. The abyssal demons belong to an extraterrestrial race, typically isolated beyond the eastern domain. Yet, there are always those that slip through the cracks, infiltrating the eastern domain and stirring chaos. To prevent societal panic, the existence of abyssal demons is not disclosed to the public. Su Ran's expression turned grave. The eastern domain is vast, and Hengyun County is merely one of its many cities. The abyssal demons are adept at disguise and transformation, capable of parasitizing human bodies. The one you killed should merely be a seed released by an abyssal demon. Its true form is likely still operating under the guise of a human in Lingxi City. Earlier, Su Buyu had been nearby when she suddenly detected a repugnant aura. This aura, familiar to her across lifetimes, was the stench of the abyss. Chapter 13. The hidden heritage of Su Buyu's ancient sacred body. At this point, Su Ran had a general understanding of the situation and could not help but ask, "How do you know so much? Who exactly are you?" Su Buyu did not respond but instead scanned the surroundings once more. This person, Huang Jie, is affiliated with the Huang family pharmacy, correct? After waiting for Su Ran's answer in vain, she noticed his cold stare. Why should I answer your question if you refuse to answer mine? After a moment of silence, Su Buyu replied, My sister is the city lord of Lingxi City. Is that reason sufficient? The city lord of Lingxi City, Su Yufei, a figure of grandmaster caliber and remarkably young, was someone Su Ran had seen on television before. Even he, a person who struggled with facial recognition, found her stunning. Su Ran's eyes widened. Good heavens, a celestial background? This Su Buyu is quite the formidable figure. The Su family had significant ties within Lingxi City. This woman was someone he could not afford to offend lightly. Besides those like Choya from prestigious martial artist families, most people were unaware of Su Buyu's true identity, its the Huang family. I intended to sell ginseng, but who could have anticipated that this fellow would meddle and transform into a monster? Nearly taking my life. Su Buyu, the Huang family is undoubtedly problematic. I suggest you investigate thoroughly. Su Ran aimed to divert the blame, having already forged enmity with the Huang family and sought a way to resolve it. Su Buyu regarded the blood ginseng Su Ran presented and instantly grasped the situation. The Huang family was likely connected to the abyss. In truth, the abyssal demons concealed themselves deeply. They rarely exposed themselves, lying in wait within human bodies until the moment they fully consumed the human consciousness. She looked at Su Ran and said, You need not worry about retaliation from the Huang family. I will handle this matter by tonight. The Huang family will vanish without a trace. Furthermore, I have already arranged for the bodies here to be dealt with. As she spoke, a group of individuals clad in specialized uniforms entered. They were the city lord's guards, exuding an overwhelming martial presence. They first bowed respectfully to Su Buyu and then efficiently eliminated all corpses and traces in a matter of moments before departing. Su Ran was taken aback by their efficiency. He harbored concerns regarding potential retaliation from the Huang family, considering he had parents and a younger sister. the Huang family was unlikely to abide by the rules. Consequently, Su Ran had initially planned to eliminate the Huang family's threat himself that very night. However, given that the leader of the Huang family was reportedly at the martial master level, he lacked absolute confidence. Now, with Su Buyu addressing his predicament, Su Ran let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Su Buyu, that I leave this matter in your capable hands. I was truly frightened at the sight of so many corpses as a high school student." Su Buyu observed Su Ran's demeanor. He hardly appeared afraid. Moreover, these were bodies he had caused. This boy was somewhat talkative, yet his audacity was commendable. Su Ran's eyes suddenly shifted, and he produced the 2 blood ginsengs. "Su Buyu, could you assist me with one more favor? Could you help me sell these blood ginsengs?" Su Buyu extended 3 fingers. 3 million. "Any excess will be considered a reward for your slaying of the abyssal demon." Su Ran had merely spoken casually, yet to his surprise, Su Buyu immediately offered a valuation of 3 million. 2 tenure blood ginsengs surely could not be worth that much. He was about to make a fortune. Su Buyu took the blood ginseng from him and promptly transferred 3 million to Su Ran's account. "Ding dong. Your bank card balance has been credited with 3,000,000. Su Ran's eyes widened as he counted the zeros. This girl is unbelievably wealthy. Meanwhile, Su Buyu remained utterly composed, indicating that for her, 3 million was as effortless as drinking water. You must have awakened some special physique to effortlessly defeat high-level martial artists at the martial stage. Your unique physique is indeed remarkable. Moreover, I also detected traces of enhancement martial arts. To master enhancement martial arts, your martial talent must be exceptional." That Su Ran, shaken from his reverie by the balance, felt astonished by Su Buyu's keen insight. It was said that those at the Grandmaster stage could achieve inner vision, possessing extraordinary perceptiveness. They could discern the differences in special physiques at a glance. Su Buyu must be at the martial master level. How could she have discerned this? Has she tested the types of special physiques? Su Ran shook his head, aware that his ancient sacred body did not require testing. However, others remained oblivious. Su Buyu pulled a peculiar crystal from her pocket. It was small but seemed to possess a unique power. This is a newly developed simplified testing crystal. It can identify special physiques within the human body. Red denotes top-tier spirit bodies. White indicates first-tier spirit bodies. Blue signifies second-tier spirit bodies, and green stands for third-tier spirit bodies. You may give it a try. Su Ran was about to refuse. After all, there was no way he would allow anyone to discover the secret of his sacred body. If word got out that a physique surpassed even the top tier, countless individuals would surely covet it. Just then, a notification echoed in Su Ran's mind. Detection of external entities probing the ancient sacred body. The host may choose to obscure the characteristics of the ancient sacred body. Su Ran felt a stir within him and chose to agree. This system is rather considerate, capable of automatic shielding. He accepted the testing crystal and soon felt a surge of light emanating from it, revealing a blue, second-tier spirit body. Su Ran was taken aback. He had initially thought that by obscuring a significant portion of the sacred body, it would not reveal any unique constitution or inferior spiritual body. Yet, a sacred body remains a sacred body, and even in such circumstances, it still exhibited qualities equivalent to a second-tier spiritual body. Su Buyu, however, furrowed her brows. To others, a second-tier spiritual body was already considered exceedingly formidable, but in her eyes, it was of little consequence. During the day, she had sensed the stirring of the 9 revolution spiritual body and had presumed that Su Ran might also possess a special-tier spiritual body. What could this mean? Su Buyu trusted her instincts, for as the possessor of the 9 revolution spiritual body, she had the innate ability to perceive the strength of other spiritual bodies. Over the past few centuries, the 9 revolution spiritual body had never erred. Su Buyu, the most esteemed flower of Lingxi No. 1 High School, a prodigious young woman and the owner of the 9 revolution spiritual body, was merely the surface of her identity. She had once been one of the supreme beings of the human race. At the brink of death, she had finally comprehended the highest mysteries of the 9 revolution spiritual body. It required undergoing 9 reincarnations, a process of nirvana and rebirth, to transcend the realm of the supreme being and reach an even loftier state of immortality. This lifetime was to be her final reincarnation in this life. She was confident that she would break through to become an immortal of the human race, shielding them from calamities and driving away all threats. Suddenly, a possibility struck her, and her gaze turned sharply towards Su Ran. In Su Buyu's mind, there were lines only she could see connecting her to Su R and at that moment. She was utterly astonished. Your constitution actually resonates with the martial arts I created? Chapter 14. Shared Cultivation Speed. Secrets of the Nine Revolution Spiritual Body. She finally comprehended why she felt an extraordinary connection upon seeing Su Ran. During her cultivation of the Nine Revolution Spiritual Body, she had devised a unique martial art. This martial art allowed her to share cultivation speed with others, centering around herself. From the moment a contract was signed, those bound to her would share her cultivation speed. In other words, as Su Buyu's cultivation speed increased, so too would that of those connected to her. For Su Buyu, this was a rather thankless endeavor. Not only was she a Nine Revolution spiritual body with an exceptionally high ceiling, but she had also once been a supreme being of the human race, cultivating at an astonishing pace. Those sharing her cultivation speed were incredibly fortunate. With this arrangement, it was possible that by the time she attained immortality, she could nurture several supreme beings of the human race. However, this connection between martial arts was not something to be shared lightly, at least in this lifetime. Su Buyu had only succeeded once. That was with her sister, the current lord of Lingxi City, Su Yufei. Her ability to break through to the Grandmaster realm before the age of 23 and become the lord of Lingxi City was greatly aided by Su Buyu's shared cultivation speed. At this moment, as Su Buyu utilized her martial arts ability to bind herself to Su Ran, another line appeared in her mind. That line represented Su Ran. You've struck it rich, little brat. Based on her past experiences, she believed it was perfectly acceptable to call Su Ran a little brat. Unbeknownst to her, Su Ran was also internally mocking her, calling her a little girl. Su Buyu snorted to herself. She then shot Su Ran a glare before turning to leave. The idea of connecting with the man felt rather peculiar. She hoped this little brat would live up to her expectations and grow to contribute to the human race. However, what Su Buyu did not anticipate was that in the time to come, she would soon discover that the one benefiting was not Su Ran, but rather herself. Meanwhile, Su Ran remained oblivious to everything that had transpired. He was left feeling utterly perplexed. This little girl was so beautiful, yet her actions were so bewildering. Surely, she must have a screw loose. Su Ran glanced at the testing stone in his hand, realizing that Su Buyu had left in such haste that she had forgotten to retrieve it. The system prompted him once more, indicating that there had been an external entity peering into the ancient sacred body, and the host could choose whether to obscure some of its characteristics. Su Ran felt a spark of curiosity. If he chose not to obscure it, how would the ancient sacred body be rated? Thus, he opted to decline. The testing crystal instantly shifted from blue to red. Then, with a loud crack, it shattered, cutting his hand in the process. Damn it, worthless junk. The crystal was made of decent material, capable of injuring a sacred body, but that was all it was good for. Su Ran opened his phone and searched for information on the Nine Revolution spiritual body. The pressure Su Buyu had just exerted on him was immense. He was not disheartened. After all, he had only possessed the ancient sacred body for a day. He believed he would soon surpass her. After all, what was the Nine Revolution spiritual body compared to his potential? Nevertheless, this did not deter Su Ran from delving deeper into the subject of the Nine Revolution spiritual body. However, the first piece of information he encountered left him astounded. The origins of the Nine Revolution spiritual body were traced back to a human supreme being over 300 years ago. Su Ran was unaware of how formidable a human supreme being could be. He only knew that the Lord of Lingxi City was merely a grandmaster. This supreme being was undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse in the martial world. 300 years ago, there was a woman named Yao Yunxi, who, at the age of 30, became the 10th martial supreme being of the human race. Her emergence propelled the Nine Revolution spiritual body to become one of the most powerful constitutions of the human race. However, this martial supreme being was said to have perished in an explosion while surrounded by alien foes during a battle beyond their realm. In the ensuing 300 years, instances of the Nine Revolution spiritual body continued to appear. Yet, Su Ran keenly observed that all the recorded individuals were female and had tragically short lifespans, often perishing in their 20s or 30s. Su Ran immediately felt a surge of sympathy for Su Buyu, realizing that her life was already numbered. What he did not know was that the subsequent appearances of the Nine Revolutions spiritual body were merely the reincarnations of Su Buyu. Thus, their early demises were but a reflection of her own fate. Su Ran took a deep breath as the gentle breeze swept through. No one was aware of the terrifying events that had just unfolded. With such occurrences weighing on his mind, Su Ran felt no desire to linger. He set off towards home, and at an alleyway, he spotted a familiar figure. That day, Teacher Lei was now seen strolling the streets with a youthful and beautiful woman. The age disparity between the two appeared quite significant. Was he engaging in infidelity? Su Ran could not be bothered with such matters, but Teacher Lei's behavior today left him feeling quite displeased. He believed in settling scores without delay. Su Ran followed Teacher Lei and the young woman. Noticing that both had clearly consumed a fair amount of alcohol, becoming quite handsy in public, as night fell, passing a dimly lit alley, the woman slipped into a public restroom. Su Ran quickly approached and, from behind Teacher Lei, threw a sack over him. Teacher Lei, a high-level warrior with a combat power of 3,500, instantly sobered up. "Who is it? You're looking for death." "I'm a high-level warrior." However, a tremendous force struck him in the abdomen. Surpassing his own strength, Teacher Lei let out a cry of anguish, only to hear a menacing voice. "Dare to chase after my girl? You're asking for death." Upon hearing this, Teacher Lei instinctively cowered. Su Ran unleashed his flame fist, instantly exceeding Teacher Lei's combat prowess. Teacher Lei cried out in pain. "I want to do it again, big brother. I didn't know she was your girl. She told me she was single. I was fooled." Su Ran delivered a few more kicks before swiftly departing. He held no deep-seated hatred for Teacher Lei, and this was sufficient payback. Su Ran felt invigorated. Returning home, "Dad, I'll be going out tomorrow." Had it been in the past, his father, Su Dahai, would have asked a barrage of questions. However, now that his son had become a warrior, he surely had his own plans. Su Dodo said little as well. In the past, she would have clung to her brother with endless questions, but at this moment, she was communicating with the artificial intelligence in her mind. This is the preparatory material for the minor gathering spirit array. We need to gather these materials as soon as possible this weekend. Su Dodo mentally reviewed the materials, all of which were quite common substances. Yet, astonishingly, they could yield a 5-fold increase in cultivation effect. Indeed, the civilization behind the woman, or rather, the female robot known as Yuing, was remarkable. However, even if these materials were common, a 16-year-old girl like her could not afford them. Su Dodo quickly grabbed Su Ran, who was about to enter his bedroom, her eyes bright and appearing pitiful. Su Ran instantly understood his sister's intent. She was after some pocket money. "How much do you need?" Su Dodo nervously extended 5 fingers. Su Ran promptly took out his phone and transferred her 50,000. Having sold the ginseng, Su Ran was now a millionaire, quite generous with his spending. Su Dodo's eyes widened. She had only wanted 500, yet had received a 100-fold increase. Associating this with Su Ran's mysterious acquisition of her life essence, and now this windfall, she thought, "My brother must have struck it rich." Suddenly, Su Dodo's expression shifted. "Oh no? What if my brother is being kept by a rich woman? How unfair. There's no way that woman is prettier than me. I want to be a rich woman too." Chapter 15. The Advanced Martial Art. 7 Kill Fist. Entering the Hungduan Mountains upon returning to his bedroom, Su Ran stumbled upon an urgent news report. The Huang family pharmacy had been sealed off due to the Huang family being implicated in illegal activities, leading the entire family to be taken into custody. How swift the turn of events! Su Ran couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In this world, martial artists truly reign supreme. The Lord of Lingxi City holds absolute power within this domain. Just as he was preparing to retire for the night, his phone chimed, followed by a request to add a friend. Su Buyu? Su Ran casually clicked to accept. Shortly thereafter, Su Buyu sent him a document. What in the world? An advanced martial art? 7 Kill Fist? Su Ran sat up abruptly. Su Buyu had actually forwarded him a document on advanced martial arts. What could this woman possibly mean? Su Ran immediately typed in the chat. Su Buyu, This advanced martial art is also a type of augmentation technique. See if you can master it. Su Ran typed back. We're not exactly close, are we? This advanced martial art is worth at least 5 million. And it's a remarkably rare augmentation technique. Yet, Su Buyu had sent it to him without hesitation, but she seemed to have vanished, leaving nothing but silence in her wake. Su Ran's expression shifted. Oh no? Could she possibly be harboring designs on me? Is she planning to support me? He jumped out of bed and promptly printed the document on the 7-kill fist. The 7-kill fist? An advanced martial art is suited for high-level martial artists or masters. It consists of 7 chapters. Mastering the first chapter allows one to unleash 7 punches, each enhancing combat strength by a factor of 1. Mastering the second chapter enables the execution of 14 punches, each amplifying strength by 2. Mastering the 7th chapter permits the delivery of 49 punches, each boosting strength by 7 times. Furthermore, it can be combined with other augmentation techniques, provided one's physical constitution can withstand it. In essence, while executing the Yin Gang Fist, Su Ran could activate the 7-kill fist to achieve a compounded augmentation of both techniques. The distinction between the 7-kill fist and the Yin Gang Fist lies in the former's short-term explosive power, which cannot be used again for a period post-explosion. In contrast, the Yin Gang Fist has a longer duration, and with Su Ran's prowess, he could maintain it for a full 10 minutes, albeit with a lower peak than the 7-kill fist. Su Ran's interest was piqued. System: activate the 10-fold talent card. He focused on the first chapter of the 7-kill fist, and under the influence of the 10-fold talent, his mind raced. This time, it was evidently slower than comprehending the intermediate Yin Gang Fist. And it wasn't until 2 hours later that Su Ran grasped the first chapter. Eagerly, he turned his attention to the second chapter, which proved even more profound. Under the 10-fold talent, he dedicated a full 5 hours to deciphering the second chapter. Such is the nature of advanced martial arts. In a single night, he could thoroughly study an intermediate technique. Yet with this advanced martial art, he had only managed to comprehend the first 2 chapters, merely reaching the minor completion stage of advanced martial arts. At this moment, Su Ran noticed a boost in his foundational attributes. Strength, agility, and precision each increased by 3. Meanwhile, Su Buyu, who was fast asleep, suddenly awoke. Odd, my vitality seems to have inexplicably surged a bit. However, as the increase was minimal, she dismissed it and drifted back into a deep slumber. Su Ran glanced at the time, temporarily setting aside his understanding of the 7-kill fist. The night was nearly over, and he promptly rose. It was time to embark on his journey to the Hengduan Mountains. All his belongings were stored in his spatial storage, so he stealthily slipped out of the house. The Hengduan Mountains serve as the largest dwelling place for ferocious beasts in Hongyun County, stretching across the entire region. Hongyun County boasts 52 large cities, each with a population of over 10 million, including Lingxi City. All 52 cities participate in the campaign against the beasts of the Hengduan Mountains. Su Ran recalled a significant event from his childhood at the age of 10. A formidable beast from the Hengduan Mountains broke through into Tianhua City within Hongyun County. The beast horde converged, turning the city, home to millions, into a hell on earth. Fortunately, all the strong warriors from Hongyun County mobilized, and a super-strong warrior from the eastern domain was dispatched for support. Ultimately, they quelled the beast tide and drove the remaining beasts back into the Hengduan Mountains. However, Tianhua City, once the second-largest city in Hongyun County, plummeted to the bottom of the rankings. The panic it incited even spread to Lingxi City. It was from that moment that Su Ran solidified his resolve to become a martial artist. If such calamities could befall Tianhua City, Lingxi City was not immune to similar fates. Thankfully, the current situation appeared manageable. While the beasts were indeed terrifying, they also presented countless opportunities for wealth and resources. Many rare herbs and treasures originated from the Hengduan Mountains. The closest area of the Hengduan Mountains to Lingxi City lies over 100 kilometers away. Early in the morning, Su Ran took a vehicle to the foot of the Hengduan Mountains. Indeed, his phone lost signal? The area surrounding the Hengduan Mountains is enveloped in a unique magnetic field that disrupts signals, rendering human technology ineffective. It is said that this magnetic field is related to the powerful beasts residing deep within the Hengduan Mountains. Su Ran exited the vehicle. This place was rife with both opportunities and dangers. Only martial artists could venture here, as ordinary individuals lacked the qualifications to enter. Even in the outer regions, the risk of death was not insignificant. However, the outer areas primarily housed first-level beasts in terms of martial artist rankings, while higher-level beasts had been systematically driven out. This was due to the elite forces stationed at the Hongduan Mountains periphery from Lingxi City to in light of the bloody lessons learned from Tianhua City. The newly appointed lord of Lingxi City, Su Yufei, had pushed the borders of the Hongduan Mountains inward by a full 50 kilometers upon her ascension, establishing a protective zone for humanity at that distance. The area beyond this was termed the Danger Zone, inhabited by even more formidable beasts, suppressed by powerful martial artists from across Lingxi City. Beyond the protective zone lies the Hunting Zone, where relatively weaker and manageable beasts reside. This 50-kilometer stretch of mountains serves as a hunting ground for martial artists. Thus, even if an unexpected incident were to occur in the Danger Zone, the 50-kilometer buffer would grant Lingxi City additional time to respond. Su Ran's destination was precisely the Hunting Zone. The majority of the beasts here are at the martial artist level. Given my strength, I should encounter little danger. Su Ran hastily finished his breakfast before queuing to enter the Hongduan Mountains, specifically the Hunting Zone. Indeed, the reason Su Ran arrived so early was due to the strict quota for the Hunting Zone. Each day, only 1,000 martial artists are allowed to enter for a limited duration of 24 hours, requiring a ticket costing 20,000 ocean dollars and the signing of a life and death agreement. With a population of 20 million in Lingxi City, only 10% can become martial artists. Yet even so, that amounts to 2 million potential martial artists. Although most are at the lowest tier, with combat power below 3,000, if they all surged into the Hunting Zone, the first-level beasts would have been wiped out long ago. One must be prudent when hunting beasts. If one is truly inclined to slay beasts and cannot restrain themselves, the solution is simple. Bypass the Hunting Zone and directly enter the Danger Zone to hunt beasts. In this case, no one would intervene. Moreover, this would be akin to joining the Lord's Guard in Lingxi City, allowing one to earn military merit. The amount of military merit one accumulates symbolizes not only strength and status, but can also be exchanged for any equivalent item within Lingxi City. Of course, it is not uncommon for lives to be lost in the process. The probability of encountering high-level beasts in the Danger Zone will significantly increase. Su Ran breathed a sigh of relief, grateful he had arrived early. Behind him was a long line, mostly consisting of robust men. From them, Su Ran sensed the aura of martial artists. At the front of the line, official personnel were verifying identities. This world is not only inhabited by beasts, but also contains numerous antisocial martial artists among humans. Identity verification is necessary to prevent their entry. Surrounding them were several combat power stone tablets. For safety reasons, only individuals at the martial artist level and above are permitted to enter the Hunting Zone. At the forefront, a middle-aged man trembled as he gazed at the number displayed on the stone tablet. 450. Not yet at the martial artist level. The official personnel spoke coldly. You are not a martial artist. You cannot enter. The middle-aged man immediately knelt. Please, let me in. My daughter needs a 10-year blood ginseng to survive. I must find it. I beg you. I am willing to sign a life and death agreement. The official personnel ignored him, waving him away. Such a quasi-martial artist would face a near-certain death even if they entered the Hunting Zone. Thus, Lingxi City has mandated that only martial artists may enter. Chapter 16. Completing the first task, basic combat power exceeds 4,000. When it was Su Ran's turn, he presented his student ID and martial artist badge. The official personnel displayed a look of surprise. A student from Lingxi No. 1 just became a martial artist yesterday? The official furrowed his brow, questioning the audacity of a newly minted martial artist to enter the Hunting Zone. Are you joining a team? Su Ran shook his head. The official advised, it would be best to team up. Otherwise, you may encounter danger. Or, I do not recommend that you enter the Hongduan Mountains at this time. A number of people behind him overheard the official's words. Immediately, some began to advise, Child, go back to school. The Hongduan Mountains are indeed perilous. This is not a place for mere amusement. Some have mockingly remarked. These young ones, foolishly dreaming of wielding swords and traversing the world, will surely be terrified upon entry. Su Ran stepped forward and, with a sudden force, struck the battle power monument point 2500. The moment this number appeared, all present widened their eyes in astonishment. Can the uncles rest assured now? Gazing at the digits displayed on the monument, the onlookers gaped in disbelief. A battle power of 2,500. Even among the students of Lingsino, one high school, such a figure is rare. A relative's child, with a battle power of 1,000, ranked within the top 25 of his grade. Could this young man possibly be among the top 10? The crowd collectively inhaled deeply. Being among the top 10 at Lingxi High School grants one the eligibility for admission to prestigious universities. This youth's future is boundless. Comparisons breed envy. Alas, I am in my 30s. Yet my battle power barely exceeds 800. How could he be so formidable, having only just become a martial artist yesterday? Need one even ask? Clearly, he was simply disinclined to undergo testing before. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man who had previously ridiculed Su Ran turned crimson. Shrinking back and avoiding Su Ran's gaze, in the realm of martial artists, strength reigns supreme. Despite Su Ran's youth, those around him regarded him with awe. Su Ran promptly paid 20,000 coins and signed a life-and-death agreement. "May I enter now?" Su Ran queried, glancing at the astonished official, who quickly gestured for him to proceed. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Su Ran stepped into the hunting zone. Before him lay an expansive, ancient forest, stretching endlessly into the horizon. The martial artist who entered alongside Su Ran soon vanished from sight. It was evident that many of them were not newcomers, having already become familiar with the environment. Su Ran retrieved the hunting zone map he had purchased the previous day from his storage space. After examining it thoroughly, he disdainfully cast it aside. What a swindle! This map is not just inaccurate. It is utterly irrelevant. Nevertheless, he decided to focus on completing his initial task first. Initial task: kill 10 fierce beasts of the martial artist realm. Task reward: unknown. The task prompt was exceedingly simple, providing no details on the types or power levels of these beasts. Thus, Su Ran needed only to slay 10 fierce beasts of the martial artist realm. He leaped forward, delving deep into the forest. Before long, he heard a rustling sound. Emerging from the grass was a one-eyed azure wolf. This wolf was twice the size of an ordinary wolf, with vile mucus dripping from its jaws. Su Ran sensed a powerful aura emanating from its body. In such a short span, he encountered a first-level fierce beast of the martial artist realm. Such creatures were not abundant in the hunting zone. It could only be said that Su Ran was exceptionally lucky. With a swift motion, the azure wolf lunged at Su Ran, clearly famished and, possessing a hint of intelligence. It keenly perceived the allure of the human's vital energy. Instinct triumphed over all else. However, Su Ran retaliated with a punch. Driving the wolf's leaping body into the ground, it was evident it was left gasping for breath. Su Ran advanced once more, drawing forth a prepared dagger to end its life. Congratulations, you have killed the one-eyed azure wolf. Reward: energy value 1. Was that all? Upon slaying a fierce beast of the martial artist realm, Su Ran received a mere point of energy value, with 1 energy value corresponding to 1 attribute point. Su Ran's martial artist limit was 300, meaning his total attributes, strength, agility, and intelligence, amounted to 900. This meant he would need to slay hundreds of first-level fierce beasts to make any significant progress. The system detected that the host had acquired insufficient energy value and automatically allocated 1 energy value to strength, agility, and intelligence. This is far too slow. As a holy body, I cannot endure this. Su Ran glanced at the azure wolf's corpse and, somewhat awkwardly, began to dissect it with his dagger. While the azure wolf could not provide much energy value, its body was not to be wasted. Such first-level fierce beasts were treasure troves, worth at least several tens of thousands of coins. Utilizing his storage space, he discarded the viscera of the azure wolf into it. Su Ran then resumed his quest. Before long, he paused beneath a towering ancient tree. A golden-scaled snake, its tongue flickering, coiled around a branch. Had Su Ran not spotted it, he might have been bitten, a first-level fierce beast. The golden line snake possesses a battle power ranging from 500 to 1,000 and is highly venomous. Even a martial artist bitten by it would meet their demise without an antidote. However, Su Ran was well prepared. His vital energy surged, and in an instant, he hurled his dagger. The golden line snake, sensing Su Ran's formidable presence, attempted to retreat up the tree. Yet, a bloodied dagger struck precisely at its vital point, rendering it immobile. Congratulations, you have killed a first-level golden line snake. Reward. Energy value. The hunting zone is rife with many creatures that are not fierce beasts. Slaying them yields negligible energy value. These fierce beasts, however, are not easily found, consuming a significant amount of Su Ran's time. Congratulations, you have killed a first-level Qingfeng leopard. Reward. Energy value 1. Congratulations, you have killed a first-level padded bear. Reward. Energy value 1. After 2 exhausting hours, Su Ran finally amassed 10 first-level fierce beasts, completing his initial task. Congratulations, you have completed the initial task. Reward 130 energy values. Su Ran's eyes brightened. First, he received 30 energy values. He had toiled tirelessly to locate and slay 10 fierce beasts, yet received a paltry 10 energy values. The task reward, however, granted him a generous 30. The system automatically distributed the points among strength, agility, and intelligence. Logically, it would be impossible to evenly divide 40 points among 3 attributes, but the system truly works wonders. Su Ran found no reason to dwell on such details. Su Ran, realm, martial artist. Strength, 42, limit, 300. Agility, 40, limit, 300. Intelligence, 40, limit, 300. Physique, ancient holy body. Based on his attributes, his foundational battle power had surpassed 4,000, exceeding that of an ordinary advanced martial artist. Meanwhile, Su Buyu, who was diligently practicing top-tier martial arts, suddenly furrowed her brows. How peculiar. I have clearly not broken through, yet why has my vital energy suddenly surged? Could it be that the 9-turn spirit body has further developed? Su Buyu smiled slightly, convinced she had arrived at the correct conclusion. That young lad must be astonished to see his vital energy soaring once more. How fortunate for you, young one. Chapter 17. The Sage's Guidance Card. Triggering the second task. Reward 2. Obtain 10 bronze-level lottery cards. A phantom roulette appeared in Su Ran's mind, adorned with 10 options. Su Ran fixed his gaze upon it. His spirits lifted. The system implied that using the lottery cards would allow him to acquire items from the roulette selections. These items included the Advanced Martial Arts Iron Refining Hand, the Sage's Guidance Card, 10 Energy Value Cards, 20 Year Blood Ginseng, 50 Year Blood Ginseng, 100 Energy Value Cards, 2x Energy Cards, 3x Energy Cards, 10x Talent Cards, and 20x Talent Cards. There were 10 choices in total, and it was evident that the probabilities varied among them. Prompt. This lottery operates under the bronze-level lottery mode. Aside from advanced martial arts, which refresh daily, the other rewards are fixed. Prompt. Lottery cards are obtained through system tasks and are categorized into bronze, silver, gold, etc. Su Ran understood everything at once. This roulette merely represents the bronze-level lottery mode, indicating that if he were to obtain higher-tier lottery cards, the rewards would be even more bountiful. System. Use the bronze-level lottery cards. He possessed 10 cards, which he promptly utilized in their entirety. Congratulations, you have obtained the Advanced Martial Arts Iron Refining Hand. Congratulations, you have obtained 2 Sage's Guidance Cards. Congratulations, you have obtained 4 2x Energy Cards. Congratulations, you have obtained 2 20x Talent Cards. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 Energy Value Cards. In total, he executed a 10-time draw, yet the least probable 100 Energy Value card did not materialize. Nevertheless, Su Ran was thoroughly satisfied. He immediately used the 10 Energy Value cards. Advanced Martial Arts, I will practice upon my return. As for the 2x Energy cards, they meant that within 24 hours of activation, killing enemies would yield double the energy values. This was essentially an experience card in disguise. However, at this moment, Su Ran was most intrigued by the Sage's Guidance Card. Sage's Guidance Card. Within 24 hours of activation, it can assist the host in better completing system tasks and obtaining surrounding treasures and hints. Su Ran was somewhat perplexed but figured he would understand through experimentation. System. Use the Sage's Guidance Card. Ding dong. The system's voice resonated once more in Su Ran's mind. I am Su Ran. The task I should be undertaking now is to kill 31st level fierce beasts, but I am not well acquainted with this hunting zone. Making it challenging to locate 30 fierce beasts, Su Ran found himself bewildered. Why had the system suddenly adopted a first-person narrative? Upon completing the initial task, a new mission was indeed triggered. The task required the elimination of 31st-level ferocious beasts. The reward for this endeavor consisted of 100 energy points and 10 bronze-level lottery tickets, along with an additional silver-level lottery ticket as a bonus. For him at this moment, slaying 31st-level ferocious beasts posed little challenge. The primary difficulty lay in locating these beasts within the hunting zone. He had already spent 2 hours finding the previous 10, however. At this instance, a message from the system resonated in his mind once more. Fortunately, guided by the celestial being, he was aware that 1 kilometer to the west, there resided a nest of delightful little squirrels. These were double-toothed giant rats, totaling 8 in number, currently sheltering in their subterranean den. Feasting upon human corpses, his first course of action should not be to rush in and slay them directly, but rather to obstruct all their escape routes. Su Ran's expression shifted as he finally comprehended the utility of the celestial guidance. Not only could it assist him in swiftly locating ferocious beasts, but it could also indicate the current state of these creatures. For instance, the double-toothed giant rats possessed exceptionally hard teeth, making them excellent materials for weapon crafting. Yet, capturing them proved a formidable challenge for typical martial artists. They excelled in camouflage, concealment, and possessed remarkable speed. However, the situation was now different. Following the system's guidance, Su Ran swiftly arrived at his destination. The nest was exceedingly concealed. Without the system's hint, he would never have located it. Upon discovering the lair of the double-toothed giant rats, he diligently blocked all 8 of their exits. Delving into the dim den, Su Ran indeed uncovered 9 exits in total. He moved large boulders to seal the other 8 exits, ensuring that the formidable strength of the double-toothed giant rats would struggle to breach these stone barriers. At that moment, the system provided another prompt. Having sealed the other exits, he hurled a firebrand into the cavern. The giant rats, unable to endure the flames and smoke, rushed toward the sole remaining exit. Truly, the system was a clever little genius. This was akin to trapping fish in a barrel. Su Ran quickly gathered a substantial amount of firewood, ignited it, and forcefully tossed it inside. Shortly thereafter, peculiar cries echoed. A single black giant rat emerged from the only opening. Yet, as it made its entrance, Su Ran swiftly struck it with a bludgeon. Congratulations, you have slain a double-toothed giant rat, earning 1 energy point. This was merely the beginning. Increasingly more giant rats, unable to withstand the flames and smoke, fled towards Su Ran. At that moment, Su Ran recalled another item. The double energy card. During its activation, for 24 hours, the energy points obtained from slain ferocious beasts would be doubled. System. Activate the double energy card. Congratulations, you have slain a double-toothed giant rat, earning 2 energy points. Indeed, the energy points had doubled, albeit still modest in amount. Nevertheless, Su Ran believed that even small accumulations could lead to greater sums. Moreover, these were merely first-level ferocious beasts. He was confident that the energy points obtained from defeating second-level, third-level, or even higher-tier beasts would surely increase. Congratulations, you have slain a double-toothed giant rat, earning 2 energy points. In just a brief moment, Su Ran had dispatched 8 ferocious beasts. This was vastly more efficient than before. Yet, at that instant, the system's voice resonated once again. After ensuring that they were all neatly arranged, he did not leave immediately. For he knew that deeper within the cave, there lay other valuable treasures. Other treasures? A glint of excitement flickered in Su Ran's eyes. As the smoke dissipated, he ventured into the cavern. Initially narrow, the cave gradually expanded toward its end, revealing a small thicket. Upon closer inspection, Su Ran realized that these were not mere bushes. They were blood ginseng. Judging by their size, most were 10-year-old blood ginseng, with some even larger ones likely being 20-year-old specimens. A few appeared damaged, evidently ravaged by the double-toothed giant rats. Filled with delight, Su Ran promptly harvested all the blood ginseng, knowing he would not return to this place again. He collected over a dozen ginseng of varying quality into his storage space. For him, the 10-year-old blood ginseng might hold little value, but for his parents, it could enable them to become martial artists. Moreover, this represented a significant financial gain. Su Ran's thoughts shifted, pondering whether Su Buyu could once again be taken advantage of. This time, he was determined to emerge as a millionaire. The celestial guidance card was indeed remarkable. After harvesting the blood ginseng, he exited the cave. Gazing into the distance, he instinctively discovered a nest of charming Qingfeng wolves. They were somewhat temperamental, yet he quickly managed to calm them. A family must remain harmonious. Chapter 18. The bloodthirsty forest python and the colorful lotus with the assistance of the celestial guidance card. Su Ran had dispatched over 21st-level ferocious beasts in a mere hour. Congratulations, you have slain a red-haired gorilla, earning 2 energy points. Congratulations, you have slain a green-headed giant tiger, earning 2 energy points. In that short span, Su Ran had amassed over 40 energy points, and combined with his previous reserves, he now possessed a total of 60 energy points. System, allocate all remaining energy points to my attributes. In an instant, his base attributes surged past 60, translating to a combat power of at least 6,000. Su Ran felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. There were only a few beasts left, and time was fleeting. The slaughter continued. He knew that 1 kilometer to the east lay the territory of a bloodthirsty forest python. It was currently guarding a colorful lotus, awaiting its maturation. A colorful lotus, allegedly rarer than 50-year-old blood ginseng. A glimmer of excitement ignited in Su Ran's eyes as he followed the indicated path. Soon, he beheld a massive cave. Yet, at the entrance, he was met with a potent stench of blood and the scent of corpses. At that moment, 2 middle-aged men emerged from the cave in a state of panic. Oh no, it's a peak first-level ferocious beast, the bloodthirsty forest python. Run! Su Ran then heard faint sounds emanating from within the cave. Subsequently, an enormous snake head emerged from the darkness, swiftly swallowing the man who had been trailing behind. The leading man was on the verge of losing control of his bladder. Spotting Su Ran's figure, a flicker of hope ignited in his desperate gaze. He summoned all his strength and dashed towards Su Ran, intending to throw him into the cave. Little boy, I'm sorry. Uncle will burn paper for you later. This middle-aged man realized that the python would not stray far from the cave's entrance. As long as someone could hold the beast at bay, he might survive. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong person. As he attempted to grab Su Ran evaded his grasp. What is wrong with this guy? Initially contemplating whether to save him, Su Ran was appalled that this man sought to use him as a shield. Frowning, Su Ran delivered a kick that sent the man flying closer to the cave. The python, having just consumed a previous victim, shifted its attention to the middle-aged man. The man's eyes widened in horror. Realizing that this young boy was no ordinary child and that he had dared to provoke him. However, in this world, there is no remedy for regret. Sometimes, a mere moment of folly results in death. The giant python opened its maw wide, swallowing the middle-aged man whole. Yet, the gaze of this first-level ferocious beast remained fixated on Su Ran. With a low rumble, the python swished its tail and retreated back into the cave. Though it was a peak first-level beast, it sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from the diminutive Su Ran. Ferocious beasts possess a heightened sensitivity compared to certain reckless humans. Otherwise, the previous middle-aged man would not have met his demise at the python's jaws. Well, you're somewhat clever. Su Ran surged forward, grasping the python's tail and yanking it back with force. A peak first-level beast corresponds to approximately 3,000 combat power in human terms. However, this bloodthirsty python was known to be a challenge even for advanced martial artists. Yet, Su Ran's attributes had already surged past 60. He conservatively estimated his combat power to now exceed 6,000. The python immediately sensed an immense force, followed by an overwhelming pain. Nevertheless, Su Ran paid no heed to the discomfort. He swung the several-meter-long python against the wall repeatedly. Soon, the massive creature struggled to breathe, its head limply resting against the ground. With such a colossal beast, his storage space was nearly full. Su Ran frowned. While the blood python's body was indeed valuable, he could not carry it with him. He swiftly dispatched the python. Yet he understood that the true treasures lay deeper within the cave. The system provided yet another prompt, igniting a spark of excitement in Su Ran's eyes as he ventured further into the cave. Not far from the valley, a group of young individuals approached the cave. Senior Wang Chao, is this really okay? That's the bloodthirsty forest python. Last time, We nearly lost our lives to it. Lin Fan, what are you afraid of? Senior Wang Chao is the top combatant of our sophomore class, already an advanced martial artist. In terms of strength, he far surpasses this beast. Besides, we are all martial artists with combat powers exceeding 2,000. What is there to fear from a bloodthirsty forest python? The towering man at the forefront smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, Junior, I possess absolute confidence this time. You may merely observe from the sidelines. My intermediate martial arts have reached a consummate level, and this time." Suddenly, a terrified shout erupted from the crowd. Wang Chao, slightly annoyed at being interrupted, soon followed the gaze of those around him to the entrance of the cave. His eyes widened in shock. It was a bloodthirsty giant python. However, it was lifeless. The enormous corpse lay sprawled at the cave's mouth. Blood splattered all around. Someone must have beaten us to it. Su Ran advanced steadily through the damp cave, a faint scent of blood permeating the air, accompanied by a few corpses. It was evident that not only the two middle-aged men had entered the cave, their companions had perished long before. After traversing several hundred meters, the cave suddenly widened, revealing a small pond within. Su Ran's eyes immediately fell upon the vibrant seven-colored lotus at its center. The seven-colored pure lotus? Su Ran's heart raced. This seven-colored pure lotus was an exceedingly rare treasure of heaven and earth. It bore a dozen translucent and fragrant lotus seeds. Each seed was equivalent to 50 years of blood ginseng, capable of aiding an extreme martial artist in breaking through to a higher level. Its market value was at least 5 million. It was likely that this was what the blood python intended to utilize for its breakthrough. But now it had fortuitously fallen into Su Ran's hands. Just as he was about to step forward, the system emitted another notification sound. "I have entered the cave and discovered the seven-colored pure lotus. Yet I did not rush to pluck it, for I knew that the seven-colored pure lotus would not fully ripen for another 20 minutes. Su Ran paused, realizing why the blood python had not consumed it. It was not yet fully mature. After scanning the surroundings and confirming there was no danger, he settled into a cross-legged position. He remained under the influence of a tenfold talent boost. With this enhancement, he could manage a degree of dual focus. Thus, the advanced martial arts technique, the seven kills fist, bestowed upon him by Su Buyu, had been kept in his mind. The previous night, he had completed the first two sections, and now he was diligently analyzing the third. He believed that he would soon break through to the third section, which would allow him to unleash 21 strikes, each enhancing his combat power threefold. Chapter 19. The shocked Spirit Stream University crowd. Danger approaches at that moment. Outside the cave, Wang Chao and his companions were filled with dread, astonished that their quarry, the bloodthirsty giant python, lay dead just outside the cave. Given the circumstances, it must have died recently. Senior Wang Chao, we struck gold. This blood python is a treasure trove. It could even fetch over 100,000. Wang Chao's expression darkened. According to prior reconnaissance, this blood python had been guarding a seven-colored pure lotus. My main objective this time was that treasure. Could it have already been claimed by someone else? Damn it, I spent tens of thousands to obtain this information. Wang Chao's gaze shifted toward the cave and he charged inside. Forget about the python's corpse for now. Let's see if the seven-colored pure lotus is ripe. They were all students of Spirit Stream University, with Wang Chao being a sophomore while the others were freshmen. However, most of them were elites among martial artists and formed a formidable team in the hunting zone. Meanwhile, Su Ran inside the cave wore a smile. He had successfully completed the third section of the advanced martial arts technique, the seven kills fist. Now, he could execute the third section on top of the five-fold yin gang fist, allowing him to unleash an explosive combat power of up to 15 times. Unfortunately, there were not many amplification martial arts techniques for humans, and generally, their effectiveness diminished once one reached the higher martial artist realm. Though Su Ran's combat power was comparable to that of a high-level martial artist or even a martial master, he still fundamentally resided within the martial artist realm. Below the martial master level, one absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen their limbs and bones, leaving the internal organs relatively weak. The martial master level, however, possessed inner strength, which could pose a fatal threat to Su Ra and At that moment. He heard the sound of shuffling footsteps approaching. Soon after, a group of slightly older youths entered the cave. Wang Chao and his companions immediately spotted Su Ran and the seven-colored pure lotus in the center of the pond. They breathed a collective sigh of relief, realizing the lotus had not been taken. However, their gazes quickly turned to Su Ran, suspicion etched on their faces. How could someone so young have slain the python outside? Wang Chao fixed his gaze on Su Ran. "Young man, would you mind sharing what transpired here?" They subtly surrounded Su Ran, blocking his exit, clearly intent on not letting him off the hook without answers. Su Ran stood up and glanced at their attire. Students of Spirit Stream University? Spirit Stream University is a third-rate institution. Any martial artist can enroll there. He recalled how Old Yang frequently teased them, saying that even a dog wouldn't bother applying to Spirit Stream University. Yet now, Su Ran felt entitled to exclaim, "Not even a dog would go there! The blood python outside was slain by me, and this seven-colored lotus is mine. You may leave now." His words startled Wang Chao and the others. How audacious! This guy appeared to be at least 2 years their junior, likely still in high school. Could they have encountered a prodigy from Spirit Stream High School? All fell silent, uncertainty etched on their faces. Wang Chao's expression shifted. Although he was in his second year, he was outclassed by some students from Spirit Stream High School. Those in the top 10 of the elite class could enter semi-first-rate universities and might even possess martial master capabilities. Even if they were younger, they could still overpower Wang Chao and his comrades. Suddenly, a boy let out a gasp, picking something up in the dim cave. "Spirit Stream High School, Class 34? Is this a student ID?" Wang Chao leaned in, and the photo on the ID instantly matched Su Ran's face. IT was Su Ran's student ID. Class 34. Was that not a regular class? Haha, what could a regular class possibly yield? This kid startled me, Wang Chao realized, understanding that Su Ran was merely a student from an ordinary class. They had been intimidated by him. Su Ran also noticed and promptly patted his pocket, realizing his student ID had fallen out. The students from Spirit Stream University now regained their composure, relief washing over their faces. A short boy named Lin Fan glared menacingly at Su Ran. "Kid, who gave you the audacity to let us leave? You want your student ID back? Unless you clarify things today, don't even think about leaving." Lin Fan tore Su Ran's student ID in half. The others closed in, forming a tight circle around him. They had frequented the hunting zone for ages and had become quite adept at intimidation. While they wouldn't resort to taking lives, they certainly intended to make Su Ran pay a price. Su Ran's expression darkened as an aura of a high-level martial artist erupted from him. He leapt forward, appearing beside a freshman boy in an instant. "Who gave you the courage to tear my student ID?" He grasped the boy's neck, and the others barely had time to react. Wang Chao and his companions' expressions changed dramatically as they sensed the palpable danger emanating from Su Ran. All felt a sense of foreboding. It was true. He had killed the bloodthirsty python. The boy's face flushed crimson, struggling in vain against Su Ran's grip, his eyes pleading for mercy. This speed and strength were far beyond that of an ordinary martial artist. Su Ran released him, tossing him to the ground, then fixed his gaze on Wang Chao. "I will reiterate. This matter is none of your concern. Don't you have any objections?" Wang Chao and the others swallowed hard, acutely aware of the overwhelming power possessed by this boy who was younger than them. How could they have dared to doubt or mock him? Wang Chao cast a lingering glance at the precious treasure in the pond. His heart filled with resentment, but as he beheld Su Ran's chilling expression, a shiver ran down his spine. This youth was not only immensely powerful but also cunning. He was genuinely capable of killing them. When had Spirit Stream High School produced such a prodigy? Wang Chao and his companions quickly retreated, not daring to utter another word as they fled toward the cave's exit. Suddenly, their steps faltered, and terror filled their eyes. What was that? An eerie sound echoed from within the cave. A chilling sensation seeped through the cave, resonating in every heart. Su Ran looked up, his face shifting in alarm. Unbeknownst to him, a gigantic human face loomed at the top of the cave, gazing at them with an uncanny expression. Wang Chao and his companions had intended to escape the cave, but a terrifying presence blocked their path. In their line of sight, behind the enormous face, were countless writhing tentacles. The tentacles extended from the cave's ceiling to the ground, obstructing their escape, and below, Something was being dismembered. Indeed, the already deceased blood python. How could this be? Was it a human-faced centipede? A peak-level second-tier fierce beast? How could it possibly appear here? In the hunting zone, second-tier ferocious beasts rarely appear, and even when they do, they are usually only in the early stages of their tier. Comparable to the combat strength of humans around 3,000 to 4,000, yet now, a peak second-tier ferocious beast has emerged. Run. Chapter 20. A talented individual with martial arts inner strength defeats a second-tier ferocious beast. The tentacles of the human-faced centipede completely blocked the entrance of the cave. The light within the cave grew dimmer, heightening the panic among everyone present. Wang Chao and his companions rushed towards Su Ran. They were left with no choice. The exit was completely obstructed. Senior Wang Chao, what should we do? The others looked at the strongest among them, Wang Chao, with fear and helplessness. Wang Chao scanned his surroundings, and suddenly his eyes brightened. Behind the pool of water, several meters high, there was a ventilation hole. The light in the cave persisted solely because of this opening. If we can break through that exit, we might have a chance. However, the eerie human face at the forefront emitted a terrifying shriek. Tentacles surged towards Wang Chao and the others at a horrifying speed. Wang Chao's expression changed once more, and he drew his short sword. He struck a tentacle of the human-faced centipede with his sword. The severed tentacle fell to the ground, splattering green blood everywhere. Quickly, go and break open that vent. I will buy you time. He had brought these juniors here, and even in death, he wished for their survival. But, Senior, hurry, don't worry about me. The human-faced centipede appeared to feel no pain, its massive tentacles reaching out once more. Yet this time, Wang Chao found his short sword ineffective in severing them. Suddenly, he was struck by one tentacle on his left arm, blood gushing uncontrollably. Wang Chao still held his sword aloft and shouted, 10,000 sword technique. Dozens of illusory sword images soared into the air, spreading outwards. This was Wang Chao's intermediate martial skill, powerful enough to suppress some advanced martial artists. Yet in an instant, those sword images were engulfed by the tentacles of the human-faced centipede. Not even sparking a single flame. Despair washed over Wang Chao's face as he collapsed to the ground, his strength utterly depleted. Meanwhile, the other students from Lingxi University had formed a human pyramid to break through the vent. They were overjoyed. Senior, hurry! Suddenly, several students at the vent screamed as numerous centipedes leaped onto them. A swarm of small human-faced centipedes emerged from the opening. Clearly, the cave was now surrounded by these beasts. Jump into the water! These creatures fear water. However, in the next moment, the hovering human-faced centipede dove down ferociously. Its enormous body splashed countless droplets of water. Several students were instantly blown apart and flung onto the shore. Reuniting with Wang Chao, they were alive, yet their expressions were filled with despair. Legend had it that human-faced centipedes only consumed living beings. The blood python had merely been toyed with and not devoured. Senior, save me! I don't want to die! Beside the pool, a boy was ensnared by the tentacles of the human-faced centipede. The grotesque face inched closer to him. Tears streamed down Wang Chao's face, his grip tightening around his wrist, yet he lacked the strength to rise. It's my fault. I brought you all into this. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Su Ran. Wang Chao's eyes widened in surprise. He had almost forgotten that this boy, younger than them, was an advanced martial artist. The indiscriminate attack from the human-faced centipede had left him unscathed. The others also noticed Su Ra and At that moment. He held something in his left hand, a radiant seven-colored lotus, its seeds poised to bloom. He just went to pick the seven-colored lotus. Such speed. He must be no ordinary advanced martial artist. Just as the human-faced centipede was about to strike down, Su Ran had already plucked the seven-colored lotus. Otherwise, it would have been ruined by the beast. A glimmer of hope sparked in Wang Chao's eyes. He mustered all his strength to plead, Junior, this is all my fault. I wanted to bully you for being younger, coveting the seven-colored lotus. You can do as you wish. Please, just save the others, and me, Junior. I tore your student ID. It's all my fault. I beg you. Su Ran hadn't expected Wang Chao and his companions to be so loyal. He hadn't planned to hold a grudge against them. Moreover, the human-faced centipede likely possessed more energy than a first-tier beast. Could it possibly help Su Ran complete his second task? Just before the eerie face reached the unfortunate boy, Su Ran suddenly surged forward. He launched a powerful punch at the grotesque face. A pained scream echoed throughout the cave as the human-faced centipede curled its entire body in agony, crashing heavily onto the pool. Sending up a shower of water, the surviving boy scrambled away in terror, rolling to join Wang Chao and the others. They were all left dumbfounded. Although they had anticipated the boy's strength, witnessing him land a single punch that devastated a peak second-tier ferocious beast was still shocking. Even among third- and fourth-year students at Lingxi University, few could achieve such a feat. We're saved. We're saved. This junior is incredible. Joy spread across everyone's faces. Meanwhile, the human-faced centipede in the pool writhed, its body emanating a faint red glow. Its form seemed to be enveloped in a layer of crimson armor. With a resounding crash, the red-bodied creature lunged once more at Su Ran, smashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Its flesh had ascended to a new level. Is that a gifted ability? A ferocious beast's innate talent? Su Ran frowned, surprised to discover the existence of such an ability in the human-faced centipede. Such innate talents were typically found in third-tier beasts. Once activated, they could significantly enhance flesh and bones, forming an inner strength akin to that of human martial artists. The human-faced centipede, under the influence of its innate ability, had nearly reached the realm of human martial masters. Wang Chao and the others felt their hopes of survival plummet once more. What was happening? How could a ferocious beast comparable to a martial master appear in the hunting zone? Hadn't the guards of the human protective zone noticed the anomaly? This junior was in danger as well. Their gazes fell upon Su Ran, who remained calm and even smiled. I didn't expect more surprises. A powerful aura erupted from Su Ran, enveloping him in a faint golden glow. The formidable energy radiated outward, causing the human-faced centipede to sense an extreme crisis, its flesh tensing, emitting a piercing shriek. Wang Chao and the others were utterly speechless. Martial inner strength. He is a martial master. Flame fist. Su Ran's figure flashed past, striking the human-faced centipede's grotesque face once more. The crimson body attempted to block Su Ran's punch, but was quickly overcome. Green blood erupted, and the human-faced centipede shattered into countless pieces. This time, it signified death. Congratulations, you have slain the human-faced centipede, earning 10 energy points. Congratulations, you have completed the second task. Chapter 21. Su Buyu's shock. Su Yufei in the depths of the Hongduan Mountains. Congratulations on completing the task of killing 31st-tier ferocious beasts. Rewards are as follows. First, an additional reward of 100 energy points in Su Ran's mind. Along with the energy points earned from previous beast slayings, he now possessed a total of 230 energy points. System, distribute them evenly across all attributes. Subsequently, Su Ran opened the system panel, revealing a look of delight. Su Ran, Realm, Martial Artist, Strength, 140, Maximum, 300, Agility, 136, Maximum, 300, Spirit, 136, Maximum, 300, Physique, Primordial Sacred Body. Note, the maximum attributes of an ordinary advanced martial artist are 100, while an ordinary martial master can reach 1000. This means that Su Ran's attributes have now completely surpassed those of an advanced martial artist. Attaining the realm of a martial master, however, essentially he remains a martial artist. He has merely enhanced his limbs to an extraordinary level through his sacred body. Upon reaching the realm of martial master, he had not only commenced the refinement of his limbs and bones, but had also developed inner strength from within. This inner strength posed a threat to Su Ran, whose internal organs were still quite fragile. Of course, it was merely a threat. He was the primordial sacred body, and his physique was inherently much stronger than that of others. This moment, within the city lord's mansion of Lingxi City, Su Buyu emerged from her meditation, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Surrounding her was a shimmering blue light, forming a dense protective layer, distinctly different from martial inner strength. How could this be? This is innate vital energy. At the level of a master, how could I break through so quickly? The realm of a martial artist, upon the completion of body refinement, gives rise to internal martial energy. In contrast, The master level begins the cultivation of the 5 internal organs. And on the foundation of internal martial energy, one can spontaneously draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, merging it with their internal martial energy to form the innate vital essence. This innate vital essence serves as a symbol of mastery. It is said that at the master stage, for every increase of 100,000 in combat power, the thickness of the innate vital essence increases by 1 inch. Until combat power reaches 1 million, thereby reaching the pinnacle of mastery, the innate vital essence surges to 10 inches. While individuals at the martial artist level might still fall victim to lower-tier warriors, it is utterly impossible for those at the master level to suffer such a fate. For any attack from an opponent cannot possibly breach the innate vital essence of a master. Yet at this moment, Su Buyu sensed something amiss. Her current realm had already ascended to that of a martial artist. An ordinary martial artist possesses combat power exceeding 10,000, capped at 100,000. However, as a 9-turn spiritual body, her limit at the martial artist stage is 5 times that of others. Until yesterday, her combat power was tested at 98,000, just shy of the ordinary martial artist limit. According to her estimates, breaking through to the master level would require her to surpass this threshold at least after the college entrance examination. Yet now, Su Buyu suddenly swung her fist, striking the combat power monument. 105,000. Her expression shifted. Indeed, she had surpassed the combat power of a master, hence the emergence of her innate vital essence. How could this be? Lost in thought, Su Buyu pondered it wasn't due to her 9-turn spiritual body. Rather, it must be attributed to sharing her cultivation speed with others. Their rapid increase in strength had inadvertently elevated her own cultivation. Currently, her martial arts had only been shared with 2 individuals, her sister Su Yufei and Su Ran. Could it be that her sister had achieved a breakthrough? After all, Su Ran was merely a 2nd-tier spiritual body. His cultivation speed wouldn't be so rapid. She then summoned the steward of the city lord's residence, a middle-aged woman. Aunt Xiong, what has my sister been up to lately? It had been some time since she last saw Su Yufei, but Su Buyu had long grown accustomed to it. Su Yufei often spent time away from the city lord's residence. As she was the lord of Lingxi City, governing the fates of millions, the middle-aged woman respectfully replied, Mrs. currently in the perilous zone of the Hengduan Mountains. It is rumored that the ferocious beasts there have been quite restless lately. The Hengduan Mountains? This outcome was anticipated by Su Buyu. She smiled coldly. Once she became an immortal of humankind, she would surely turn these beasts into livestock, subjugated by humanity for generations. At this moment, Su Buyu had come to the realization that her sister must have achieved a breakthrough. Su Yufei's recent advancement likely brought her to the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, a step closer to the warlord level. To Su Buyu, Su Yufei was second only to the 9 extraordinary physiques, making her breakthrough unsurprising. Heh, that little brat has gained an advantage again. He must have advanced to a higher level of martial artist by now. Currently, the 3 of them shared cultivation speed. Su Yufei's breakthrough not only spurred her own increase in combat power, but certainly Su Ran would also experience a breakthrough. However, Su Buyu never expected that all of this originated from the seemingly ordinary youth. Meanwhile, deep within the Hengduan Mountains, amidst countless dense forests, a young woman was engaged in a fierce battle with a 10-meter-tall azure-headed giant lion. The disparity in their sizes was striking, yet the young woman's aura was unyielding. Even overpowering the azure-headed giant lion, she was enveloped in flames, which radiated outward in waves. Suddenly, an even more intense aura erupted from her, and the phoenix flames surrounding her expanded dramatically, as if striving to materialize. They then collided with the azure-headed giant lion, causing the beast's expression to change drastically. How is this possible? Your strength has increased again. The flames on the azure-headed giant lion flickered weakly, its pained roar echoing outward. Countless shards of ice erupted from the giant lion, counteracting the flames. However, the body of the azure-headed giant lion had already sustained severe injuries, and in the next moment, it was engulfed by the immense flames. The 5th-tier late-stage ferocious beast met its demise in this manner, marking the 8th 5th-tier beast that fell to the young woman's hand. 5th-tier beasts are comparable to grandmasters among human warriors. Yet they are utterly insufficient before the young woman. I am on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. Could it be the influence of Buyu's methods? She felt an instinctive awareness that she was but a step away from the Grandmaster's consummate level. The young woman smiled wryly. Is the nine-turned spiritual body truly this formidable? She was Su Yufei, the city lord of Lingxi City, and the elder sister of Su Baiyu. As a first-tier spiritual body, she had broken through to the Grandmaster realm at merely 20 years of age, creating quite a stir throughout the eastern region. Yet she alone knew that all of this stemmed from her sister, whose martial arts allowed for the sharing of cultivation speed. Otherwise, she might still be lingering at the master level, even now. She was confident of breaking through to the warlord level before turning 25. All of this was thanks to her sister. In less than a year, I will surely step into the warlord tier. Just then, the deputy city lord Wu Chang and several captains of the city lord's guard of master level approached. Their eyes were filled with awe. City lord, some high-tier ferocious beasts have breached the danger zone, entering the protective zone and even the hunting zone. Su Yufei's expression instantly turned cold. By my command as the city lord of Lingxi, all protective zone guards are to exert their utmost to eradicate the ferocious beasts. And the hunting zone is to be closed for a week. As for us, I will continue deeper into the Hengduan Mountains. We must teach these beasts a painful lesson, especially the strongest ferocious beast here. The fifth-tier pinnacle sword tiger lord. I am utterly unafraid of it now. Although Su Buyu had not yet fully broken through to the Grandmaster's consummate level, her formidable talent endowed her with the strength to slay foes above her level. Previously, she could already contend with the fifth-tier pinnacle sword tiger lord. How much more so now? Chapter 22. Silver Level Lottery. The Pursuit of Wang Chao and Others. Reward: 1 silver level lottery card and 10 bronze level lottery cards. Su Ran's expression grew serious. In addition to the bronze level lottery cards, there was actually a silver level lottery card. At this moment, 2 wheels of fortune appeared in his mind. The first was the familiar bronze level lottery wheel, while the other was the silver level. Both had 10 options, yet the rewards differed significantly from the bronze level lottery. In simple terms, the rewards were considerably more generous. Century-old blood ginseng, 5-fold energy cards, first-tier energy conversion cards, 50 points of energy value, top-tier martial arts. These items were similar to those of the bronze level lottery, but of a higher grade. However, what intrigued Su Ran the most was the option at the very center: permanent lifespan 10 years. Su Ran's expression turned to one of shock. In this world, martial artists stand tall, with the powerful capable of splitting the earth and boiling the seas. Yet, below the transcendent level, even grandmasters have a mere lifespan of 150 years. While warlords possess 300 years, upon reaching the transcendent level, one might live for 500 to 600 years. Eternal life seems an unreachable dream. Yet, the system presented an option to permanently increase lifespan on the silver level lottery wheel. What if he were to obtain rewards from the silver level and beyond? No wonder the system is called the God of Death's eternal life system. Could it truly grant me eternal life? Su Ran shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. He immediately utilized the silver level lottery card. Congratulations, you have obtained the top-tier martial art, exchange technique. This advanced martial art is suitable for high-level warriors and martial artists. Yet it is typically practiced only by those above the master level. However, this was not Su Ran's main concern. This exchange technique does not enhance vitality, condense internal martial energy, or innate vital essence. Instead, it allows for the exchange of lifespan and combat power. The exchange technique consists of 3 chapters. The first chapter allows one to consume X years of lifespan to gain 0.5x times combat power for a duration of 0.5 hours. The second chapter allows for the consumption of X years of lifespan to gain 1x times combat power for 1 hour. The third chapter allows one to consume X years of lifespan to gain 2x times combat power for 2 hours. In other words, should Su Ran master the third chapter of the exchange technique, by expending 10 years of lifespan, he could achieve 20 times his combat power for 2 hours. By sacrificing lifespan, he could multiply his combat prowess. Su Ran immediately grasped the purpose of this top-tier martial art. It was evidently designed to complement the lifespan rewards from the system. Otherwise, utilizing such martial arts would be a double-edged sword, harming both oneself and others. Currently, I am unable to cultivate top-tier martial arts, especially since I already possess amplification techniques. This exchange technique would not be of immediate use. His amplification techniques, such as the Flame Fist and 7-Kill Fist, were highly effective below the martial artist level. As for the bronze level lottery cards, he might as well use them all. Bronze level lottery cards, 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations, you have obtained the Immortal's Guidance card X2. Congratulations, you have obtained the 2x Energy card X4. Congratulations, you have obtained the first level Energy Conversion card X1. Congratulations, you have obtained the 10 points Energy Value card X3. Regrettably, he still failed to draw the energy value of 100 points, which had the least probability. He directly utilized the 10-point energy value card he acquired, subsequently distributing it evenly across his attributes. Among these, the level 1 energy conversion card also caught Su Ran's attention. With this card, the host could exchange money for energy values. 1 point of energy could be obtained for every 1 million. However, each level 1 energy conversion card could only be used once. Su Ran's expression darkened, exchanging 1 million for merely 1 point of energy. This system must be run by unscrupulous merchants. Note, the silver and bronze level lotteries will only yield level 1 energy conversion cards. Hosts are encouraged to earn more money and complete tasks to acquire energy values to swiftly become a perfected saint body. Earn money to buy energy values. It seems my aspiration to become the wealthiest person in the world is doomed. At that moment, Wang Chao and the others in the cave finally regained their composure. Gazing at the vanquished human-faced centipede, they remained incredulous even after their brush with death. Wang Chao had now recovered some stamina and struggled to walk up to Su Ran. Bowing his head deeply, he expressed, "I cannot thank you enough for your grace. From now on, my life is at your disposal." He had previously stated that as long as he could save those boys, his life would belong to Su Ran. However, Su Ran shook his head, saying, "What use do I have for your life? I suspect there may be some changes in the hunting zone. It would be wise for you to leave here soon." Wang Chao was taken aback, watching Su Ran's departing figure. Suddenly, he felt as though he stood at a crossroads in life. A spark of wisdom flashed in his eyes. "Su Ran, please wait. I am Wang Chao, a sophomore at Lingxi University, and I request to become your follower." His voice was resolute, his gaze fervent as he looked at Su Ran. University. Top talents often had followers. This not only symbolized talent and strength, but also indicated that followers could indeed assist in managing many trivial matters. "I know you may look down on me, but I can help you with tasks. For instance, regarding the beast corpses and rare treasures, I can assist in selling them for a good price. Furthermore, I understand you will likely not remain in Lingxi City. I can help take care of your family." As Su Ran turned to face Wang Chao, who was merely 2 years his senior, he perceived sincerity in Wang Chao's eyes. Meanwhile, the other young men beside Wang Chao also awakened to this realization, their expressions reflecting understanding as they chimed in unison, "Su Ran, we also wish to become your followers." They owed Su Ran their lives, and it was only right to reciprocate. Most importantly, Su Ran had already reached the level of a martial master at such a young age, effortlessly capable of slaying second-tier peak beasts. Such talent was undoubtedly rare and astonishing. Su Ran pondered for a moment. Indeed, he could use some assistance. For example, in selling beast corpses and rare treasures, he wished to avoid situations like those involving the Huang family. Additionally, with both of his parents being ordinary people, he could not be omniscient. Seeing Su Ran in contemplation, Wang Chao and the others felt compelled to press on. "Boss, my Wang family has some influence at Lingxi University. If you have any relatives who wish to enroll, I can assist." Su Ran's eyes narrowed. "Non-warriors can enter?" Although Lingxi University was a third-rate institution, Su Ran had previously estimated he would not be able to gain admission. Wang Chao chuckled foolishly. "Boss, rules are set by people. Why father holds a mid-level position at Lingxi University? Who would have thought you were a second-generation official?" The other 5 students also expressed their intentions. "Boss, we have connections in our family's auction house. I'll ensure you receive the highest price for your items. I'll destroy your student ID. I'm not human, but don't worry. I'll pull strings to get you a new one of the best kind. Are you out of your mind? What is the condition of a student ID matter?" "Boss, my sister is at Lingxi University. She's incredibly beautiful and my aunt lives in the neighboring Xiaoye city. She's a wealthy widow." Su Ran's expression darkened further. The more they spoke, the more absurd it became. I am merely 18 years old. I cannot abide such lewd talk enough. We shall discuss these matters later. For now, the hunting zone is not safe. Chapter 23. Cleansing the hunting zone and entering the protective zone. Wang Chao and the others' faces lit up with joy. Su Ran's tone indicated that he had accepted their proposal. From this moment forth, Su Ran would be their leader. Wang Chao was a sophomore at Lingxi University, his strength at the advanced martial artist level. Lin Fan, Hua Yun, Su Chong, and Hua Mao were all freshmen at Lingxi University, still at the peak martial artist level. However, one should not underestimate these youngsters. Without external assistance, Su Ran would never have attained their current strength in his lifetime. Now, with Su Ran being slightly younger than them, his prowess was already comparable to that of a martial master. From this point forward, their destinies began to intertwine. Let us proceed. We must eradicate all the beasts in the hunting zone. Su Ran led the way out of the cave. Wang Chao and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Boss, do you know where the beasts in the hunting zone are located? The beasts were relatively sparse in the hunting zone. Wang Chao had expended considerable resources to acquire information about the bloody giant python they had previously encountered. Observing Su Ran's current demeanor, it was evident he possessed substantial knowledge about the beasts. Astonishment filled their eyes as they followed Su Ran out of the cave. With the divine guidance card in hand, the hidden beasts in the hunting zone appeared to Su Ran as mere targets on a butcher's block. Congratulations on slaying a level 1 money snake. Energy value 1. Congratulations on slaying a level 1 padding bear. Energy value 1. A continuous stream of notifications echoed in Su Ran's mind. Within the next 2 hours, he dispatched dozens of level 1 beasts. However, he did not encounter any more second-tier beasts like the human-faced centipede. As for the corpses of the beasts, his storage space had long since reached its limit. At this moment, Wang Chao and the others were laden with large backpacks filled with their spoils. Initially shocked, they soon became astonished, ultimately numbed by the sheer volume of their bounty. The hunting zone was quite expansive. Yet the relative density of the beasts was low. Nevertheless, the group estimated that Su Ran had nearly wiped out all the beasts within the hunting zone. Wang Chao calculated that the combined value of the beast corpses they carried was at least several million. Their primary concern now was whether the protective zone's guards would come seeking trouble, for without beasts, could the area still be called a hunting zone? Boss, do you possess the talent to locate beasts? If one could seek out beasts, they could certainly evade them as well. Some beasts themselves concealed rare treasures, such as the previously encountered 7-colored lotus. This was tantamount to discovering the treasure map of the Hengduan Mountains. Wouldn't that allow one to roam freely across the Hengduan Mountains? They silently speculated, their respect for Su Ran deepening. Just then, Hua Yun, who had strayed from the group, came running from a distance. Boss, I've gathered information. Indeed, there are problems arising within the Hengduan Mountains. The guards are currently driving out all the martial artists from both the protective zone and the hunting zone. It is said that many high-tier beasts have infiltrated the protective zone, and they may soon breach the hunting zone. The Hengduan Mountains are in turmoil. A shiver ran through them as they suddenly understood the origin of the earlier human-faced centipede. Boss, we must hurry and exit. Each time the Hengduan Mountains stirred, danger was imminent. Even the hunting zone had become unsafe. Wang Chao felt anxious. Such occurrences had happened before, but the probability was low, and he hadn't expected to encounter one now. Su Ran's gaze shifted. A beast uprising? This could indeed present an opportunity for him. After all, his growth depended on the system's energy values. Based on his current calculations, remaining stagnant would not trigger any system tasks. Thus, he needed to delve deeper into the Hengduan Mountains, not just into the protective zone, but even into the perilous areas that even martial masters dared not tread. Su Ran handed over the beast corpses he had collected, along with some blood ginseng and 7-colored lotus, to Wang Chao and the others. You all head out first. I still have more beasts to slay, and please take care of these items for me. As for the lotus seeds from the 7-colored lotus, each of you shall have one. We will split the profits evenly. Wang Chao, however, stated solemnly, Boss, what do you mean? The profits from selling these items should rightfully belong to you. This is what we, your subordinates, ought to do. Please, do not treat us as outsiders. For Su Ran, without Wang Chao and the others' assistance, he would be unable to manage the numerous beast corpses he had slain. Seeing their insistence, he decided not to press further. After all, he possessed an energy conversion card that required considerable funds. If Wang Chao and the others could truly assist in managing some of these trivial matters, he would not hesitate to offer them some benefits. Su Ran spoke as he retrieved the 7-colored lotus. The fragrance wafting from the lotus seeds was irresistible, and they were quite delectable. Each of you shall take one of these lotus seeds. Please help me sell the rest. Wang Chao and the others were once again moved. The lotus seeds from the 7-colored lotus were comparable to 50-year-old blood ginseng, sufficient to elevate them to advanced martial artists or beyond. Yet Su Ran directly bestowed it upon them. Tears of gratitude welled up in their eyes, rendering them speechless. Boss, although your strength is formidable, once you enter the protective zone, I hope you will still connect with the guards of the Lord's mansion. Indeed, I have heard that collaborating with the guards of the Lord's mansion can also earn you military merits. Different military merits can be exchanged for various resources in Lingxi City, such as martial arts techniques, family benefits, and rare treasures. Military merits are not unique to Lingxi City, but are a reward mechanism distributed from the eastern region to various cities, with Hengyun County further allocating them to Lingxi City. By slaying ferocious beasts, one can earn military merits. Su Ran nodded in acknowledgement. However, possessing the Immortal Guidance card, he did not necessarily need to collaborate with the guards of the Lord's mansion. The mention of the Lord's mansion's guards reminded Su Ran of those dispatched by Su Buyu the previous night. Wang Chao and the others gazed enviously at Su Ran's departing figure. If they possessed the strength of a martial artist, they too would dare to enter the protective zone and fight alongside the guards of the Lord's mansion. As Su Ran proceeded, he encountered a multitude of hurried martial artists rushing out. Among them were several high-ranking martial artists. The beast wave is in turmoil. Everyone, retreat quickly. They were all martial artists fleeing from the protective zone, and upon seeing Su Ran hastening forward, many displayed expressions of confusion. A middle-aged man even attempted to grab him, exclaiming, "Young man, are you courting death? The beast wave is in chaos. Why aren't you fleeing? The protective zone is no longer safe. I've heard there are numerous second-tier ferocious beasts inside. You, a mere child, should not seek trouble." Su Ran shrugged off the man's arm, smiling. "Thank you, sir, but I am not afraid." The middle-aged man huffed and ceased to meddle further. Soon, Su Ran crossed the hunting area and entered the protective zone. Upon entering, a surge of information flooded Su Ran's mind. The Immortal Guidance card provided him with numerous hints, and he set off towards one of the destinations with an excited expression. "Congratulations on slaying a first-tier clear wind wolf. You have earned 1 energy point. Congratulations on slaying a second-tier violent tiger. You have earned 3 energy points. First-tier ferocious beasts yield 1 energy point, while second-tier ferocious beasts grant between 3 to 6 energy points." Accumulating these points represented a substantial gain for Su Ran. However, his expression soon darkened. "Congratulations on slaying a first-tier ferocious beast. You have earned 0.1 energy points." This was akin to leveling up in a game. As one's attributes improved, the experience points provided by lower-level monsters diminished. Now, the first-tier ferocious beasts offered him a mere 0.1 energy points. This compelled him to seek out more powerful beasts. Thus, Su Ran disregarded the hints regarding first-tier ferocious beasts in his mind and sprinted deeper into the protective zone. Chapter 24, Basic Combat Power Breakthrough 16.000, Encountering the Young Qinghuan. Congratulations on slaying a second-tier perfect clear wind snake. You have earned 3 energy points. As he ventured deeper, he noted an increasing density of ferocious beasts. However, the majority were still first-tier, which did not provide him with significant energy points. Until now, he had not received any notifications of system tasks. Therefore, he could only engage in rampant slaughter within the protective zone. Fortunately, encountering more second-tier ferocious beasts. In a brief span, he amassed over 20 energy points, all of which he invested into his attributes. Su Ran, Realm, Martial Artist, Strength, 162, Max, 300, Agility, 160, Max, 300. Spirit, 160, Max, 300, Physique, Ancient Sacred Body. Note: the maximum attributes of an ordinary high-ranking martial artist are 100. while those of an ordinary martial master are 1,000. His attributes had reached 160, and it was preliminarily estimated that his basic combat power exceeded 16,000. Su Ran gazed at the golden halo surrounding his fist, feeling a significant enhancement in his martial arts' inner strength. For an average individual, a combat power of 10,000 signifies the threshold of a martial master. By mobilizing the spiritual energy within his body, one can manifest martial arts' inner strength. However, Su Ran remained at the realm of a martial artist. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a task. Eliminate 5 third-tier ferocious beasts to save the human protective zone's small city. Reward unknown. The voice of the system echoed in Su Ran's mind. Third-tier ferocious beasts? Save the human protective zone's small city? Having spent an hour within the protective zone, Su Ran had yet to encounter the guards of the Lord's mansion in the past. Upon entering the protective zone, one would invariably be intercepted by the guards of the Lord's mansion. Clearly, they were currently facing a grave crisis. Third-tier ferocious beasts. Su Ran activated the new Immortal Guidance card. He now comprehended the operational rules of the Immortal Guidance card. In the absence of a system task, the card would only indicate the nearest resources. However, when a system task was involved, the card would reveal resources related to the task. At this moment, after utilizing the new Immortal Guidance card, Su Ran immediately received information on third-tier ferocious beasts. There were none in the vicinity. To locate these precious creatures, he needed to venture deeper into the protective zone's small city. These third-tier ferocious beasts possessed a degree of intelligence and were currently assaulting the small city where the guards of the Lord's mansion were stationed. They intended to devour powerful martial artists, break through to the 4th tier, and subsequently wreak havoc in Lingxi City. The protective zone's small city? The guards of the Lord's mansion were stationed there. And it was precisely where they had been cornered by ferocious beasts. It was evident that the upheaval in the Hengduan Mountains was far from simple. Third-tier ferocious beasts? Moreover, they sought to consume martial artists and ascend to the 4th tier? Conservatively estimated, their combat power was at least approaching 100,000. Indeed, these were formidable foes, and he could not afford to miss this opportunity. Following the guidance of the Immortal Guidance card, he made his way towards the protective zone's small city. Along the way, he encountered several unwitting second-tier ferocious beasts, which he swiftly dispatched. Regrettably, these creatures were too large for him to carry away. However, many other ferocious beasts fled from him. Although these beasts were of lower rank, they still possessed a certain level of instinct. Sensing the scent of blood emanating from Su Ran, they kept their distance. Suddenly, Su Ran halted in his tracks. With the increase in his attributes, his senses had grown increasingly acute. Simultaneously, the Immortal Guidance card provided a prompt. As I rushed towards the protective zone's small city, I inadvertently encountered a third-tier ferocious beast, the Sword Tiger, which could offer me at least 5 energy points. 1 kilometer to the east, a third-tier ferocious beast? Su Ran's eyes lit up. He had finally encountered it that moment. 1 kilometer away, amidst withered flowers and trees, a fierce battle was underway between a person and a beast. Blue and black lights flickered, revealing a young, mature woman and a massive, fierce tiger. The young woman radiated a blue glow, her sword enveloped in martial arts' inner strength as she struck continuously. Yet, to any discerning observer, it was evident that she was at her wit's end. Blood drenched her body, accentuating her already perfect figure. Her opponent, however, remained unmoved. The enormous sword tiger bore a cruel smile in its eyes, with a towering form. It exuded a black innate divine power. The young woman's attacks could hardly breach its defenses. The sword tiger spoke coldly, the subordinate of the human grandmaster, Su Yufei, Qinghuan. Should I capture you, Su Yufei's spirit will undoubtedly suffer a blow. At that time, my father will easily defeat her and traverse the entirety of Lingxi City, reenacting the calamity of Tianhua City. The third-tier ferocious beast had refined its bones, enabling it to speak human language. You shall not succeed. I am merely a subordinate of the Lord. To threaten her with me is nothing but a foolish dream. The colossal sword tiger displayed a cunning demeanor. Is that so? The information I received indicates that you are like sisters. The bonds among your kind are insignificant in my eyes, but if I can use you to restrain the Grandmaster, it would be far too advantageous. Qingluan glared hatefully at the immense sword tiger. This massive beast was not to be trifled with. It had a grandmaster-level father known as the Sword Tiger Lord. Over the years, it had clashed with Su Yufei multiple times without losing ground. It had always sought to invade Lingxi City at the opportune moment. The Sword Tiger Lord's son was rumored to be a super genius among ferocious beasts. From a young age, he had already possessed the strength of a grandmaster. Currently, his combat power was at least over 50,000. When she retreated from the danger zone, he had already ensnared her. The accompanying team members had all perished at the hands of this beast. This was a life-and-death enmity. Regrettably, revenge was now impossible. Even at her peak, her combat power barely reached 45,000. The physique of humans was inherently inferior to that of ferocious beasts, and after prolonged battle, she could only muster 70 of her combat power. The sword tiger howled to the heavens, "You need not wait for reinforcements. Your small city in this area has already been razed to the ground by my subordinates." The expression on Qingluan's face abruptly changed. In a wonder, there were no other fierce beasts guarding the sword tiger. They had evidently gone to assault the protective zone's small city. Most of the strong warriors from their lord's guard were currently in the danger zone. Within the protective zone's small city, those possessing the strength of a martial artist were likely fewer than 5. The protective zone's small city was in peril. Come back with me obediently, and I can guarantee I won't kill you for the time being. This fierce beast, cunning like a human, sent a chill through Qingluan's entire being. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not allow herself to be captured, lest it pose a threat to the lord of the city. Advanced martial arts, cold shadow sword. Qingluan suddenly positioned her longsword, channeling her life force to unleash her pinnacle strike. The piercing sword light transformed into a frigid stream in the void, the icy currents of the sword's shadow resembling a chilling waterfall rushing towards the sword tiger. The latter sensed the danger, and the black aura surrounding it suddenly expanded, bracing itself against Qingluan's lethal blow. Yet, break for me! The black aura spread towards the ground, causing a tremendous explosion that sent Qingluan's body soaring through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. As the giant claws descended once more, Qingluan despairingly closed her eyes. In that instant, the sword tiger's expression froze in shock. Its claws, enveloped in black aura, were thwarted by an unassuming hand. This hand was wreathed in a pale yellow glow, and the life force radiated outward, silencing the surroundings. Oh? In this vast world, what wonders exist? You, beast, can actually speak? Chapter 25. Instantaneous kill of a level 3 fierce beast. Qingluan's astonishment, the anticipated attack did not come, prompting Qingluan to involuntarily open her eyes. What she beheld next left her utterly stunned. A remarkably young and extraordinarily handsome youth had effortlessly blocked the sword tiger's assault with his bare hands. The yellow halo around him radiated brilliantly, and the internal energy of his martial arts sparkled with intensity. How could someone so young have already reached the level of a martial artist? However, from Qingluan's perspective, Su Ran had likely just recently stepped into the martial artist realm. His combat prowess was around 20 to 30,000, far inferior to that of the sword tiger. With urgency, Qingluan exclaimed, "Brother, you must flee. You are no match for this fierce beast." She did not wish for the city of Lingxi to lose a super genius because of her. Struggling to rise, she prepared to shield Su Ran with her own body. Yet, she stumbled and fell heavily to the ground once more. The sword tiger, grinning cruelly, licked its lips. "I've never slain a human genius of your caliber before. Your flesh will surely be delectable, oh so delectable." The sword tiger's muscles bulged, and the black innate divine power whipped up a whirlwind. With a roar, its claws, imbued with black light, lunged once again at Su Ran. Suddenly, Su Ran leapt into action, his fists ablaze with fiery energy. Doubling, then tripling, instantly elevating his combat power to 60,000. At this level, he stood out even among intermediate martial artists. His life force surged, creating ripples in the air. The small whirlwind unleashed by the sword tiger was completely disregarded as his right fist struck forcefully against the sword tiger's paw. The clash of golden and black energies soon revealed a look of terror on the sword tiger's face. The black innate divine power shattered, and Su Ran's right fist swept past the sword tiger's body. Transforming his fist into a palm, he channeled the ultimate internal energy of martial arts to slice through the sword tiger's claws, blood spraying forth in torrents, as the sword tiger let out a terrified wail. The yellow halo resembled the scythe of death. The sword tiger felt the impending threat of death and finally experienced fear within its heart. But it was too late. "Spare me. My father is the lord of this land." The creature's words remained unfinished as its massive head was completely severed by the unleashed martial energy. A copious amount of blood gushed forth from the decapitated head, as beautiful as a shower of cherry blossoms. The headless corpse toppled slowly, and Su Ran landed lightly, his expression calm. "Congratulations, you have slain a level 3 fierce beast. Reward, 10 energy points." All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Leaving Qinghuan in a daze as she beheld the scene, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. She had been saved by a youth several years her junior. What an incredibly powerful young man. Judging by his age, he hardly seemed like a university student. Su Ran turned his gaze toward the young woman. Judging by her attire, she appeared to be from the Lord's Guard. Su Ran had initially intended to leave, but he noticed that the woman now appeared exceedingly weak. This place could very well be torn to shreds by fierce beasts at any moment. Taking a deep breath, Qinghuan steadied her mind before introducing herself. "I am Qinghuan, captain of the 15th Guard of the Lord's Manor. Thank you for saving me." Su Ran raised an eyebrow, surprised by her status as the captain of the Lord's Guard. Su Ran, a senior student at Lingxi No. 1 High School. Qinghuan gasped, realizing he was indeed still a high school student. At such a young age, and with such talent, she was reminded of Su Buyu. Even if this youth could not rival Su Buyu, he should certainly rank among the top 3 at Lingxi No. 1 High School. However, she found it curious that she had never heard of a genius named Su Ran from Lingxi No. 1 High School, and wondered how a high school student had ventured so deep into the protective zone. Su Ran, however, was puzzled. "Captain, why are you not in the protective zone small city? What has happened there?" It was only then that Qinghuan recalled the urgent matter, her expression shifting dramatically. The protective zone small city was facing an invasion from multiple level 3 fierce beasts, and even a level 3 perfected beast. The protective zone small city might have already been breached. She could only hope that the protective formation of the small city could hold for a while longer. Qinghuan struggled to stand, but her injuries were far too severe in her current state. Heading to the protective zone small city would be tantamount to seeking death. With a helpless sigh, she said, "Su Ran, this place is far too dangerous. Please do not venture deeper. I have nothing to repay you with, so allow me to give you this 10,000 merit points for now. When we have the chance to meet again, I will express my gratitude in another manner." Qinghuan produced a card and handed it to Su Ran. 10,000 merit points were worth at least 10 million. Not only were they of great value, but they also symbolized status and strength in Lingxi City. As the captain of the Lord's Guard, she possessed the authority to grant merit points to others. Yet, she did not wish to see this super genius perish in such a wretched place. So she refrained from disclosing the situation in the protective zone small city, fearing that this youth might act rashly and head there. Qinghuan pointed toward a path. "That way leads to the nearest exit. Rest assured, our Lord's Guard will certainly put a stop to this beast tide." With that, she limped away toward the protective zone's small city. Seeing this, Su Ran stepped forward and effortlessly lifted her onto his shoulder. Qinghuan seemed taken aback by his actions, her face flushing with warmth and awkwardness. She had never been in such close physical contact with a male before. "What are you doing?" Meanwhile, Su Ran moved swiftly, shoving a 10-year blood ginseng into Qinghuan's mouth. The 10-year blood ginseng rapidly replenished the body's life force and served as an excellent healing herb. "We happen to be headed in the same direction. I must witness the protective zone's small city for myself." Qinghuan's expression shifted dramatically as she dangled over Su Ran's shoulder, chewing on the blood ginseng. It took her a moment to regain her composure. "Su Ran, listen to me. Ahead lies great danger. You, a genius, should not be wasted here. Lord Su Yufei and other master-level captains are engaged in battle in the danger zone and cannot attend to the protective zone's small city for the time being. Only an intermediate martial artist like you cannot possibly fend off the onslaught of several level 3 peak fierce beasts." Yet, Su Ran remained unfazed. His figure darted forward, gradually revealing the outline of the protective zone's small city. Qing Wan, unable to resist, could only yield to Su Ran's will. Slow down. It's quite uncomfortable being carried like this. Su Ran once more fed her another 10-year blood ginseng. Weak as she was, Qing Wan could only acquiesce to his actions. Feeling an indescribable sensation deep within, soon, the medicinal effects kicked in, and Qing Wan felt her life force steadily restoring. Before long, Su Ran set her down. Their gazes met as they focused on the unfolding scene before them. Several towering fierce beasts, radiating various innate powers, relentlessly battered against the city walls. The protective formation atop the walls had dimmed to its lowest point and, at that moment, collapsed entirely. A few level 3 fierce beasts surged into the city. Fortunately, from the top of the walls erupted a powerful surge of life force, as several figures confronted their respective foes. These were the last few martial artist captains of the protective zone's small city. Chapter 26. The appearance of level 4 fierce beasts. Su Ran's might Qing Wan, filled with rage, clutched her sword and charged forward. She maneuvered through the throng of fierce beasts, directly entering the protective zone's small city. Meanwhile, Su Ran's gaze fell upon the lower-level fierce beasts still attempting to push into the small city. These beasts, though weak, were numerous. At present, there were at least several hundred level 1 fierce beasts clamoring to enter the protective zone's small city. Driven by their insatiable thirst for the flesh and blood of human martial artists, Su Ran's eyes glinted, and his life force erupted forth. He then plunged directly into the horde of fierce beasts. Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 1 clear wind wolf. Reward: 0.1 energy points. The system's continuous notifications made him unable to suppress a hearty laugh. The surrounding level 1 fierce beasts, sensing the danger, were filled with dread and scattered in all directions. Where did this harbinger of doom come from? However, after accumulating a little over 10 energy points, Su Ran's expression darkened. Congratulations, you have slain a level 1 ferocious beast, the iron-billed duck, earning 0.01 energy points. The rewards for defeating level 1 ferocious beasts have once again diminished. This accursed system seems intent on thwarting his attempts to reap benefits. Su Ran's gaze bypassed these level 1 beasts and proceeded into the protective zone's small city. At this moment, the ground within the protective zone's small city was littered with the corpses of ferocious beasts, interspersed with those of human warriors. The city lord's guard comprised several hundred members, the majority being low-level warriors. The truly powerful ones had accompanied their respective captains into the danger zone. The guard was divided into 22 squads, with the captains of the top 10 squads all possessing master-level prowess. Currently stationed in the danger zone, the captains remaining here were all martial artists, and they were steadily retreating. This was primarily due to the emergence of a level 3 fully realized ferocious beast. According to human combat classifications, its strength approached 100,000. A guard captain let out a blood-curdling scream as a colossal bear, towering several meters high, snapped him in half and subsequently devoured his body. This was a level 3 fully realized raging bear, and judging by its appearance, it was on the verge of advancing to a level 4 beast. Despair painted the faces of the onlookers. Among these martial artists, the strongest possessed merely 70,000 combat power, rendering them utterly incapable of contending with the raging bear. The bear let out a thunderous roar, its crimson eyes fixating on several guard captains. Continuing to chew its meal of human flesh, such a delectable treat, the raging bear gradually closed its eyes, having reached the pinnacle of its breakthrough. The other level 3 beasts immediately shifted their attention to the guard captains. Thirsting for their own breakthroughs, and the martial artist level human warriors would serve as an excellent source of nourishment. A streak of green light surged from the distance, yet it failed to penetrate the defenses of the level 3 beasts. Nevertheless, it caught the attention of several late-stage level 3 beasts, whose eyes instantly locked onto the newcomer. The remaining guard captains saw the silhouette of Qing Wan, their expressions shifting once more. Only Qing Wan had returned. The reinforcements they had envisioned had not materialized, indicating that the danger zone had been unable to spare any troops. They were destined to perish at the hands of these beasts. Qing Wan? Why have you returned? Qing Wan cleaved through a peak level 2 beast with a single strike, then grimaced. The 15th squad was completely annihilated during the retreat. I am the sole survivor. I will avenge my fallen comrades against these damned beasts. However, as her gaze fell upon the several level 3 beasts, despair engulfed her once again. Qing Luan, you should not have come back. The guard captains huddled together, knowing that only by uniting could they hope to resist. Yet, there were as many as 5 level 3 beasts present, 2 of which were at the late stage. Had they been in their prime, they might have been able to hold their ground. But now, they found themselves utterly powerless. The cries of anguish within the small city intensified, signaling that the number of slain human warriors was steadily rising. The level 3 beasts could no longer contain themselves, each unleashing their innate abilities, swiftly overpowering the guard captains. These vile creatures are taking advantage of our weakened state. A level 3 fully realized beast should not have appeared in the protective zone, which was why no master-level captains had remained behind. This had led to the tragedy unfolding in their small city. After enduring for several seconds, the guard captains collectively spewed blood. At this point, they lacked the stamina to exert their martial prowess and could not inflict effective damage upon the level 3 beasts. Under yet another assault, several guard captains, including Qing Luan, collapsed to the ground. They had succumbed to utter despair. Suddenly, the gazes of the level 3 beasts shifted away from them. Qing Luan's expression changed dramatically. Su Ran, brother, do not come over. It is dangerous here. Yet, she still beheld Su Ran's slender figure and his calm demeanor. The other guard captains also noticed Su Ran and the martial energy emanating from him. A young martial artist, such an exceptional youth, but he should not be here. Boy, flee at once. They did not wish to involve others, especially not a talent like Su Ran, who should not meet his demise here. The level 3 beasts displayed expressions of cruelty. It appeared a young martial artist had arrived. Such flesh was tantalizing to contemplate. Su Ran fixed his gaze upon them, a smile spreading across his face. 4 level 3 beasts, just perfect. Along with the previously encountered sword tiger, he could now successfully complete his mission. 1 level 3 beast, boasting a combat power of 70,000, snorted a cloud of white mist from its nostrils. Its massive tail spike lunged toward Su Ran. Sensing the turmoil among the beasts in the protective zone, Su Ran decided to reveal his true strength. Rock Fist, 5-fold activation. His blood surged, and his vital energy coalesced in an instant. At that moment, his combat power soared above 80,000. The martial energy coursing through his arms reached an unparalleled intensity. As his vital energy erupted, his martial energy sparkled, effortlessly cleaving through the body of the 70,000 combat power beast. The intelligence of these level 3 beasts was not low. Upon sensing Su Ran's strength, panic spread across their faces as they prepared to flee. Yet Su Ran would not permit them their wish. Relying on his overwhelming combat power, his dense martial energy shattered their defenses. 3 formidable level 3 beasts collapsed one after another. Now, only the eyes-closed raging bear remained. Su Ran felt the pressure emanating from it. Meanwhile, the guard captains, led by Qing Luan, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The intensity of his martial energy indicated his combat power had reached at least 80,000. Heavens, where did this prodigy come from? Even the second young lady, Su Buyu, of the 9 transformation spirit body, does not possess such prowess. We are saved. Qing Luan was momentarily at a loss for words. She had not anticipated that Su Ran's earlier display was not his limit. In a wonder, he dared to accompany her into the protective zone's small city. This youth was terrifyingly formidable. Among them, the captain with the highest strength, Yang Qian, had a sudden change in expression. He had also practiced enhancement techniques and immediately recognized Su Ran's uniqueness. Something is amiss. He has utilized enhancement techniques. His intrinsic power cannot be that high. Chapter 27. Master. Combat power breakthrough 160,000. Enhancement techniques? Yang Qian and the others' expressions shifted dramatically, revealing complexity and gratitude in their eyes. It was common knowledge that mastering enhancement techniques to perfection was exceedingly challenging. Techniques suitable for martial artists were even rarer. Moreover, ordinary physiques could hardly wield them. While enhancement techniques granted immense combat power, they inevitably inflicted harm upon the body. Therefore, generally, gifted individuals would refrain from practicing or utilizing enhancement techniques unless absolutely necessary. Clearly, Su Ran's foundational strength was not as formidable as it appeared. Now, for their sake, this young prodigy was willing to jeopardize his own foundation to save their lives. Tears welled in Yang Qian and Qing Wan's eyes. Having crossed paths by chance, this young brother had gone to such lengths for them. If they survived, he would surely be embraced as a sworn brother. Qing Wan's beautiful eyes once again turned toward Su Ran. A complex glimmer surfacing within them, Su Ran remained oblivious to their thoughts. As a sacred body, he had no difficulty wielding the five-fold rock fist. Even if he were to overlay the seven-kill fist at this moment, his body could endure it. This was the formidable physique granted by the ancient sacred body, sufficient to support his use of enhancement techniques. Suddenly, a long howl reverberated through the heavens and earth. The raging bear, which had just devoured a guard captain, awakened once more. However, its aura now radiated an extraordinarily terrifying presence. Its innate abilities surged again, expanding in size as if it had breached a threshold. Beastly patterns covered its body, forming a dense protective membrane. The membrane shimmered with a kaleidoscope of hues, signifying the totem of the ferocious beast clan. Qing Wan and the others, who had initially rejoiced at Su Ran's triumph over the level 3 beast, now found their elation swiftly dissipating. The totem of the ferocious beast clan? This indicated it had reached the level of a level 4 beast. The totem of the ferocious beast clan was comparable to the innate vital energy of human martial artists. This meant that Su Ran was now faced with a level 4 beast possessing master-level prowess. Conservatively estimated, its combat power exceeded 100,000. Qing Wan's voice grew hoarse. Ran, you have already done more than enough. A master-level beast is beyond your capacity to handle. Hurry and leave. Remember to avenge me and our kin. Yang Qian and the others echoed, Su Ran, hurry and flee. We are not worth your concern. Talents like you are the hope of humanity. Despite being trapped in a life-threatening crisis, the members of the City Lord's Guard sincerely wished for Su Ran's survival. The raging bear's jaws opened wide, and a roar reverberated throughout the void, causing all ferocious beasts within the protective zone's small city to freeze in place, subsequently prostrating on the ground, gazing at the bear in terror. Human, how dare you slay my subordinates? You possess an audacious spirit. This level 4 bear, now elevated in rank, emanated an unfathomable aura. Its crimson eyes locked onto Su Ran, revealing a glint of desire. A young human powerhouse. I am particularly fond of such flesh. Lord Jianhu is absent, yet I find myself unexpectedly encountering him. His eyes darted around, and with Jianhu Xiaoye away, he could indulge in this exquisite flesh and blood all to himself. Hey, big dumb bear. Do you know that Jianhu? The anthropomorphized expression of the ferocious bear suddenly froze. A chilling realization dawned upon him. Jianhu Xiaoye had yet to return, yet this human seemed to be acquainted with him. Given Jianhu Xiaoye's prowess, he would undoubtedly surpass this human youth. Jianhu Xiaoye, where could he be? Su Ran smiled faintly. That big fellow has long since become a headless, clumsy tiger. You'll be next. The ferocious bear could hardly believe his ears. Jianhu's father was their lord. Even if he broke through to level 4, before a lord-class beast, he would be no more than a grasshopper. The ferocious beast clan had a strict hierarchy. Failing to protect the Lord's son would make it nearly impossible for him to return alive. The totem on the ferocious bear's body suddenly expanded, causing the ground beneath to cave in. I want you dead, you human scum. I shall drink your blood, feast upon your flesh, and then grind your bones to dust. It roared fiercely, everything before it on the verge of shattering. A level 4 ferocious beast could obliterate an entire residential building in Lingxi City in an instant. Akin to a small nuclear weapon, Qing Wan and the others felt a bone-chilling dread, as if their very blood was about to freeze. A level 4 ferocious beast, truly terrifying. Yet Su Ran stood alone before them, shielding them from the bear's indiscriminate strike. Simultaneously, they sensed the aura of this young man growing increasingly formidable. Meanwhile, the martial energy within Su Ran's arm surged once more. Could it be that this was not his limit? Qingwan and the others trembled, yet a glimmer of hope surged within them. Su Ran's right fist clenched tightly as he began to channel the 7-kill fist. As an advanced martial art, even Su Ran, being a sacred body, felt a slight burden. 7-kill fist, one-fold. In the instant he activated the 7-kill fist, Su Ran's martial energy surged explosively. Amidst the astonishment of Qingwan and the others, his martial energy radiated brilliantly. It seemed to emanate from his very being. Su Ran could even feel the spiritual energy of the world converging towards him. A powerful vortex manifested before him, intertwining with his martial energy. Then, it suddenly expanded, forming a dense, tangible innate chi. The ferocious bear opposite him widened its bloodshot eyes in disbelief. "You've actually reached this level?" Yet soon, the bear's body trembled with fear. No, wasn't he this just the threshold of a master? What manner of freak are you? The bear sensed an overwhelming danger, and the runes and totems upon its body tightened momentarily. Then, it abruptly turned to flee. This scene left Qingwan and the others utterly astonished. This level 4 ferocious beast was actually escaping? Innate chi. Had Su Ran reached the master realm? No, it must be the effect of an enhancement technique, such a powerful augmentation, transcending even the master realm. By the looks of it, he was more formidable than the just-entered level 4 bear. The tide was turning. The group exchanged glances, their eyes once again filled with astonishment. As the 7-kill fist brewed, Su Ran's combat power surged yet again. This meant his power had reached 160,000. He had completely surpassed the martial artist realm. Even a newly initiated master would not compare to him. Radiating brilliance, he condensed the innate chi in his hands, then hurled it forth like a miniature storm. A tremendous explosion resonated throughout the space, mingled with the ferocious bear's frantic struggles and fearful cries. An enormous shockwave surged forth. Then Su Ran, like a deflating balloon, felt his aura plummet back to the martial artist realm. The earlier innate chi vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. His 7-kill fist could not endure. Congratulations on slaying a level 4 ferocious beast. You are awarded 15 energy points. Congratulations on completing the task. Slay 5 ferocious beasts of level 3 or above. Task rewards are as follows. Chapter 28. Base combat power exceeds 30,000. The Su sisters achieve another breakthrough. Reward 1. 300 energy points. Reward 2. 5 silver level lottery tickets and 10 bronze level lottery tickets. 300 energy points. Su Ran's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Coupled with the dozens of energy points earned from slaying ferocious beasts, his energy points exceeded 360. He then allocated all his energy points to his attributes. In an instant, Su Ran felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. His limbs and bones strengthened to their utmost. He sensed that if that level 4 bear were still alive, he could simply unleash the flame fist to eliminate it directly. Su Ran, Realm, Advanced Martial Artist, Strength, 302, Peak, 2000, Agility, 300, Peak, 2000, Spirit, 300, Peak, 2000, Constitution, Ancient Sacred Body. Note: the limit attributes for ordinary advanced martial artists are 100, while for ordinary martial artists, they are 1000. His single attribute had directly surpassed 300. This meant he had officially become an advanced martial artist. However, the highest attribute limit for advanced martial artists in this world was merely 100. Yet he had already surpassed the minimum threshold for advanced martial artists at 300. The ancient sacred body, truly formidable. Meanwhile, his storage space had expanded at least twice. From advanced martial artist to martial artist, he needed to surpass 2000 in a single attribute. This ancient sacred body demanded an immense amount of resources. Fortunately, he possessed a system. Otherwise, under such circumstances, the sacred body would be unable to grow. Moreover, achieving a fully realized sacred body would likely require exhausting all the resources of the eastern region. Su Ran felt a sense of exhilaration. Additionally, with silver level and bronze level lottery draws, without hesitation, Su Ran opted to draw them all. Congratulations, you have obtained 20 Immortal Guidance cards. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 threefold energy cards. Congratulations, you have obtained 5 10 energy value cards. Congratulations, you have obtained 5 century-old blood ginseng. Congratulations, you have gained 10 years of lifespan. 10 years of lifespan? Su Ran had directly drawn 10 years of lifespan. Though he was still young, who would refuse a longer lifespan? Moreover, it seemed that even a fully realized sacred body had lifespan limitations. Would he break this constraint? With this thought, Su Ran's spirit soared. In less than a day, he had not only made leaps in strength but also acquired a wealth of resources. Upon his return to Lingxi City, he planned to sell all the items obtained from the lottery, converting them into money to exchange for energy points. To him, energy points meant everything. At this moment in the protective zone town, those low-level ferocious beasts sensed the demise of the level 3 ferocious bears like startled birds, fleeing towards the outside. Meanwhile, the surviving guards of the Lord's manor, blinded by rage, vented their inner hatred. Su Ran was not to be outdone. Most of these ferocious beasts were level 1, with a few being level 2. For him now, the energy points they provided were akin to mosquito legs. Yet even mosquito legs were legs and should not be wasted. Simultaneously, within the Lord's manor, Su Buyu, who was honing her innate chi, was once again astonished. Although she was at the martial artist realm, due to her extraordinary 9-turn spirit body, she could also wield innate chi. However, at this moment, guided by an inexplicable force, she had unexpectedly broken through the martial artist realm, becoming a true master. Her base combat power surpassed at least 100,000. At this moment, Su Buyu was not elated by her breakthrough. Instead, she was engulfed in profound confusion. How could this be? I broke through so quickly. Could it be that my sister has also broken through? Impossible. A day prior, her base combat power had been less than 100,000, and she had been unable to condense innate chi. Yet now, the changes were occurring far too swiftly. Su Buyu finally sensed something was amiss. She had initially thought it was her sister's breakthrough that accelerated her cultivation speed. Yet how could the Grandmaster Su Yufei possibly achieve consecutive breakthroughs? She was merely a first-grade spirit body. Her cultivation speed could not possibly match her own 9-turn spirit body. Su Ran's visage surfaced in Su Buyu's mind. She was no fool. The 9-turn spirit body exhibited peculiarities in the presence of Su Ran. Although the final test crystal indicated that Su Ran was merely a second-grade spirit body, Su Buyu now harbored profound doubts. This Su Ran is problematic, a significant problem. Taking a deep breath, Su Buyu tidied herself slightly and exited the Lord's manor. Given her status, it would be all too easy to investigate Su Ran's background. Mere minutes later, she learned of the Su family's whereabouts. With a determined gaze, she set her sights on a direction, preparing to meet Su Ran once more. Deep within the Hengduan Mountains, at the juncture that distanced itself from Lingxi City and the perilous zones of the Hengduan Mountains, the battles raged fiercely. The deputy lord of Lingxi City, Wu Cheng, along with the captain of the top 10 guards of the Lord's manor, were currently engaged in a desperate struggle against ferocious beasts of corresponding levels. Meanwhile, deeper within, the late Grand Master Su Yufei and the local Jianhu Lord were embroiled in an intense battle. The realm of the Grand Master, through the refinement of the 6 internal organs and ultimately the crystallization of the skull, significantly enhances both the density and strength of the body. The cultivated innate vital energy surges dramatically, rendering even small-scale nuclear weapons incapable of slaying a Grand Master. Moreover, the ability to draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, merging it with mental strength, allows for the external manifestation of one's spiritual power. This manifestation specifically takes the form of a unique magnetic field that can easily disrupt the innate vital energy of those at the master level, capable of swiftly annihilating any master. As one delves deeper into their practice, spiritual power can even materialize into tangible substances. The pinnacle of cultivation, one may manifest the nascent form of the laws of heaven and earth, unleashing a force potent enough to obliterate a significant portion of a city. Such a formidable being is referred to as a lord among the fierce beast tribes, while among the human race, they are sufficiently powerful to serve as the lord of a city housing millions. In the region of Hengyun, all 52 cities are governed by Grand Masters, each boasting a combat strength exceeding 1 million. Moreover, Su Yufei and the Lord of the Sword Tiger stand as paragons among Grand Masters, with combat prowess reaching an astounding 8 million. At this moment, the clash between one human and one beast causes the surrounding area to collapse extensively. As the battle escalates into a fervent frenzy, suddenly, a violent surge of vitality erupts from Su Yufei, her innate vital energy coalescing into a fiery manifestation, elevating her blood vitality to unprecedented heights. In an instant, she eclipses the Lord of the Sword Tiger, who displays a look of astonishment and dread. How could this be? You have unexpectedly broken through to the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm. Even at the same Grand Master pinnacle, Su Yufei's combat strength surpasses his by at least 1 million. This disparity could very well determine life or death. Yet, at this moment, Su Yufei herself is filled with incredulity. She clearly senses that her foundation is insufficient for such a breakthrough, yet the vitality within her surges forth like a torrent released from a dam. Her realm has ascended to the consummate level of Grand Master. And she is not far from the rank of Battle General. Is it still silence? As an elder sister, I am truly fortunate. While Su Yufei marvels at the potency of the 9-turn spirit body, a flicker of doubt arises within her heart. Can the 9-turn spirit body achieve consecutive breakthroughs at this stage? However, she does not dwell on this thought for long, as the breakthrough in her realm renders the Sword Tiger Lord no longer a match for her. Su Yufei coldly declares, "Sword Tiger, our grievances over the years must come to a conclusion." Chapter 29. The first encounter with Su Yufei. Flames ignite fiercely around Su Yufei, rising and coalescing into a colossal visage that embodies her exquisite and noble essence. The eyes of this great face are chillingly cold, resembling an inviolable goddess. A terrifying aura radiates outward, a horrifying manifestation of spiritual power at the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm. Sword Tiger, meet your demise. The colossal flaming blade expands abruptly, cleaving towards the massive form of the Sword Tiger with an incredible swiftness. The black ice encasing the Sword Tiger begins to melt, and its forelimbs are severed by the flames. The disparity between the two becomes increasingly evident, as the Sword Tiger proves no match for Su Yufei. With an icy expression, Su Yufei condenses the flaming greatsword once more. The Sword Tiger, having long harbored thoughts of retreat, is now gripped by panic upon witnessing Su Yufei's terrifying prowess. Su Yufei, do you not care for Lingxi City? The protective barrier of your lord's estate has already been breached. My subordinates should currently be wreaking havoc in Lingxi City. Do you truly not care for the peril faced by the humans within? Su Yufei's expression changes. The fierce beasts have breached the protective barrier? What of Qingwan and the others? Noticing Su Yufei's momentary hesitation, the Sword Tiger seizes the opportunity, employing a desperate escape technique, transforming into a black beam of light that flees into the distance, as for his territory. What use is it if he loses his life? Su Yufei finally reacts, but it is too late. She refrains from pursuing further, as venturing deeper into the Hongduan Mountains would undoubtedly attract the attention of other high-tier fierce beasts. The deeper one goes into the Hongduan Mountains, the more high-tier fierce beasts abound, including formidable 6th-tier beasts at the Battle General level. Another reason is that she cannot abandon the guards of the protective barrier. There are over 1,000 martial artists within, whom she has painstakingly nurtured over the years. Uncle Wuching, the Sword Tiger has fled. I leave everything here in your hands. I must return to the protective barrier to assess the situation. After the 5th-tier consummate fierce beast, the Sword Tiger Lord, fled. His subordinates also succumbed to fear. The other 5th-tier fierce beasts had long since been slain or had escaped by Su Yufei's hand. Wuching, the deputy lord of Lingxi City, stands just a step away from the Grand Master realm. He previously faced 3 4th-tier consummate fierce beasts alone, showcasing his formidable strength. Now, with his opponents either dead or fled, the tide of battle has completely turned following Su Yufei's breakthrough. Resulting in a resounding victory for Lingxi City. It is conservatively estimated that Lingxi City could push forward into the Hongduan Mountains by over 100 kilometers, if no unforeseen events occur. Lingxi City will not encounter any further incursions from fierce beasts for several years, of course. This battle has not come without significant costs to Lingxi City. At this moment, under Su Yufei's command. Wuqing consolidates the troops, striving to eradicate every last fierce beast in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Su Yufei herself speeds towards the protective barrier with astonishing swiftness. Along the way, she encounters almost no fierce beasts, which plunges her heart into despair. Are the fierce beasts currently indulging themselves within the protective barrier of the small city? How infuriating to be caught so off guard, to prevent an outbreak of beast tides. All forces at the master level and above have been dispatched to the danger zone in the hunting zone. There remain hundreds of human martial artists, the backbone of Lingxi City. As she approaches the protective barrier of the small city, Su Yufei spots the formation having been breached. Her brows furrow tightly, but after a careful assessment, she breathes a sigh of relief. With her refined senses as a consummate grandmaster, she detects that a substantial number of human martial artists still reside within the protective barrier of the small city. Oddly enough, despite the formation being compromised, there are still many martial artists alive. But what of the fierce beasts? At this moment, Su Ran, who is within the protective barrier of the small town, suddenly feels an overwhelmingly powerful aura approaching. This vitality far surpasses that of the violent bear. Su Ran's expression shifts as martial intent instinctively surges within him, transforming into innate vital energy. He directly overlays the Flame Fist and Seven Kill Fist, causing the golden innate vital energy to manifest once more. Yet, in comparison to that formidable aura, his own combat strength feels utterly trivial. However, Qing Luan and the others are filled with joy, as they are all too familiar with this aura. Before they can utter a word, the immense aura arrives before them. Lord City Master, you have returned? Qing Luan and the others are overwhelmed with delight. Through her heightened senses, Su Yufei has grasped the general situation unfolding here. Despite sustaining some losses, the protective barrier of the small city has not suffered significantly. Her gaze scans over Yang Qian, Qing Luan, and others before settling upon an exceptionally young boy. Moments ago, this boy unleashed a surge of intense vitality, even manifesting the innate vital energy exclusive to the master realm. Su Yufei's eyes glimmer with appreciation. Such power rivals that of her sister. It is worth noting that her sister possesses the 9-turn spirit body. This boy is certainly extraordinary. At this moment, Su Yufei speculates whether Su Ran is a senior student from Hengyun University or another top-tier institution. To ignite innate vital energy and achieve the master realm at such a young age is an astounding feat, even among elite universities. Yet, this boy's expression appears rather blank. Qing Luan steps forward and pulls Su Ran to Su Yufei's side. Su Ran, now having concealed his aura, curiously observes the legendary city master of Lingxi. To Su Ran's discerning eye, Su Yufei resembles Su Buyu to a significant degree, yet she has shed the youthful naivety, exuding a vibrant allure. What captivates Su Ran even more is the vast aura emanating from her. The Grandmaster realm is indeed fearsome. Young master, this is Su Ran. Our little brother. It is thanks to him that we are safe and sound. He is our great benefactor. She then recounts the events leading up to this moment in detail to Su Yufei. Su Yufei's beautiful eyes once again reflect admiration. Under equal circumstances, fierce beasts are, in many ways, more powerful than human martial artists. Yet Su Ran has managed to slay a 4th-tier fierce beast. What a promising talent. Su Ran, I sincerely thank you for your assistance. In my capacity as the city master of Lingxi, I shall bestow upon you an additional reward of 100,000 merit points. 100,000 merit points cause Su Ran's expression to brighten. This is equivalent to 100 million, converting into energy value, which will grant him at least 100 attribute points. Moreover, Su Yufei's rewards do not end there. Shortly, I shall arrange for the finest craftsmen of Lingxi City to personally forge a golden Grandmaster medal for you. Typically, martial artists receive medals from the Martial Arts Association upon ascending to the Grandmaster rank, affording them various privileges. However, this golden Grandmaster medal is conferred personally by the City Master of Lingxi, carrying even greater privileges. For instance, the subsidies received are 5 times that of an ordinary Grandmaster medal. Furthermore, possessing the golden Grandmaster medal allows one to summon a 100-strong guard from the Lord's estate at will, as well as access any area of the estate except for the private quarters. Additionally, It grants the opportunity for personal tutelage from a Grand Master level expert. Among other benefits, in essence, the Golden Grand Master medal symbolizes status, identity, and strength, holding immense significance. This elicits expressions of envy from the captains of the surrounding guards. There are hardly a handful of individuals within Lingxi City who possess a Golden Grand Master medal, and each of them has made significant contributions to the city. Moreover, I will, in my capacity as the Lord of Lingxi City, duly report your contributions to your university in order to secure additional resources for you. Just as she was about to continue, Qingwan awkwardly interjected, "Miss, but Su Ran is still a high school student." Chapter 30. Su Yufei's shock at the quota for direct admission to a top university. Su Yufei paused for a moment. A high school student? Could it be from Lingxi No. 1 High School? Her younger sister was excelling at Lingxi No. 1. How could there be a high school student even more formidable than her? No. Through the shared perception of cultivation speed, Su Yufei speculated that her sister had made significant progress and was likely stronger than Su Ran now. However, previously, Su Buyu, with her 9 transformation spirit body, had also been unable to condense innate true chi. Su Ran smiled and said, "Greetings, Lord of the City. I am Su Ran, a senior at Lingxi No. 1 High School, and a classmate of Su Buyu." Could it be that he is truly just a senior in high school and a classmate of Buyu? Su Yufei's expression grew serious. The distinction between a senior university student and a high school senior is profound. This implies that Su Ran has broken through to the master realm at the mere age of 18. Even she had not achieved that at his age. The future prospects for Su Ran are unimaginable. Furthermore, he is from Lingxi City and a classmate of her sister, which instantly made Su Yufei feel a sense of kinship. She placed her hand on Su Ran's shoulder, causing him to sense an unusual feeling. Unconsciously, he activated his blood vitality, condensing martial energy throughout his body. "Wait, have you employed amplification techniques?" At that moment, upon closer observation, Su Yufei detected traces of amplification techniques in Su Ran. This indicated that he had broken through to the master realm after employing amplification techniques. However, this further underscored Su Ran's exceptional talent and physical prowess. Amplification techniques are nearly impossible to execute without a special physique. Miss, Su Ran should still be at the warrior realm, but he has utilized some form of amplification technique. Yet, Su Yufei's brow furrowed again, her eyes filled with astonishment. She addressed Qingwan and the others, enunciating each word. "You not only owe Su Ran a debt of gratitude, but have also placed him in considerable danger." Everyone was taken aback. What did that mean? Wasn't he merely a warrior? His current realm is just that of a senior warrior. Su Yufei's tone turned incredulous. The Grandmaster realm allows for introspection of oneself and others. At this moment, Su Yufei could clearly see that Su Ran had only trained his limbs. The warrior focuses on honing either the upper or lower limbs, a senior warrior on all 4 limbs. A warrior master on the bones, a master on the organs, and a grandmaster on the 6 viscera and skull. Su Ran's bone strength is remarkably powerful, far exceeding that of an ordinary warrior master. Yet the strength of his limbs is even more formidable. The disparity in strength between his bones and limbs is evident, indicating that Su Ran's physique is quite extraordinary. In other words, Su Ran has not even engaged in bone training. Essentially, he remains a senior warrior. This is absurd. To forcibly wield powerful amplification techniques with the strength of a senior warrior, can your body withstand it? Su Yufei's tone was somewhat stern, akin to a parent admonishing a child. She regarded Su Ran as one of her own, a senior warrior. Everyone was struck with disbelief. How could this be? The peak combat power of a senior warrior is 10,000, while the minimum combat power of a master is 100,000. If Su Ran utilized amplification techniques, he must have amplified his combat power by at least 10-fold. What sort of amplification technique could be so extraordinary? Amplifying combat power 10-fold sent shockwaves of panic through Qingwan and the others. They had assumed Su Ran merely increased his power by 1 or 2 times. A 10-fold increase in power also implied that Su Ran's body had endured immense risk. Previously, Su Ran would even risk damaging his own foundation to save another. A chance encounter, and this young man could achieve such feats. At this moment, Qingwan was already in tears, continuously rubbing Su Ran's hand, her feelings of gratitude beyond words. Meanwhile, Yang Qian and several other squad leaders had reddened eyes. They pounded their chests, declaring, "From now on, Su brothers' matters are our matters. If anyone seeks to harm Su brother or his family, they must first step over our corpses." Su Ran was utterly bewildered. "Am I truly as remarkable as you say? Merely amplifying my power tenfold has left you all in such shock. If I were to tell you that my Yin Gang fist combined with the 7-kill fist can amplify my power by 15 times, what would you think? Indeed, an average physique cannot bear a tenfold amplification of power. Yet, he possesses the sacred body, a unique ancient physique in this world. Moreover, if Su Yufei and the others were to learn that he had slain a level 4 beast while still in the warrior realm, one could only imagine their expressions." Su Yufei spoke earnestly. "Su Ran, you must not push yourself like this in the future, do you understand? Such actions could damage your foundation, making it difficult for you to break through to the Grandmaster realm later." Her tone softened, and an idea began to form in her mind. "By the way, what special physique do you possess?" Su Ran is capable of employing amplification techniques and exhibits exceptional physical strength. In her view, he must possess a special physique. To be able to achieve a tenfold amplification, such a special physique must be extraordinary. Su Ran hesitantly replied, "I haven't had it specifically tested. It should be a second-grade physique." The last time Su Buyu had tested him with the crystal, after shielding most of the physique's effects, it indeed indicated a second-grade physique. Su Yufei frowned again. How could this be? A second-grade physique daring to utilize a tenfold amplification would clearly be detrimental to the body. "How about this? 3 days later, you shall visit the city lord's residence, and I will personally arrange for a healer to treat your body." She remained concerned about Su Ran, fearing he might have sustained internal injuries. Not to mention her own first-grade spirit body, even her sister's 9-transformation spirit body would not dare attempt a tenfold amplification. Su Ran is truly audacious. However, she also harbored doubts. Through her observations of Su Ran, his body's exhibited strength seemed to suggest a physique beyond second grade. But Su Yufei did not dwell on it. "With your strength, being directly admitted to Hongyun University is more than sufficient." Direct admission to Hongyun University? The Dongyu region has a total of 39 top universities, yet Hongyun County only has Hongyun University as its sole top institution. For Hongyun County, that is already commendable. The Dongyu region encompasses over 30 counties, with Donglin City alone hosting 9 top universities. Some counties are relatively weak, with not a single top university within their borders. This illustrates that Hongyun County is not weak among the various counties. Instantly, Qingwan and the others exhibited smiles. "Randy, you are fortunate. The city lord can designate 3 quotas for direct admission to a top university. This means you won't need to take the college entrance examination to secure your place." However, Su Yufei expressed some regret, saying, "Given your combat strength, even entering any of the 9 top universities in Dongyu would not pose a problem. Yet, your physique is only second grade, which complicates matters. Top universities in Dongyu have specific requirements for special physiques, at least a first-grade physique. Although special physiques are rare among humans, the sheer population compensates for that. Hongyun County alone has over 2 billion inhabitants, while the entire Dongyu region boasts a population exceeding 1 trillion. Beyond the top universities, there are elite universities as well. Currently, there is only one elite university in Dongyu. Talents like Su Buyu are directly admitted to Dongyu's sole elite university, Donglin University. The admission criteria for Donglin University are exceedingly stringent. Accepting only a handful of students each year, it is said that graduates from Donglin University typically emerge as at least Grandmaster-level experts. Most of these experts are qualified to serve as city lords or even county governors. For instance, Su Yufei graduated from Donglin University 3 years ago and was subsequently assigned to Lingxi City. Alright, since there are no issues here, I shall return to the danger zone. Chapter 31. Wang Chao's Troubles. Third young master Li Su Yufei departed swiftly. Since the protective zone had not encountered significant problems, she immediately returned to the danger zone, preparing to thoroughly eliminate the threats between Lingxi City and the Hengduan Mountains. Meanwhile, Su Ran's matters had also reached a conclusion. He planned to head back. Earlier, he had requested to accompany Su Yufei into the danger zone to eliminate beasts. However, Su Yufei had outright refused, citing his poor physical condition. In her eyes, Su Ran was still a high school student and should be cared for by his senior peers. Even if risks were to be taken, it should be after entering university. More importantly, Su Ran, with a second-grade physique, could not possibly wield a tenfold amplification without consequences. Thus, she repeatedly emphasized that Su Ran must visit the city lord's residence in 3 days, where she would arrange for a specialized healer to treat him. Su Ran did not insist, having learned that high-level beasts in the danger zone were now scarce. Unless he ventured deeper, even encountering lord-level beasts would be possible. Yet Su Ran certainly does not wish to court death himself. Such a place is one that even a grandmaster like Su Yufei would not dare to venture lightly. Meanwhile, Yang Qian and the others continue to hold the hunting area, which is now in utter chaos. Leaving them with much to attend to, Qing Wan accompanies Su Ran on their way back to Lingxi City. She intends to relay the news from here to the people within the city and to allocate resources for the reconstruction of the defense zone. Once I convert all my gains into gold coins, I should amass around 200 million. With 200 million, once transformed through the energy conversion card, it should yield at least 200 points of energy value. At this moment, the news within Lingxi City has spread like wildfire. The events concerning the Hongduan Mountains have incited widespread panic. After all, with the precedent of Tianhua City, some individuals are even preparing to flee in advance. Many others, burdened with families, clearly do not wish to leave Lingxi City and can only wait for news from the Hongduan Mountains, hoping that the Lord's guards can quell the unrest. How peculiar. Why has this upheaval in the Hongduan Mountains occurred without a sound? It is said that only the Lord's guards are present at the front lines. Where have the martial artists from Lingxi University gone? Lingxi City openly boasts 2 grandmasters, namely Lord Su Yufei and Principal Li Shan of Lingxi University. Therefore, the primary source of martial artists in Lingxi City stems from these 2 formidable factions. However, during this upheaval in the Hongduan Mountains, the core strength from Lingxi University is conspicuously absent. It is rumored that a large contingent of martial artists from Lingxi University had departed for Tianhua City to provide support half a month ago, thus diminishing the defensive capabilities here in Lingxi. I surmise that the ferocious beasts must have received word of Lingxi University's departure, prompting them to attempt a breach of the defenses. What shall we do? Can the Lord's guards withstand this? The crowd is filled with apprehension, yet none are privy to the situation on the battlefield. The entrance of the Hongduan Mountains, Wang Chao, Lin Fan, and others are confronting another group of young individuals. Li Yin, do not overstep your bounds. The items in my possession are not for your handling. After exiting the hunting area, Wang Chao and his companions activated their connections to actively contact buyers, swiftly selling off most of Su Ran's belongings. The harvest Su Ran amassed in the hunting area amounts to a staggering 20 million. Although Wang Chao is uncertain why Su Ran insists on converting all his acquisitions into currency. Now, Wang Chao is left with only a 50-year-old blood ginseng and the precious seeds of the colorful lotus. He intends to negotiate a favorable price for his leader. However, Wang Chao's repeated attempts to sell have brought him trouble. Across from Wang Chao stands a young man with an arrogant demeanor who smirks coldly. Wang Chao, who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? I have stated, I want the blood ginseng and colorful lotus you possess. Wang Chao and his companions' expressions darken. This young man dares to offer a mere 10% of the market value for their resources. Is this not the epitome of folly? Yet Wang Chao holds a deep respect for this individual. Not for any other reason, but this fellow is the son of the principal of Lingxi University, and Principal Li Shan is the only other Grandmaster-level powerhouse apart from the Lord of the City. Even though Wang Chao's father is a mid-level leader at Lingxi University, he would not dare to offend him. Having fostered enmity within the university, Li Yin has consistently made things difficult for him. Under normal circumstances, Wang Chao would have simply endured. However, these items rightfully belong to Su Ran, as a subordinate. How could he sell his leader's possessions at a low price? That would be tantamount to slapping his own face. Wang Chao signals to the others to turn and leave. If you wish to depart, leave the items behind. Li Yin, leading a group, directly encircles them. Bystanders quicken their pace, fully aware that Li Yin is not to be trifled with. Did I permit you to leave? Leave the items, and I shall let you go today. In truth, Li Yin does not care for the items in Wang Chao's possession. His father is a Grandmaster-level powerhouse with significant influence, and he does not necessarily covet these resources. However, He has harbored a grudge against Wang Chao for quite some time and would not allow him an easy time, especially upon witnessing Wang Chao's rise in strength, which displeased him greatly. Wang Chao's expression darkens as he exudes a fierce aura. His injuries have fully healed, and with the aid of the lotus seeds, he has made considerable progress. Lian, do not bully others too much. The few individuals by his side glare angrily, their energy surging as they engage in combat with Li Yan's henchmen. They are all students from Lingxi University, and at this moment, the empowered Wang Chao and his companions hold the upper hand. Pushing Li Yan's group back step by step, Li Yan's expression turns grim, as this is somewhat of a blow to his pride. Suddenly, a middle-aged man emerges from behind Li Yan. He strides forward with confidence, emanating a powerful aura and unleashes a violent gust of energy from his hands. This is evidently a peak-level martial artist, nearly able to condense internal martial energy with combat power approaching 10,000. He charges directly at Wang Chao and his group. The force of the energy grazes Wang Chao's ear, causing a torrent of blood to flow from it. Wang Chao senses death brushing past him, and his body is instantly sent flying backward. Lin Fan and the others are enraged, but before they can close the distance, they are swept away by this man's overwhelming aura. Each of them bears the marks of conflict. The middle-aged man speaks coldly. Do as the third young master says, or next time, it will be a certain part of your body that I sever. He relies on the Li family and fears not the forces backing Wang Chao. Wang Chao has already sustained serious injuries, yet he grits his teeth and declares, I will not sell for less than market value. Otherwise, the deal is off. Li Yan smirks coldly, asserting that apart from the Lord's forces, he has never feared anyone in Lingxi City. When Shu, teach him a lesson. If trouble arises, I will take responsibility. Upon receiving the command, the middle-aged man swiftly advances toward Wang Chao. His iron-like hands reach for Wang Chao's neck. Suddenly, he senses an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. The middle-aged man's movements freeze, and in the next moment, he feels a sharp pain in his left arm, followed by blood obscuring his vision. On my arm. A chilling scream catches everyone off guard, leaving them rooted in place. A remarkably youthful figure suddenly appears in the midst of the scene. His attire is somewhat tattered, but what draws attention is the bloodstains adorning him. He emanates a menacing aura that sends shivers down spines. At this moment, he holds a severed arm in his hand, blood still gushing forth. It belongs to a martial artist of the Li family. The commotion here captures the attention of many, and the atmosphere erupts with excitement. What? Someone has directly severed the arm of a high-level martial artist? Judging by his appearance, he is on the verge of condensing internal martial energy, and his combat power may have reached 10,000. Everyone is filled with astonishment. In Lingxi City, a high-level martial artist nearing 10,000 combat power is undoubtedly considered extraordinary. The average person would not even be qualified to encounter such a powerhouse. Yet now, this exalted individual has been rendered incapacitated. The middle-aged man quickly tends to his wound, clutching his severed arm, fear and malice gleaming in his eyes as he gazes at the youth. He retreats, attempting to distance himself from this formidable figure. Wang Chao and the others are initially astonished, but then their expressions shift to disbelief. Boss, you've returned. They did not anticipate that Su Ran would appear silently and directly incapacitate the middle-aged man. Their leader is simply terrifying. Su Ran tosses each of them a decade-old blood ginseng, urging them to recover their vitality swiftly. The henchman Li Yan brought gasp in shock, their hearts gripped by fear. This youth is overwhelmingly powerful and ruthless enough to confront the Li family. Li Yan, initially stunned, soon reveals a sinister glint in his eyes. Who are you to dare harm our Li family members? He has never encountered such a setback in his life. Su Ran, having grasped the situation, gazes at him with piercing intensity. You are the one who harmed Wang Chao and his companions and sought to coerce me into selling my belongings? Seeing his subordinate's severed arm fuels Li Yan's rage. Is this not a slap to his face? You little bastard. How dare you offend me? You are finished, both you and your. Before he can finish, darkness envelopes his vision. Su Ran stands before him, delivering a resounding slap that sends blood spraying from his mouth and knocks several of his teeth out. Li Yan is momentarily stunned. then overwhelmed by excruciating pain. He has never suffered such humiliation. You little scoundrel. My Li family has martial artists in the vicinity. You are doomed. Slap, slap, slap. Another series of slaps renders Li Yan's face grotesquely swollen. He is left with barely any teeth, and blood seeps continually from his mouth. Faced with such overwhelming circumstances, Li Yan dares not speak further. The malice lurking in his eyes is evident to all. Su Ran regards him coldly in his mind. The system notification chimes. Attention. Host has discovered the Abyssal Clan. To Su Ran's astonishment, Li Yan harbors an abyssal demon within him. Su Ran's confrontation with Li Yan was not merely provoked by the latter's boastful words. It stemmed from the deeper issue of the Abyssal Clan lurking beyond the realm. He still had one task left to complete, to locate and eliminate the 30 abyssal demons concealed within Lingxi City. Now, it appeared he was on the verge of a breakthrough. His fists clenched tightly, and his gaze upon Li Yan was as cold and lifeless as that of a corpse. The hidden truly ran deep. Was it only when one was close to death that they revealed themselves? Much like Huang Jie had before. Meanwhile, the onlookers gaped in astonishment, and those who recognized Li Yan surged forward in a frenzy. What a scandal! This youth dares to strike the third young master of the Li family. Is he courting death? Well done. I say he was too lenient. I've heard that Li Yan is capable of the vilest deeds. Time to leave. Hitting someone is exhilarating, but this young man will surely face dire consequences. Su Ran cast another glance at Wang Chao and the others. Their injuries were manageable, and their lives were not in jeopardy. Otherwise, that middle-aged man would have suffered more than just a severed arm. Wang Chao, having regained his breath, soon found himself filled with anxiety. Su Ran stood up for them, injuring not only the Li family's warriors, but even daring to strike Li Yan himself. In Lingxi City, could one offend the Li family and expect to come away unscathed? Observing Li Yan's malevolent expression, Wang Chao gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. Li Yan, this is all my fault. It has nothing to do with my leader. He had not finished his sentence when he suddenly shuddered. A formidable aura approached rapidly. Stop! Who dares to bully a member of the Li family? A gust of cold wind swept through, and an elderly, frail man appeared beside Li Yan. His presence radiated immense power, flickering with a faint glow. The energy coalescing in his palms indicated he was a martial master. Li Yan, his face swollen like a pig's head, was instantly overjoyed. He crawled to the elder's side in a flurry. Quan Lao, you've come. Quickly, kill this little pest. Meanwhile, the previously mentioned middle-aged man fell to his knees, wailing uncontrollably. Quan Lao, it's my inadequacy, but that little wretch dared to strike the third young master. What audacity! When has my Li family ever been humiliated like this? The old man's expression darkened, and the aura of a martial master fully erupted from him. Under the explanation of Qinghuan, Su Ran's expression stiffened. During their previous conversation, he had learned that the Su sisters, Su Yufei and her sibling, hailed from the prestigious Su family of the Eastern Domain. The Su family was exceedingly powerful, even possessing warriors of the battle general level. Such warriors could easily serve as governors of a county like Hengyun, commanding dozens of cities akin to Lingxi City. However, despite their formidable strength, the Su family paled in comparison to the Li family of the Eastern Domain. The Li family of Lingxi City was merely a branch of the Eastern Domain's Li family, yet still a force to be reckoned with. Su Ran understood Qinghuan's implication. He indeed needed to exercise caution regarding the Li family. But how could such a powerful family be entangled with the abyssal demons? Meanwhile, Wang Chao and the others finally regained their composure at Su Ran. You actually have connections with the City Lord's mansion? You even refer to the captain of the City Lord's guards as your sibling. Something must have transpired in the Hengduan Mountains that we are unaware of. Are you friends with Randy? If you have time next time, how about my sister treats you all to a meal? Qinghuan smiled at Wang Chao and the others, leaving them both flattered and astonished. She then turned her gaze back to Su Ran. Randy, I shall take my leave first. Do not forget to visit the City Lord's mansion for your health checkup in 3 days. Qinghuan quickly departed, needing to disseminate information about the Hengduan Mountains and complete the reconstruction of the protective area. Wang Chao and the others took a while to process everything, feeling as though it was all surreal. Their parents held some status in Lingxi City, But they were still far from the city lord's mansion. Boss, this is the money obtained from selling those fierce beast resources and heavenly treasures. I'll transfer it all to you. Wang Chao directly transferred over 20 million from today's earnings into Su Ran's account. Ding. Your bank card has received a deposit of 20,000,000. Su Ran's expression brightened. He relished the feeling of his balance increasing. Unfortunately, for him, money in this world merely served as a means to exchange for energy values. Wang Chao and the others had finally regained their wits. Boss, there are still 10 lotus seeds from the 7-colored clear lotus unsold. I'll auction them off within 3 days. Rest assured, they will fetch a good price. Without Li Yan's interference, he was confident he could auction the seeds for a sky-high price. Each seed would sell for at least 5 million. This meant Su Ran still had a minimum of 50 million yet to be accounted for. Su Ran nodded, deciding to wait until all the money arrived before using the energy conversion card. After all, he currently possessed only one energy conversion card. The more money he amassed, the greater the energy value he could obtain in a single conversion. Well then, let's leave it at that for today. Tomorrow, I'll treat everyone. Let us have a good gathering. Wang Chao and the others displayed excitement. They too wished to grow closer to Su Ran. After a day of combat, Su Ran felt the need to return home and take a proper shower. Chapter 34. The arrival of Su Buyu and Su Daodu's exceptional physique at the Su residence. Su Dahai and his wife were currently entertaining a distinguished guest. This guest was none other than Qin Hai, the vice principal of Lingxi No. 1 High School and the president of the Martial Arts Certification Association. This was a task assigned to every subordinate by the principal, Yun Jingzong. Qin Hai had taken the Su family as his home visit assignment. However, after several cups of tea, he had yet to see Su Ran's figure at Su Dahai, and his wife repeatedly called Su Ran, but his phone always indicated that he was out of service. The signal in the Hengduan Mountains was disrupted, making it impossible for them to reach him. How strange, where could Rand have gone? What if we offend President Qin? They exchanged worried glances, anxiety evident in their eyes. With Qin Hai's high status, offending a martial artist could jeopardize their son's future. At that moment, Qin Hai could no longer sit still. He could not afford to wait indefinitely for Su Ran. Just as he was about to leave the Su residence, Su Daodu walked in from outside. Oh, there are guests. Lan Rian immediately took Su Daodu's hand. Daodu, do you know where your brother has gone? Su Daodu shook her head. She had just returned and was unaware of Su Ran's whereabouts. Currently, based on the hints from Yuying, she had completed the purchases for the minor gathering spirit array. All that was left was to enter seclusion for cultivation. If the effects were satisfactory, she intended to offer access to this minor gathering spirit array to her brother. Humph, now that my brother has money, I should charge him. Meanwhile, Qin Hai, initially intent on leaving, suddenly halted. He sensed a powerful vitality emanating from Su Daodu. This is Su Dahai hurriedly introduced, President Qin. This is my daughter, Su Ran's sister. Qin Hai's face displayed astonishment. She is also a martial artist? Su Dahai was momentarily bewildered. He only knew that his daughter's illness had improved. When did she become a martial artist? Seeing the couple's confusion, Qin Hai produced a simple testing instrument. This was a simplified version of the testing stone. By gripping it with all their strength, one could roughly measure the vitality emitted by their body, essentially a combat power test. Although the precision was not as high as the school's stone tablet. Little girl, come and test your combat power. Su Daodu was also curious about her current combat power. According to Yuying, her mortal spirit body was in a state of awakening. This awakening would last for several days, during which her vitality would surge. She might even reach the advanced martial artist level without any training. She took the small instrument and gripped it tightly. The numbers began to fluctuate wildly. Qin Hai's expression shifted from calm to shock. The numbers skyrocketed to 4 digits, continuously climbing. Finally, it stopped at 2,400. This 16-year-old girl possessed a combat power of 2,400. How could this be possible? This score was enough to place her among the top 15 in Lingxi No. 1 High School. Could she also possess a special physique? Little girl, are you also a student of Lingxi No. 1 High School? Su Daodu nodded, her tone tinged with excitement. She hadn't expected her strength to rise so dramatically. Did this mean she could easily defeat her brother? But perhaps it was best to keep this a secret for now. Otherwise, her brother would surely be saddened. Qin Hai immediately pulled out his phone, searching for Su Daodu's information. Su Daodu, a student of Class B in her first year of high school. However, she had been on leave for half a year. Before her leave, she was not a martial artist. Yet now, her combat power had reached 2400. This was likely due to the awakening of her special physique. Awakening a special physique to achieve 2400. This girl's special physique was quite extraordinary. Qin Hai took a deep breath. Su Daodu, would you be willing to accompany me to Lingxi No. 1 High School? If it is confirmed that you have a special physique, we will fully nurture you at Lingxi No. 1 High School. We could even recommend you to Hengyun University or other top-tier universities, enabling you to advance towards becoming a master-level powerhouse more swiftly. At this moment, Su Dahai and his wife finally understood. Their daughter had a combat power of 2400 and very likely possessed a special physique. Su Dahai could hardly believe it, trembling in astonishment. A special physique? A recommendation to Hengyun University? It sounded like a tale from a fantasy world. Excuse me, is this the Su residence? Suddenly, a distinct voice from a young girl interrupted their thoughts. The figure of Su Buyu appeared at the entrance of the Su residence. She immediately spotted Su Dahai and his wife, politely inquiring, "Hello, uncle and aunt. I am Su Ran's classmate. Is he home?" Su Dahai and his wife were momentarily taken aback. This girl was so beautiful. Lan Rian's heart brightened. Her son had some excellent taste. When had he befriended such a stunning and graceful girl? Unfortunately, Su Ran was not home at the moment. I apologize, classmate, but Su Ran is not at home. Would you like to wait here? Meanwhile, Su Daodu grew wary. Where did her brother find such a beautiful classmate? Would he forget his sister for a new love? At that moment, Su Buyu also noticed Su Daodu. A faint sense of resonance from her nine-turned spirit body emerged. Su Buyu was taken aback. Another special physique? And not just any special physique. She had previously researched the Su family's information and knew that this was Su Ran's sister. The once ailing girl now had vitality far surpassing her peers. If Su Ran's sister was like this, how extraordinary could Su Ran himself be? Miss Su, do you know Su Ran? At this moment, Su Buyu noticed Qin Hai nearby. Qin Hai's face was adorned with a broad smile as he quickly approached Su Buyu. He was well aware of this young lady's identity and status, especially since Su Buyu was the top genius of Lingxi No. 1 High School. He began to contemplate. How remarkable was it that this genius would personally come to the Su residence seeking Su Ran? How could Su Ran possibly be a waste who merely consumed genius treasures? Moreover, with his sister possessing a special physique, Qin Hai could not help but let his imagination wander. Could it be that both siblings of the Su family possessed special physiques? He shot a shocked glance at Su Dahai and his wife, marveling at their extraordinary offspring. The probability of a special physique arising from a union of ordinary individuals was exceedingly rare. Furthermore, having two special physiques in one family was unfathomable. President Qin, what brings you here? Qin Hai hurriedly recounted his intentions, subsequently placing particular emphasis on Su Dodo's extraordinary physique. I wish to take Dodo to Lingxi No. 1 High School for an assessment of her constitution. Su Buyu cast a curious glance at Su Dodo. There's no need for such formality. I possess a special testing crystal. She promptly produced the same type of testing crystal she had previously gifted to Su Ran, capable of evaluating the degree of one's special constitution. Qin Hai was internally astonished. He had heard of such crystals, which originated from the Eastern domain, yet even as a martial master, he had been unable to acquire one. The material of this crystal was exceedingly unique. Dodo, I am your brother Su Ran's classmate. My name is Su Buyu. It's a pleasure to meet you. Su Buyu introduced herself succinctly. Su Dodo's eyes widened in disbelief. She had certainly heard of Su Buyu's reputation. After all, she was the most celebrated beauty of Lingxi No. 1 High School. Could it be that her brother had connections with someone of such stature? Did her brother's clandestine wealthy benefactor happen to be her? Su Dodo felt a pang of unease, as if something precious within her had been snatched away, causing her great distress. At that moment, she resolved to compete with Su Buyu. She had heard that Su Buyu possessed an exceptional spirit body, and she was determined that she was no less capable. Su Dodo seized the testing crystal Su Buyu had offered, and as she held it, the crystal began to shimmer, radiating a brilliant red hue. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. What? It's red? My heavens, This indicates a top-tier spirit body. Chapter 35. The Shock of President Qin. Su Ran returns home. Unlike Su Dahai and his wife, who were oblivious to the situation, Qin Hai was overwhelmed with astonishment. He had anticipated that Su Dodo possessed a special constitution, yet he had never imagined she would be endowed with the exceedingly rare top-tier constitution. Such special physiques among humanity were already scarce, and to possess a top-tier constitution was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Once such a physique matures, it could at least reach the realm of a grand master. In contrast, Su Buyu had been mentally prepared for this revelation, but she still bore a solemn expression, filled with incredulity. Could it be that the Su family had ancestral ties to a transcendent being? The emergence of a special constitution is typically not without signs. Generally, formidable martial artists can produce exceptionally gifted descendants. Moreover, the likelihood of offspring possessing special constitutions significantly increases when the progenitor is a transcendent being. Su Buyu took a deep breath. Dodo, I can take you to the City Lord's mansion for a more thorough assessment of your top-tier constitution. Knowing which of the 9 special constitutions you possess will allow me to recommend suitable universities or mentors for you. Before she could finish, Qin Hai, donning a flattering expression, interjected firmly, Miss Su Dodo is a student at our Lingxi No. 1 high school, and we will manage these matters ourselves. There is no need for the City Lord's mansion to concern itself. At this moment, Qin Hai was calculating. It was indeed fortuitous that he had come to the Su household today. Another top-tier constitution had emerged at Lingxi No. 1 high school, and they could not allow the City Lord's mansion to claim her first. Otherwise, the principal of Lingxi No. 1 high school would surely not let him off easily. Su Buyu immediately grasped Qin Hai's intentions. He feared that the City Lord's mansion might snatch away their talent. The City Lord of Lingxi, Su Yufei, had the privilege to recommend exceptionally gifted individuals to prestigious universities in the Eastern Domain or other major cities, and Lingxi No. 1 high school also held such privileges. As for the top-tier university to which Su Buyu was recommended, it was none other than Donglin University, the foremost institution in the Eastern Domain, which neither Su Yufei nor Lingxi No. 1 high school had the authority to grant admission. This was a result of the Su family's influence and Su Buyu's own efforts. Observing Qin Hai's maneuvering, Su Buyu refrained from further action. Her primary objective today was not Su Dodo, but Su Ran. Meanwhile, Su Dahai and his wife remained in a state of bewilderment. Su Dahai had only just learned about the significance of a top-tier constitution through his phone. Did that mean his daughter would achieve at least the level of a grandmaster in the future? His eyes widened in disbelief, fearing he might faint from sheer joy this moment. Su Dodo held her head high, casting a somewhat arrogant gaze towards Su Buyu, leaving the latter thoroughly perplexed. Dodo, let us head to school for a detailed assessment of your constitution. Su Dodo was well aware that her physique was a mundane spirit body, yet she did not reveal this at the moment. Otherwise, she would be at a loss for an explanation. Additionally, disclosing her top-tier constitution was a decision made in consultation with Yuing. She needed ample resources for her cultivation, and Lingxi No. 1 high school could provide them. Su Dodo nodded, and then quietly said to Su Dahai, Dad, let us keep my physique a secret from my brother for now. I fear he might become envious of my talents and struggle to bear it. Su Dahai understood Su Dodo's intent. With such an outstanding sister, how could a brother not feel the pressure? Su Dodo departed for Lingxi No. 1 high school with Qin Hai, while Su Buyu remained at the Su residence. Oddly enough, the typically reticent Su Buyu found herself engaging in lively conversation with Lan Ru Ya and By the time dusk approached, Su Buyu was preparing to leave when a disheveled Su Ran finally appeared at the doorstep of the Su household. He immediately spotted Su Buyu seated in a chair, piquing his curiosity. Upon gazing at Su Ran, Su Buyu's mind erupted in a cacophony of thoughts, based solely on her perception of his vitality. It was evident that Su Ran's foundational strength was undoubtedly at the martial master level. Moreover, she was aware that Su Ran practiced enhancement techniques, and his true combat prowess was certainly far beyond that. How could this be? Just yesterday, his combat strength was only 2,000. At that moment, she finally comprehended why her own strength had surged so dramatically in the span of a day and night. It was not solely due to her sister's breakthrough, but rather because of Su Ran. Impossible. Even the awakening of a special constitution could not account for such an immense leap. considering her own experience alongside Su Do during their special constitution awakenings. They had merely transitioned from martial artist to advanced martial artist levels. She had learned that just days ago, Su Ran's combat strength had been a mere few hundred. This implied that after awakening his special constitution, his combat strength had skyrocketed by over 100-fold. Su Ran's physique was surely not as simple as a second-tier constitution. How could there be a physique among humanity that surpassed the 9-turn spirit body and other top-tier constitutions? Subuyu could scarcely believe it and took a deep breath. Su Ran, could you please undergo another test? Su Dahai and his wife were left speechless as Subuyu produced the testing crystal once more. Could it be that their son also possessed a special constitution? Su Ran waved his hand dismissively. Subuyu, I've already been tested once. I'm quite exhausted now. If there's nothing else, I'm going to rest. Subuyu intercepted him, extending a finger. 1 million. I'll give you 1 million. How does that sound? Su Ran's eyes lit up instantly, and he replied with a grin, deal. You simply want me to be tested again, right? He took the testing crystal from Subuyu's hand. The testing crystal detected the presence of foreign elements, probing the ancient sacred body. It prompted, would you like to shield this observation? Su Ran did not wish for others to learn of the ancient sacred body's might, so he opted to shield it. The testing crystal brightened, its glow flickering before settling on blue. A second-tier spirit body. Su Dahai and his wife were on the verge of fainting. Their son also possessed a special constitution, though not as prodigious as their daughters, yet he was still a remarkable talent among humanity. What kind of extraordinary luck had befallen the Su family? Meanwhile, Subuyu furrowed her brows in frustration. It truly was a second-tier spirit body. How could this be? Su Ran cautioned. Subuyu, you wouldn't consider reneging on our agreement, would you? Subuyu fixed her gaze on Su Ran, her mind racing with speculation that Su Ran's constitution was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. Could it be a mere accident? Or perhaps a unique circumstance within the second-tier category? It wouldn't be a mutated constitution, would it? If so, that would be a pity. Not obtaining the answer she sought, she transferred 1 million to Su Ran, bid farewell to Su Dahai and his wife, and departed from the Su household. Su Ran watched her retreating figure, filled with confusion. Why did this girl suspect that his constitution was abnormal? Little did he know, it was due to Subuyu's martial arts that shared insights into cultivation. Mom and Dad, I'm going to freshen up. After today's excursion to the Hengduan Mountains, I feel utterly disheveled and in dire need of a good bath. Su Dahai and his wife remained exuberantly delighted. Half an hour later, Su Ran emerged from the washroom, towel in hand. The living room was tuned to the local news channel of Lingxi City, which was broadcasting a special report. A top-tier constitution has been discovered at Lingxi No. 1 High School. The student in question is Su Do from Class B of the first year. Boasting a combat strength of 2400, her future is boundless, and she is a pride of Lingxi City. Su Ran's hand froze mid-motion. Lingxi No. 1 High School, Su Do? Chapter 36, Yu Ying's Speculation, Cultivating Advanced Martial Arts. Iron Hand, his sister, actually possessed a top-tier constitution? This was a classic case of a gender swap, was it not? Su Ran even speculated whether Su Do had also received some sort of golden opportunity. This felt like the script for a leading lady. At this moment, Su Dahai and his wife had also caught sight of the report, and they were overcome with excitement. However, they quickly realized something and exchanged cautious glances with Su Ran. Son, you're not doing too badly either. A second-tier spirit body far surpasses the average. Su Ran suddenly comprehended the concerns of Su Dazai and his wife. He chuckled to himself, for he merely possessed a special physique. While he was endowed with the most formidable ancient sacred body of all time, as the door swung open, Su Daodu joyfully entered, immediately spotting Su Ran and the news broadcast on television. Don't worry, big brother, from now on, I've got your back, she exclaimed, patting Su Ran on the shoulder, intending to comfort her elder brother. Beside them, Su Dazai chuckled lightly. Daodu, your brother is not lacking either. He possesses a second-tier spirit body. Our Su family is indeed blessed. Su Daodu's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression morphing into one of astonishment. Gradually, she sensed the unfathomable vitality within her brother. Even with her awakened mundane spirit body, it seemed to pale in comparison. What on earth is happening? Meanwhile, A voice echoed in her mind. Daodu, your brother is quite exceptional. With the awakening of her mundane spirit body, the shadow that was bound to her also stirred from its slumber. Instantly perceiving Su Ran's extraordinary nature, the shadow's tone turned grave as it spoke in her mind. If I am not mistaken, your brother's strength has at least reached the martial master realm. However, something feels amiss. It appears he is merely at an advanced martial artist stage. The shadow sensed an imbalance in Su Ran's physique, as if he had yet to hone his bones, yet his vitality was far superior to that of an advanced martial artist. Are you certain your brother was not a martial artist just days ago? By rights, an awakening of a second-tier physique should not lead to such a leap in combat prowess. Thus, one possibility arises. Your brother may have awakened his second-tier physique long ago and has been concealing his strength. Another possibility is, before Su Daodu could finish her thought, her imagination soared, and she began to choke up. Big brother, have you been taking care of my feelings all along? You broke through to the martial artist realm long ago but kept it hidden. She had nearly perished, and Su Ran must have been safeguarding her emotions by not revealing his true capabilities. Su Ran, however, felt a jolt of confusion. What hidden strength? My previous abilities had not awakened. I was merely a complete waste. Yet at that moment, he noticed something peculiar about Su Daodu, particularly the bracelet adorning her wrist. Su Ran's gaze sharpened as he approached to lift her wrist. Daodu, your bracelet is quite exquisite. He scrutinized it closely, and suddenly, a system prompt materialized in his mind. This is a prompt regarding the Immortal's guiding card. I inadvertently discovered something extraordinary at home. My sister's bracelet harbors a crystallization of an extraterrestrial civilization. Unfortunately, it belongs to my sister's fortune. Su Ran's eyes widened in astonishment. Crystallization of an extraterrestrial civilization? The abyssal demons are also an extraterrestrial race. What is the distinction between them? However, the system prompt indicated that this was indeed Su Daodu's chance. He need not worry about the bracelet causing her any harm. Yet, both Su Daodu and the shadow within the bracelet grew tense, especially the shadow, which felt as if it had been discovered. How is this possible? Your brother is still at the martial master realm. Su Daodu quickly changed the subject. Big brother, tomorrow I will accompany Principal Yun Jingzong to Hengyun County. President Qin had already informed Lingxi 1 High School of Su Daodu's special physique. The principal of Lingxi No. 1 High School, Master Yun Jingzong, was immediately taken aback. He hurriedly arranged to meet Su Daodu and expressed his intent to take her to Hengyun County for further testing of her unique physique. Su Daodu let out a sigh of relief, feeling as though her elder brother had seen through her. Shadow, what was that other possibility you mentioned? The shadow in the bracelet spoke again. If your brother is not concealing his strength, then the other possibility is that he has awakened a mutated physique. This type of physique may exhibit capabilities even more formidable than your mundane spirit body in its early stages. Su Daodu's eyes widened in astonishment. Does that mean my brother will soar to great heights in the future? The shadow chuckled softly. However, if your brother truly possesses a mutated physique, it would ironically be his misfortune. For beings beyond this realm, a stronger mutated physique is advantageous. Yet for your kind, it serves as an unbreakable shackle, a curse upon the bloodline of humanity from the ancient myriad races. Su Daodu's confusion deepened. Shackle? Ancient myriad races? Bloodline curse? What do these terms mean? Yet the shadow fell silent, succumbing to slumber once more. It could only communicate with Su Daodu for a limited time each day before retreating into sleep. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the room. As Su Dazai opened the door, a throng of reporters surged in. Greetings. I am a reporter from Lingxi Radio. I would like to interview student Su Daodu. Hello! These reporters descended upon them like cats drawn to the scent of fish, leaving Su Dazai and his wife utterly overwhelmed. In stark contrast, Su Daodu relished the attention. She seized the microphone and began to speak animatedly. I have always been exceptionally clever since childhood. I could recite the texts in our textbooks verbatim. How did I awaken my special physique? My secret is simply to eat more, sleep well, and have fun. Su Ran shook his head, feeling completely indifferent to the situation. He promptly locked his door. I need to quickly master the advanced martial art, 7 Kill Fist. He sensed that the effects of the intermediate martial art, Yin Gang Fist, were diminishing, If he did not augment his skills with the 7-kill fist, he would barely reach the martial master level. As his strength increased, Yin Gang Fist would become entirely ineffective. As it was merely an intermediate martial art system, activate the 20x talent card. Su Ran believed that with just a 10x card, comprehending the 7-kill fist to a high level would be a daunting task. However, the 20x talent card would make a significant difference. At that moment, he felt an influx of power in his mind, and as he gazed at the latter parts of the 7-kill fist, inspiration surged within him. 7-kill fist, Part 3. Part 4, Part 5. He flipped through them with increasing speed, his vitality continuously surging forth. Although the 7-kill fist did not enhance vitality, Su Ran's journey from initial mastery to peak mastery had significantly increased his vitality. After a night of relentless study, Su Ran, without rest, had comprehended the 7-kill fist to its 5th part. The 5th part of the 7-kill fist allowed him to unleash 35 strikes, enhancing his combat power 5-fold. At this moment, his system attributes had increased by a staggering 1/10. Conservatively estimating, his base combat power had surged from 30,000 to 35,000. Su Ran did not exhibit much excitement. Under the influence of the 20x talent comprehension, everything felt like a natural progression. As Su Ran's thoughts shifted, he summoned the advanced martial art, Iron Refining Hand, obtained from the system. This technique enhanced vitality and encompassed a wide range of attacks. Boasting formidable power, the Iron Refining Hand comprised 5 parts. The first part allowed the internal martial energy to converge into a single point, scorching the ground into barren earth, devoid of life. The second part enabled mastery over fire, perfectly countering other fire-based techniques. The third part allowed one to condense oneself into a massive furnace, incinerating everything in the vicinity. As dawn approached, Su Ran remained utterly engrossed in his studies. "Son, it's already 9 a.m. Hurry up and eat breakfast." It was not until Lan Rian knocked on the door that Su Ran awoke to reality. In a single night, he had advanced the 7-kill fist to its 5th part, and the advanced martial art Iron Refining Hand to its 3rd part. His base attributes had risen from 350 to 380. This advanced martial art was indeed remarkable. Su Ran felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Stretching his back, he heard a satisfying crack. Despite the sleepless night, he felt no fatigue. Upon opening the door, he saw Su Daodu engaged in a lively conversation with another girl. Su Ran recognized this girl from school. However, what caught his attention was the unmistakable aura of the abyss emanating from her. This was a prompt from the Immortal's guiding card. "I have encountered a girl at home. Although she is not an abyssal demon, she bears the lingering essence of the abyss. I suspect she may have lived alongside the abyssal race for an extended period. I need to investigate her family." Su Ran raised an eyebrow. According to Su Buyu, abyssal demons in Lingxi City were supposed to be rare. He had not expected to encounter several. The Huang family, the Li family, and now this girl. Upon noticing Su Ran, the girl's eyes lit up. "Hello, Su Ran Gu." Su Ran displayed an expression of surprise. Meanwhile, Su Daodu introduced her. "Big brother, your memory is terrible. This is Sister Chioya. We used to play together all the time when we were little." Su Ran racked his brain for memories, but could not recall anyone named Chioya. Chioya's smile faltered abruptly. At this point, Su Ran is still pretending. Back in school, he acted as if he didn't recognize me. Now that I'm here at their home, he remains indifferent. In the heart of Chioya, a surge of indignation arose. Had it not been for Su Daodu, she would never have set foot in the Su family residence. The peculiar constitution of Su Daodu had long since become the talk of Lingxi City. The threshold of the Su household had been thoroughly trampled. Naturally, Chioya's family also yearned to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Su clan. At this moment, Chioya had already unearthed a justification for Su Ran's abnormal combat prowess. It must surely be the assistance of his sister that had propelled Su Ran's strength to such heights. Su Ran was indeed fortunate to have such a sister. Yet, Su Ran remained completely oblivious to her thoughts. His sole concern lay with the abyssal aura emanating from Chioya. "Which class are you in for your first year?" Upon uttering this question, Chioya's expression stiffened further. How could he, a fellow student of the same grade, be so unaware of this? Su Daodu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Although she was quite young, she was well aware of Chioya's ulterior motives. Unfortunately for her, her brother regarded Xiaoya with indifference, treating her as a mere stranger. In the days when the Su family was impoverished, no one had bothered to visit her. Now that the Su family had risen to prominence, all manner of characters had emerged. Nevertheless, Su Daodu was unconcerned. She saw no harm in accepting the gifts they brought. Sensing the conversation faltering, Xiaoya bid farewell to Su Daodu and departed the Su residence. At this juncture, Su Ran had already discerned Xiaoya's identity and her family background, and he made no effort to retain her. The Qiu family was no ordinary clan. Xiaoya's uncle had returned from afar a few years prior and subsequently established a martial arts school in Lingxi City, aptly named Qiu Hall Martial Arts Institute. This institution, an unofficial entity, required a membership fee for entry, offering a glimmer of hope to those unable to attend university. Moreover, the school provided access to various lower and intermediate martial arts for its members. Were it not for the activation of Su Ran's unique abilities, he would likely need to join such institutions to progress further on the path of a martial artist. Presently, Qiu Hall Martial Arts Institute had quietly ascended to the ranks of the top 5 martial arts schools in Lingxi City, largely due to the prowess of Xiaoya's uncle, who stood at the pinnacle of martial mastery, merely a step away from becoming a grandmaster, and was quite renowned in the city. Su Ran's gaze shifted slightly. After lunch with Wang Chao and the others, he would pay a visit to Qiu Hall Martial Arts Institute. Deep within the Hengduan Mountains, Su Yufei once again felt a breakthrough in her aura. An expression of disbelief flickered across her eyes. Another breakthrough? What could possibly be happening? Beside her, Deputy City Lord Wu Qing also sensed the change within Su Yufei, and an envious expression crossed his face. In the realm of martial arts, talent was of utmost importance. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Su Yufei herself was utterly perplexed. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Uncle Wu Cheng, I have cleared out all the 5th-level ferocious beasts in this vicinity, in a radius of 1,000 kilometers. There should be no 5th-level ferocious beasts remaining. I need to return to Lingxi City. The next steps are in your hands." She felt compelled to meet with Su Buyu to assess her sister's condition. With her speed, returning to Lingxi City would take little more than an hour. In the city lord's mansion of Lingxi City, Su Buyu was on the phone with another individual. Upon waking that morning, she had experienced another surge in her strength, at least an increase of 110 on her previous foundation. She was on the verge of madness. At this moment, Su Buyu was certain that her rapid advancement was not due to her sister, nor was it because of her 9-turn spirit body. It was due to Su Ran. However, Su Ran possessed only a 2nd-tier spirit body, a fact that left her utterly baffled. A hypothesis began to form in her mind. "Do you think there could be an issue with the testing crystal?" The voice on the other end was aged yet gentle, and of course, there's a possibility. After all, it's merely a machine. It's also possible that certain physiques cannot be accurately measured when they are weak. Such physiques are referred to as mutated physiques. Within the eastern region, mutated physiques are rarer than tiered physiques, yet they may not necessarily be stronger and can even be weaker than ordinary special physiques. Mutated physique? As a former martial arts supreme, Su Buyu was certainly familiar with the concept. She frowned slightly. From what she understood, those with mutated physiques experienced rapid advancement in the early stages of cultivation. But upon reaching the Grandmaster level, it was as though they were shackled, causing their progress to slow. At least among humanity, there was no place for mutated physiques at levels beyond Grandmaster. A mutated physique was akin to a curse. Could Su Ran be such an individual? If so, she genuinely felt pity for him. Su Buyu set down her phone and took a deep breath. The only explanation can be a mutated physique. Alas, a mutated physique could not break the shackles placed upon humanity. In her past life, she had heard that mutated physiques were the true darlings of humanity, but such physiques were cursed by the heavens. Upon reaching the pinnacle of Grandmaster, they would be completely sealed, forever unable to break through to the level of a battle general. At this moment, Su Ran remained oblivious to Su Buyu's contemplations. Otherwise, he would surely chuckle. In a sense, his physique was indeed a mutated one, yet it bore no shackles. He had already dined with Wang Chao and the others at noon. Now, the group arrived before a martial arts school. The sign read Qiu Hall Martial Arts Institute. Chapter 38. Kicking the school, storm clouds gather within Lingxi City. A multitude of low-level martial artists thrived. For the former Su family, martial artist represented everything. However, in the pursuit of martial arts, being a martial artist was merely a small step forward. The majority of martial artists had little hope of entering university. Generally, individuals would ascend to martial artist status only after graduating high school and toiling in society. This contrasted sharply with those who entered university through proper channels, as their strength, status, and prospects were on entirely different levels. The unofficially established martial arts schools provided ordinary martial artists with an opportunity. Thus, Cho Hall Martial Arts Institute was not to be underestimated. "Boss, are we really going to kick the school?" Wang Chao and the others hesitated. After their meal, Su Ran had surprised them with the announcement of his intent to challenge the martial arts school, which left their hearts racing. Su Ran remained silent, yet the system's guidance card had provided him with a hint. Upon entering Cho Hall Martial Arts Institute, he immediately detected several individuals who were not what they seemed. They not only bore an abyssal aura, but also harbored the consciousness of abyssal demons deep within their hearts. Following the system's prompts, Su Ran identified several individuals resembling coaches. On the surface, they appeared to be human martial artists. Yet they concealed their true identities. At that moment, a smiling receptionist approached. "Are you interested in joining Cho Hall Martial Arts Institute? We offer competitive pricing and guarantee that you will advance to high-level martial artist status in a short time." Wang Chao, having received Su Ran's subtle cue, felt emboldened. "Are you blind? Do we look like those who haven't broken through to high-level martial artist status? Call your superior out. We're here to kick the school." Kicking the school? The words fell, and the surrounding clamor fell silent. Were these young people out of their minds, coming to Cho Hall Martial Arts Institute to challenge it? Soon, several burly men resembling coaches approached. Their powerful auras marked them as elite among high-level martial artists. "Which martial arts school are you from? Who sent you?" Their first thought was that another school had come to stir trouble, jeopardizing their own recruitment efforts. Wang Chao felt cold sweat trickling down his back, but recalling Su Ran beside him, he found his courage. "Less talk, let us fight." Wang Chao directly challenged one of the opponents, and the others followed suit. In an instant, the atmosphere grew intense. Onlookers wore expressions of excitement and anticipation. Who were these youths? Such formidable strength. They look familiar. Aren't they students from Lingxi University? Incredible. At such a young age. They can match our coaches. Some eager onlookers even uploaded videos online, garnering significant attention. Meanwhile, Su Ran's gaze fixated on 5 individuals who had yet to make a move. Unlike the other coaches, their attire was markedly different. These were the senior coaches of Cho Hall Martial Arts Institute, martial master level experts. Their expressions were grim as they turned to Su Ran, who had not engaged. "Young man, what is the meaning of this from Lingxi University? I advise you to tread carefully. Our schoolmaster, Cho Tang, has a close relationship with Grandmaster Li Shan from Lingxi No. 1 High School. Do not bring misfortune upon yourself. Congratulations, host. You have discovered 5 abyssal demon tribes." The system issued another prompt, confirming that Cho Hall Martial Arts Institute indeed harbored secrets. Su Ran's gaze narrowed as he smiled brightly. "I am quite curious. How do you monsters masquerade as humans?" As his voice fell, a surge of overwhelming vitality erupted from Su Ran's body. His combat power continued to break through barriers, causing the disguised alien beings to change countenance. It was not merely due to Su Ran's strength, but also because of his words. How could this young man be aware of their true identities? The group exchanged glances, and a fierce glimmer flickered in their eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, this boy could not be allowed to live. They sprang into action. A potent aura of martial energy radiated from them, instantly surrounding Su Ran. The high-level martial artists engaged in battle with Wang Chao were left in shock, retreating to the sidelines. They had not anticipated that these young challengers harbored a martial master among them. A martial master of such youth was undoubtedly a super genius. My heavens, the combat prowess among martial masters. We must record this. Who is that young man, that he is also a martial master? The onlookers were utterly astonished, their curiosity piqued regarding Su Ran's identity. At this moment, deep within the Cho Hall Martial Arts Academy, Choya was struggling intensely. She knelt, her head held captive by a middle-aged man's hand. Uncle, it's me, Choya. What do you intend to do?" "No, you are not my uncle. Who are you, truly?" Qiu Yu's face displayed palpable terror. The middle-aged man's mouth widened unnaturally. I have nurtured your Qiu family for years, and you are all naught but waste. Fortunately, you have witnessed my true identity, so you shall become my sustenance, with a fierce pull. Qiu Yu's entire form withered away. Just this morning, she had been a guest at the Su family, and now she was but a withered remnant. This middle-aged man was Qiu Tang, yet Qiu Tang was merely his superficial identity. The real Qiu Tang had perished years ago. I can no longer restrain myself. After enduring for so long, I shall unleash a massacre in Lingxi City. The Li family shall not stop me. His eyes turned crimson as he focused on the surveillance within the room. On the monitor, he beheld Wang Chao and others, as well as Su Ran. The moment he saw Su Ran, his eyes gleamed with fervor. Such robust flesh and blood. With this, I can break through to the late stage of the martial master realm. Without relying on Li Shan, I shall carve a path between the endless Abyss Sea and Lingxi City. When that time comes, when the various races of the Abyss invade, the entire eastern region shall be transformed into the endless Abyss Sea. Ha 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 ha. In the hall of the Qiu Hall Martial Arts Academy, although Wang Chao and the others were confident in Su Ran's abilities, they were alarmed to see him besieged by several martial masters. A chill of apprehension gripped them. However, they soon exclaimed in disbelief. Surrounded, Su Ran's vitality surged dramatically. The golden aura of martial energy seemed to take on a tangible form, instantly radiating outward. His overwhelming presence sent the attacking martial masters flying, each spitting blood as they were cast aside. A faint black aura flickered around them. Good heavens, did he defeat all of them with a single strike? Such formidable martial energy must be nearing the realm of a master. At this level, even if Qiu Tang himself were to arrive, he might not secure victory. Everyone was astounded. Suddenly, Su Ran bellowed, "Those who do not wish to die, step back." The crowd felt the deafening resonance, bewildered by Su Ran's sudden fury. Yet, they complied. To provoke a peak martial master was tantamount to courting death. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. The martial masters who had been sent flying were enveloped in a dark mist. The stench of decay filled the air as large chunks of flesh fell away. Their aura surged again, reaching the pinnacle of the martial master realm. 5 humanoid monstrosities materialized before everyone. The onlookers gaped in astonishment and then fled in terror. Chapter 39. Slaying the Peak Martial Master. We pay our respects to the Master. The 5 monsters fixed their gazes upon Su Ran. Unlike Huang Jie, they seemed to retain their awareness. What on earth are they? My goodness, could it be that my instructor has been this kind of monster all along? Quick, report to the City Lordess Manor. Something monumental has occurred. Yet soon, their eyes widened in shock. Su Ran's gaze was icy as he activated the 5-fold Yin Gang Fist. The golden martial energy around him contracted instantly, forming a protective barrier of substance. The golden shield exploded outward, directly impacting the 5 monsters. They had no time to struggle before being reduced to ashes. Congratulations, you have slain the abyssal demon, earning 15 energy points. Congratulations! A continuous reward of 75 energy points caused Su Ran to raise an eyebrow. He casually allocated them to his attributes. The crowd was left dumbfounded. The 5 formidable monsters had been dispatched so easily? They initially thought it would be a battle of equals, only to witness such an outcome. Soon, it became evident that something was amiss. Su Ran no longer exuded mere martial energy. That dense protective barrier was clearly innate vital energy. Su Ran's attributes had surpassed 400. While the power of the Yin Gang Fist had diminished, it still sustained him, allowing his combat prowess to break through to the realm of a master. My heavens, this boy is a true master. I'm going mad. How old is he? The crowd was in utter disbelief, with Wang Chao and the others agape. They had spent the most time with Su Ran, and their minds were completely boggled. They had known Su Ran for just 2 days, and yet he had surged from a high-level martial artist to the realm of a master in an instant. How can one live in such a world? However, Wang Chao and the others soon found themselves exhilarated. Their leader was a master. Did that not mean they could strut through Lingxi City with impunity? Brother Chao, you are truly the greatest. I always knew our leader was no ordinary person. At this moment, Lin Fan and others held immense admiration for Wang Chao. Thankfully, Wang Chao had been the first to follow Su Ran, allowing them to experience this extraordinary event. Otherwise, they would never have had the opportunity to be associated with Su Ran. They were on the brink of great fortune. What is happening? I heard someone is causing a ruckus at the Cho Hall Martial Arts Academy. A large crowd appeared outside the Cho Hall Martial Arts Academy. They were all clad in various attires, martial masters from other academies. The martial academies with martial masters ranked among the top 15 in Lingxi City were present. Some were friendly with the Cho Hall Martial Arts Academy, eager to assist. Others came simply to witness the Cho Hall's downfall. However, upon seeing Su Ran's figure, their expressions shifted dramatically. When did such a young master emerge in Lingxi City? But soon, their attitude changed. They bowed to Su Ran in unison. We pay our respects to the master. They led the way, and all others swiftly followed suit. We pay our respects to the master. In the realm of martial arts, upon reaching the master level, one transcended the realm of ordinary humans. The manifestations of power underwent a qualitative leap. Vitality enveloped the surroundings, martial energy coalescing into innate vital energy. A single punch or kick could obliterate an entire residential building. In the eastern region, all lower-tier martial artists who encountered a master were obliged to respectfully address them as master. Regardless of Su Ran's youth, he was undeniably a genuine master. Su Ran cast a glance at them and calmly stated, "Do you wish to seek revenge for the Cho Hall Martial Arts Academy?" The members of the other academies quickly smiled apologetically. How could they possibly offend a powerful master? All gazed at Su Ran with reverence, their eyes sparkling. "This young friend, even if you are a master, you cannot indiscriminately slay the people of the Cho Hall Martial Arts Academy. The martial academies in Lingxi City share a common fate. We hope you will provide us with an explanation." Suddenly, 3 more individuals entered from outside. As these 3 appeared, the hall gasped in astonishment once more. The crowd bowed again. We pay our respects to the 3 masters. The 3 newcomers exuded an overwhelmingly potent vitality. Although they did not display innate vital energy, most present recognized their identities. My heavens, even the heads of the Extreme Fist Martial Academy, the True Dragon Martial Academy, and the Martial Movement Academy have arrived. This situation is escalating. These are the top 4 martial academies in Lingxi City. The top 4 martial academies in Lingxi City are the Tianyun Martial Academy, Extreme Fist Martial Academy, True Dragon Martial Academy, and Martial Movement Academy. The heads of these 4 academies are all masters. The 3 who arrived were the heads of the Extreme Fist Martial Academy, True Dragon Martial Academy, and Martial Movement Academy. Their words immediately intensified the tension in the room. These academy heads would not necessarily intervene for the Cho Hall Martial Arts Academy, but given Su Ran's provocation and his indiscriminate slaying of their martial masters, they were compelled to take action. These individuals appeared to be ordinary human masters, not of the abyssal race. Su Ran surveyed these 3 master-level figures, and their pressure escalated dramatically. Unconsciously, they began to condense innate vital energy, yet they were filled with dread. This youth's strength surpasses ours. These 3 had just recently broken through to the master level. Their combat power estimated to be around 11 to 12,000. Yet Su Ran's current strength was sufficient to sustain a combat power of 15 to 16,000. The intermediate martial art, Yin Gang Fist, could sustain him for half an hour. During this time, he could maintain his master-level combat prowess. Esteemed masters, we believe that Master Su Ran's actions were justified. Please watch the video. Among the crowd, some have already discerned the hidden agenda of the Chotong Martial Arts School, which bears a striking resemblance to the legendary extraterritorial race. They unearthed the earlier footage, and instantly the transformation of the martial masters of Chotong into monstrous beings was revealed. The expressions of the 3 school masters shifted dramatically. As individuals of the Grandmaster level, they undoubtedly were aware of the circumstances surrounding the extraterritorial Abyssal Clan. Is it true that there exists an extraterritorial Abyssal Clan in Lingxi City? And that they are concealed within the Chotong Martial Arts School? The several masters exchanged glances. Subsequently, they directly bowed and apologized to Su Ran. It is no wonder they switched from arrogance to humility. The extraterritorial fiends are universally condemned. These masters, when placed within the entirety of the Eastern Domain, could be considered formidable. As far as they knew, at least more than half of the masters in the Eastern Domain are stationed at various extraterritorial cities to prevent the entry of these malevolent beings. For instance, in Yuhua City of Hungyun County, it is said to possess a seal leading to the extraterritorial realm. At least one-third of Hungyun County's strength is concentrated in Yuhua City. Thus, Yuhua City stands as the foremost city aside from Hungyun County City. We sincerely apologize, Master Su. It is our failure to comprehend the situation. The Chotong Martial Arts School harbors the extraterritorial Abyssal Clan, a heinous crime. This matter must be reported to the City Lord's mansion. Before they could finish their words, their expressions suddenly changed, a terrifying aura surged around them, an endless blackness spreading forth. Countless flesh and blood. Let this become the essence of my breakthrough. Chapter 40. The Manifestation of the Sacred Body. Immune to all evils, a pallid middle-aged man abruptly descended from the upper floor. With each step he took, the vitality within him expanded. The black mist emanating from him spread relentlessly, causing his features to become grotesque. The skyward blackness engulfed the surroundings. Simultaneously, the darkness around him coalesced into a dense innate essence, revealing that he was indeed a figure of the same stature as a grandmaster. The masters of Jichuan Martial Arts School, Jinlong Martial Arts School, and Wudong Martial Arts School wore expressions of utmost dread. You are Chotong. How can this be? When did you break through to the Grandmaster realm? Chotong Martial Arts School ranks 5th. And Chotong himself had proclaimed to possess only peak martial artist strength. However, the current reality was starkly different. Furthermore, the other 3 masters realized that Chotong did not appear to be a recent entrant into the Grandmaster realm. At this moment, Chotong had undergone a complete transformation. His flesh seemed to be instantly stripped away, morphing into a rotting skeletal frame, his sunken eye sockets gazing eerily at the crowd. Subsequently, a peculiar sound emanated from Chotong's skeletal mouth. It formed silent waves, rippling through the air. Everyone felt their bodies rendered immobile, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. This included the 3 masters. The 3 masters looked at Chotong in terror. This is a mental attack from the extraterritorial Abyssal Clan. I find myself unable to move. For humans, only upon reaching the Grandmaster realm can one adeptly manipulate their mental energy to achieve telekinesis. Yet for the extraterritorial Abyssal Clan, this seemed to be their innate talent. At this moment, under his uncanny mental assault, a profound fear gripped the hearts of all, rendering them motionless. Simultaneously, the surrounding darkness enveloped the entire Chotong Martial Arts School, as if isolating it from another world. Heh, now no one can interfere with my feast. There were over 200 martial artists present. Since being brought to Lingxi City by the Li family, he had never dined so abundantly. Typically, he had secretly nurtured humans, fearing detection by the City Lord's mansion, but now he need no longer hold back. Especially with 4 Grandmaster-level powerhouses among them, should he devour them, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to the late Grandmaster stage. Although the entity named Chotong from the Abyss was greedy, he was not without preparation. Currently, in Lingxi City, 2 Grandmasters were absent. Most of the masters from the City Lord's mansion and Lingxi University had departed to other cities and could not return in time. Even the principal of Lingxi No. 1, a peak Grandmaster named Yun Jingzong, had gone to Hungyun County. As for the Li family, the current head was Li Shan's brother, Grandmaster Li Tianyi, who would naturally not pose any threat to him. For him, this was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. By consuming these individuals, and then the entire populace of Lingxi City, his strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. It was not impossible that he might even breach the Grandmaster realm. Even if those human powerhouses returned, he would have long since fled. Whether he continued to hide within the human world, establishing a connection between Lingxi City and the outside realm, or utilized formations to return to his ancestral home, he would emerge victorious either way. Beyond the eastern domain lies the endless abyssal sea, where Chotong and his kind reside. Day after day, they strive to dismantle the seals of the eastern domain, yearning to enter human territory. Yet, the humans vigilantly guard the sealed locations, affording them no opportunity. Chotong chuckled darkly at this moment. What a pity, trouble arises from within. The passage between Lingxi City and the extraterritorial realm will soon be breached. At this moment, his gaze fixed upon the youngest of the 4 Grandmasters, Su ran, and he unconsciously licked his lips. What a formidable youth! What a genius among humans! Alas, your life shall end by my hand. In truth, he was quite curious as to how Su Ran had uncovered the identity of the Chotong martial arts school. Suddenly, Chotong realized that there was not a trace of fear in Su Ran's eyes. The innate essence surrounding him showed no signs of waning. Something was amiss. This youth was not behaving normally. This was not the reaction of someone subjected to his mental sorcery. His face changed abruptly. You do not fear my mental secret arts. Su Ran, of course, felt no fear. Upon detecting that the host was under an unusual mental attack, the archaic sacred body automatically triggered the immunity to all evils. The manifestation of immunity to all evils is a fundamental aspect of the archaic sacred body. As Su Ran's realm ascended, this immunity would grow increasingly formidable. It is said that once humans reach the transcendence realm, their mental strength and physical form harmonize perfectly, coalescing indestructible material that further enhances their abilities, allowing them to communicate with the laws of heaven and earth, thereby generating unique manifestations of their own physique. The disparity in physique also gives rise to varying manifestations. A powerful physique can even yield multiple formidable manifestations. When a powerful manifestation emerges, it can directly overwhelm other strong beings of the same level, and even crush those of different realms. Yet, all of this was still a distant prospect for Su Ran. His current immunity to all evils was merely a nascent form, and he could not yet invoke it himself. However, it was more than sufficient to deal with the Grandmaster-level extraterritorial Abyssal clan. At this moment, a radiant light emanated from the back of his head, and golden martial energy surged forth. With a tremendous roar, he smashed the ground, creating a massive crater that engulfed Chotong's figure. Chotong's mental sorcery was disrupted, and instantly everyone felt they could move again. The other three Grandmasters collectively exhaled in relief, then gazed at Su Ran with profound gratitude. Had it not been for Su Ran, they would have been doomed. This Su Ran, a truly formidable Grandmaster. Meanwhile, the ordinary martial artists cried out in distress and rushed towards the exit. Yet, to their horror, they found the encroaching darkness had completely isolated them from the outside world. Those with experience paled in realization. This is a formation. We cannot escape. Among humans, there exist masters of formations, but each one is a treasure to humanity and seldom appears before the public. They are generally dispatched to the Hongduan Mountains to suppress ferocious beasts or to the borders to reinforce the extraterritorial barriers. However, they never anticipated that these extraterritorial fiends could also employ formations. Suddenly, a powerful and terrifying aura surged once more at It was Chotong. Su Ran's earlier attack had not inflicted significant harm upon him. He was enveloped in blackness, a foul stench emanating that made many retch uncontrollably. The masters of Jichuan Martial Arts School, Zhenlong Martial Arts School, and Wudong Martial Arts School exchanged glances, then unleashed their most potent martial arts, Advanced Martial Art, Dragon Claw Hand. A colossal dragon soared skyward, its roar echoing. Advanced Martial Art, 5 Tiger Mantis Fist. 5 towering tigers lunged forward, unleashing a tempest of energy. Supreme Martial Art, Wudong Qiankuan. A gigantic ruler materialized behind the master of Wudong Martial Arts School. With a mighty shout, he swung the colossal ruler toward Chotong. Chapter 41. Su Ran's brutal assault on the Grandmaster. The impenetrable barrier. The various techniques derived from martial energy were unleashed, the overwhelming aura causing all to retreat. Yet, the formation's presence prevented them from distancing themselves too far. The martial energy manifested by the Grandmasters had attained substance, striking Chotong while simultaneously attempting to dismantle the barrier. However, the expressions of the three Grandmasters soon changed. Their attacks could not breach Chotong's innate essence. They watched as Chotong simply crushed the Dragon Claw Hand. Then the 5 Tigers' assault became lost in the black mist. Finally, the gigantic ruler was effortlessly grasped by Chotong with a single hand. He chuckled darkly. Though we are both at the Grandmaster level, the gap between us is insurmountable. His hands were enveloped in black energy, and then his figure trembled violently. A surge of black mist erupted, hurtling toward the 3 Grandmaster Masters. The 3 Masters were horrified to discover that their innate essence shattered like paper point 50,000. Your combat power has reached 50,000. At that moment, they truly comprehended the vast chasm separating them from Qiu Tong. As their figures were forcibly propelled backwards, an immense amount of blood was scattered across the ground, creating a deep pit. Fortunately, they were masters. Otherwise, the blow they had just received would have claimed their lives. Even so, they found themselves bereft of any fighting strength in the immediate aftermath. Although the complexity of these events belied their brevity, they transpired in mere seconds. The three masters executed their actions with precision, instilling a sense of despair in all who witnessed. Wang Chao and his companions, pale-faced, focused intently on Su Ran, whose expression remained tranquil, eliciting a sigh of relief from Wang Chao. With their leader present, what was there to fear? A mysterious confidence in Su Ran enveloped him. Meanwhile, the three masters of the martial arts school struggled to rise, preparing for a final stand, their gazes fixed upon Su Ran with a glimmer of hope. They did not expect Su Ran to defeat Qiu Tang. They merely hoped he could buy them time until other masters arrived. After all, while Su Ran appeared stronger than them in terms of innate energy, the disparity was not insurmountable. Qiu Tang's innate energy was 5 feet thick, with a combat power reaching 500,000. The chasm between their strengths was daunting. However, their expressions soon froze, as spreading darkness emerged. A manifestation of Qiu Tang's martial arts energy attack? Yet, upon reaching Su Ran, it came to a halt, unable to breach his innate energy barrier. At that moment, Su Ran ceased to hold back. 7 Kill Fist. Fifth volume, activate. Initially possessing a combat power of merely over 100,000, Su Ran now unleashed the full potential of the fifth volume of the 7 Kill Fist. In an instant, his innate energy surged from 1 foot to 2, and then to an astounding 7 feet. This 7-foot innate energy signified that Su Ran's combat power had skyrocketed to over 700,000. The golden aura eradicated all darkness, dispelling the ominous atmosphere. The masters, who had been awaiting their demise, were struck with sheer astonishment. How could such strength increase so drastically? Simultaneously, Qiu Tang sensed a life-threatening crisis. How could this happen? Have you employed an amplification technique? His discerning gaze recognized that Su Ran had indeed utilized an amplification method. Yet, Su Ran's amplification had escalated his power from merely over 100,000 to 700,000. This indicated that he had achieved at least a 5-fold increase. Within the master realm, amplification techniques were rarely effective, let alone to such a degree. This youth was courting death. How could his body possibly withstand it? Su Ran's countenance grew cold as he charged toward Qiu Tang in an instant. Panic set in for Qiu Tang as he attempted to leap out of the barrier. However, he soon realized he had trapped himself. The barrier was too resilient for him to escape. Su Ran closed the distance without faltering, his expression unchanging. Transforming his palm into a fist, he unleashed the true 7-Kill Fist. The golden light enveloped his fist as he struck Qiu Tang, driving him into the ground, causing his innate energy to dissipate. The body of the monster was gradually shattered by Su Ran's relentless blows. A terrifying aura unfolded, leaving all onlookers in stunned silence. Su Ran, the master, was mercilessly pounding the monster, igniting a sense of rebirth in everyone. However, the three masters present discerned the gravity of the situation. Their voices trembled, devoid of the joy felt by others. Su Ran had activated a 5-fold amplification for their sake. He was willing to sacrifice his own foundation to save them. Why couldn't he master an amplification technique? A talent like him should not meet such a fate. They estimated that Su Ran had to have activated a 5-fold amplification to subdue Qiu Tang. At the master stage, the effectiveness of amplification techniques was severely diminished. The most potent known amplification methods among humans were advanced martial arts. If employed at the master level, their effects would be drastically reduced. Though they were unsure where Su Ran had acquired this amplification technique, they knew that a 5-fold increase would undoubtedly impose a tremendous burden on his body. Moreover, it could not be sustained. Little did they know, even the Su Ran from before had relied on an amplification technique to attain the master level. Only his extraordinary physique could withstand such a technique in the throes of the 5-fold 7-Kill Fist. A total of 35 punches struck Qiu Tang without fail. The body of the demon clan began to disintegrate, from limbs to bones and finally to the head, until Qiu Tang could no longer move. Outside the barrier, a tempest was brewing. Beyond the barrier, Qing Luan wore a solemn expression, flanked by the city lord's guards. Before her stood the master-level experts from the vicinity of Lingxi City. Among them were masters from the city lord's residence, as well as those from the martial arts school and Lingxi University. They were the forces stationed in Lingxi City, now gathered in this location. All wore expressions of concern. The barrier had sealed everything, and they were completely unaware of the situation within. Damn it, Qiu Tang, the master, turned out to be an outlander evil spirit. This is my dereliction of duty. The speaker was the head of the Tianyun Martial Arts School, the principal authority of the martial arts community in Lingxi City. Logically, he bore responsibility for any incidents involving the martial arts school. At this moment, his innate energy surfaced, thick as 6 feet, with combat power exceeding 600,000. Other master-level experts were inferior to him. Since Qiu Tang had employed a formation to seal everything, they had been oblivious to the internal circumstances since that time. The information they had received was merely from earlier recordings. Inside, there were over 200 martial artists, along with 3 master-level experts. If they all perished within, it would be a catastrophic loss for Lingxi City. Qing Luan repeatedly reviewed the previous recordings. They were fragmented and unclear. Yet, her keen eyes caught sight of a familiar silhouette, her expression shifting dramatically. That was Randy? How could he be inside as well? Gritting her teeth, Qing Luan bowed to the gathered masters, pleading, "Esteemed masters, please ensure the barrier is opened. Our city lord's benefactor is inside." Chapter 42. The mocked Su Buyu, is that all? While the other masters remained relatively unfazed, the masters affiliated with the city lord's residence exhibited a stark change in expression. Was it that individual who recently received the Golden Master Medal? The city lord's residence had recently conferred a Golden Master Medal, which had garnered much attention. The Golden Master Medal? All the masters revealed grave expressions. It was said that the recipient had saved an entire protective zone belonging to the city lord's residence from falling into ruin. This was a tremendous favor to the city lord's residence and to Lingxi City as a whole. They could not allow such a talent to perish here. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously exerted their full strength to assault the formation. However, their expressions darkened as their attacks, capable of demolishing an entire building, failed to breach the small formation. "Allow me!" A surge of blue light erupted, and Su Buyu's figure swiftly appeared on the scene. All the masters were momentarily stunned, then widened their eyes in disbelief. They all recognized Su Buyu's identity. Yet, at just 18 years of age, she had managed to break through to the master level. Judging by the innate energy surrounding her, it was even 3 feet thick. This left the other masters present feeling somewhat ashamed. Truly, comparison is the thief of joy. However, even so, Su Buyu would still be unable to dismantle this formation. Qing Luan also wore an expression of disbelief. She was well acquainted with Su Buyu, knowing that just days prior, Su Buyu had been unable to condense her innate energy. Yet now, her innate energy had reached a thickness of 3 feet. Gritting her teeth, Su Buyu felt her aura begin to swell. 7 Kill Fist, 3rd volume. She had not revealed to Su Ran that, even for her, she could only grasp the 3rd volume of the 7 Kill Fist. Or rather, her physique could only endure the burden of the 3rd volume. Even with this 3rd volume, her power would triple, but she would subsequently suffer the consequence of fainting. Yet, she had no choice but to proceed. For Su Ran was inside in recent days. Her explosive growth and strength was inseparable from Su Ran. She felt compelled to repay him in an instant. Su Buyu's aura surged to its zenith, causing all present to change countenance. This was an amplification technique. She was damaging her own foundation. Su Buyu's innate energy soared to 9 feet, representing the pinnacle of master-level combat power, making all present tremble in fear. However, Su Buyu did not fare well. Her face was deathly pale. Yet, the force of the 7 Kill Fist struck against the formation. There was a resounding boom, and the sound of cracking echoed throughout. Su Buyu summoned all her strength. Her delicate face contorted in pain, and with a mighty shout, she finally shattered the formation. In that instant, countless tendrils of black energy burst forth. revealing the interior seen to those outside. Qing Luan and the others grew anxious, fearing they would witness a scene of carnage. However, what greeted their eyes was an eerie silence. No, there were sounds of something being smashed, bang bang. The thunderous noise pounded against the hearts of all present. Inside the Chiotang martial arts school, everyone stared blankly at the unfolding spectacle. They beheld Su Ran, bloodied and fierce, relentlessly pounding Chiotang's mangled form into the ground, then seizing it to smash it down again. This brutal scene sent shivers down everyone's spines. Su Ran felt equally frustrated. His 7-kill fist consisted of 35 punches, each striking at Chiotang's vital points. After 35 punches, Chiotang appeared utterly lifeless. However, Su Ran's mind remained devoid of the system's notification chime. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and he instantly comprehended Chiotang's intention to employ the stratagem of golden cicada shedding its shell. Although Su Ran was temporarily unable to stack the 7 kills fist, the duration for enhancing through the flame fist was still in effect. He seized Chiotang's battered body and relentlessly smashed it against the ground. Again and again. Were he an ordinary person, he would have perished beyond resurrection. Yet, this alien fiend possessed an astonishingly tenacious vitality. Su Ran's heart hardened, and he accelerated both his strength and speed. Even as the outer barrier began to dissolve, he paid it no heed, wholly focused on obliterating this otherworldly entity's existence. The martial artists within, including Wang Chao and others, involuntarily swallowed hard. It was not until the long-awaited sunlight streamed in that everyone awakened from their stupor. Were we saved? Is that the city lord's guard? The onlookers outside also stared blankly at the scene. A master-level expert, radiating golden innate vigor, wore a frightful expression as he pounded the otherworldly fiend into the ground. Who, exactly, is the true demon here? Are you playing a game of whack-a-mole? Is this the peculiar penchant of the strong? The master of Tianyun martial arts and other masters from various regions gazed at the bloodied Su Ran in disbelief. A collective gasp escaped their lips. This young master is terrifyingly formidable. Su Buyu felt her nose twitch in indignation. She had expended tremendous stamina and energy to unleash the thrice-augmented 7 kills fist, fearing that something might go awry. Yet, you seem to be enjoying a game of whack-a-mole. Su Buyu felt a wave of weakness wash over her, causing her to topple backward. Fortunately, the quick-witted Qinghuan was there to catch her. Second miss, are you all right? At that moment, Su Ran finally ceased his relentless actions. Congratulations, host, for slaying a member of the Abyssal Demon Clan. Reward, 30 energy points. Indeed, the Abyssal Clan's master-level status warranted a high energy reward. Only then did Su Ran notice the expressions of those around him, predominantly awe, fear, and fervor. His gaze fell upon Qinghuan and Su Buyu, who lay in his embrace, instantly filled with concern. What happened to her? Qinghuan explained. The second miss used the thrice-augmented 7 kills fist and is now utterly drained. Su Ran could not help but exclaim. It's merely a threefold enhancement. Must it be so debilitating? Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Su Buyu's head lolled and she fainted. How could a dignified 9-turn spirit body be so underestimated? Next time, I'll definitely activate the 4-fold 7 kills fist to show you, kid. Ah, second miss? Qinghuan hurriedly cradled Su Buyu, and the two made their way to the city lord's manor. Meanwhile, other masters had heard of Su Ran's feats and were once again astounded. A 5-fold enhancement of combat power? At this moment, Su Ran could still stand. Su Buyu, with her 9-turn spirit body, had fainted under a 3-fold enhancement. What manner of physique does this youth possess? At this instant, a master from the city lord's manor clasped his hands. Master Su Ran, thank you once more for ridding Lingxi City of its scourge. When the city lord returns, I will certainly advocate for your military merit. A master-level otherworldly fiend is conservatively estimated to yield 200,000 military merits. Su Ran's eyes sparkled. 200,000 military merits equated to 200 million in currency. I shall undoubtedly prosper from this. Concurrently, within the Li family of Lingxi City, the current head is Li Tianyi, the younger brother of the great Master Li Shand. At this moment, he received a phone call. Second Master, Chiotang, is dead. He has been confirmed as an otherworldly fiend. Li Tianyi's expression shifted dramatically, darkening ominously. He gestured to those behind him, cut off all dealings with the Qi family. Furthermore, investigate the origins of this matter. I want all information regarding this incident. Chapter 43. The enlightened Su Yufei supports Su Ran's entry into a top university in the eastern region. Outside Lingxi City, a tardy Su Yufei sensed an unusual aura, reminiscent of the abyss. However, by the time she neared Lingxi City, everything had reverted to normal. Upon arriving at Shotong's martial arts hall, she discovered that the ordeal had already concluded, leaving only a master from the city lord's manor to handle the aftermath. Upon seeing Su Yufei's figure, the individual was taken aback. "City lord, you've returned." Su Yufei quickly acquired all the information regarding the events. The Abyssal Clan, Shotong's martial arts hall, and the one who ended it all, Su Ran. It was actually Su Ran. That shouldn't be. Master-level otherworldly fiends are typically difficult for martial artists of the same level to defeat, let alone kill. Moreover, she had met Su Ran just yesterday, and his true cultivation level was undoubtedly that of a high-level martial artist. And no matter the degree of combat power enhancement, it should be impossible for him to vanquish a master-level alien. Su Yufei was filled with perplexity. A master-level expert could traverse vast distances with ease. A few minutes later, Su Yufei returned to the City Lord's manor. "City Lord has returned. The eldest Mrs. back." Two different titles both referred to Su Yufei. She was the City Lord of Lingxi City and also the eldest daughter of the top-tier Su family in the eastern region. The City Lord's manor was filled with numerous people, all of whom she had brought from the Su family, including Qingluan and Yang Qian. Otherwise, in just a few years, she would not have been able to contend with the Li family, which had dominated Lingxi City for decades. What happened to Buyu? Su Yufei soon learned of Su Buyu's condition, her brow knitting in concern. Even if Su Buyu was a 9-turn spirit body, repeated use of enhancement techniques would still take a toll. At that moment, Su Buyu had already regained consciousness. After all, a 3-fold enhancement was not a significant issue for a 9-turn spirit body. "Buyu, how are you?" An unexpected figure appeared before her, instantly brightening Su Buyu's expression. "Sister, you're back." Although Su Buyu was aware of her past lives, she truly regarded the young woman before her as family. Su Yufei immediately perceived the changes in Su Buyu. "No wonder my strength has increased so rapidly." "It is indeed your doing. Such a powerful 9-turn spirit body." Su Buyu was momentarily taken aback before comprehending her sister's implication. "Sister, you misunderstand. Since your return, I have definitively concluded one thing. Our growth and cultivation is entirely due to Su Ran's influence." Su Ran again? Su Yufei's mind conjured the image of the youth from the Hengduan Mountains, so young yet with boundless potential. She had already planned to advocate for his admission to Hengyun University. This youth also favored using enhancement techniques even more recklessly than Su Buyu, showing no regard for his own health. However, what connection did their sister's cultivation growth have with Su Buyu? Su Yufei's expression grew grave. "Buyu, speak to me clearly." Consequently, Su Buyu recounted her encounter with Su Ran, how martial arts had intertwined their fates, and the extraordinary surge in her strength over the past few days. In conclusion, she stated, "Su Ran's strength has skyrocketed from barely reaching the martial artist level days ago to now attaining the martial master level. Utilizing the enhancement of the 7 kills fist, he can even slay master-level experts. This youth is utterly beyond rational comprehension. I suspect he possesses a mutated physique." The Su sisters exchanged glances, both reflecting a hint of regret in their eyes. Throughout human history, there has never been a mutated physique that surpassed the peak of a Grand Master to become a warrior of the general level. Even breaking through to the Grand Master level is exceedingly challenging. There are those who, without any special physique, gradually grow stronger and ultimately break through to the general level or even the transcendent realm. Yet, those with mutated physiques never achieve such breakthroughs. It seems as though they are cursed, unable to gather the indestructible materials required for ascending to the general level, ultimately perishing when their lifespans are exhausted. This phenomenon holds true, whether in the eastern region or in other continents. Mutated physiques appear to be the subjects of heaven's jealousy. Thus, they regarded Su Ran with a tinge of pity at this moment. Su Yufei finally unraveled the doubts that had lingered in her heart. Unexpectedly, Her sister's unintentional actions had brought them both a tremendous boon. Su Ran's recent surge in vitality had propelled Su Yufei to the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm, drawing her ever closer to the level of a general. Meanwhile, Su Buyu had condensed innate vigor, boasting a foundational combat strength exceeding 300,000. Both sisters had reaped significant benefits from Su Ran. Su Yufei took a deep breath before solemnly declaring, "Buyu, I must admonish you. Since we recognize Su Ran's kindness to us, we must reciprocate." Su Buyu nodded in silence. This was also her intention. However, at present, apart from her wealth, she had little else to offer, and much of it was either unsuitable for Su Ran or simply not available. If Su Ran were to learn of this, he would surely exclaim, "Rich girl, feel free to shower me with money. If I get buried, it's on me." Initially intending to recommend him for Hangyun University, it now seemed she would advocate for him to enter a top-tier university in the eastern region, perhaps even the elite Donglin University. Su Buyu was taken aback. "But sister, those top-tier universities in the eastern region have stringent requirements. One must possess a first-rate physique or belong to a top-tier family." Su Ran's family is certainly not a prestigious lineage. Based on his physical constitution, he merely exhibits a second-rate physique. Currently, the Su sisters speculate that Su Ran possesses a mutated constitution. This further disqualifies him from the threshold of a top-tier university in the Eastern Domain, as a mutated constitution is inherently more challenging to cultivate. Moreover, these elite institutions primarily aim to nurture formidable warriors of the highest caliber. They would undoubtedly reject Su Ran at the gates. Yet, Su Yufei resolutely declared, "I will leverage the power of the Su family." For Su Ran, entering a first-rate university in the Eastern Domain is essential to shatter the shackles of his mutated physique. Otherwise, how tragic it would be for such an outstanding youth to discover that his path is utterly blocked. Su Yufei was resolute in her decision. Furthermore, the strength exhibited by Su Ran's mutated constitution is astonishingly formidable. I must correct you on one point. Su Ran is currently at the level of a high-ranking martial artist, not merely a martial master. This statement left Su Buyu utterly astounded. How is that possible? I examined his physique closely yesterday. He has yet to truly train his bones. In other words, Su Ran possesses the foundational combat power of a martial master even at the high-ranking martial artist stage, with the potential to amplify it by 5, 10, or even several times. Such a physique defies explanation, even for a mutated constitution. While I am unaware of the amplification techniques he employs, his vitality after their application is nothing short of astonishing. Su Buyu's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. He knew that Su Ran possessed the 7-killing fist, a gift from himself. This fellow must have mastered the 7-killing fist to an extraordinary degree. Even achieving perfection.it is simply terrifying. Chapter 44. A basic combat power exceeding 50,000. Are others even allowed to live? At that moment, both Su Buyu and Su Yufei felt a surge of powerful vitality coursing through them. Their energies seemed to push forward once more. Su Yufei, with her formidable strength, might not have sensed it deeply, yet Su Buyu felt a significant increase in his combat power, surely by several tens of thousands. They exchanged a glance, both reflecting shock and a hint of numbness. Su Ran has made another breakthrough? What an anomaly! Su Yufei took a deep breath. I will head to the Eastern Domain immediately to secure Su Ran's qualification for a first-rate university. Buyu, please convey all our blessings to Su Ran and the Su family. Su Buyu nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Su Ran had already received the monetary gifts from Wang Chao and others, with prior savings included. His wealth had soared past 300 million. He had initially considered converting his combat achievements into cash, but he found himself unable to locate a buyer for such a significant sum. After all, the amount to be exchanged was in the hundreds of millions. With 300 million at his disposal, he directly utilized an energy conversion card, acquiring 300 points of energy. Su Ran allocated this to his attributes once more. Name: Su Ran. Realm: high-ranking martial artist. Strength: 508, maximum, 2000. Spirit: 504, maximum, 2000. Agility: 498, maximum, 2000. Physique: primal sacred body. Conservatively estimating, his basic combat power had surpassed 50,000. Su Ran returned home, where the Su residence was bustling with activity. This was not due to Su Ran's own affairs being exposed, but rather because of Su Do. The incident involving Su Ran eliminating Qiu Tang had implicated external evil entities. To prevent panic, this matter had not been publicized. Nevertheless, most martial masters in Lingxi City were aware of a master named Su Ran, who had a strong connection with the city lord's mansion and had received a golden master medal. Meanwhile, Su Do had accompanied the principal of Lingxi No. 1, Yun Jingzong, to Hengyun County and had yet to return. However, the Su family's distant relatives, who previously had little to do with them, flocked in droves. Upon Su Ran's return home, he was immediately surrounded by these relatives. So this is Xiao Ran, truly a remarkable young man. Why, daughter? Lan Rian had grown impatient. She coldly interjected, "All right, everyone, we are quite tired today. Please take your leave." Old Su, with a forced smile, spoke with a tone that brooked no argument. That was a clear dismissal. The relatives' expressions changed abruptly, leaving reluctantly as they departed. Su Ran distinctly heard, "What's so impressive? It's merely a stroke of luck. Just a mere prodigy with a special physique. Who knows when he might be devoured by a fierce beast?" Lan Ruyan trembled with anger and hurled the teapot she held. "Get out!" The crowd outside dispersed like frightened birds and beasts. Su Ran contemplated. It seemed his family needed to relocate. Just as he was thinking this, a message popped up on his phone. It was from Su Buyu. 1. Grant the Su family a first-rate residence in the eastern part of Lingxi City. 2. Provide Su Ran with a subsidy of 10 million. 3. Award Su Ran 100,000 combat achievements. 4. Bestow 10 entry slots for the Su family into Lingxi University. 5. Open privileges for the Su family to access the Lingxi City Library. 10. To be continued. The series of messages dazzled the Su family, leaving them momentarily speechless. "All of this is rightfully yours. Please check your accounts." It seemed as if he had slain a few fierce beasts and vanquished evil masters from other realms. Was Su Buyu being overly generous? Unbeknownst to him, due to his breakthrough, the Su sisters had also indirectly advanced. This kindness could hardly be compensated by the resources listed above. Su Ran turned to face the still fuming Lan Ruyan. "Mom, how about we move to a grand mansion?" A new week heralded a new beginning. Since acquiring the external assistance on Friday, Su Ran had undergone a monumental transformation within just 3 days. From a combat power of less than 500, he now possessed the strength to slay masters. Su Ran gazed at the gates of Lingxi No. 1, feeling a sense of conquering the world. Along the way, many students turned their heads in awe. "Have you heard? That's Su Ran. His sister possesses a special physique. Wow, Su Ran is bound to prosper. I used to look down on him. I apologize for my superficiality." Su Ran paid no heed to all this chatter. "Have you heard? Choya has transferred schools. What a pity." "Sure, what transfer? It's not that simple. The Chiu family." Su Ran paused, recalling the little girl from a few years ago. So, she was Choya. What a shame she was no longer around. Damn external evil entities. Beyond that, Su Ran felt little else. Before reaching the classroom door, Qin Hai and the homeroom teacher, Old Yang, were already waiting there. Old Yang's expression was complex, clearly aware of the happenings regarding Su Ran's sister. Yet, he was genuinely happy for his student. Qin Hai had long known about Su Ran's unique physique. Although it was not as extraordinary as Su Do's, it was immensely powerful among ordinary individuals. The previous day's events had stirred waves that only the masters and those present understood. Su Ran nodded and followed Qin Hai and Old Yang. He had no obligation to test his special physique again, but he had promised Old Yang he would, not to mention it would silence some of the naysayers. Their movements drew considerable attention. "Isn't that Su Ran? He is being personally received by President Qin. I wish I had a sister like that." "Wait a moment, that's the building for testing special physiques. Wow, could Su Ran also have a special physique?" Everyone collectively gasped, their lessons forgotten as they prepared to witness the spectacle. By the time Su Ran and his companions arrived at the Special Physique Testing Center, everyone was convinced. Su Ran was indeed set to undergo the Special Physique test. No, this is impossible. How can both siblings have special physiques? It must be a trick. Su Ran is just seeking attention. Maybe it's true. Remember Su Ran's combat power was 2,000 just a couple of days ago? Surely that result is due to using some extraordinary resources. Qin Hai took a deep breath. Having another student with a special physique at Lingxi No. 1 was a cause for great joy. Moreover, in a certain sense, he was a witness to the Su family's extraordinary physiques. He considered himself quite fortunate that Su Ran. Are you ready? Su Ran nodded calmly. The testing crystal before him was quite large, entirely different from the one Su Buyu had gifted him. He placed his hand upon it, and in an instant, the light swirled and finally settled on blue. Everyone held their breath, time seeming to freeze. Until someone stammered, "Blue, blue. It appears to be a second-rate spiritual body." Chapter 45. Admission Letters from Afar. The uproar of Lingxi No. 1 High School. The atmosphere at Lingxi No. 1 High School was electrified with astonishment. Though not of the exceptional physique, Su Ran's second-tier constitution was sufficient to elevate him above countless peers. Presently, the entirety of Lingxi No. 1 High School, encompassing grades 9 through 12, boasted merely a handful of individuals with special physiques, numbering no more than a few dozen. The majority possessed third-tier physiques, with true geniuses above the second tier being exceedingly rare. Among the current senior class, aside from Su Buyu, only the young master of the Li family from Lingxi City, Li Yun, held a first-tier physique. No one else could rival Su Ran at this moment. The minds of the onlookers were filled with bewilderment. A sister with an exceptional physique and a brother with a second-tier physique. What extraordinary beings the Su family must be. It was said that his special physique awakened rather late. Had anyone ever encountered such a phenomenon? There are no absolutes when it comes to special physiques. This Su family was destined for greatness. Alas, the deadline for direct university admissions had already passed. Otherwise, Su Ran could have been granted a direct offer. Indeed, with such a physique, coupled with over 2,000 combat power, Su Ran could have potentially secured admission to a top-tier second-rate university, perhaps even Hongyun University. The usual admission period for Lingxi No. 1 High School was in February, and now that May had arrived, Su Ran was left with no choice but to partake in the college entrance examination alongside his peers. Whispers of envy surrounded Su Ran, particularly from the young ladies, who found his striking appearance and newfound accolades made him akin to a walking diamond bachelor. Su Ran, are you here? Your admission letter has arrived." Suddenly, a middle-aged man riding a small electric scooter called out loudly, drawing the attention of all present. This man is exceedingly excited. Who is Su Ran? The admission letter from Donghua University in Donghua City has arrived. Congratulations, you have been granted direct admission to Donghua University. Su Ran was momentarily perplexed, while Old Yang swiftly seized the middle-aged man and snatched a glance at the letter. Donghua University, Donghua City, has pre-admitted Su Ran. A student from Class 4 of the senior grade at Lingxi No. 1 High School, Donghua City, a major city under the auspices of Hongyun County, was far superior in strength and scale compared to Lingxi City. Donghua University was renowned as a top-tier second-rate university, often referred to as a quasi-first-rate institution. How did they come to know about Su Ran? Why would they make an exception to pre-admit him at this time? Old Yang was baffled but soon burst into hearty laughter. He generously tipped the exuberant messenger with 1,000 yuan. Old Yang had a student being admitted to a quasi-first-rate university. The crowd was once again taken aback. This was unprecedented. It was already May. How could Su Ran possibly be admitted now? Even Qin Hai was at a loss. Could it be the doing of Principal Yun Jingzong? Yet, Su Ran's physique hardly seemed sufficient to warrant such treatment from Principal Yun. Su Ran pondered. This must be the handiwork of City Lord Su Yufei. However, wasn't Su Yufei supposed to be securing an admission for herself to Hongyun University? Just then, another person rushed in. Who is Su Ran? Here is your admission letter. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Which school was this? It is from Tianhua University in Tianhua City. Expressions relaxed momentarily. 10 years ago, a ferocious beast had wreaked havoc across Tianhua City, leading to the decline of Tianhua University, which was now considered inconsequential. However, Su Ran soon received another letter. My heavens. It is from Yuhua University, directly under Hongyun County, an institution even more prestigious than Donghua University. How could a university from Tsongshan County be seeking to recruit from Hongyun County? How brazen of them! Tsongshan County, neighboring Hongyun County, had apparently heard of Su Ran's prowess. Wow, Tsongshan University, an institution on par with Hongyun University. If it were me, I would certainly choose to attend there. Another letter arrived, this time from a university in Linhai County, eliciting exclamations of longing from the crowd. They transitioned from shock to anticipation to numbness. Throughout that morning, Su Ran received over a dozen admission letters, ranging from second-rate universities to first-rate institutions from other counties, dazzling everyone in attendance. Even old Yang felt a mixture of numbness and heartache. Having spent over 10,000 yuan on red envelopes alone, finally, as the morning drew to a close, Su Ran received the last admission letter. Admission letter from Hengyun University. At long last, the long-awaited admission letter from Hengyun University had arrived. This was of profound significance for Su Ran, who hailed from Hengyun County. Congratulations, the host has triggered a mission to become the top student at Hengyun University. Reward: 5,000 energy points and 10 assorted lottery tickets of various grades. The system's assessment of the host can yield different grades of lottery tickets. The top student at Hengyun University, 5,000 energy points? The system was remarkably generous. Let me think. 5,000 energy points equate to 5 billion in monetary value. Su Ran was momentarily taken aback. It seemed he must indeed attend Hengyun University. At this moment, news spread once more throughout Lingxi No. 1 High School. Quick, turn on the television. I have discovered the reason for Su Ran's direct admission. It turned out to be the handiwork of the city lord. Everyone was captivated, turning their attention to the current report from Lingxi City. On May 17, the protective zone of Lingxi City at the Hongduan mountain range was breached by ferocious beasts, placing the lives of thousands of martial artists in peril. Only one individual managed to slay several high-tier ferocious beasts, with countless low-tier beasts falling to his fists. Today, we proudly introduce the young genius Su Ran, the hero of Lingxi City and a source of pride for Hengyun County. This revelation astounded everyone. No one had anticipated that Su Ran would suddenly be hailed as a hero. At that moment, the camera captured Su Ran's remarkable achievements. 200,000 points, more than most ordinary masters. Impossible! This must be a fabrication. How could Su Ran's achievements surpass those of seasoned masters? Even if he awakened a special physique, he should only be at the level of a high-grade martial artist. Most of Su Ran's accomplishments stemmed from Chiotong, yet this was not publicly acknowledged. Consequently, many believed Su Ran was exaggerating. After all, achievements could be exchanged for resources. It was normal for the news to exaggerate. Had they forgotten about Su Daodu, who stood behind him? Surely not. Su Daodu has yet to fully develop. The city lord's residents had no need to curry favor with Su Ran on her behalf. I wonder if it is due to some connection between Su Buyu and Su Ran. Rumor has it that Su Buyu is quite concerned about Su Ran. Hush, don't speak carelessly. The young master from the Li family might hear you. And you won't be able to bear the consequences. In the genius loft of Lingxi No. 1 High School, a gathering of proud youths congregated. A young man clad in elegant robes sat at the head of the assembly. Below him, individuals eagerly recounted Su Ran's recent triumphs. The spotlight on Su Ran is exceedingly bright at present. 200,000 achievements. There must be a significant embellishment. They were the most elite geniuses of Lingxi No. 1 High School, all capable of gaining admission to quasi-first-rate universities. Yet, they were now revolving around this young man in elegant robes, a testament to his prestige and power. What can a martial artist from an ordinary family hope to achieve? Young Master Yun, you need not concern yourself. The individual speaking was none other than Li Yun, the foremost genius of Lingxi No. 1 High School, aside from Su Buyu. He slowly opened his eyes and said, "In that case, please convey a message to Su Ran for me. If he is willing to become my protege, his future will be limitless." Chapter 46. The targeting of the Su family by the Li family in Donglin City of the Eastern Domain. The Su family, Su Yufei, anxiously awaited news, sitting across from a remarkably handsome and charismatic middle-aged man. He swirled a glass of red wine, appearing utterly enthralled. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. "I wonder what kind of prodigy this Su Ran is to have caused my daughter Yufei such distress." Before this middle-aged man, Su Yufei no longer exuded the authority of the city lord. "Father, what are you saying? He is even slightly younger than Buyu." The middle-aged man's eyes glimmered with interest. "So? You have a preference for younger men. No wonder you are not fond of that rascally Tianming." Su Yufei rolled her eyes, too exasperated to continue the conversation. "Tio secures Su Ran's admission to Donglin University." Su Yufei had leveraged numerous connections within the Su family. Moreover, she had enlisted her father, Su Changkong, a peak battle general, to endorse Su Rand. A battle general is powerful enough to serve as a governor in a county like Hengyun. In the entire eastern domain, there are no more than 100 visible battle generals. A peak battle general stands at the pinnacle of the eastern domain. Although Donglin University is quite stringent, the Su family's prestige should carry weight. After all, Donglin University admits a few individuals with connections each year. Rest assured, my dear daughter, I have connections at Donglin University. Your Uncle Yin is my close confidant. Just then, Su Changkong pulled out his phone. Hello, Uncle Yin, has everything been arranged? What? It fell through. You are the vice president of Donglin University. How could you mishandle such a trivial matter? Don't bother apologizing. I want to know what went wrong. Li Tianming? That little brat? Su Changkong hung up the phone with a grim expression, his face darkening. Su Yufei felt a jolt of concern. What happened? Su Changkong replied with a cold smile, that scoundrel Li Tianming has utilized his position as the top student of Donglin University to dismiss our Su family's request. This little brat is determined to oppose us. The mention of Li Tianming filled Su Yufei with disdain. She scoffed, is it simply because I once rejected him, causing him to lose face? Even if he is the top student of Donglin University, what right does he have to meddle in its admissions? In the eastern region, there exists an unwritten rule that every university has a top student, undoubtedly the cream of the crop among student representatives, with some exceptional top students being even more formidable than the teachers. Thus, the top students wield considerable power. Li Tianming, the top student of Donglin University, possesses extraordinary talent, having already reached the battle general level at the young age of 24, earning him the title of the greatest genius in the eastern region. However, this alone was not enough to instill fear in Su Changkong. More crucially, Li Tianming belongs to the Li family of the eastern region, which has a transcendent ancestor backing them. Transcendent beings are exceedingly rare in the entire eastern region. This formidable background amplifies his influence within Donglin University. Su Changkong sighed. He may lack power himself, but the Li family behind him is not something even your Uncle Yin would dare to challenge. Despite both being top-tier families, the Li family and the Su family operate on entirely different levels. The Li family's influence spans the entire eastern region. It is said that the Li family in Lingxi City is merely a branch of the main Li family. Su Yufei clenched her fists, then let out a resigned sigh. In that case, I can only assist Su Ran in gaining admission to one of the other 9 top-tier universities in the eastern region. However, Su Changkong lamented, your Uncle Yin has said that Li Tianming has made it clear that Su Ran, whom you recommended, will never gain entry to any top-tier university in the eastern region. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to opposing him and the Li family. Su Yufei sprang to her feet, her delicate face filled with fury. This is intolerable. Her emotions reached a boiling point as she paced back and forth. Why, Yufei? This is the fault of your father. If only I were at the transcendent level, I would crush Li Tianming as easily as one squashes an ant. Though Su Changkong was not yet 50, he had already reached the pinnacle of battle general strength. With exceptional talent, however, the gap between him and a transcendent being was more vast than that between a child and an adult. Yet, he was constrained by the entire Su family behind him. The Li family's ancestor alone could obliterate their entire lineage. In the past century, many battle generals had emerged in the eastern region, yet none had ever breached the transcendent realm. The last to do so, a century ago, was the ancestor of the Li family. He is a legendary figure. Over 100 years ago, it is said that he unexpectedly acquired a supreme-level martial art that surpassed the highest tiers. This martial art possessed the astonishing ability to seize the abilities of others for one's own use. A century ago, the then battle general level ancestor of the Li family snatched everything from a wounded powerhouse of the outer abyss, thereby merging the Li family's martial arts with those of the abyssal demon clan, ultimately breaking through to the transcendent level. This propelled the Li family to become one of the foremost clans in the eastern region. Even more terrifying was that the ancestor of the Li family created a martial art that allowed his bloodline descendants to retain their consciousness while transforming into abyssal demons for combat. This transformation could be seen as a unique enhancement technique. Though this demonification has side effects, it still yields significant results even at the master or great master levels, and certainly at the battle general level. It is worth noting that after reaching the master realm, human beings, barring exceptional physiques like Subuyu, are generally unable to utilize enhancement techniques. Hence, the Li family holds an absolute advantage over other families of the same tier. The Su family is simply incomparable to the Li family. Su Fei's expression turned bitter. She never expected her assistance would backfire. Without leveraging the Su family's connections to report Su Ran's achievements, perhaps he would still have been accepted by other top-tier universities in the eastern region. Now that Li Tianming has issued his decree, no university is willing to offend the Li family by accepting Su Ran. Suddenly, Su Yufei felt a surge of personal growth. It was needless to say, Su Ran had likely broken through again. At this rate, she wouldn't even need to train. She would likely reach the battle general level in a few months. This only deepened her guilt towards Su Ran. Alas, I must find other ways to make amends. Speaking of the Li family, Su Yufei suddenly recalled her sister Su Buyu's words. Father, could the Li family's demonification spiral out of control? Her sister had previously scoffed at the Li family's demonification, believing they lacked the ability to control the abyssal demon clan, and that it would inevitably lead to disaster. Yu Changkong paused, then shook his head. Impossible. The ancestor of the Li family has been personally scrutinized by the Grand Chancellor. If there were any issues, the Grand Chancellor would have long since eliminated him. Su Yufei nodded in agreement. The Grand Chancellor of the Eastern region is a peak-level transcendent being. Over the past few centuries, he has repeatedly saved the Eastern region, shielding the human populace from storms for hundreds of years, serving as the guardian deity in the hearts of all Eastern region inhabitants. Chapter 47. The completion of the 7-kill fist and the iron refining hand, advancing the pinnacle martial art replacement technique. Lingxi No. 1 High School, the Genius Pavilion. Undoubtedly, at this moment, Su Ran possesses his own pavilion. He slowly opened his eyes. The 7-kill fist has reached perfection. He has now cultivated the 7-kill fist to its highest level, allowing him to unleash 49 strikes with a power exceeding 7 times his OWN. At this moment, with his talent at 20 times, he furrowed his brow. According to his calculations, the 7-kill fist has reached its limit. No matter what methods he attempted, he could not deduce the subsequent realms. It is no wonder that enhancement techniques among humans are considered top-tier once they reach advanced martial arts. Upon investigation, he found no enhancement techniques classified as top-tier or of higher order. It makes sense. Even Subuyu, with her exceptional physique, requires a significant cost to execute the 7-kill fist. Even if someone could create a higher-level enhancement technique, no one would be able to use it. Su Ran stood up and surveyed his surroundings before ascending the stairs. The pavilion provided by Lingxi No. 1 High School consists of 2 levels, the first for training and the second serving as a small library. Upon entering the second level, Su Ran discovered numerous books. Most were low-level martial arts, followed by intermediate martial arts. Only 3 advanced martial arts tomes were present. It seems that even at Lingxi No. 1 High School, advanced martial arts are considered rare treasures. This further illustrates how precious the 7-kill fist gifted to him by Subuyu truly is. Unfortunately, these low and intermediate martial arts have become utterly useless to him. His foundational combat power has already reached 50,000. The once 5-fold enhancement of the Yin Gang fist has drastically diminished. If Su Ran were to grow even stronger, the Yin Gang fist would become entirely ineffective. Su Ran flipped through the 3 advanced martial arts books, his expression darkening. Advanced martial arts, beauty retention technique. Advanced martial arts, bone heightening technique. Advanced martial arts, 1000 illusions technique. No wonder Lingxi No. 1 High School was willing to display these 3 advanced martial arts. They are all rather lackluster. Do I need to retain my youth or heighten my bones? However, the 1000 illusions technique, which can temporarily alter one's entire appearance and mimic the essence and visage of others, seems somewhat useful. Su Ran perused the 1000 illusions technique, which comprises 3 sections. The first, indistinguishable reality, perfectly disguises one as another. The second, gender ambiguity, perfectly adopts the temperament and aura of another. The third, feigning authority, perfectly simulates another's vitality and breath, with a maximum limit of the great master leveled. Su Ran found it intriguing and immediately began to practice the 1000 illusions technique. This technique is simpler than the 7-kill fist and iron refining hand, and under Su Ran's 20-fold talent, he completed it in just 2 hours. However, Su Ran barely felt an increase in his vitality. Could it truly be as lackluster as the advanced martial arts? Taking a deep breath, Su Ran then took out the advanced martial art, iron refining hand, and the top-tier martial art, replacement technique, gifted by the system. He had already practiced the first 3 sections of the advanced martial art, iron refining hand. The timing was perfect to comprehend the remaining 2 sections. The 4th section, both palms transform into an endless sea of fire, reducing all in sight to ashes. The 5th section, refine oneself or others, creating an endless domain of weapons, subsequently summoning the god of fire. Capable of burning mountains and boiling seas, this advanced martial art, even when utilized at the master level, is immensely powerful. Su Ran was so engrossed in his studies that he forgot to eat. However, just at that moment, a series of sharp knocks on the door suddenly interrupted his thoughts. He frowned and rose to open the door. A haughty young man stood there, arms crossed, gazing at Su Ran. "You must be Su Ran. Young Master Yun requests your presence." Before he could finish, Su Ran abruptly shut the door. "Get lost, don't bother me." As Su Ran continued to immerse himself in his training, he directed his focus towards the final chapter of the Advanced Martial Arts Manual. Minutes turned into hours, and after an hour had passed, a spark ignited in Su Ran's eyes. His pores opened wide. His body flushed with heat, and an inexhaustible surge of vitality erupted forth. The warmth radiating from his palms seemed capable of melting anything into submission. His average attributes surged from 500 to an impressive 550. The advanced martial arts produced by the system were truly astonishing. He had now mastered 2 complete forms of advanced martial arts. If others were to discover this, they would surely be left speechless. While it was not uncommon for martial artists to practice 2 advanced techniques, achieving mastery was an extraordinary feat. Yet Su Ran was not content with this. He retrieved the top-tier martial arts technique, the art of exchange. This elite martial art was designed for masters and grandmasters. Generally, ordinary martial artists were incapable of practicing such high-level techniques, as their complexity far exceeded their comprehension. However, Su Ran was different. More importantly, the art of exchange did not demand excessive talent. Its primary function was to exchange lifespan for combat power, akin to inflicting 1,000 points of damage while sacrificing 800 of one's own. Though Su Ran was still quite young, he would refrain from employing this technique until absolutely necessary. Nevertheless, this top-tier martial art could serve as a powerful trump card. Thus, he took out the first chapter. The art of exchange, derived from the celestial level martial art, the minor fate technique, traded lifespan for combat power, celestial level martial arts. Su Ran paused momentarily. The highest level of martial arts he had encountered was the top-tier variety. It was said that beyond top-tier martial arts lay the mystical, earth, and celestial levels, and this art of exchange originated from a celestial level technique. Furthermore, minor fate technique. That sounded somewhat familiar. Su Ran's eyes brightened. In the world he knew, the supreme technique of the 3000 Tao, the Great Fate technique, was heralded by the appearance of the minor fate technique, capable of countering all other pathways. My goodness. If I could obtain the minor fate technique, eternal life would no longer be a mere fantasy. Taking a deep breath, Su Ran composed himself. He should first master this art of exchange to solidify his advantage. The first chapter of the art of exchange required the sacrifice of X years of lifespan to gain 0.5x times combat power, lasting for 0.5 hours. With the enhancement of his 20-fold talent, Su Ran meticulously dissected each word. While the art of exchange was somewhat easier to comprehend than other top-tier martial arts, it still surpassed the understanding required for advanced techniques. Su Ran felt that even his 20-fold talent was somewhat insufficient. It wasn't until the sun began to set that Su Ran finally exhaled in relief. He was just a step away from fully grasping the first chapter of the top-tier art of exchange. Mastering this first chapter would mean sacrificing 1 year of lifespan to gain combat power exceeding 0.5 times. Though this seemed comparatively modest compared to the Flame Fist and 7-Kill Fist, which also required the consumption of lifespan, it was still top-tier martial arts, perfectly applicable even at the Master and Grandmaster levels. Su Ran estimated that once his foundational combat power reached the Master level, The flame fist would become utterly ineffective. Even the advanced martial art, the 7-kill fist, would lose its potency. This top-tier martial art would become his formidable asset. Suddenly, a loud banging echoed from outside the door, disturbing Su Ran's concentration. This was no mere knock. It was more akin to an assault on the door, causing frustration to bubble within him. Just as he was on the verge of a breakthrough, he found himself unable to focus. With a frosty expression, Su Ran decided to put away the manual and strode purposefully toward the door. Chapter 48. Conflict resurges. Li family's Li Yun outside. A group of students from Lingsino One high school had gathered. They witnessed a proud and furious youth relentlessly battering the door. Wasn't that Hu Yin? Who had provoked him? It appeared to be the newly opened loft. Could it be Su Ran? Ah, hurry and bring a stool. I want to watch the show. Hu Yin, the prodigious student from Class A of the senior year at Lingxi No. 1, possessed a first-rate spiritual body and was rumored to have secured a spot at Hangyun University. More importantly, Hu Yin was a close associate of Li Yun. The Li family's influence was not to be underestimated, even rivaling that of Su Buyu. Standing tall and imposing, Hu Yan's expression was grim. Throughout the day, he had knocked on Su Ran's door multiple times. Aside from the initial message to leave, Su Ran had shown no inclination to respond. Hu Yin was on the verge of exploding with rage. In his eyes, Su Ran was merely a fortunate soul who had gained the favor of the city lord's residence. The notion that he had saved the city lord's residence and earned 200,000 military merits was, in Hu Yin's view, utterly preposterous. Having awakened as a first-rate body a year ago, he had only just reached the mid-stage of the martial artist realm. Su Ran, who had only recently awakened as a second-rate body, likely hadn't even reached the level of a high-level martial artist. What could he possibly do to save the city lord's protective district? Open the door, Su Ran. If you don't open it, I'll smash it down. He was true to his word. A blue inner force coalesced in his hand. Even if he demolished the loft, Lingxi No. 1 high school would impose minimal punishment. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Su Ran emerged with a cold demeanor. You intend to smash my door? Hu Yin was taken aback for a moment before a mocking glint appeared in his eyes. So you finally decided to show yourself? Are you still refusing to comply with what I mentioned this morning? It seems you have no regard for young Master Yun at all. Su Ran suddenly recalled that this fellow had suggested he follow that so-called young Master Yun. Who was that? Surrounding onlookers were keenly interested in the unfolding conflict, eager for a spectacle. They were all watching Su Ran, curious to see how he would retort. Surely, Su Ran was not a match for Hu Yin at this moment. Right? Would he call for external help? The image of Su Buyu loomed in everyone's minds, as they believed Su Ran had a close relationship with him. Glancing at the sky, Su Ran realized his mother would soon be furious. It was time to return for dinner. He had little desire to engage further with Hu Yin and turned to leave. Heading down the path home, Hu Yin was momentarily stunned before erupting in rage. He reached out to grasp Su Ran's shoulder, but as he approached, he suddenly felt a surge of heat emanating from Su Ran. A wave of scorching energy burst forth, merging the advanced martial art, Iron Palm, with his inner martial force, creating a unique effect. Hu Yin felt a tingling sensation at his scalp, and before he knew it, an excruciating pain coursed through his body, sending him flying backward without warning. Blood arced through the air as he crashed to the ground. The crowd stood in stunned silence before their eyes widened in disbelief. Hu Yin lay on the ground, bloodied, trembling as he pointed at Su Ran. How is this possible? Such overwhelming inner force. Your combat power must be at least 50,000, but you've only just awakened a special body. Hu Yin screamed in agony, his words resonating like thunder in the minds of the onlookers. The inner force he had wielded had long since dissipated, replaced by the sight of his own flesh torn and mangled, a pitiful sight. The crowd stared in shock for a long moment before erupting into a cacophony of gasps. Good heavens, Hu Yin, a martial artist, was instantly defeated. Could it be that Su Ran's military merits were genuine, and his strength far surpassed that of Hu Yin? The swift clash had unfolded in the blink of an eye. One moment Hu Yin was still boasting, and the next, he lay in a miserable state that Su Ran, without sparing him a glance, strode confidently toward the school's exit. Halt! You dare to injure Hu Yin? A group of youth surrounded a well-dressed young man, their eyes equally filled with disbelief. Several of them quickly moved to block Su Ran's path. The expression of the onlookers changed dramatically, realizing the situation had escalated. Goodness, these were among the top 5 prodigies of Lingxi No. 1 High School, and they had all arrived. It was said that these geniuses were closely associated with young Master Yun of the Li family, and now it seemed to be true. The young man in formal attire was indeed young Master Yun, reputedly the strongest genius of the Li family, possessing a first-rate body, only slightly inferior to those with second-rate bodies. Young Master Yun was said to boast combat power reaching 70,000 to 80,000, comparable to Su Buyu, and given time, he would undoubtedly become a formidable grandmaster. Moreover, young Master Yun had been granted admission to a top-tier university in the eastern region. With an incredibly promising future, at this moment, everyone understood the unfolding events. Su Ran had awakened a special body, earning a place in Lingxi No. 1 High School. Young Master Yun, seeing an opportunity, sought to recruit Su Ran into his ranks. However, Su Ran had outright declined and even injured Hu Yin. This was a blatant affront to the Li family's young Master Yun. Su Ran was in deep trouble. Someone needed to alert the school, or there would be significant repercussions. Lying on the ground, Hu Yin immediately shouted, "Young Master Yun, this Su Ran is utterly arrogant. Injuring me is one thing, but he shows no respect for you or the Li family." The expression on the well-dressed young man darkened. From the beginning, he had never regarded Su Ran as a threat, nor had he anticipated Su Ran would reject his invitation and even harm his subordinate. Did Su Ran truly believe that having gained the favor of the city lord's residence meant he could disregard the Li family? He had long since dispatched someone to investigate the Su family's background, and it was utterly impossible for them to have any significant ties to the city lord's mansion. Furthermore, even if there was a slight connection to Su Buyu, what of it? I, Li Yun, am a direct descendant of the Li family in Lingxi City, and I have never been humiliated in this realm of Lingxi No. 1 High School. Upon this realization, the blood within Li Yun surged explosively. The surrounding individuals could not withstand such a formidable wave of energy and were compelled to retreat. A cerulean glow of martial energy shimmered around him, and a sharp intensity gleamed in his eyes. My heavens, this level of combat prowess undoubtedly reached the later stages of a martial master. He is not far from becoming a grandmaster. How frightening! My brother is a senior at Lingxi University, and he has only just begun to enter the martial master realm. These geniuses are truly terrifying. Su Ran is doomed. Even if he can defeat Hu Yin, could he possibly contend with the genius of the Li family? The few prodigies surrounding Li Yun from Lingxi No. 1 High School also unleashed their own martial energy. Astonishingly, all these top students possessed the strength of martial masters. Their starting point was already several folds higher than that of ordinary individuals. With cold expressions they declared, "Young Master Yun, there is no need for you to intervene. We can handle him ourselves." The overwhelming pressure of Li Yun's martial energy bore down upon Su Ran, his gaze icy as he fixated on him. "Su Ran, you are quite audacious. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Submit to me, and the Li family shall never mistreat you." Su Ran slowly turned his head, his eyes blazing as he fixed his gaze upon Li Yun. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host, you have encountered a abyssal demon. Is the Li family truly the lair of abyssal demons?" Chapter 49. Salute to Master Su Ran. Once again, an abyssal demon. The Li family members he had encountered were all abyssal demons. What of the others? The Li family, which had entrenched itself in Lingxi City for decades, was entirely composed of abyssal demons, and Su Yufei and her sister were completely oblivious. Su Ran sensed that there was something amiss. However, at this moment, he did not wish to ponder further. Since they had appeared before him, let them transform into my energy. His aura became exceedingly terrifying, and the golden martial energy within him erupted forth. As the light swirled, Su Ran's combat power soared directly to the peak of the martial master realm. He then swept away those encircling him. The top prodigies were no match for Su Ran's might. Like Hu Yin, they were sent flying, blood spewing from their mouths. A thunderous roar echoed in everyone's minds, followed by expressions of horror. Just moments ago, they had thought they could subdue Su Ran. Given the opponent's strength, It was no wonder he had said little. It turned out he had always viewed them as mere jesters. The surrounding ordinary students of Lingxi No. 1 High School gasped in disbelief, feeling Su Ran's overwhelming aura, which even surpassed that of young Master Yun. How could this be? Had he truly just awakened a special physique? Yet, it was Li Yun who felt the most profound impact. His expression had twisted into one of terror. He had initially regarded Su Ran as an ant, only to discover he was an elephant. Who on earth are you? How can you possess such power? Li Yun, a genius of the Li family, was now merely at the later stages of the martial master realm, with a combat power of 75,000. However, the Su Ran before him now possessed at least 80,000 combat power. No wonder the other party had refused his overtures. No wonder he could save the city lord's mansion. A scion of an ordinary family had achieved such heights. Li Yun could not accept it. The self-proclaimed genius felt his beliefs shattering. Su Ran advanced step by step towards Li Yun, his expression akin to that of someone observing a mere clown. So, should I beat you to within an inch of your life to force the abyssal demon within you to surface? Li Yun bellowed, condensing countless sword lights around him, which he then thrust fiercely towards Su Ran. I refuse to believe that you, a martial artist emerging from an ordinary family, can unleash much strength. The sword lights surged forth, only to abruptly halt. Li Yun's expression turned to one of complete shock, as did those of all surrounding individuals. For a dense protective shield had suddenly manifested around Su Ran's body. It was innate chi. He is a grandmaster. As twilight descended, the training ground of Lingxi No. 1 High School was filled with spectators. Yet, the atmosphere was eerily silent, as everyone stared in awe at the radiant youth at the center. A layer of golden innate chi, nearly a foot thick, enveloped Su Ran, rendering him extraordinarily sacred. A grandmaster. Su Ran is indeed a grandmaster. All the students of Lingxi No. 1 High School experienced a cacophony in their minds, unable to regain their composure. Within the entire Lingxi No. 1 High School, there were only 3 publicly recognized grandmasters. These were the principal, Yun Jingzong, and the other 2 school directors. Perhaps there were other leaders who had also broken through to the grandmaster realm, but they could never be students of Lingxi No. 1 High School. And now, the truth stood before their eyes. Su Ran's current achievement was beyond the reach of the vast majority. Everyone's throats constricted, and suddenly someone moved. Salute to Master Su. Salute to Master Su. The training ground soon echoed with this chorus, and no matter how young Su Ran appeared, he was now a grandmaster, deserving of such respect. Even the core members of Li Yun's faction looked on in panic. Bowing deeply to Su Ran and Hu Yin even knocked his head to the ground. Master Su, please do not hold my past transgressions against me. I am at fault. I am at fault. Please forgive me. Though Hu Yin and his companions possessed special physiques, it would still take a considerable amount of time for them to reach the Grandmaster realm. For most geniuses, the leap from martial master to grandmaster typically required several years. The transition from grandmaster to great grandmaster could take a lifetime. Regardless, Su Ran had already far surpassed them. Meanwhile, Li Yun's expression had twisted into one of anguish. The once arrogant young man felt as though his face was being repeatedly ground into the dirt. Although he could comprehend Su Buyu's superiority, where had this Su Ran emerged from? A grandmaster. How could this be? Su Ran grasped his collar with a single hand, effortlessly lifting him as though he were a chick in the talons of an eagle. Li Yun's heart was aflame with fury. Jealousy and humiliation were tearing him apart. Yet, inexplicably, he sensed a profound murderous intent emanating from Su Ran. Su Ran, what do you intend to do? In Lingxi City, you should consider your parents, think of your family. The might of the Li family is not to be trifled with. With a thunderous crash, Su Ran slammed Li Yun's body into the ground. To dare threaten his family? Li Yun was truly courting death. The sound of shattering bones echoed in everyone's ears, leaving them in utter shock. Is Su Ran truly serious? Is he about to kill Li Yun in Lingxi No. 1 High School? A colossal pit appeared in the ground, from which a torrent of blood gushed forth. This blood was abnormal. Everyone sensed something was amiss. Simultaneously, an inexplicable darkness spread from the pit, and as it expanded, a completely decayed arm emerged. Soon, A horrifying figure materialized before everyone. Rotting flesh, blood, fangs, a visage of a demon. One could vaguely discern Li Yun's silhouette. A ghost? Quickly flee. Call the two Grandmaster directors at the school. What manner of monster is this? Flee? What nonsense. With Master Su here, what is there to fear? That ghost seems somewhat familiar. Wait, isn't that young Master Yun? After the initial panic, everyone became even more horrified. The terrifying figure was unmistakably the previously suave Li Yun. Su Ran chuckled coldly. At last, your true form is revealed. I never expected that the young master of the Li family would be an abyssal demon. Now, even if I kill you, no one can stop me. Extraterrestrial beings must be eradicated. The terrifying figure's voice transformed. You fool, how could you comprehend the mysteries of my Li family? However, you are fortunate to have forced me to embrace my demonic form. Li Yun's voice was filled with venomous rage. In truth, his current physical condition could not support his transformation into a demon. After this battle, it would take him at least a year to reach the Grandmaster realm. Yet, he had no choice but to reveal his trump card, as Su Ran was genuinely intent on killing him. Now, my combat power has doubled. I am also in the Grandmaster realm. His broken body radiated innate chi. His combat power surged to over 100,000. A massive flame erupted from his mouth, incinerating everything in the vicinity. Simultaneously, the monster's body lunged forward, its arm extending to grasp Su Ran. Su Ran smirked coldly. A mere combat power of over 100,000? Chapter 50. A swift defeat of Li Yun. Li family's Grandmaster Li Tianyi. Li Yun was still far from the likes of Cho Tang. Su Ran snorted, unleashing the fourth chapter of the iron refining hand. His palms turned scorching hot, waves of heat engulfing Li Yun's arm, melting it away. The latter let out a wail, as the iron refining hand transformed the surroundings into a sea of flames. The battle between the masters utterly devastated the martial arts arena of Lingxi No. 1, leaving it in ruins. The students, unable to witness the spectacle any longer, fled in sheer terror. Meanwhile, Su Ran's figure swiftly closed in on Li Yun. With the quintuple enhancement of the Yin Gang Fist, his combat power surged to an astonishing 200,000, far surpassing Li Yun's current capabilities. How is it possible that your strength can still increase? As the quintuple Yin Gang Fist descended, Li Yun's body was once again hammered into the ground. To eliminate Li Yun, Su Ran need not even employ the 7-kill fist. Just as Su Ran was poised to bring an end to this abyssal demon, his hand suddenly froze. Li Yun's form seemed unable to bear some unseen limit and reverted back to human shape. This was starkly different from his previous encounters with Huang Jie and Cho Tang. Could it be that Li Yun is not an abyssal demon? Su Ran, please temper your anger. This young master of the Li family is not of the abyssal lineage. Please, show him mercy, from a distance. Two middle-aged men rushed forth, their faces etched with astonishment. They, too, bore the innate vigor, unmistakably masters in their own right. These two were the directors of Lingxi No. 1, holding absolute authority in the absence of the principal. One was named Ho Fei, the other Ing Hong. In the principal's absence, these two wielded unparalleled power within Lingxi No. 1. Su Ran had only ever seen them on television, but now, he could at least meet them eye to eye. Su Ran, please hear me out. Though this Li Yun has angered you, his crimes do not warrant death. You must spare him. Unlike Cho Tang, who was an abyssal demon, he is a genuine human, merely employing martial arts techniques that can lead to demonic transformation. They are masters, clearly aware of Su Ran's actions in slaying Cho Tang just the day before. Cho Tang was rumored to possess combat power reaching 30 to 40,000, along with various demonic abilities. Su Ran, it seemed, was no less formidable than these seasoned masters. The two directors felt a sense of surreal disbelief. Within a mere few days, a student of Lingxi No. 1 had emerged with the prowess of a master. Su Ran was simply astonishing. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of relief. In a certain sense, both men, like Su Ran, had risen from ordinary families. Hence, they felt a closer kinship with Su Ran compared to Li Yun. In contrast to Su Buyu of the Su family, Li Yun of the Li family, regardless of how far Su Ran may go in the future, would always be known as a product of Lingxi No. 1. Su Ran, however, was struck with a profound shock. Li Yun is human? How could the system classify him as an abyssal demon? Could it be that the system has erred? Yet at that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Su Ran's mind. Detection indicates the host harbors doubts regarding this system. It is reiterated that one should not trust the disguises of abyssal demons. The consciousness belonging to the demon has long since usurped that of the human. Congratulations, host, for identifying an abyssal demon. The system still insisted that Li Yun was an abyssal demon. Su Ran, convinced that this system would not deceive him, resolved that Li Yun must indeed be an extraterrestrial entity. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. Regardless of Li Yun's identity, he had mentioned his family. For Su Ran, family in this life was his everlasting taboo. What of the Li family with their grandmasters? With the 7 kill fists' sevenfold amplification, or by employing the supreme martial arts technique of substitution, even a grandmaster would not intimidate Su Ran. Li Yun must die. Observing the expression in Su Ran's eyes, the two directors felt a surge of dread. This young man was indeed impetuous. In his fervor, he was determined to eliminate Li Yun. Su Ran, listen to me. The Li family is not to be trifled with. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the distant sky. You dare to kill my nephew? I shall annihilate your entire clan. A powerful aura approached, emanating from a middle-aged man enveloped in innate vigor, illuminating the dim sky with brilliance. The two school directors' expressions changed dramatically. It was Li Tianyi, a master of the Li family, the brother of the great master Li Shan. Given the thickness of his innate vigor, his combat power was at least 70,000 and rising. When had he ascended to the late stage of masterhood, so terrifyingly strong? This is bad. He aims to kill Su Ran outright. He is a student of Lingxi No. 1, and we cannot allow that to happen. The middle-aged man, from a considerable distance, struck down with a single palm. The blood-red hand seemed to obscure the sky. Yet as it descended, it rapidly shrank. It appeared to lock onto Su Ran's figure, hurtling directly toward him. Su Ran barely had time to react when the two school directors suddenly shielded him with their bodies. They unleashed their martial arts in unison, straining to block this bloodied palm. Master Li Tianyi, it is all a misunderstanding. Su Ran is a student of Lingxi No. 1. You cannot kill him at will. As the middle-aged man drew near, he glimpsed the unconscious Li Yun, and a storm cloud gathered on his face. With a single wave of his hand, the blood-red palm descended again. Get out of the way, or I shall slay you all. Even Yun Jingzong cannot save you. Li Tianyi cared little for the two masters of Lingxi No. 1. In Lingxi City, even the lord of the city must tread carefully around the Li family. What need was there to consider a mere school? This was also due to the absence of Principal Yun Jingzong. Otherwise, Li Tianyi would never dare to act so brazenly. Principal Yun Jingzong had long ago attained the pinnacle of masterhood, and if Li Tianyi were to encounter him, he would surely flee in terror. The two masters of Lingxi No. 1 could no longer withstand the pressure. Their strength paled in comparison to that of the middle-aged man. Their innate vigor shattered, and they were sent flying. They felt excruciating pain coursing through their bodies, and this was still due to Li Tianyi's mercy. Suddenly, both men felt their bodies hurtling through the air. Caught by someone. Turning their heads, they saw it was Su Ran. Su Ran had not expected that directors Ho and Ing would step in to bear the brunt of Li Tianyi's attack. A warm current coursed through his heart. He had never met these two directors before, yet they were willing to stand up for him simply because he was a student of Lingxi No. 1. That this alone surpassed the actions of the vast majority of people. Meanwhile, Li Tianyi had seized Li Yun's body, and upon sensing the injuries Li Yun had sustained, he erupted in fury. How dare a mere junior injure my kin? His gaze turned savage as he glared at Su Ran. I have yet to settle the score for Chio's matter, and now you present yourself to me. Truly seeking death, truly seeking death. Two distinct voices rang out simultaneously, causing Li Tianyi's expression to change drastically. At the same time, directors Ho and Ying's faces lit up with joy. Is the principal back? A startling sound echoed through the sky. And what followed was a scene that left everyone aghast. An aged visage materialized in the void, its features merely sketched out in an incomplete manner. Yet the eyes of the aged face were fixated on Li Tianyi. You intend to kill a student of Lingxi No. 1 on my grounds. Do you truly hold me in such contempt? Chapter 51. The Grand Master Yun Jingzong, News of Su Do Do. The enormous face sketched in the sky resembled a child's haphazard doodle. Yet all present gaped in astonishment. Even the two school directors were no exception. The manifestation of spiritual energy was a technique of the Grand Masters. Good heavens! It turns out Principal Yun has broken through to the level of Grand Master. How terrifying! Although Principal Yun was still some distance from Lingxi No. 1, he could remotely manipulate his spiritual energy to influence events here. The capabilities of a Grand Master were truly unfathomable. The once arrogant Li Tianyi now stared wide-eyed, his face betraying shock, as all the innate vigor in his body was compressed to its utmost limit. This old man Yun has actually broken through to Grand Master? How could my Li family have received no news of this? Not only him, but the two director-level masters also retracted their innate vigor. Meanwhile, Su Ran, who had elevated to master-level combat power through enhancement techniques, found that his own innate vigor had shriveled to a minimum. Was this the influence of a Grand Master's spiritual energy? The realm of Grand Masters involves tempering one's organs and skull, essentially completing the enhancement of the body. More importantly, a Grand Master can manipulate their spiritual energy to manifest, which can interfere with a Master's innate vigor, inflicting fatal damage at this moment. Although Principal Yun had not yet arrived, it would not be difficult for him to crush Li Tianyi with his spiritual energy. Li Tianyi instantly dared not move, his tone softening. He awkwardly clasped his hands toward the immense visage. Grand Master Yun, you must have misunderstood. I was just too enraged earlier. How could I kill someone on the grounds of Lingxi No. 1? The enormous face scrutinized Li Tianyi, sending a shiver down his spine. Then, the immense visage swept over the two directors, finally settling on Su Ran. The elderly figure's enormous face smiled at Su Ran before gradually dissipating. At that moment, everyone finally felt a terrifying aura descend completely. Within mere breaths, an elderly man with rosy complexion and youthful demeanor appeared before them. Principal Yun, you have returned? The two school directors, overwhelmed with joy, hurriedly approached and performed a respectful bow. Their hearts were brimming with excitement. It was astonishing that Lingxi No. 1 High School had produced a Grand Master. The prospects for their institution were undoubtedly brightening. At this moment, Su Ran joined the others in paying his respects, yet internally, he was musing. President Yun Jingzong had actually transcended to the realm of Grand Master. Had Dodo returned as well? With his hands clasped behind his back, Yun Jingzong casually waved in the direction of Li Tianyi. A powerful gust of wind sweeping Li Tianyi's body away in a backward arc blood spilled from Li Tianyi's mouth. Yet he dared not show the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. President Yun scoffed, this is merely a minor punishment for injuring a Grand Master of Lingxi No. 1 High School. Do you have any objections? Naturally, Li Tianyi had no objections. The chasm between a Grand Master and a Master was insurmountably vast. With his own Grand Master brother absent from Lingxi City, it would be effortless for this elder Yun to eliminate him. In his current state, he could not afford to provoke Yun. Furthermore, I warn you, Li family, do not presume that you can dominate Lingxi City at your whim in terms of lineage. Li Shan is still beneath me. After all, take Li Yun and leave. This shall be the only instance of such insolence. Should you provoke Lingxi No. 1 High School again, let Li Shan collect your remains. With great difficulty, Li Tianyi rose, clasped his hands in salute, and hastily fled with Li Yun in tow. Su Ran, however, gazed at their retreating figures, his mind already concocting plans to eliminate them. Yun Jingzong then turned his attention back to Su Ran. A knowing smile gracing his lips. Ah, you truly are audacious, daring to provoke the Li family at your current level. You are still far from being able to contend with Li Tianyi. Yun Jingzong seemed to possess an intimate understanding of Su Ran, treating him with the familiarity of a mentor despite it being their first encounter. Su Ran respectfully inquired, President Yun, how is my sister faring? The mention of Su Ran's sister drew the attention of the two directors. Their ears perking up, they were aware that Su Do possessed an extraordinary constitution, yet they were unaware of which of the 9 supreme constitutions she belonged to. Su Ran's eyes widened in anticipation. Yun Jingzong chuckled once more. According to the confirmation from the governor of Hungyun County, your sister is one of the 9 supreme constitutions. Her future achievements will far surpass those of us here. The revelation of her being the exceedingly rare left the other two masters visibly shaken. Among the 9 supreme constitutions is the most conducive to breaking through realms. If nurtured properly, transcending to the ward general level or even beyond is well within reach. It is said that the previous Grand Governor of the Eastern region was also but regrettably, he vanished 300 years ago. Your sister has been taken under the wing of Governor Yuan Mingling of Hungyun County and has been personally recommended to Donglin University. For a while, you may not see your sister at all. Director Ho was once again astonished. Being taken as a direct disciple by the governor was a monumental opportunity for the Su family. Su Ran was equally astonished. The ruler of the entire eastern region, known as the Grand Governor, commanded immense authority, while the governors of subordinate cities were referred to as simply governors. There are 30 such cities in the eastern region, each governed by an undoubtedly formidable war general. For Su Dodo to be accepted as a disciple by the governor of Hungyun County is an extraordinary stroke of luck. Su Ran had long heard of Yuan Mingling's exploits. A woman who, before the age of 30, had achieved the status of a war general. She was indeed a legendary figure, Su Ran mused. It seems my sister is destined for greatness. Coupled with the unique advantages she possessed, her strength would surely skyrocket. He felt genuine happiness for his sister, but couldn't help but smile wryly at his own circumstances. Alas, I, her elder brother, remain a mere footnote. Yuan Jingzong continued, it is said that Governor Yuan Mingling is a descendant of the previous Grand Governor, Yuan Daofei. Thus, she is undoubtedly well versed in the cultivation of. This child, Dodo, will be our reliance in the future. The other two directors displayed expressions of envy. Director Ho then remarked, while Su Dodo is indeed formidable, I believe our Su Ran is quite impressive as well. Achieving master-level prowess at such a young age is on par with the top talents of elite universities. Given time, breaking through to the Grand Master level or even the War General level is entirely feasible. They were not only aware of Su Ran's victory over Li Yun, but also knew of his defeat of the abyssal demon Xiaotang, who boasted a combat power exceeding 400,000. However, Yun Jingzong gazed at Su Ran with a hint of regret. Su Ran, if I am not mistaken, you are not of standard constitution but possess a mutated constitution, correct? Su Ran pondered briefly. The ancient holy body was indeed unique and could be considered a mutated constitution. Mutated constitution? The two directors were taken aback, their expressions turning complex as they regarded Su Ran. Your ability to maintain master-level strength suggests you have employed some form of amplification technique. If you were merely of standard constitution, your body would struggle to endure the pain of such techniques. Hence I deduce you possess a mutated constitution, Yun Jingzong sighed, leaving Su Ran perplexed. What was wrong with the mutated constitution? Observing Su Ran's expression, Yun Jingzong realized he did not comprehend the implications of a mutated constitution. For the human race, a mutated constitution is a shackle rather than a blessing. It is said that thousands of years ago, those with mutated constitutions were the true darlings of the human race, commanding respect among the myriad races of the starry skies. However, in this present age, mutated constitutions have long ceased to be suitable for this world. Yun Jingzong elaborated, allowing Su Ran to grasp the gravity of the situation. For ordinary individuals, a mutated constitution signifies great strength. Even the two directors had once wished to possess such a constitution, as it would allow for rapid cultivation below master level. They had likely resigned themselves to the fact that their ceilings would likely be master level. Even Yun Jingzong had spent the majority of his life striving to reach the Grand Master realm. Yet for a prodigy like Su Ran, a mutated constitution was a burden. Historical records indicate that only 1 in 10 martial artists with a mutated constitution can break through to the Grand Master level. No one has ever transcended to the War General level. Su Ran was unaware that the world's mutated constitutions harbored such secrets. It was no wonder he had been oblivious. He had only acquired the ancient holy body a few days prior. While it was indeed challenging for ordinary individuals with mutated constitutions to reach the Grand Master level or higher, even achieving Master or Grand Master status was already a remarkable feat. As for Su Ran, even if he never increased his combat power again in his lifetime, he would undoubtedly remain a force to be reckoned with in Lingxi City. But could he not break through to the War General level? Perhaps sealed. Su Ran suddenly felt that the mutated constitution in this world seemed to share similarities with the ancient holy body's world, both restricted and preventing their holders from ascending to higher echelons. The difference lay in the fact that in that world, only the ancient holy body was incapable of cultivation, while in this world, all the most powerful constitutions faced similar restrictions. The human race in the eastern region certainly harbored issues. Yet, such matters were of little concern to Su Ran, as his ancient holy body bore no such shackles. As long as he continuously absorbed energy, his growth would remain unimpeded. At that moment, Yun Jingzong sighed deeply, then inquired with interest, Su Ran, after you graduate from university, would you be interested in succeeding me as the principal of Lingxi No. 1 High School? Should you express interest, I could wait a few more years for you. In Lingxi City, aside from the city lord's mansion and the Li family, the principal of Lingxi No. 1 High School could be considered the third most influential figure. Thus, even if Yun Jingzong had not transcended to the Grandmaster realm, as long as he remained, Li Tianyi would not dare to cause any real trouble at Lingxi No. 1 High School. The school represented the official power of this world, wielding unimaginable influence in Lingxi City. The two directors brightened at this proposition. With Yun Jingzong having broken through to the Grandmaster realm, it was likely he would soon be reassigned, if the next principal were a familiar warrior. Their lives at Lingxi No. 1 High School would undoubtedly improve. Most importantly, upon learning of Su Ran's mutated constitution, they all believed that the position of principal would be an excellent opportunity for him. Su Ran raised an eyebrow. If his parents were to learn of his potential to become principal of Lingxi No. 1 High School, they would certainly rush to pay homage to their ancestors. This was something the Su family could hardly have dreamed of in the past. However, with the ancient holy body, he was reluctant to be constrained by the confines of Lingxi No. 1 High School. He smiled and shook his head. President Yun, perhaps my fortune is favorable, and I may yet break through to higher realms. Yun Jingzong was not angered. Youth often harbored lofty dreams. He had been similarly idealistic in his younger years, never imagining that the journey from master to grandmaster would consume decades of his life. He laughed heartily. No matter. I shall reserve that position for you. Just let me know when you wish to return. Principal Yun harbors his own ambitions as well. After all, Su Ran has a sister with exceptional physical qualities. In a few years, Su Do might very well become an object of admiration for individuals like us. Thus, cultivating a favorable relationship with Su Ran is indeed of great importance. By the way, I have recently heard rumors that several extraordinarily powerful fugitives have escaped to Hungyun County. Some speculate that their direction of flight leads us here. So do exercise caution. Just as the old principal was about to depart, he suddenly recalled something. Su Ran had also caught wind of it as early as 2 weeks ago. The Huafeng Martial Arts School, ranked 108th in the eastern region, defected to the Red Moon Demon cult for unknown reasons, with the Peak Grandmaster, the head of the school, being slain on the spot. However, the deputy head and several other martial artists managed to flee to various city clusters. It is said that the experts from Huafeng Martial Arts School excel in evasion, and previously, the eastern region had focused solely on the head of the school, neglecting the others. While most were killed on the spot, a small number surprisingly escaped. They have now allied themselves with the Red Moon Demon cult, which poses a grave threat. A chill ran through the hearts of those present. Martial artists possess extraordinarily robust physiques. Such absolute power inevitably breeds numerous elements of unrest. Some martial artists resort to unscrupulous means to enhance their strength, sacrificing the flesh and blood of the human race, colluding with ferocious beasts and extraterrestrial races, and even committing acts of city slaughter. The Red Moon Demon cult, having arisen several centuries ago, is an organization whose members bear the mark of the celestial dog devouring the moon. This mark is rumored to possess a certain demonic power, plunging individuals into a state of madness, and is suspected to be linked to an extraterrestrial race. All orthodox martial artists in the eastern region are resolutely against any negotiations regarding the suppression of such an organization. Yet, even after hundreds of years, despite waves of suppression by eastern region martial artists, the Red Moon cult continues to spread like wildfires, unquenchable and indestructible. Furthermore, the location of the cult's headquarters remains unknown. Even in Lingxi City, numerous cult members lurk in the shadows. However, over the years, Su Yufei's arrogance has kept these cultists from daring to reveal themselves. It's getting late. Let me treat you to dinner another day, Principal Yun remarked, glancing at the sky. The students of Lingxi No. 1 had long since dispersed, and the darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. Su Ran bid farewell to several senior members of Lingxi No. 1 and made his way outside the school. Today's events were far from over. The Li family would not let him off easily, and he had no intention of letting them off either. Currently, Li Shan, the grandmaster of the Li family, was not in Lingxi City. The strongest among them was Li Tianyi. Su Ran's base combat power stood at 50,000, which could reach 200,000 when utilizing the Flame Fist in conjunction. He felt that if he layered the 7 kills fist on top of that, he would undoubtedly breach the grandmaster level of combat power. In a sense, Principal Yun's appearance today had inadvertently saved Li Tianyi. Yet, this did not diminish Su Ran's murderous intent. Aside from system tasks, the Li family was undoubtedly a ticking time bomb. His parents resided in Lingxi City. What heinous acts wouldn't the scions of the Li family commit? But how should he handle the aftermath of killing members of the Li family? As he left Lingxi No. 1, traversing through the bustling crowd, Su Ran keenly sensed that he was being followed. In fact, there were 2 individuals, both possessing the strength of a master. When did so many masters begin to appear in Lingxi City? The night had fallen, yet Lingxi City remained abuzz with activity, concealing dangers in the shadows. Was it the Li family? Were they so impatient? Chapter 53. Thunderous Hand Chin Tao, slaying Li Yin. Suddenly, Su Ran's mind resonated with the voice of the system. Mission triggered. Hunt down the traitorous human from Huafeng Martial Arts School, 05. Reward, 500 energy points, 10 silver-level lottery tickets. The ones pursuing him were fugitives from Huafeng Martial Arts School. Truly, what is meant to be will come to pass. Based on Su Ran's understanding of the system, missions only triggered when the target was nearby or when information was highly relevant. He retrieved his phone and pulled up the information on the Huafeng martial artists. Just 2 days prior, a bounty notice had been issued by the Eastern region. The bounties range from B to S level. B level indicates martial artist combat power. Achieving a level means one is a master level expert. As for S-level fugitives, they are grandmaster level powerhouses. It appears that Huafeng Martial Arts School still has several grandmasters on the run. Perhaps the actions he undertakes next could be attributed to them. His 1,000 illusions technique might just come in handy. Grandmaster? Su Ran's gaze fixed on the individuals listed on the bounty notice, all of whom were S-level fugitives at the grandmaster tier. Indeed, the Eastern region is profoundly intricate. Even a martial school ranked 108th has several grandmasters among its fugitives. Comparatively, even the top-ranked school in Lingxi City boasts a head who is merely a master. Thunderous Hand Chin Tao, one of the Huafeng Martial Arts School's officials, has currently defected to the Red Moon cult and is untraceable. He specializes in boxing and fire-based techniques, with combat power around 1 million. Having just broken through to the grandmaster level, Su Ran's eyes shifted. Perhaps he could utilize the 1,000 illusions technique to imitate this individual. Most importantly, his 7 kills fist and iron refining hand could perfectly conceal any discrepancies. Ensuring that no one would notice anything amiss, at this moment, the 2 individuals covertly tracking Su Ran raised their eyebrows. This is the person the 3rd young master of the Li family wants us to kill. At such a young age, he has already reached the level of a martial artist in this small city. Even within our Huafeng Martial Arts School, he would be considered quite a talent. Huafeng Martial Arts School. The head has been killed, forcing us to flee for our lives. Actually, allying with the Red Moon cult isn't too shabby. Before, we toiled endlessly without resources. Now, we can simply eliminate a few people and earn a fortune. I feel like I can break through to mid-master level. As Grandmaster Chin Tao said, we martial artists should act according to our desires and protect humanity. What a joke. The 2, one tall and one short, blended seamlessly into the crowd, appearing inconspicuous. Yet they were once senior coaches from the Huafeng Martial Arts School. After joining the Red Moon cult, they were assigned to Lingxi City. The Red Moon cult's favorite pastime is to kill and demand ransom. Young Master Li Yin, humiliated by Su Ran, was increasingly incensed. Initially, he planned to have his family's master-level expert secretly eliminate Su Ran's family. However, upon learning that Su Ran's sister possessed an exceptional physique, he hesitated to target Su Ran directly. This afternoon, by chance, He had been introduced to a mysterious assassin organization through a friend. Li Yin cared little for the identities of these individuals. All he desired was to pay them to kill, ensuring that his family would not be implicated afterward. The two individuals did not look directly at Su Ran, yet their minds were fixated upon him. Remember our first mission a few days ago? The look of unwillingness on that master from Xiaoya City as he faced his demise was truly unforgettable. That master was worth 50 million, yet Su Ran's bounty is a staggering 200 million. The Li family is indeed wealthy. Do you think Su Ran might have some tricks up his sleeve? 200 million seems a bit too easy to come by. I've looked into it. Su Ran has a sister with exceptional qualities, which is why the Li family doesn't dare to act openly to I see. But here in the Red Moon cult, who cares about your identity? Suddenly, the expressions of the two brightened. Su Ran was weaving through the dense crowd, taking an increasingly obscure path. This was a golden opportunity. In a dark alley, Su Ran abruptly turned his head. His smile was radiant. Hi there, stranger, good evening. The two followers froze momentarily, their faces turning pale with fear. You. Within a luxurious hotel in Lingxi City, Li Yin and two other youths of similar age were reveling, indulging in drink and merriment. Each held a beautiful woman in their arms, lost in a state of drunken ecstasy. However, Li Yan's face bore numerous bruises, remnants of the humiliation inflicted by Su Ran, which filled him with profound shame. Young Master Li, rest assured, the two individuals I've introduced to you are absolutely reliable. You know the Xiao family, right? That old man Xiao was a master-level expert, yet he died overnight. This is how my Wen family rose to prominence. Li Yin laughed heartily. I see. So that's why the Xiao family fell. It was your doing. Those accompanying Li Yin were naturally young scions of Lingxi City's elite families, doing their utmost to curry favor with him. Young Master Li, may I ask who you intend to deal with? Li Yan's gaze suddenly turned icy, causing the young man to realize he had misspoken. I'll drink to that. I'll drink to that. Just then, Li Yin spotted one of his subordinates rushing in, leaning down to whisper in his ear. Li Yan's cup slipped from his hand. What? He abruptly awakened, startling everyone nearby. Young Master Li, you? Li Yin waved his hand, dismissing everyone. What did you say? Li Yun was severely injured. By that Su Ran? Li Yin and Li Yun are brothers, yet their standings within the Li family are starkly contrasting. Li Yun is the favored one, destined perhaps to become the head of the Li clan in the future. In contrast, Li Yin merely exists as the debauched scion of the family. Although he lives in luxury, he lacks any significant ambition or prospects. Thus, deep within, Li Yin harbors a profound jealousy towards his brother. However, at present, his brother has been severely injured by Su Ran, and Li Yin is acutely aware that Li Yun possesses unique abilities that could unleash master-level prowess. Yet now, a sudden change overtakes Li Yan's countenance as he contemplates whether the assassin he hired will be able to successfully eliminate Su Ran. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberates through the air. The chandelier in his room plummets violently, plunging the space into darkness. Then, a chilling voice pierces the silence, sending shivers down the spines of both Li Yin and his subordinate. Did you send someone to kill me? Perhaps next time, you could find someone more capable, but you won't have that opportunity again. Li Yan's expression contorts with rage, and a deep-seated instinct within him perceives an overwhelming danger, swiftly overtaking his body. This transformation into a demon is unlike the previous one experienced by Li Yun. Here, Li Yan's consciousness is wholly consumed by the abyssal demon. His body instantaneously undergoes a demonic metamorphosis, yet at that very moment, it is abruptly interrupted. Su Ran employs advanced martial arts, the Iron Hand, to grasp Li Yan's form with deadly precision. With a forceful grip, an immense heat radiates outward, extinguishing the vitality of both Li Yin and the abyssal demon within him. Congratulations, you have slain the abyssal demon. Reward: 10 energy points. Chapter 54, Manifestation of Mental Power. So I have been unwittingly exploited by Su Buyu all along. The Li family of Lingxi City is situated on the outskirts, a considerable distance from the urban center. At this moment, Li Yun has regained consciousness. Despite the Li family's provision of top-tier medicinal herbs, the utilization of demonic amplification has inflicted severe damage upon his body. This abyssal demonic transformation is a pinnacle technique developed by the family's ancestors, accessible only to a select few prodigies of the Li clan. Even Li Tianyi, who is currently at the late stage of mastery, lacks the ability to invoke the demonic transformation. Otherwise, he would have no fear even when facing the Grandmaster Yun Jingzong. Yet, for Li Yun now, employing this technique remains exceedingly challenging. Previously, in order to confront Su Ran, he was compelled to activate this technique prematurely. Cough, cough. At this rate, my breakthrough into the master realm will be significantly delayed. Su Ran must die. Li Yun coughs violently, while Li Tianyi stands by, visibly agitated. The growth of Li Yun is of great importance to the current Li family, yet it has been interrupted by Su Ran. News has just arrived that Su Ran's sister has been accepted as a disciple by the governor of Hungyun County. Thus, our Li family cannot openly act against Su Ra, and at Li Yun's face contorts with frustration. Are we to simply let him go? Li Tianyi's expression hardens. No need to rush. Su Ran is merely a minor character. We can ensure his disappearance without dirtying our hands. However, we must eliminate Su Dodo before she matures. Though she is the governor's inner disciple, it is impossible for him to be at her side at all times. These top-tier prodigies must venture out for training, and unforeseen accidents are bound to occur. Most crucially, our Li family in Lingxi City has the backing of the Li family from the eastern region. As long as we proceed cautiously, what harm can come from suspicion? While the two of them are engrossed in their scheming, suddenly Li Tianyi's communication device chimes. Glancing down, he sees it is a call from his ineffectual nephew. Li Yin. He pays it little mind and answers the call. Li Yin, your brother is gravely injured, and as his elder brother, you do not even bother to come and check on him. You spend all your time gallivanting about, utterly bringing shame to our Li family. Yet, Li Yin remains silent on the other end, prompting Li Tianyi to raise an eyebrow. Just as his ire begins to boil, a magnetic, unfamiliar voice breaks through the line. Hello, is this Master Li Tianyi? May I inquire if the direct line of the Li family has 30 members? Li Tianyi's expression shifts dramatically, and Li Yun also senses something amiss. Who are you? Where is Li Yin now? The voice on the other end chuckles softly. You see, Mr. Li Yin offended me when I was in a foul mood, and I may have inadvertently dealt with him a bit too harshly, leading to his demise. You won't mind, will you? Both Li Tianyi and Li Yun are momentarily stunned, their faces contorting with rage, as their associates rapidly trace the source of Li Yan's communication. Who are you to dare oppose our Li family and kill a member of our direct line? We will stop at nothing to obliterate your entire clan. Yet the person on the other end merely chuckles, then abruptly terminates the call. Li Tianyi roars in despair. When his elder brother returns to find one son dead and the other injured, he is certain to face severe repercussions. Haven't you tracked the signal's origin? Who possesses such audacity? A trembling technician from the Li family stutters. He has already arrived. Li Tianyi and Li Yun exchange bewildered glances as a deafening uproar erupts from the Li family. The entire estate trembles with the sound. What is happening? After hanging up, Su Ran gazes at the fortified Li family. At this moment, he has employed the Thousand Illusions technique to assume the guise of the formidable Chan Tao. An ordinary person would be utterly incapable of discerning his true identity. He strides forward and knocks on the door of the Li family. The subordinates of the Li family, much like Li Yun and his ilk, are caught off guard. Before they can utter a curse, Su Ran swiftly snaps their necks. A powerful intruder. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The entire Li family immediately raises the alarm, rousing all the formidable individuals within the estate. Su Ran's gaze sweeps across the scene, noting that there are over 10 masters present. Truly, the Li family is formidable. However, he has no intention of wasting time. 7 kill fist, sevenfold. Instantly, Su Ran feels his body racked with excruciating pain, while his vitality skyrockets like a rocket. This is the first time Su Ran experiences the burden of his sacred body. It is evident that if Su Buyu were to execute the sevenfold 7-kill fist, she would have long since collapsed under the strain. Initially, under the influence of the flame fist, Su Ran's combat strength hovered around 200,000. Now, with the sevenfold enhancement, his power has surged past 1 million. The innate vital energy within him swells, expanding from 2 inches to 3, all the way to 8, then 9 inches. until finally, it breaks through a limit. Simultaneously, the surrounding spiritual energy converges towards Su Ran. His mind fills to the brim with power, and his mental prowess radiates outward. From the innate vital energy, a unique substance begins to emerge. This substance is the distinctive interference magnetic field characteristic of Grandmasters. Suddenly, Su Ran perceives a peculiar aura enveloping him. Specifically, an invisible thread woven from mental energy. It stretches for miles, seemingly boundless. It is the essence of that little girl, Su Buyu. What has she done to me? Su Ran senses Su Buyu's presence through this invisible thread. Concurrently, a voice from the system resonates within his mind. Analyzing, detected that the host possesses an unknown technique cast by another. Adjusting, in an instant, a vision materializes within Su Ran's mind. It is from the second time he met Su Buyu, where she stealthily contracted an unknown technique onto him without his awareness. Enlightenment dawns upon Su Ran. Shared cultivation speed? Does this mean I have been exploited? After acquiring this system, who could possibly match my cultivation speed? Su Buyu has taken a significant advantage. Su Ran has no time to react to this unexpected revelation, for his immediate priority is to annihilate the Li family. As the Li family masters emerge, they are met with Su Ran's overwhelming aura, their faces draining of color. It is the aura of a Grandmaster. A Grandmaster is attacking our Li family. At this moment, Li Tianyi has already rushed out, his expression fraught with terror. When did our Li family provoke a Grandmaster? Let us discuss this calmly. Our Li family is willing to pay any price. Yet Su Ran's demeanor remains cold. The pain from the sevenfold seven-kill fist is immense as he struggles to adapt to the power of a Grandmaster. Are you Chen Tao of the Huafeng martial arts school? We have no grievances or enmities. Quickly, someone exposes Su Ran's current identity, igniting panic among the crowd. Li Tianyi's face twists in disbelief. It is said that Chen Tao has defected to the Crimson Moon sect. Yet why does he appear here? At this moment, Li Tianyi has already sought help from the outside world, but the only Grandmaster in Lingxi City is Yun Jingzong. By the time he arrives at the Li family, it will certainly take some time. Grandmaster Chen Tao, what the Crimson Moon sect offers you, our Li family can offer as well. Remember, our Li family's ancestor has transcended the mortal realm. Chapter 55. Basic combat power exceeds 80. 000. The annihilation of the Li family. Su Ran is unaware of the relationship between the Lingxi City Li family and the Eastern Region Li family. Does the Li family still have transcendental beings in existence? At this moment, with the arrow knocked, it must be released. After all, it is Chen Tao who commits murder. What connection does it have with an ordinary high school student? In this instant, Su Ran finally acclimated to the sevenfold power of the seven-killing fist. As his spiritual energy surged, the visage of Chen Tao materialized in midair. This visage, infused with a suffocating aura, enveloped the entire Li family. Li Tianyi's countenance changed dramatically, sensing the shadow of death looming over him. Su Ran unleashed a flurry of punches, and the Li family crumbled in an instant. All members of the Li family were ground to a pulp in despair, including Li Yun and other masters. Meanwhile, far away in Lingxi No. 1, Yun Jingzong's expression shifted. The combat prowess of a Grandmaster. Could there truly be another Grandmaster in Lingxi City? Suddenly, his communicator chimed. Upon checking, he found a message from Li Tianyi of the Li family. The message contained only a few words. Rebellious Grandmaster Chen Tao is attacking. Come quickly to save my Li family. Yun Jingzong's expression changed abruptly. He had no regard for the fate of the Li family. However, the rebellious Grandmaster Chen Tao from Huafeng martial arts had actually arrived in Lingxi City. If this man were to go on a rampage, Lingxi City would be in grave peril. With this thought, Yun Jingzong wasted no time and dashed toward the Li family. Simultaneously, in a clandestine chamber beneath Lingxi City, a gaunt middle-aged man abruptly opened his eyes. The aura of a Grandmaster? There are indeed other Grandmasters within Lingxi City? This presence seems oddly familiar. How peculiar! It seems I must exercise greater caution and ensure that no one detects my presence in Lingxi City. If Su Ran were here, he would be utterly astonished. For this gaunt middle-aged man is none other than Chen Tao, the Grandmaster he has impersonated using the Thousand Illusions technique. Little did Chen Tao know, Another version of himself was currently slaughtering the Li family in Lingxi City. Congratulations on defeating the Abyssal Demon. You have received 10 energy points. Congratulations. The members of the Li family continued to perish. Yet, their demise was not instigated by Su Ran. Instead, the Abyssal Demon within them sensed the threat of death and seized control of the host's body first. However, after taking over, they were once again crushed by the overwhelming power of Su Ran, a grandmaster. An inexplicable consciousness surged within, causing Li Tianyi's awareness to shatter instantaneously. In his final moments, Li Tianyi finally comprehended that the Li family could not control the Abyssal Demons at all. The consciousness of these Abyssal Demons had long resided in the minds of the Li family members, gradually gnawing at their awareness. Yet, during ordinary times, they remained concealed, unbeknownst even to their host. But under the threat of death, they finally revealed themselves. Ancestor, it turns out you have long since become one of the otherworldly beings. This was the last thought of Li Tianyi before he was entirely consumed by the Abyssal Demon within him. However, the newly awakened Abyssal Demon emitted a piercing shriek as its form rapidly expanded. Su Ran's flurry of punches blanketed the entire Li family, extinguishing all life under the might of the Grandmaster. Congratulations on defeating the Abyssal Demon. You have received 30 energy points. Clearly, there were far more than 20 members of the Li family. However, the Abyssal Demons that triggered the system prompt numbered only 20. It was evident that not all members of the Li family had transformed into Abyssal Demons, which puzzled Su Ran. Nevertheless, he had already fulfilled the system's task. Congratulations on completing the mission to eliminate 30 Abyssal Demons within Lingxi City. 1. Reward of 500 energy points. To his astonishment, he received 500 energy points, and combined with the energy points from defeating the Abyssal Demons, his total now soared to an impressive 600 points. 2. Reward of 5 silver-level lottery tickets and 10 bronze-level lottery tickets. Su Ran's expression brightened up. If he could obtain some energy cards and first-level energy conversion cards, his energy points would experience a substantial increase. System, use all. The system immediately drew from the 5 silver-level lottery tickets. A flood of system notifications surged into his mind. Congratulations on gaining 10 years of permanent lifespan. Congratulations on acquiring 50 energy points x1. Congratulations on obtaining 10 energy points x6. Congratulations on receiving 20 energy points x2. Congratulations on acquiring 10 third-grade Qi Nourishing Pills. An abundance of rewards stirred Su Ran's emotions. Among these silver-level rewards, he had drawn a card granting him an additional 10 years of life, instantly adding a decade to his existence. Among the energy cards, he had also received one with 50 points, along with others of 10 and 20 points, totaling 150 energy points. As for the third-grade Qi Nourishing Pills, these pills, evidently produced by the system, had never been heard of in this world. Su Ran consumed one and found that it did not significantly boost his vitality. However, he felt no regret. These pills could be sold at a high price or given to his parents and subordinates like Wang Chao. More importantly, with the appearance of the third-grade Qi Nourishing Pills in the silver-level lottery, what treasures might be found in higher-tier lotteries? Su Ran's eyes sparkled with anticipation. System, allocate points. Soon, he redirected his focus to his attributes. He now possessed 750 points. Name, Su Ran. Realm, Advanced Warrior Strength, 810, Peak, 2000, Agility, 806, Peak, 2000, Spirit, 804, Peak, 2000, Constitution. Primordial Sacred Body Martial Arts, Transmutation Technique, 7 Killing Fist, Iron Refining Hand, Fiery Fist. In a remarkably short time, Su Ran's foundational attributes had surged from 550 to 800. Conservatively estimating, his current fundamental combat power had reached an astounding 80,000. As for the bronze-level lottery, most rewards consisted of 10, 20, or 50-year blood ginseng, which were of no use to Su Ran. Consuming the colorful clear lotus seeds or 50-year-old blood ginseng would yield no effect. He might as well sell them. If he were to convert all system rewards to currency, Su Ran estimated he could obtain several hundred energy points through first-level energy conversion cards. As tranquility returned, Su Ran seized the darkness and leaped away from the ruins of the Li family. The Li family's fate was sealed, yet Su Ran still heard the system's voice echoing in his mind. Detecting interference from the Shin-level martial arts on the host, adjustments are being made. At this moment, Su Ran realized that Su Buyu had employed some unknown martial art, inadvertently binding him to a certain contract. This allowed both of them to share the speed of cultivation. Until today, as his grandmaster-level power erupted, his spiritual energy broke through a limit, finally triggering the system's prompt. Damn it, I've suffered a great loss. In these past few days, his strength had skyrocketed, and Su Buyu's must have soared as well. This girl, if she doesn't give me substantial benefits, I cannot let her off easily. Adjusting system. Please make the following choices. 1. The system will automatically sever the cultivation speed sharing mode of the Xin-level martial arts and additionally grant the host 500 energy points as compensation. 2. Continue to maintain the cultivation speed sharing mode. Those who share cultivation with the host will receive significant boosts through the host, with the system providing at least 500 energy points per enhancement. The compensation effect depends on the extent of the recipient's cultivation improvement. Effective today. Please select 1. Su Ran inhaled sharply, astonished that it could work this way. Clearly, the first choice was a one-time deal. The second option, however, allowed him to reverse the operation. I choose the second option. Ding. The contract effect is now in effect. Ding. Detected that 1 minute ago, Su Buyu indirectly gained a significant enhancement through you, rewarding the host with 500 energy points. Ding. Detected that 1 minute ago, Su Yufei indirectly gained a significant enhancement through you, rewarding the host with 500 energy points. Chapter 56. Su Buyu's revelation. Su Ran directly received a reward of 1,000 energy points. This was an astonishing sum. To his further astonishment, that inexplicable martial art not only benefited Su Buyu, but also her sister Su Yufei. This meant that every time Su Ran increased his cultivation through point allocation, the Su sisters benefited from his improvement. Consequently, he could trigger the system rewards, which would be at least 500 energy points. 2 individuals meant 1,000 energy points. This was even faster than completing multiple system tasks. Suddenly, Su Ran's mind sparked with an idea. If I directly use these 1,000 energy points for allocation, then the Su sisters will also gain improvements. And I can trigger the system's rewards of at least another 1,000 points. This could continue infinitely. I could ascend today. Great sacred body, here I come. Reminder. Due to the contract, the direct energy value rewards obtained from the system will not trigger further rewards from the contract. Su Ran's forehead darkened. Can this actually patch a loophole? In simpler terms, Su Ran can allocate these 1,000 points of energy, but it will not trigger any new rewards. This system is indeed remarkably meticulous. System, allocate points. Su Ran directly invested the 1,000 points into his attributes. In an instant, he felt as though he had shattered a barrier. The innate vital energy unconsciously manifested, and this time, he did not employ the flame fist. He broke through to the master realm entirely through his foundational combat power. Su Ran glanced at his attribute panel. Su Ran, Realm, Advanced Warrior, Strength, 1145, Maximum, 2000, Agility, 1141, Maximum, 2000, Spirit, 1143, Maximum, 2000. Constitution, Primordial Sacred Body. Note: the attribute limit for an ordinary advanced warrior is 100. The average attribute is as high as 1100, indicating that Su Ran's foundational combat power is at least 110,000, firmly placing him within the master tier. However, such astonishing attribute values still find him within the advanced warrior realm, given the constraints of the primordial sacred body. An advanced warrior reinforces their limbs. A martial master fortifies their bones. A master enhances their internal organs. Su Ran's bones and internal organs are no less than those of an ordinary master, yet he has not automatically strengthened them. It is solely due to the extraordinary limits of the primordial sacred body that he possesses the strength of a master while remaining within the advanced warrior realm. Essentially, he remains an advanced warrior. If others were to learn of this, they would surely find it unfathomable. Even Su Buyu's 9 revolution spirit body has a maximum limit at the advanced warrior stage that is merely double that of others. Yet, Su Ran's limit at the advanced warrior stage is a staggering 20 times that of his peers. At this moment, Su Ran had long departed from the Li family, utilizing the 1,000 illusions technique to disguise his appearance once more. Upon returning to Lingxi City, he resumed his original identity. The complete annihilation of the Li family would surely stir up considerable turbulence soon, but it bore little significance to him. After all, what concern did the downfall of the rebellious Chun Tao hold for a mere high school student like him? Meanwhile, Su Buyu, who was a guest at the Su family, and Su Yufei, far away in the eastern domain, had both experienced advancements as well. Their expressions were nothing short of spectacular. Had they once again broken through? And this time, their breakthroughs were even more formidable. What on earth had transpired? Was Su Ran truly a mutant with an extraordinary constitution? They too were oblivious that from this moment forth, each time Su Ran's cultivation advanced, it would also trigger rewards from the system. However, Su Buyu had resolutely decided to sever this connection of cultivation speed. She could no longer take advantage of Su Ran. Yet, the release of this mysterious martial arts connection could only be accomplished when Su Buyu herself reached the Grandmaster realm. Simultaneously, Grandmaster Yun Jingzong was hastening towards the Li family with great urgency. At the Grandmaster level, his spiritual power manifested, enveloping him in a special magnetic field, allowing him to traverse the air and achieve brief flight. Although it was quite draining on his spiritual energy at that moment, Yun Jingzong could not afford to concern himself with such matters. In his final moments, Li Tianyi had no choice but to relay a message to Yun Jingzong. In all of Lingxi City, only Yun Jingzong could restrain that Chen Tao. Regrettably, the Chen Tao portrayed by Su Ran had no time for dialogue, directly crushing the entire Li family with the might of a grandmaster. By the time Yun Jingzong arrived, the Li family was already engulfed in smoke, devoid of any signs of life. Yun Jingzong was momentarily taken aback. Had the Li family truly been slaughtered to the last? Soon after, formidable auras began to emerge from the vicinity. It was evident that when Li Tianyi perished, he had not only informed Yun Jingzong but also other factions within Lingxi City. At that moment, all were gathered amidst the ruins of the Li family, their expressions filled with shock. The Li family was finished. They also felt a rising panic. The Lord of Lingxi City and Grand Master Li Shan were both absent. Could it be that Chen Tao would lay waste to Lingxi City? Regaining his composure, Yun Jingzong solemnly stated, "Report to Hungyun County. Grandmaster Chen Tao has annihilated the Li family in Lingxi City. We request reinforcements." The news of the Li family's demise quickly reverberated throughout the entire city. When Su Ran returned home, he unexpectedly encountered someone. At that moment, Su Buyu was engaged in a lively conversation with his mother. The first beauty of Lingxi No. 1 High School had no airs in front of Lan Ruyan. One might easily mistake them for close friends. This left Su Ran exceedingly surprised. "Xiao Ran, where have you been? Buyu has been waiting for you for half the day, Buyu?" Su Ran's lips twitched slightly. Her tone was remarkably affectionate. But what was Su Buyu doing at his home? In truth, the two were not as familiar as one might imagine. Moreover, this girl had linked him to a mysterious martial art without his knowledge. Thankfully, he had the system, or he would still be utterly bewildered. Although Su Ran had surmised that Su Buyu bore no malicious intent, any matter beyond his control left him feeling uneasy. At that moment, Su Buyu turned to Su Ran. Though she was not yet a Grand Master, she could sense the vigorous flow of energy within him, indicating a significant increase in his strength. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Su Ran, in a few days, I will be heading to Dongyu's Donglin University, and there is something I must tell you. During our second meeting, I employed a certain martial art on you, which allows for the sharing of our cultivation speed. My intention was to assist you in your training, yet unexpectedly, the one benefiting has been our sisterhood." A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su Ran's eyes, and he relaxed his guard. Previously, he had speculated that Su Buyu had discerned the secret of his primordial sacred body and sought to associate with him to elevate her own cultivation. However, it now seemed to be a rather pleasant misunderstanding. This girl actually believed that her cultivation speed paled in comparison to his, thus allowing him to gain an advantage. How laughable! Chapter 57. Su Buyu's Compensation. The cultivation sacred object, Yuanjing. Your cultivation speed is incredibly swift. Su Buyu displayed a rueful smile. Just moments ago, her combat power had surged by another 100,000. She was now on the cusp of reaching the Grand Master realm. If she were to proceed steadily, it would take her at least another year to attain the Grand Master stage. Su Buyu could not help but deeply question whether Su Ran's mutant constitution truly bore any shackles. One must understand that Su Ran's foundational combat power was already nearing that of a master, and even if his mutant constitution awakened, his current pace of cultivation should have slowed. Su Ran's mutant constitution was utterly redefining her understanding. Su Ran did not reveal his current strength. Su Buyu remained unaware that his foundational combat power had already surpassed that of a master. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly question her existence. Rest assured, this martial arts connection poses no harm to you. However, since I have benefited from it, I will provide you with certain compensations. Su Buyu produced her phone and made a series of operations. Ding dong. Your bank account has received 200,000,000. The melodious sound reverberated throughout the room. Su Ran's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the figure on his bank account, 200 million. How extraordinarily wealthy. I know this money cannot truly compensate you, Su Buyu continued, drawing out 2 printed volumes. Su Ran focused his gaze. Good heavens, they were 2 volumes of top-tier martial arts. The top-tier martial arts, Xuanwu True Body Technique, and the top-tier martial arts, Tianfeng Divine Technique. Although Su Ran did not urgently require top-tier martial arts, such items were truly invaluable and rare. Su Buyu had directly gifted them to him. Top-tier martial arts suitable for cultivation by masters, grandmasters, and even formidable warriors. Su Buyu sighed and said, however, I currently only possess these items and do not have anything else suitable for you. Once I acquire my own belongings, I will express my gratitude to you once more. Su Ran cleared his throat. Honestly, having the money is sufficient. Other things are inconsequential. He possessed a first-level energy conversion card. Money was significant to him. At that moment, Su Buyu gritted her teeth and produced a piece of dazzling crystal. This crystal was exceptionally beautiful, albeit with a missing corner. Su Ran's eyes widened once more. He sensed an extraordinarily potent life force and spiritual energy emanating from it. Simultaneously, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Yuanjing discovered, adjusting within the system. Concurrently, Su Buyu's words reached Su Ran's ears. This is half a Yuanjing. I currently only have this half.it is said to have been created using the abilities of an unparalleled powerhouse, allowing for exceedingly rapid cultivation and breakthroughs in realms. Of course, it also possesses even more significant functions. I will gift it to you. If you can gather 10 or more of such Yuanjing, even if you are a mutant constitution, breaking through to Grand Master will undoubtedly not be an issue. If you can gather several hundred or more, breaking through to the warrior level is not impossible. However, this Yuanjing is incredibly rare. At this moment, Su Ran's mind was once again undergoing a transformation. Congratulations, host. Activation of exchange task. For each complete Yuanjing obtained, the host can exchange for 1,000 points of energy. A complete Yuanjing can be exchanged for 1,000 points of energy. This Yuanjing is truly extraordinary. Su Buyu handed over the half Yuanjing. I presently only have half, but in a few years, I can seek out at least 20 pieces for you. She has lived several lifetimes, yet the treasures she longs for remain out of reach. When her cultivation reaches a sufficient level, she will undoubtedly reclaim everything she once possessed. Assisting Su Ran in breaking free from his shackles is not an impossible task. However, after Su Buyu's explanation, Su Ran's initial excitement gradually waned. According to Su Buyu, there may be no more than a few hundred essence crystals throughout the entire eastern region, and they are generally controlled by elite universities or prestigious families. These essence crystals are indeed exceedingly rare, yet they hold great significance for Su R A and At this moment, Su Buyu stood before him, and Su Ran suppressed his thoughts, refraining from making an immediate decision to exchange. Their interaction undoubtedly drew them closer, especially since Su Buyu had compensated Su Ran with numerous valuable items, leading him to feel that this young lady was quite resourceful. Meanwhile, Su Buyu harbored a sense of regret. Even if you possess an ordinary constitution, I could still aid you in transcending to the Grandmaster level, perhaps even to the Battle General tier. However, regrettably, such martial arts connections cannot break the shackles of the mutated constitution of humankind. In the near future, even if my sister and I experience significant cultivation advancements, you will not progress. Noticing Su Ran's calm demeanor, Su Buyu wondered if he was still unaware of the uniqueness of his constitution. Your constitution. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Ran interrupted her. Indeed, I possess a mutated constitution. Su Buyu widened her eyes in astonishment, only to find Su Ran seemingly unfazed. Su Ran chuckled lightly. Are you implying that the mutated constitution is bound by shackles? Rest assured, I am confident I can break through. I feel like the chosen one, and those shackles you speak of do not exist for me. Observing the confidence in Su Ran's eyes, Su Buyu's perception of him elevated further. Considering Su Ran's uniqueness, perhaps this young man could indeed shatter the constraints of his mutated constitution. However, she quickly shook her head. Counting her past lives, she had lived for several centuries, regardless of the Eastern region or other continental domains. She had never encountered a martial artist with a mutated constitution above the battle general level. My sister went to Donglin City in the Eastern region, intending to recommend you for admission to Donglin University, but she was obstructed by the Li family. Su Buyu recounted Su Yufei's experiences in Donglin City in detail. Su Ran was taken aback, realizing that Su Yufei's journey to Donglin City was indeed for his sake. However, regrettably, due to the Li family's interference, my sister's efforts were in vain. Yet she is actively reaching out to other elite universities in Donglin City. Su Yufei has not lost hope. She is still advocating for Su Ran with other prestigious universities in Donglin City. Nevertheless, these universities are also hindered by the Li family's influence, and no one has agreed to Su Yufei's request. I have already chosen Hengyun University, so you should tell your sister not to exhaust herself. Su Ran said slowly at that moment. He had a mission to become the top student at Hengyun University. Why would he consider other schools? As for the shackles of the mutated constitution, the Grandmaster, the battle general level, they simply did not exist for him. However, Su Buyu spoke earnestly. Hengyun University cannot compare to the elite universities in Donglin City. Only by entering the latter will you have greater opportunities to break the shackles of the mutated constitution. The mutated constitution of humankind seems to be shackled at the genetic level, unable to unleash its true potential. As a former martial arts supreme, standing at the pinnacle of humanity, Su Buyu had witnessed countless prodigies. Yet among them, she had never seen a martial artist with a mutated constitution above the battle general level. Do not underestimate the shackles of the mutated constitution, even in other continental domains. Not even in the central domain has anyone been able to break the shackles of the mutated constitution. Chapter 58. The Legends of the Continental Domain. The Secrets of the Endless Abyssal Sea. Su Ran was immediately intrigued. Other continental domains? The central domain? He only knew that the entire eastern region was essentially isolated from the world. Beyond the eastern region lies the Endless Abyssal Sea, the dwelling place of the abyssal races. The abyssal demons are, in fact, a collective term for these extraterrestrial races, of which there are countless varieties. Su Buyu sighed. Then unveiled some of the secrets. In truth, thousands of years ago, humanity did not inhabit merely the eastern region, but thrived across a complete continent. However, a cataclysmic event occurred, splitting the continent into 5 fragments. The current continental domains are divided into East, South, West, North, and the largest, the Central Domain. Su Buyu's expression shifted with intrigue, especially in the Central Domain. The strength and brilliance of its inhabitants far surpass those of the Eastern region. Yet due to the barrier of the Endless Abyssal Sea, we in the Eastern region find it nearly impossible to connect with other continental domains. Su Ran's gaze faltered. Indeed, this world was not limited to the Eastern region. The several continental domains resemble islands adrift in the sea, isolated from one another. If these continental domains are akin to islands, just how vast is the abyssal sea that supports them? Once the abyssal races breach the extraterrestrial seal, how many of their kind will invade humanity, leading to slaughter? Su Buyu perceived Su Ran's confusion and chuckled lightly. Are you curious about the extent of the extraterrestrial realm and the origins of the abyssal sea? Su Ran genuinely wished to uncover these mysteries, simultaneously sensing Su Buyu's exceptional nature. Is this level of knowledge commonplace among the offspring of noble families, or does Su Buyu possess an additional identity? I only know that aside from the continental domains, which are the territory of humanity, the rest of this world is enveloped by the abyssal sea. In other words, the number of extraterrestrial races dwelling in the abyssal sea far exceeds that of humanity. You can imagine, should the extraterrestrial seal be breached, how many extraterrestrial races would surge in? Su Ran, however, wore a skeptical expression. Outside the continental domains, is the world truly surrounded by extraterrestrial races? Is humanity so weak? It is a miracle we have not been exterminated to this date. Su Buyu took another deep breath, glancing at Su Ran, who seemed hesitant to speak. You are mistaken. The reason there are so many extraterrestrial races is that they are the true masters of this world. We are merely interlopers who seize their territory. As for our homeland, the ancestral star of humanity, we can never return. Su Buyu's tone turned bitter, and she fell silent. Su Ran's mind roared, unable to find peace for a long time. The truth of this world was indeed such. After a considerable pause, Su Buyu abruptly ceased this topic. Enough, this is all I know. Clearly, she possessed much more knowledge but was unwilling to divulge further. Following the Great Upheaval, the continental domains collapsed, becoming independent entities. Yet, there is not entirely no chance. Every 100 years, the most powerful beings from the central domain, those at the king level, expend vast amounts of spiritual energy to forcibly open a passage. This passage isolates all the abyssal sea and allows certain talents from the eastern region to enter the central domain for cultivation. King-level beings are an entire tier above the transcendence level, and there are none in the entire eastern region. This is also why my sister is striving to secure you a spot at an elite university in the eastern region. Only by entering these universities, with the backing of the Su family, can you even obtain a chance to go to the central domain. The central domain retains the most abundant resources and spiritual energy, facilitating breakthroughs in cultivation. Perhaps in the central domain, you may discover a method to break the shackles of your mutated constitution. Su Buyu had not visited the central domain for many years. Perhaps someone had indeed shattered the constraints of the mutated constitution? Su Ran gradually began to understand. So Hungyun University does not offer such opportunities. Su Buyu hesitated momentarily. In the past, Hungyun University did not have slots for entry into the central domain. But this time is different. The governing officer, Lord Yuan Mingling's father, was the previous chief governing officer, thus granting Hungyun University a special quota. However, with less than half a year since the last century, that quota will undoubtedly be awarded to their top student. The top student of Hungyun University, while not on par with those from the elite universities in the eastern region, is still a formidable grandmaster-level powerhouse. In her view, Su Ran would surely not become the top student of Hungyun University within half a year. Therefore, Su Buyu believed that Hungyun University was not the optimal choice for Su Ran. Yet, to Su Ran, becoming the top student of Hungyun University in half a year seemed rather slow. We are constantly under threat from the abyssal demons, who are relentlessly seeking ways to infiltrate the eastern region and obliterate humanity. Thus, when confronting the abyssal demon race, we must not show any mercy. Su Buyu coldly smirked, then continued. Another reason I sought you out today is to investigate the Li family before I head to Donglin University. The ancestor of the Li family once consumed an abyssal demon to become a transcendence-level powerhouse. Yet I have always felt that it remains uncertain who truly devoured whom. The Li family of the eastern region? A transcendence-level ancestor? Su Ran finally comprehended the reliance of the Li family in Lingxi City. At this moment, a cold sweat trickled down his back. After all, he had exterminated the entire Li clan. If the Li family of the eastern region conducted a thorough investigation, this matter would undoubtedly come to light. However, given the circumstances, Su Ran could only proceed with caution, step by step, if granted sufficient time. The eastern region's Li family would be reduced to mere ruins. From Su Buyu's words, Su Ran learned why Li Tianyi and the others had been parasitized by abyssal demons. The ancestral patriarch of the Li family had utilized the powers of the abyssal demons to ascend to the realm of transcendent beings. His so-called self-created martial arts allowed his bloodline descendants to undergo demonic transformation, thereby enhancing their combat prowess. This transformation involved cultivating abyssal demon seeds within the clan members, which lacked the consciousness of the abyss, enabling certain members of the Li family to harness the abilities of the abyssal demons. Yet, how could Su Buyu, who had lived for centuries, be unaware of the capabilities of the abyssal demons, which humanity could never hope to master? At least, the Li family could not. In the central region, there had been even more formidable families that had attempted this, yet they ultimately failed, leaving behind great calamities. It was only through the intervention of the supreme martial arts of humanity that everything was quelled. Hence, she suspected that the current members of the Li family might already be mere shells, their true consciousness having been overtaken by the abyssal demon clan. especially that transcendent ancestor of the Li family. Just the thought of an abyssal demon of transcendent level lurking within the human realm left Su Buyu profoundly unsettled. It was just that this Li family ancestor had managed to deceive the Grand Governor of the Eastern region through unknown means. I have learned that the third young master of the Li family is at a hotel. It turns out Su Buyu wished to invite Su Ran to jointly explore the secrets of the Li family. The third young master of the Li family, Li Yin, a debauched heir, was undoubtedly the best target to approach. What are your thoughts? One of us can take action while the other stands guard, ensuring that no one is the wiser. Su Ran's expression turned peculiar. Where do you propose we finally Yin? To hell? It was evident that Su Buyu had yet to acquire any information about the Li family. Just then, Su Buyu received a communication. It was from the city lord's residence. What? The Li family has been exterminated. Chapter 59. The arrival of Li Shan from the Li family of Lingxi City. In a hidden corner of Lingxi City, a gaunt figure abruptly sat up in bed. Nonsense! I have never left the branch of the Red Moon sect. How could I have wiped out the entire Li family? The gaunt figure was none other than Chen Tao. The news of the extermination of the Li family had spread, and as the branch leader of the Red Moon sect in Lingxi City, Chen Tao had naturally heard about it. He had just been informed by his subordinate that it was the Grandmaster Chen Tao who had annihilated the entire Li clan. This is absurd. Someone must be framing me. Master, the current issue is that everyone believes you are responsible. What should we do? Chen Tao's face displayed a mixture of fury and despair as he mentally reviewed his enemies. He began to pace back and forth in his room. No, if the Li family believes I did this, I can no longer remain in Lingxi City. Furthermore, the branch of the sacred sect can no longer operate. Inform everyone to withdraw from Lingxi City, and we shall discuss matters later. The plight of the Li family in Lingxi City quickly became known to all martial artists, leaving everyone in a state of utter shock. The Li family, save for Grandmaster Li Shan, had been entirely wiped out. Who could they have offended? Merely the day after, a formidable presence surged forth from outside Lingxi City. This aura was rife with fury and instantly surged into the outskirts of the Li family. It was none other than Grandmaster Li Shan, who had returned from Tianhua City. Now, a spectacle was about to unfold. Who would have thought that upon stepping out, his home had been robbed? It was said that the S-rank wanted criminal, Grandmaster Chen Tao, was behind it. What connection could there be between the two? According to my friends from the Eastern region, Grandmaster Chen Tao was once affiliated with the Huafeng Martial Arts Hall, which had been raided by the Li family of the Eastern region. So that's how it is. In light of this, the Li family's standing in Lingxi City has plummeted. I have heard that some families in Lingxi City are secretly chuckling, eager to seize the Li family's assets. Ha! You are being naive. Do you really think you can act recklessly? As long as there is a Grandmaster present, the Li family remains the Li family. This Grandmaster Li Shan is said to have a rather tempestuous temperament. We must tread carefully. At this moment, Grandmaster Li Shan had arrived at the Li family, still unable to believe his eyes. In merely a few days, during his trip to Tianhua City, his son, brother, and the majority of his clan members had vanished. Behind him, several Li family members were wailing in despair. The fluctuations of energy surrounding Li Shan were unstable. A powerful and unusual magnetic field emanating from him. The fearsome aura belonging to a Grandmaster erupted in an instant, causing those of lower cultivation to instinctively cover their mouths and noses. Yet blood still seeped from their orifices. Grandmaster Li Shan, please calm down. This has nothing to do with the others. Yun Jingzong shouted loudly, interrupting Li Shan's indiscriminate display of power. Li Shan's eyes turned blood red as he locked onto Yun Jingzong, an expression of raw fury igniting within him. Yun Jingzong felt a chill run down his spine. Although Li Shan was younger than him, he had been a Grandmaster for decades, and the newly ascended Grandmaster could not hope to compare. Li Shan coldly regarded Yun Jingzong. So, you have broken through to the Grandmaster realm. Truly commendable. Yet, there was not a hint of congratulations in his demeanor. Old Yun, I have heard that my brother sent you a message before his death. Why did you not come to his aid? While Li Shan mourned the loss of his son and brother, his primary concern was the preservation of the Li family's strength. He had toiled for decades in Lingxi City, only to have his family nearly annihilated. Only a handful of clan members had accompanied him on his journey or were not present at the Li family that fateful night. thus escaping the calamity. As for the suspected culprit, Chen Tao, while Li Shan yearned to exact 1,000 cuts upon him, he was currently nowhere to be found. More importantly, should Chen Tao prove too formidable, he might find himself in dire straits. A son and brother can be replaced, but one's own safety must take precedence over all. Hearing the surrounding individuals, who seemed to harbor a mocking glint in their eyes towards the Li family, a cold glimmer flashed in Li Shan's gaze. Yun Jingzong's expression shifted. Li Shan, what do you mean by that? Do you think I intentionally left him to perish? In that moment, Li Shan discerned that everything stemmed from the full-force strike of a terrifying grandmaster. Unless Yun Jingzong had been present at the time, he would not have had the chance to render assistance. Yet, at present, Li Shan sought to find a scapegoat, sending a warning to the other factions in Lingxi City that even if the Li family had lost dozens of its direct descendants, as long as he, Li Shan, remained, the Li family of Lingxi City would continue to thrive. I suspect you are complicit in this. What of it? Yun Jingzong retorted, his rage morphing into laughter, as if Li Shan thought to intimidate him. Did he truly believe he could frighten him? The auras of two grandmasters erupted simultaneously, the overwhelming energy casting a shadow over a kilometer radius, sending shivers down the spines of those nearby. Who quickly retreated. Is this the unique magnetic field of a grandmaster? It is said to easily disrupt an opponent's innate energy, rendering their defenses nearly non-existent. Such terror. One could only imagine the fate of Li Tianyi and the others at the hands of a grandmaster. Simply terrifying. Yet, before long, blood spilled from Yun Jingzong's mouth, his energy receding like the tide. His body was forced back several steps by an invisible wave of power. Old Yun, are you colluding with Chen Tao? Yun Jingzong was filled with indignation. He had long heard of Li Shan's subservience on the front lines. He never expected him to be so unreasonable when it came to humanity, a typical bully who preys on the weak. However, Li Shan had no intentions of letting him off lightly. What better way to showcase the strength of the Li family than by subduing a weaker grandmaster? Just as he was about to advance further, an immensely powerful aura appeared on the distant horizon. This presence overshadowed the skies, momentarily eclipsing both Li Shan and Yun Jingzong. Li Shan's expression changed. He was compelled to retract his aura. Meanwhile, Yun Jingzong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Moments later, a burly man with a square face arrived at the scene in mere breaths. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, with a robust physique. His expression was serious, and he bore an air of unwavering authority. However, upon seeing Yun Jingzong, he gave a slight nod, indicating their acquaintance. The burly man then turned his attention to Li Shan. Li Shan, what do you intend to do? Why are you attacking Grandmaster Yun Jingzong? Li Shan quickly clasped his fists in respect, addressing the burly man. I pay my respects to Elder He Tu, the 7th Elder. The Hongyun County is presided over by the Governor Yuan Mingling, who is supported by a council of 9 elders. Each member of this council is at least a late-stage Grandmaster. Among them stands a burly man, who is the 7th Elder of the council, boasting a formidable combat power of 7 million, far surpassing Li Shan, who can only flatter him in vain. The burly man cast a disdainful glance at Li Shan, well aware of his reputation. Li Shan is known for his cowardice. During the frontline skirmishes at Tianhua City, he exhibited none of the bravado expected of a Grandmaster. Each Grandmaster, while reaping the immense benefits and resources of the Eastern Domain, is mandated to contribute no less than 5 million points of military merit annually to it. Is said that Li Shan's achievements were either pilfered or purchased. Yet, due to his affiliation with the Li family, others dare not voice their opinions against him. Considering your son is deceased, I shall let this matter slide for today. Chapter 60. A promise from Lady Sister, Su Yufei. Upon hearing these words, Li Shan's expression soured. Such blatant disregard for his dignity was intolerable. However, he dared not speak out. He too, on the other hand, pointed his sword-like finger at Li Shan. Li Shan, the Lord of Tianhua City has reported to Hongyun County that the chief of Hongyun University perished in the Tianhua mountain range due to your negligence. What punishment do you deserve for this? Tianhua City represents the weakest link in Hongyun County. A decade ago, ferocious beasts invaded the city, devouring millions. Even now, Tianhua City continues to endure tremendous pressure. Other factions within Hungyun County frequently dispatch formidable warriors to reinforce Tianhua City, particularly Hungyun University. This time, Li Shan's timidity led to the indirect death of the chief of Hungyun University, making him undeniably culpable. Li Shan felt the terrifying gaze of He Tu, the pressure mounting upon him. Yuan Jingzong, however, felt a sense of exhilaration. But soon, the expressions of those present shifted again. A deafening thunderclap surged forth like a tidal wave. He Tu, my Li family members are not subjects for you to command. From a distance, a dazzling light descended rapidly, revealing a middle-aged man dressed in splendid attire, exuding an aura of terror. He cast a cold glance at He Tu. The fate of the chief of Hungyun University is of no concern to us Li family members. He and He Tu were at odds, both being superlative powerhouses. Li Shan's face lit up with joy. Brother Li Sun, you have arrived. Yuan Jingzong's expression turned to one of horror. A member of the Eastern Domain Li family had come. Li Sun was quite renowned within the Eastern Domain Li family, and it was unexpected that he had come on behalf of the Li family from Lingxi City. He too snorted disdainfully. Others may fear the Eastern Domain Li family, but he did not. Being far from Hungyun County and backed by the governor, he was unperturbed by the Eastern Domain Li family's presence. However, matters at hand required attention. I am well aware of the situation here. Next, we shall exert all efforts to capture the traitor Chen Tao, who may still be hiding within Lingxi City. Hungyun County shall provide your Li family with an explanation. For the next few days, I will remain in Lingxi City, and should Chen Tao be discovered, he shall not live to see another day. The primary objective of the burly He Tu was to ascertain my dear son. Do make it a point to visit us often. The Su family has relocated to the finest area of Lingxi City. With Su Ran's assistance and the consumption of rare treasures, Su's parents have also become martial artists, something the couple had never dared to dream of before. Furthermore, Su Ran has entrusted individuals such as Wang Chao and Qing Wan from the city lord's mansion to take good care of his parents. Mother, I am not leaving Lingxi City anytime soon. It is said that the entrance assessment for Hungyun University will take place here, so I will remain for the next few days. Just a few days ago, having received the admission notice from Hungyun University, I have already been informed of their arrangements. I am to meet a teacher from Hungyun University named Ren Hui at Lingxi No. 1 High School today, who will guide me through the pre-enrollment assessment tasks. For prestigious universities, a pre-enrollment assessment is essential to evaluate the student's potential for appropriate class placement. However, it seems this year's entrance assessment will not be conducted within Hungyun University itself. At Lingxi No. 1 High School's martial arts arena, a group of robust youths chuckled as they observed the contest on the stage. Two boys were engaged in combat. Their attire distinctly different. One was clad in the unmistakable uniform of Lingxi No. 1 High School, none other than Hu Yin. The other wore unfamiliar clothing. Suddenly, Hu Yin was kicked off the stage, blood spewing from his mouth, his eyes reflecting a sense of unwillingness. Xiaoya No. 1 High School wins. The burly youths burst into laughter. It turns out Lingxi No. 1 High School is so easily defeated. The opponent was already among the top students of Lingxi No. 1 High School, and yet he could not even best Zhang Fan, who possesses a combat strength of 60,000. It is truly unfair that Hungyun University accepted you. Zhang Fan is the victorious student from Xiaoya No. 1 High School. These robust youths, along with Zhang Fan, numbered 13 in total, all hailing from cities surrounding Lingxi City, sharing the same status. More importantly, they were all gifted individuals recommended by Hungyun University and had come to Lingxi City to assist with student recruitment. Are there truly no others? Is Lingxi No. 1 High School so disappointing? We should not go too far. I've heard that teacher Ren Hui was once a student at Lingxi No. 1 High School. So let us show him some respect and keep it light. Defeated, Hu Yin wore a grim expression. Had it not been for his injuries, Zhang Fan would never have been able to defeat him so easily. The students from Lingxi No. 1 High School were equally indignant but dared not voice their grievances. The top-ranked Su Buyu had already gone to Donglin University, while the second-ranked Li Yun had ascended to the Western Heavens. The other high-ranking students had been severely injured by Su Ran just days prior. It was evident that Lingxi No. 1 High School could not compete with other high schools. Rumor has it that this year, there is a student named Su Ran entering Hungyun University from Lingxi No. 1 High School. Why hasn't he been ranked? Indeed. We are soon to be schoolmates. Why have we yet to see him? Ive heard that Su Ran has a sister with a special physique, while he himself is of only average talent. Clearly, he is well connected. Though Hungyun University is merely a local institution, it holds considerable strength among first-rate universities outside the Eastern Domain. Aside from the elite institutions therein, among them, they are regarded as top-tier talents. They all possess first-rate physiques, as only those of such caliber can gain admission to the esteemed universities of the Eastern Domain. Su Ran, being of only a second-rate physique, has led them to presume he is a beneficiary of connections. Hey Hu Yin, can't you relay a message to Su Ran? Let him come and meet us. His fellow alumni. Haha, we ought to take good care of this beneficiary. Who knows, he might not even pass the entrance assessment and end up returning home with his tail between his legs. These youths laughed and joked, casting glances at Hu Yin, who wore an expression akin to that of someone caring for a child with special needs. This look elicited confusion from the other boys. Hu Yin said nothing more, merely scoffing. It was clear he was intentionally provoking them. He would relish the chaos should they decide to confront Su Ran. Recalling the scene where Su Ran had effortlessly defeated Li Yun, Hu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. In his view, although these boys were talented, their strongest member was likely on par with Li Yun at best. What audacity they had to mock Su Ran here. At this moment, Hu Yin regretted having heeded the words of that ill-fated Li Yun and egging on Su Ran. The recent upheaval had been tremendous. The support he had hoped for from the Li family had crumbled. Although Li Shan remained, how could a high school student strike up a conversation with him? It was imperative to seek new allies. Among this group of students, Yi Tian seemed promising. Yi Tian was a prodigy from Donghua City, already a master at the tender age of 18. He stood out among first-rate physiques, and Hungyun University intended to cultivate him as a seed candidate. It was rumored he would also be coming to the martial arena of Lingsino, one high school shortly, and Hu Yin saw this as an opportunity to attach himself to a strong figure. As for Su Ran, had he not provoked him, perhaps he could have formed an alliance with Su Ran. Given that they would soon both attend Hungyun University, alas, that cursed Li Yun had soured relations between them. Is Su Ran at school today? Hu Yin inquired of a nearby classmate. He is not at school. But he should be here today. Hungyun University has already notified him. These external prodigies arriving at Lingxi No. 1 High School is not mere coincidence. It is said that this year, Hungyun University has expedited the entrance assessments, gathering all incoming students for a series of tasks. If one fails to meet the requirements, they will be promptly dismissed. This time, all tasks for the 10 cities surrounding Lingxi City are overseen by a Hungyun University teacher. Ren Hui. Coincidentally, Ren Hui was once a student at Lingxi No. 1 High School and is currently reminiscing with the old principal, Yun Jingzong. As they spoke, Su Ran arrived leisurely, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Even those robust youths fixed their keen gazes upon him. Is this Su Ran? Jiang Fan, the talented student from Xiaoya No. 1 High School, still on the stage, beckoned Su Ran with a gesture. Su Ran of Lingxi No. 1 High School, are you ready for battle? Chapter 62. The human race prodigy Yi Tian, activating the 10,000 races prodigy task. Su Ran frowned. Wasn't he supposed to be waiting for the assessment tasks from Hungyun University? Who was this boy on the stage? His eyes quickly fell upon the defeated Hu Yin. What is going on? Hu Yin seemed to recall the scene of being thrashed by Su Ran and shivered involuntarily. These ruffians wish to test your combat prowess. Upon hearing Hu Yan's words, Su Ran understood immediately. This was a clear case of schoolyard bullying, an occurrence that transcends any world. Unfortunately, glancing at the boy on the stage, Su Ran realized that this individual would not yield any energy value for him, rendering it utterly unnecessary to squander time on them. As Jiang Fan perceived Su Ran's blatant disregard for him, discontent surged within him, and he prepared to provoke Su Ran once more. Just then, a wave of individuals appeared in the martial arena of Lingxi No. 1 High School. Could that be Yi Chen, the chief of Lingxi University? What brings him to Lingxi No. 1 High School? Moreover, why does he seem to show such respect towards that boy beside him? I see. That must be Yi Tian from Donghua No. 1 High School. It is said that he has already reached the master level. That places him on par with Su Buyu and Su Ran. My goodness. Word has it that both Yi Chen and Yi Tian hail from the Yi family of Donghua City. Confirming the rumors, among this group, most appear to be around 22 or 23 years old, likely university students. Only one was quite young, looking to be a high school student like the others. The leading young man was animatedly conversing with the youth beside him. Thank you, Tiandi, for introducing me to these incoming students of Hangyun University. I am truly grateful. The speaker was none other than Yi Chun, the chief of Lingxi University and a master-level powerhouse. The other proud young man was none other than Yi Tian, the prodigy of Donghua No. 1 High School. Donghua City is the largest city under Hangyun Prefecture, and Donghua No. 1 High School is significantly stronger than Lingxi No. 1 High School. However, this year, due to the emergence of Su Buyu, the pinnacle of students from Donghua No. 1 High School does not surpass that of Lingxi No. 1 High School. But in terms of numbers, they vastly outnumber Lingxi No. 1 High School. To say nothing of the fact that in attendance, there were at least 5 prodigies entering Hangyun University, overwhelming all other high schools. Even so, Yi Tian remains a top-tier talent among Donghua No. 1 High School. Had it not been for Hangyun University's concerted efforts to recruit him, he likely would have opted for a first-rate institution in the Eastern Domain long ago. Thus, Yi Tian stands out among the incoming students of Hangyun University. At this moment, he engages in lively conversation with Yi Chen. Brother Chen, I've heard of a student named Su Ran who is quite renowned at Lingxi No. 1 High School, with a smile that suddenly faltered. Yi Chen's expression stiffened, revealing a glint of coldness in his eyes. He was the top student at Lingxi University, and naturally had heard of Su Ran's reputation. However, to Yi Chen, offending Su Ran, who had ties to the Li family, was undoubtedly a thorn in his side. Su Ran's rise to the position of the university's top student must be closely linked to his relationship with the Li family. Li Shan, the principal of Lingxi University, had previously maintained good relations with the likes of Li Yun and Li Yin from the Li family. If it weren't for Su Ran's insufficient strength, Yi Chen would even suspect that the tragic downfall of the Li family was somehow tied to him. In fact, he had conducted numerous investigations on behalf of Li Shan, some of which pointed directly at Su Ran. For Li Shan, it was preferable to mistakenly kill an innocent than to let a potential threat slip away. However, Su Ran's current background was far from simple. A formidable powerhouse sent from Hangyun County, the esteemed Lord He Tu, had become furious with Li Shan upon discovering Su Ran's connections, nearly leading to Li Shan's demise. Only the intervention of the Li family's stronghold in the eastern region saved him. This was because Su Ran's sister, Su Dodo, was currently a prized disciple of the governor of Hangyun County. Lord He Tu was a staunch supporter of the governor. Thus, the Li family was entirely unable to investigate Su Ran. At this moment, Yi Chen hoped to leverage his younger cousin's name to meet a few more geniuses from Hangyun University, but Su Ran, who had already been blacklisted by the Li family, was certainly not among them. A flash of cold light crossed his eyes as he smiled enigmatically, saying, Su Ran now possesses the strength of a master. Even you, Tian Di, would likely find it challenging to defeat him. Yi Tian, 18 years old and brimming with pride, scoffed slightly. With a second-class physique, he does not qualify to be my opponent. This remark caused Yi Chen's expression to freeze as well. He too had a second-class physique, which in Yi Tian's mind rendered him a mere triviality. Yi Tian continued, however, I am quite curious how a second-class physique individual could so swiftly break through to the master realm. Yi Tian's expression became animated as he felt his blood vitality surge. His eyes roamed, and although he did not recognize Su Ran, he soon spotted a figure standing tall and proud. Su Ran, evidently, had also seen Yi Tian and was taken aback. Such youth, yet already a master? This talent was indeed remarkable. However, a sharp command interrupted their musings. At that moment, Jiang Fan shouted once more, Su Ran from Lingxi No. 1 High School, come forth and battle me for 300 rounds. This proclamation drew the attention of all present. The students from Lingxi No. 1 High School, who had previously held their heads low, now wore mocking smiles. While others might be unaware of Su Ran's strength, none from Lingxi No. 1 could be ignorant of it. On that day, Su Ran had displayed the prowess of a master. Was Jiang Fan unaware of what he was inviting upon himself? Meanwhile, Yi Chen and Yi Tian, who had just arrived nearby, were momentarily stunned. This genius from Xiaoya City was indeed audacious. Yi Tian's fury ignited, his gaze shifting instantly to Jiang Fan. You, a mere clown, dare to speak against my esteemed opponent? His blood vitality erupted, and he charged directly toward the arena. Zhang Fan, confused, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of danger. His eyes widened, and he then saw Yi Tian's figure. "Young Master Yi, what are you doing?" "I called for Su Ran." "Young Master Yi, you've mistaken." Ah! With a sharp sound, Zhang Fan was thrown off the stage, his face bruised and battered. Everyone gasped in astonishment, perplexed by the turn of events. Meanwhile, on the stage, Yi Tian's innate vigor was already manifesting, having reached an astonishing 2 inches, equating to a combat power of 200,000. He wore a cold expression, fixing his gaze directly on Su Ran. Then, with a beckoning gesture, he commanded, "Come up, let's have a match." All present were rendered speechless, particularly the fallen Zhang Fan and the uninformed geniuses from other schools. They were astonished that Su Ran, who had seemingly taken the back door, was worthy of such attention from Yi Tian, especially the talents from Donghua No. 1 High School, who were well aware of Yi Tian's arrogance. He typically looked down on ordinary individuals. Observing the situation, Hu Yen proactively began discussing Su Ran with the Donghua No. 1 geniuses. Everyone, although Su Ran possesses merely a second-class physique, his strength is undeniably that of a master. Do not underestimate him. The uninformed crowd wore expressions of disbelief. How could that be? At our age, he is still merely a second-class physique. How could he possibly be stronger than us? Among all the external school geniuses present, aside from Yi Tian, none had broken through to the master realm. At this moment, upon hearing Hu Yan's words, all eyes were drawn to Su Ran. Su Ran maintained a calm demeanor, merely observing Yi Tian with indifference. Yet, in his mind, the system's notification echoed. "Congratulations, host, for activating a new mission. Eliminate the geniuses of the myriad races. The system will assess the opponent's strength and race to determine the level of genius and provide corresponding rewards. Note: if the opponent is of the human race, simply defeating them will yield rewards." Scanning, human genius detected. Yi Tian, Chapter 63, Crushing Yi Tian and Yi Chun. The true mutated physique user Hui.name. Yi Tian. Race: human, genius level, level 1, with the highest level being level 10. The system's recurring notifications left Su Ran momentarily stunned. Why Yi Tian, a first-class physique, had become a master at the age of 18. In the system's evaluation, he was merely a level 1 genius. Moreover, he had encountered Su Buyu numerous times. Why had he not triggered a system mission then? Su Buyu's talent should surpass that of Yi Tian, right? Or was it that Su Ran was only now gradually activating the system? More importantly, Su Ran had now come across the concept of the myriad races during this mission. If it were merely ferocious beasts, or those from the abyss, it would not warrant the term myriad races. Su Ran's eyes narrowed slightly. It appeared that the depths of this world were truly profound. Nonetheless, regardless of how deep the waters were, with his sacred body, he feared no genius. Su Ran ripped open his outer garment. His muscles bulging instantly, he leaped onto the arena, his blood vitality radiating outward. A powerful aura emanated from within him. Subsequently, a rich martial arts inner strength coalesced into the innate vigor that symbolizes a master. This was Su Ran's first instance of not employing amplification techniques, relying solely on his foundational attributes to achieve master-level combat power. However, if a Grandmaster-level powerhouse were to utilize spiritual power for internal observation, they would discover that Su Ran's physical condition was exceedingly abnormal. While the Master Realm refines the 5 organs, Su Ran's organs were far superior to those of an ordinary master. More importantly, the strength of his limbs greatly surpassed that of his 5 organs. The cause of this anomaly lay in his excessively powerful physique, resulting in a mismatch in the enhancement levels of his organs and limbs. Yi Tian, on the opposite side, remained oblivious to this underlying truth. He snorted dismissively. "A mere inch of innate vigor? I possess 2. The most evident marker of dominance among masters is the thickness of their innate vigor." Clearly, Yi Tian's current display of strength surpassed that of Su Ran. "Su Ran, you are no match for me. Surrender!" Yi Tian bellowed, his palms racing forward like a tempest. Simultaneously, 3 phantoms appeared behind him, resembling smiling Buddhist figures performing gestures. Yi Tian's left palm gathered golden light, his eyes bulging as he thrust forward. Advanced martial art, multi-handed Vajra. Su Ran's lips curled into a cold smile. as the first individual to aid in activating the Myriad Race's mission. I, Su Ran, will grant you ample respect. Let me crush you with absolute strength. 7 kill fist, quintuple. In an instant, the golden light surrounding Su Ran surged dramatically, his innate vigor expanding several folds. Su Ran had no intention of testing Yi Tian. He aimed to overpower him with raw strength. At that moment, all present widened their eyes in astonishment. They watched as Su Ran's innate vigor skyrocketed from 1 inch to 5. The one most profoundly affected was Yi Tian. At the eye of the storm, the Buddhist figures behind him seemed to freeze, their smiling faces momentarily halted, as the palms of the multi-handed Vajra were obliterated before reaching Su Ran. How could you possibly be this strong? Yi Tian, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura, stumbled back several paces. Su Ran raised his fist, the terrifying energy shredding Yi Tian's innate vigor, as if a small whirlwind had erupted between his palms. Stop, Su Ran. As the top student of Lingxi University, Yi Chen swiftly realized the gravity of the situation. Su Ran was astonishingly powerful. If anything were to happen to Yi Tian, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Although he was certain that Su Ran would not dare harm Yi Tian, it was better to be cautious. After all, Su Ran had nearly killed Li Yun from the Li family. What did they? The Donglin Yi family amount to? A different shade of crimson light blocked Su Ran's fist, steadfastly absorbing his attack. Yi Qian grit his teeth, unleashing all his vitality, his combat power instantaneously surging to 400,000. Although he was merely the top student of Lingxi University, he possessed mid-level master strength. Yet, under the current circumstances, Su Ran's combat power far exceeded his OWN.in mere moments. Both Yi Chen and Yi Tian were sent flying. Their innate vigor completely shattered. Su Ran, undeterred, unleashed the second strike of the 7-kill fist. A profound sense of crisis enveloped Yi Chen and Yi Tian, causing them to recoil in terror. I concede. I surrender. A searing fist struck the ground beside Yi Tian, causing a shower of stones to erupt and propelling his body backward once more. Within the nearby office, Yun Jingzong and another middle-aged man were engaged in a casual conversation. This year's assessment is not taking place at Hengyun University? Yun Jingzong questioned, a hint of perplexity in his voice. The middle-aged man took a sip of tea and replied, the front lines are becoming increasingly tense. The higher-ups have decided it is imperative for these young ones to acclimate to the environment sooner. We can no longer afford to wait. I've heard that over the past decade, 2 formidable beasts have emerged from the Hongduan Mountains and other nearby ranges. Furthermore, the outer seals in Hengyun County are becoming increasingly fragile. It is likely that you, esteemed principal, will soon be summoned to the front lines as well. Yun Jingzong was not always stationed at Lingxi No. 1 high school. In fact, he spent a significant portion of his time traversing the border. The term border not only referred to the divide between humans and beasts, but also encompassed threats from beyond their realm. Not just him, but any master of the human race bore their own responsibilities. Even Li Shan of the Li family dared only to bend rules regarding achievements, but was nonetheless compelled to venture to the border. Yun Jingzong furrowed his brow and asked, is there truly such a dire shortage of personnel? The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. Recently, many strong warriors have fallen in Hengyun County, including seasoned veterans like Grandmaster Chen Jia and Grandmaster Chen Yu, both of whom have perished. Yun Jingzong's expression darkened, and an unsettling silence enveloped the two. Suddenly, a powerful aura interrupted their thoughts. The Grandmaster's consciousness instantaneously perceived a vivid scene. It was the battle between Su Ran and the 2 brothers of the Yi family. Is that Su Ran, possessing an anomalous physique? The middle-aged man focused all his attention on Su Ran, particularly after he unleashed his augmentation technique, his eyes widening in astonishment. How audacious to employ an amplification exceeding 5 times. What exactly is Su Ran's anomalous physique? Ren Hui, are you not afraid of potential repercussions? After all, Yi Tian is a prodigy that your Hengyun University has been diligently nurturing. Yun Jingzong chuckled at the middle-aged man, who merely shook his head. There is no malice in Su Ran's attacks. There is nothing to fear. I simply did not anticipate that he too possesses an anomalous physique. The path ahead, this middle-aged man was Ran Hui, an instructor sent by Hengyun University for assessments. He was once a student at Lingxi No. 1 High School, significantly older than Su Ran. More importantly, Ren Hui himself possessed an anomalous physique. His presence at Lingsino one was partly due to Su Ran. Anomalous physiques are exceedingly rare, and Ren Hui was genuinely curious to see what form Su Ran's would take. Ren Hui observed Su Ran and remarked, "Preliminary estimates suggest that his anomalous physique is even more potent than mine. At his current level of strength, I could only exert over double my power, yet he has amplified his prowess by 5 times. This indicates that his physique is extraordinarily formidable." Chapter 64. The current state of Hungyun University greater physical strength necessitates greater resources and results in more formidable barriers to break through. Yun Jingzong furrowed his brow and remarked, "Doesn't that mean his likelihood of breaking through to the Grandmaster level is even lower?" Ren Hui exhaled deeply and then shook his head with a wry smile. "Based on my observations, his chances of breaking through to Grandmaster may be 3 times lower than mine." Ren Hui had achieved the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm by the age of 28. However, due to the nature of his physique, it was not until he reached 50 that he accumulated sufficient resources and foundation to genuinely break through to the Grandmaster realm. Since then, his advancement had nearly stagnated. Such is the constraint of an anomalous physique. Amidst the arena, smoke and fire swirled until Su Ran's figure finally re-emerged. His expression remained calm, yet the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Congratulations on defeating a prodigy of the human race, earning 100 energy points and 5 bronze level lottery tickets. Merely defeating Yi Tian had garnered him 100 energy points. This was quite the lucrative endeavor." Su Ran donned his jacket and took a swig from a bottle of water. It was only at this moment that everyone else began to comprehend the situation. What on earth? Yi Tian was defeated in an instant? How is this possible? Moreover, Yi Chun, who was the top student at Lingxi University, had also been swiftly vanquished by a mere high school student. He had it coming. It was supposed to be a duel between the two of them. Yet he had to meddle. Yi Chen and Yi Tian rose from the ground, their faces etched with dark expressions. Particularly Yi Chen, who had initially relied on his strength to bully the weak, was astonished to find himself bested despite such tactics. Yet, he remained unyielding. "You just used an amplification technique, didn't you? Impressive. But I imagine your body is not faring well now." Yi Chen's words momentarily stunned Yi Tian and the others. Gradually, realization dawned upon them. No wonder Su Ran's strength had surged so dramatically. He had employed an amplification technique. Yi Tian gazed at Su Ran in disbelief. "Have you lost your mind? You dare to utilize such an excessive amplification technique with a mere second-tier physique at the Grandmaster stage? Individuals of their caliber would never resort to such techniques unless absolutely necessary. To risk one's life for a mere contest?" Yet Yi Chun sneered, "It appears the rumors are true. You do not possess a second-tier physique, but rather an anomalous one. Hence, you dare to employ amplification techniques? As an anomalous physique, your future achievements are bound to be limited." The revelation of Su Ran possessing an anomalous physique resonated with many. It seemed the heavens were fair. This represented the sentiments of the majority regarding Su Ran. Many understood that while anomalous physiques offered significant advantages in early cultivation, they ultimately faced considerable obstacles in advancement. Of course, these obstacles were particularly relevant to breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, a feat that remained elusive for most. Even individuals with first-tier or exceptional physiques have a limited number capable of breaking through to the battle general level. Most ordinary prodigies still congregate within the Grandmaster domain. Yet this does not diminish their perspectives on Su Ran. "I had thought Su Ran would soar to great heights. Turns out, this is all he is. Ha! What of his anomalous physique? Even if he possesses one, he is still 1,000-fold, a 10,000-fold stronger than us worthless individuals. I merely lament the fact that it is said that breaking through the Grandmaster realm with an anomalous physique is exceedingly difficult." The sentiments among the ordinary populace were less impactful, yet for the prodigies, their gazes toward Su Ran were filled with regret, astonishment, and derision. Why Yi Tian brushed dust from his clothes, the humiliation inflicted by Su Ran fading almost instantaneously. Much like Ren Hui, he mused, "It seems the path ahead is indeed severed. I once considered you a rival." What a joke, of course. He only dared to entertain such thoughts privately. Why Yi Tian possessed a first-tier physique. Yet he was confident in breaking through to the battle general level. At present, Su Ran wielded strength that overshadowed him, but once he enhanced his own power, he would undoubtedly seek to reclaim his honor. In their eyes, Su Ran's rapid progress at this stage would eventually slow as he approached the late Grandmaster stage. With good fortune, like Ren Hui, he might break through to the Grandmaster realm. With ill fortune, he might find himself unable to surpass even that. Suddenly, two figures emerged from the crowd. Yun Jingzong and the Hengyun University instructor, Ren Hui. Neither revealed a hint of their aura. Yet an immediate reverence filled the air. We pay our respects to the esteemed grandmasters. Regardless of whether it was Su Ran, other prodigies, or even the previously disdainful Yi Tian, they found themselves compelled to bow. The grandmasters of the human race represented an entirely different echelon. The rulers of various regions were invariably grandmasters at a minimum. Within their jurisdictions, they were akin to deities. Yun Jingzong gestured for all bystanders to vacate the vicinity, including himself. Soon, the martial arena was left solely with aspiring students bound for Hengyun University. Ren Hui scanned the gathered faces and then spoke in a measured tone. Congratulations to all of you. You are about to be admitted to Hengyun University. However, before your transition, I will conduct an assessment on behalf of the institution. I must emphasize that should you fail this assessment, the implications extend beyond mere rejection from Hengyun University. It could very well cost you your lives. Now, is there anyone who wishes to withdraw? Silence permeated the air as no one dared to voice their intentions. Ren Hui scoffed, allow me to share some recent developments from Hengyun University. You may not be aware, but in the past 2 months, we have sacrificed 3 grandmasters and over a dozen perfected grandmasters, with casualties among other masters and martial artists numbering in the hundreds. This toll encompasses not only instructors but predominantly students of Hengyun University. Even our top student perished in Tianhua City merely half a month ago. To this day, our top position remains unfilled. Do you comprehend the significance of this? The gathered crowd was rendered speechless, their expressions shifting to one of horror. The casualty rate at Hengyun University was so alarmingly high. They had always believed that gaining admission to a prestigious university would elevate them above others, altering the fate of their families and themselves. Yet, at this moment, they were reminded that all martial artists in the Eastern Domain bore heavy burdens. While they enjoyed privileges, they were also required to pay the corresponding price. Especially alarming was the fact that Hengyun University's top student had recently fallen. The leaders of prestigious universities are not merely burgeoning geniuses, but rather formidable individuals who can rival the esteemed elders of the past. Take for instance Li Tianming, the chief of Donglin University, whose prowess is akin to that of a seasoned warrior in other first-rate universities within the Eastern Domain. The chiefs are at least at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster stage, if not beyond. Meanwhile, the chief of Hengyun University is expected to possess at least the early-stage strength of a Grandmaster. Yet, even Grandmasters have suffered losses. As practitioners of a first-rate university, you must cultivate a higher level of awareness. The tasks I have assigned you are undeniably formidable, and your very lives may be at stake. In the past 2 years, 30% of Hengyun University's new students have perished during school missions. However, due to our severe manpower shortage, we have no choice but to expedite your growth. Therefore, if anyone wishes to withdraw from the assessment, now is the time. Chapter 65. The next chief, I, Su Ran, have reserved. Ren Hui cast a cold glance at the aspiring university students before him. Some among them began to avert their eyes, their hearts wavering. A 30% mortality rate is alarmingly high, after all. With their qualifications, even if they do not attend Hengyun University, they could still participate in the ordinary college entrance examination in a few days and secure admission to universities with greater safety. Indeed, I have come this far. I refuse to throw my life away at Hengyun University. I have heard that Donghua University treats its students exceptionally well. I wish to transfer there. Do not act foolishly. My family has certain connections, and currently, not only is Hengyun County in turmoil, but the entire Eastern Domain is fraught with peril. Even if you were to go to Donglin University, your safety would not be guaranteed, as the mortality rate remains alarmingly high. Ultimately, none of the 15 individuals standing before Ren Hui chose to withdraw. After all, they are all prodigies from various schools, possessing mental fortitude far superior to that of the average person. Satisfied, Ren Hui nodded. Excellent. I am relieved that none of you opted to retreat. This year, the task assigned to me by the school is to ensure a 100 completion rate for the assessment missions. Even if someone wishes to withdraw, they must perish during the assessment. There will be no letting them return. In Hungyun County, Hungyun University is the unequivocal authority. The crowd was initially taken aback, but soon murmurs of discontent arose within their hearts. So, the path to Hungyun University is a one-way street. This Ren Hui was merely testing them. If they cannot endure such a trial, who knows what else he might do? Ren Hui's expression remained stern. Now, you will have a chance to pose your questions. After this period, you must immediately complete your first assessment mission in Lingxi City. Everyone perked up. Teacher Ren, are we to execute our mission in Lingxi City? Ren Hui did not choose to conceal the truth. Your first task is to eliminate the traitors of the Crimson Moon Demon sect within Lingxi City. Previously, due to Su Yufei's presence, the Crimson Moon Demon sect had nearly been eradicated. However, Chen Tao of Huafeng Martial Arts Hall established a branch of the Crimson Moon Demon sect just half a month ago. Had it not been for the incident involving the Li family, which forced Chen Tao into the open, this branch in Lingxi City might have persisted for quite some time. Unfortunately, those sent by the Li family from Hungyun County and the Eastern Domain directly obliterated Chen Tao's hard work. Chen Tao fled, leaving the Crimson Moon Demon sect fragmented. Nevertheless, remnants of the Crimson Moon Demon sect still lurk within Lingxi City. According to the information I have received, at least 20 adherents of the Crimson Moon Demon sect remain hidden within the city. I am giving each of you 2 days to locate these traitors, and the number you find will determine your scores for this assessment. Rest assured, I possess a special method to ascertain their identities. You only need to deliver the corpses to the City Lord's mansion in Lingxi City. Upon hearing Ren Hui's words, everyone sensed the daunting nature of the task. If it were truly so easy to identify the members of the Crimson Moon Demon sect, how could they have concealed themselves so effectively? More critically, this mission requires them to kill. Panic began to spread among them. Although they were all prodigies, they had spent the past 18 years in a protected environment. The fortunate few had faced beasts a handful of times, but how many dared to take a human life? Ren Hui remained expressionless. This is a necessary path for every martial artist of the human race. He then tossed a small booklet into their midst. It bore the title of a high-level martial art, the Mysterious Pursuit Technique. This advanced martial art is a relic from a deceased grandmaster of Hungyun University. As the name suggests, it can be used for concealment or tracking. With this high-level martial art, you will be able to utilize the marks on the Crimson Moon Demon sect members to trace their whereabouts. I am granting you access to this high-level martial art, but it must not be shared with outsiders. All adherents of the Crimson Moon Demon sect bear the mark of the heavenly dog devouring the moon, a means employed by their higher-ups to control the sect members. It is said that behind this mark lies the shadow of the myriad races of the starry sky, possessing exceedingly peculiar powers. Consequently, some martial artists in the Eastern Domain have developed corresponding martial arts to trace their identities. While formidable members of the Crimson Moon sect can conceal the mark, those below the Grandmaster stage are far easier to deal with. High-level martial arts? Even for these prodigies, the value of high-level martial arts is not insignificant. Moreover, this advanced technique is not solely applicable to dealing with the Crimson Moon Demon sect. It is equally effective for tracking others or concealing one's own movements. Yet, the pressing issue is that Ren Hui has only granted them 2 days to prepare. In merely 2 days, they may not even grasp the foundational elements of this high-level martial art. Teacher Ren, must we truly be so hasty? Ren Hui's expression remained unchanged as he coldly replied, I will remain in Lingxi City for the next 2 days. After this period, I will personally take action to capture these traitorous members of the Crimson Moon Demon sect. I hope you will strive to avoid putting me in that position. Everyone grasped Ren Hui's implication. He must already know the whereabouts of most of the Crimson Moon sect members. Yet he certainly would not disclose this information to them. Regardless of your outcomes, I will lead you to the next task location for assessment in 2 days. Each traitor from the Crimson Moon sect is worth 1 point. With a maximum of 20 points, I expect your scores will not be 0. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Ren Hui's chilling tone sent shivers down everyone's spines. However, he quickly shifted his tone. Nonetheless, if you perform admirably, Hungyun University will not treat you poorly. martial arts, medicinal herbs, status, wealth, and honor will all be yours. The eyes of all present gleamed with excitement. As martial artists, their desires must, to some extent, be insatiable. According to Ren Hui, they must undergo 3 assessments, and the top 10 performers will receive substantial merits along with numerous privileges from Hangyun University. Of course, this year, Hangyun University does not host merely these 10 individuals. There are a total of 10 instructors leading the way, with the actual number of new students reaching 200. These individuals are the elite selected from millions, underscoring the rigorous standards of a first-rate university. It is said that the second assessment task will involve a competition among all 180 of them. Let me share another piece of information. The top 3 in this year's assessments will receive rewards including top-tier martial arts, century-old blood ginseng, manuscripts from grandmasters, and even a complete yuan crystal. Su Ran's eyes brightened. He cared little for the century-old blood ginseng, grandmaster manuscripts, or even top-tier martial arts, but the yuan crystal was something he desperately wanted. The half-yuan crystal Su Buyu had given him had directly exchanged for 500 energy points. A complete yuan crystal could be traded for 1,000 energy points with the system. This yuan crystal was something he must obtain. Many others continued to pose questions to Ren Hui, who answered each one without making things difficult for them. Eventually, Su Ran raised his hand, drawing the attention of everyone present. Su Ran's earlier performance had astounded all. Without hesitation, he plainly asked, "Teacher Ren, I have heard that Hangyun University currently lacks a chief." Ren Hui, who had been paying close attention to Su Ran, was momentarily taken aback, unsure why Su Ran inquired about this matter. Su Ran wasted no time in beating around the bush. "What I wish to know is, what are the requirements to become the next chief?" The room fell silent, all present, including Ren Hui, stunned. "The next chief? Are you certain you are not jesting?" Yi scoffed, ready to mock him, but found himself caught in Su Ran's penetrating gaze, suddenly feeling the sting of an old wound. Su Ran's earlier punch resurfaced in his mind. Why Yi's expression shifted, and he dared not utter another word. The others similarly refrained from openly ridiculing Su Ran, deterred by his formidable strength. Yet, internally, they scoffed at his audacity. As a first-rate university, the chief's combat prowess is at least at the grandmaster level. Although the previous chief tragically perished half a month ago, there are at least 5 grandmaster-level upperclassmen vying for the position. Currently, Su Ran is not even considered a student of Hangyun University. How could he already covet the title of the next chief? Ren Hui's expression gradually returned to normal. He gazed intently at Su Ran and stated, "The selection of the next chief will occur within the next 6 months. But I fear your prospects may be somewhat dim. In their perspective, Su Ran's ability to unleash a combat power of 400,000 to 500,000 was already considered formidable. Within a span of 6 months, the prospect of breaking through to the Grand Master level seemed utterly unattainable. Moreover, he possessed a mutated physique, which inherently posed significant challenges to achieving such a breakthrough. The reason behind the selection for the position of chief this time included a 6-month buffer period was due to a momentous event. Following the death of the previous chief, Hangyun University would typically expedite the selection of a new chief. However, with the century mark approaching, a powerful figure from the mysterious central domain would soon open a passage to summon certain prodigies from the eastern domain. Due to the governance of Hangyun County over the past century, Hangyun University was allocated a quota. This quota was, of course, designated for the chief of Hangyun University. Therefore, the competition for this current chief position would far exceed that of previous years. Ren Hui did not mock Su Ran. Instead, he earnestly explained the situation to him. To become the chief of Hangyun University, 3 conditions must be fulfilled. The foremost requirement was that one's military achievements needed to rank within the top 10 of all students at Hangyun University. Military achievements signified the intensity of one's contributions against rebellious humans, ferocious beasts, and extraterrestrial races, ultimately reflecting one's contributions to the human race in the Eastern Domain. Within Hangyun University, a specialized leaderboard for military achievements was maintained and updated daily. To secure a position in the top 10, one's military achievements must exceed 5 million. Conversely, an average master-level warrior could accumulate merely a few 100,000 military achievements, as exemplified by Su Ran's current tally of only 200,000. He remained far from the top 10 at Hungyun University. The second condition was straightforward. Among all candidates vying for the chief position, one must rank first in combat strength. The third condition mandated that one select any mentor from the martial arts department at Hungyun University and defeat them. The mentors of Hungyun University's martial arts department were undoubtedly powerful grandmasters. This ensured that the chief of Hungyun University would possess at least Grand Master-level combat strength. If not, the university would prefer to leave the chief position vacant. Each of the three conditions was indispensable. Others around them expressed their astonishment. While they all held confidence in becoming grandmasters upon entering Hungyun University, many lacked the conviction to achieve that status within just a few years. However, Su Ran's eyes widened slightly. These prerequisites did not seem overly daunting to him. The only pressing issue was his current lack of military achievements. Very well, you may take this advanced martial art with you. The next 2 days will be your time for free activities. I wish you all the best. Ren Hui directly handed the advanced martial arts manual in his possession to everyone present. Su Ran was preparing to return to the Genius Pavilion at Lingxi No. 1 High School, intending to devote a few hours to mastering the advanced martial arts. With his remaining 20-fold talent card, he found this advanced martial arts not overly challenging. Yet, Ren Hui called out to him, Su Ran, at this moment, you can utilize a 5-fold combat power enhancement technique. Your mutated physique is exceptionally potent. Su Ran turned back in confusion. For the first time, Ren Hui revealed a smile. I too have a mutated physique. I understand your struggles. Su Ran paused, then scrutinized Ren Hui from head to toe. Was he, perhaps, encountering an original entity of this world? The latter tossed him a bottle of water and continued, in truth, possessing a mutated physique does not necessitate self-deprecation. My former teacher once told me that the constraints of a mutated physique arise because such physiques are extraordinarily powerful. To the extent that they have been sealed, if anyone can break this seal, they might unveil the true talents and secrets of our human race. Ren Hui took a sip of water and then smiled bitterly. However, this seal is exceedingly difficult to shatter. If it were said that an ordinary prodigy required 10 progress bars to advance from Grandmaster to Battle General level, then Ren Hui needed 100 progress bars to undergo the same transition. Theoretically, as soon as he reached the 10th progress bar, he could attain Battle General level combat strength. Yet, he had only completed the first progress bar so far due to the shackles of his mutated physique, which severely hindered his progress. Su Ran's ancient holy body, on the other hand, might require 1,000 progress bars to transition from Grandmaster to Battle General level. However, devoid of shackles and utilizing the survival system, he would eventually complete those 1,000 progress bars. Ren Hui produced a small notebook and handed it to Su Ran. These insights are based on my own experiences with the mutated physique. I hope they prove beneficial to you. Should you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to seek me out, and I will do my utmost to assist you. He patted Su Ran on the shoulder and then walked away. Su Ran opened the notebook to find that the majority contained Ren Hui's insights on breakthroughs. From these notes, it was evident that Ren Hui had expended considerable energy and resources to achieve his Grandmaster status. However, these insights held little value for Su Ran. Nevertheless, the kindness exhibited by Ren Hui, a stranger who understood the tribulations of a mutated physique, was a gesture Su Ran would remember. Upon returning to the Genius Pavilion, Su Ran promptly activated the 20-fold talent card. He then retrieved the advanced martial arts manual, the Misty Pursuit technique. A quarter of an hour passed, then half an hour. After 1 hour, Su Ran successfully mastered the advanced martial arts technique to perfection. He then took out a piece of tattered cloth, which was the medium Ren Hui had provided to each of them. This medium could establish a connection to the Tengu Moon devouring mark on the bodies of the Red Moon Church's disciples. Coupled with the Misty Pursuit technique, it would enable him to locate the disciples of the Red Moon Church. Naturally, the higher the cultivation level of the Red Moon Church disciples, the better they could conceal their marks. Even with this advanced martial arts technique, it was not guaranteed to be effective. For instance, Grandmaster Chen Tao, the 7th elder of Hungyun County, and the experts from the Li family in the Eastern Domain had not detected him. However, at this moment, Su Ran had perfected the Misty Pursuit technique. As he unleashed it, a unique azure mist appeared in his vision, visible only to him, drifting towards the distance, guiding him in his pursuit of the Red Moon Church disciples. Was this direction leading him to the research office of Lingxi No. 1 High School? Chapter 67, Ren Hui's Shock, Completing the Huafeng Martial Arts Academy Task.in The Research Office of Lingsino. One High School, Old Yang. I heard you are well acquainted with the Su family. Could you introduce us? Teacher Yang, please have some water. Let's arrange a dinner gathering sometime. Numerous teachers surrounded Old Yang, their expressions exceedingly obsequious. Since the revelations regarding Su Dodo and Su Ran surfaced, many sought to establish connections with the Su family. As Su Ran's homeroom teacher, Old Yang naturally found his status rising. Furthermore, Su Ran had provided him with considerable material support, elevating Old Yang to the status of a high-level martial artist. Yet, in this moment, Old Yang silently chuckled to himself. He did not wish for his relationship with Su Ran to become entangled with oddities. Su Ran has arrived. Old Yang, your exceptional student is here. Old Yang was momentarily taken aback and then spotted Su Ran striding down the corridor towards him. He quickly rose to greet him. Su Ran, is there something you need? However, Su Ran was fixated on the guiding mist, which weaved through the various teachers in the research office before settling upon a middle-aged man in the corner. At that moment, Su Ran also noticed Old Yang and smiled faintly. Teacher Yang, could you introduce me to this teacher? Su Ran had now become an undeniable figure of prominence at Lingsino. One High School. His every move was bound to attract attention. Old Yang and the other teachers exchanged astonished glances, then turned their gaze toward the middle-aged man Su Ran had mentioned. Is that Teacher One? What connection could Teacher One possibly have with Su Ran? The crowd was puzzled. Teacher One, like Old Yang, was merely a professor of the ordinary class and did not even possess the status of a high-level martial artist. Teacher One, who had been organizing documents, was startled when he felt the collective gaze of the crowd upon him. He quickly turned to Su Ran. Su, is there something you need from me? Su Ran's gaze was piercing. And at that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have activated a new task. Eliminate the Red Moon Church rebels within Lingxi City, 020. Su Ran broke into a radiant smile. I wonder, Teacher One, when did you join the Red Moon Demon Cult? His voice was soft, yet it reverberated in the ears of the crowd like a thunderclap. The Red Moon Demon Cult. Teacher One is a disciple of the Red Moon Church? Teacher One's expression changed dramatically, and he shouted, Su Ran, even if you are a genius, you cannot slander others at will. My goodness, is there no law? Before he could finish his sentence, darkness enveloped him. Su Ran seized him by the throat, lifting him into the air. This scene left everyone utterly astounded. Some who were on friendly terms with Teacher One immediately shouted, Su Ran, you must be mistaken. Stop it. Even if you're Su Ran, you cannot kill at will within Lingxi No. 1 High School. I will report this to the principal. Yet, soon, everyone realized something was amiss. As Su Ran exerted force, Teacher One, who had previously lacked the strength of a high-level martial artist, seemingly unleashed some latent potential, causing a martial energy to manifest on his surface. This implied that this ordinary class teacher was, in fact, a formidable martial artist. How could this be possible? Suddenly, flames erupted from Su Ran's hands, completely incinerating Teacher One's clothing. Ignoring the indescribable, all eyes turned towards the area just below Teacher One's abdomen. Under the impetus of Su Ran's advanced martial arts, a mark gradually became discernible. What? That is the celestial dog devouring the moon. Could it be that Teacher One is truly a member of the Red Moon demonic sect? My heavens, I have been working alongside such a person for over a year. What is his purpose at Lingxi No. 1? Teacher One realized he was utterly immobilized, unable even to contemplate a mutual demise. Ha ha ha, how unfortunate that you discovered me early. Otherwise, I would have ensured the demise of hundreds at Lingxi No. 1. The great Lord Pope is about to descend, and all of you, including the entire eastern region, shall perish. Our magnificent Red Moon holy sect will ultimately seize everything. At this moment, Teacher One descended into madness. Meanwhile, the commotion had long since attracted the attention of Yun Jingzong and two master-level board members. Their expressions turned ashen. Could it be that the Red Moon demonic sect had infiltrated Lingxi No. 1? Ren Hui, however, widened his eyes in astonishment. Had they already located the first cultist of the Red Moon demonic sect? Moreover, he sensed the traces of the elusive technique emanating from Su Ran. Could it be that Su Ran's advanced martial arts had reached perfection? How impressive! Such talent is truly terrifying, far surpassing his own. Even as a grandmaster, it would take him several days to master advanced martial arts. Ren Hui felt something was amiss. Su Ran's mutated physique was astonishingly potent, entirely different from his own. At this juncture, Su Ran, finding no useful information forthcoming, swiftly snapped Teacher Wen's neck. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations on eliminating a cultist of the Red Moon sect. Current task, 120. In the lounge of Lingxino 1, where other prodigies from external schools rested, Yi Tian had just regained his composure. After spending 2 hours, he had finally mastered this advanced martial art to a minor accomplishment. He could barely employ the elusive technique to track down cultists of the Red Moon sect. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Zhang Fan from Xiaoya No. 1 suddenly appeared. By the heavens, Su Ran has already found a cultist of the Red Moon sect and killed him on the spot. Everyone felt a jolt of shock. How could this happen so quickly? Even the most gifted among them, Yi Tian, could barely utilize this advanced martial art, unless he was in close proximity to a cultist of the Red Moon sect. Yi Tian would have no way of discerning their identity. Yet Su Ran, within less than 2 hours of acquiring advanced martial arts, had already pinpointed a target. This was simply unbelievable. Su Ran must have stumbled upon an incredible stroke of luck. Indeed, as a student of Lingxi No. 1, he must have previously detected the cultist's presence and happened to cross paths now. Everyone was reluctant to acknowledge that Su Ran's talent far surpassed their own, and they could only console themselves internally. Moreover, it was realistic. Who could master advanced martial arts with such ease in just 2 hours? Yi Tian's thoughts whirled. His cousin was the top student at Lingxi University. He certainly knew some information about the cultists of the Red Moon sect. He could leverage his cousin's influence to directly locate the Red Moon sect. Having thought of this, Yi Tian immediately stood up. At this moment, Su Ran had already departed from Lingxi No. 1, navigating through the streets and alleys of Lingxi City. This time, multiple streams of green mist guided him. Congratulations on eliminating a cultist of the Red Moon sect. Current task, 220. Congratulations on eliminating a cultist of the Red Moon sect. Current task, 320. What thrilled him was that some individuals were not only affiliated with the Red Moon sect, but were also traitors of the Huafeng Martial Academy. Congratulations on eliminating a traitor of the Huafeng Martial Academy. Congratulations on completing the traitor task of the Huafeng Martial Academy. The rewards are as follows. Chapter 68. Mastery of the Exchange Technique. Speculations of the Su Sisters. First, reward the host with 500 energy points. Second, reward the host with 5 silver-level lottery tickets. Su Ran's eyes lit up, and he immediately conducted a silver-level draw. Congratulations, you have obtained the advanced martial art. Venomous Snake's 9 transformations. Congratulations, you have obtained 5 century-old blood ginseng. Congratulations, you have obtained 50 energy cards. Congratulations, you have obtained 350x talent cards. Congratulations, you have received 10 additional years of life. Among these, what captured Su Ran's attention most was the 10 additional years of life and the 50x talent card. Theoretically, he was merely an advanced martial artist. According to the lifespan of people in this world, he could live up to 120 years at most. Today, combined with the previous increment, his lifespan had increased by 20 years. Although it may not seem much, it was a promising start. More importantly, he possessed the top-tier martial art, the exchange technique. However, the cost of this exchange technique was his lifespan in the days to come. Su Ran's most formidable trump card would be the exchange technique. His foundational combat power had already reached the master level, and the intermediate martial art, Flame Fist, was no longer capable of enhancing his abilities. The advanced martial art, 7 Kill Fist, merely provided a fleeting surge in combat power. Once he advanced to the Grand Master level, the efficacy of this advanced martial art would significantly diminish. Thus, it was high time for him to elevate his exchange technique. With this thought in mind, Su Ran chose not to pursue the traitors of the Red Moon sect further. Instead, he returned home and directly employed the 50x talent card, activating the 50x talent boost. Su Ran felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind. He had refrained from practicing the exchange technique in recent days due to the challenges associated with mastering such a top-tier martial art. Of course, when he mentioned it was difficult, he meant it could not be achieved overnight. If others were to know this, they would surely be astounded. This was a top-tier martial art, even if one's talent surpassed Su Buyu's. It would take at least a month to achieve minor success. Su Ran actually wished to accomplish it in a single day. Yet under the influence of the 50x talent, Su Ran's mind was racing. This exchange technique was derived from the mysterious heavenly tier martial art, minor fate technique. In a profound way, Su Ran began to sense a certain grand principle contained within. However, this ethereal sensation quickly faded, replaced by an understanding of the exchange technique. Under the 50x talent, Su Ran swiftly comprehended the first volume. But this was merely the beginning. In this state, he appeared almost entranced, deeply engrossed in the study of this top-tier martial art. First volume, second volume, third volume. As dawn approached, Su Ran managed to grasp the third volume of the exchange technique in one breath. Exchange technique, third volume. The third volume consumes X years of lifespan to gain 2x times combat power, lasting 1.5 hours. If he were to expend 1 year of lifespan, he could achieve double combat power. By consuming 10 years of lifespan, he could attain 20 times combat power. Of course, this was merely theoretical. Su Ran was still quite young. In dire straits, he could even afford to expend 50 years of lifespan. However, his body could not withstand such a tremendous burden. At his current state, achieving 20 times combat power should be his limit. Any more would not simply be a matter of consuming lifespan. It would be risking his life. Su Ran's body crackled with energy in just one night. His foundational attributes surged to 1,200. The three attributes combined had increased by nearly 300. Unfortunately, this did not trigger any commotion from Su Buyu's side. It seemed that increasing by 300 energy points was not sufficient to activate the system's contract rewards. Ding dong. Your bank account balance has been credited with 300. 000,000. Su Ran's eyes brightened. Another 300 million had entered his account. This came from Wang Chao, who had assisted Su Ran in acquiring numerous supplies, which were subsequently converted into cash. Coupled with his previous accumulations, Su Ran's balance now reached a staggering 500 million. System. Use a level 1 energy conversion card. Congratulations, host. You have gained 500 energy points. Adding this to the 600 energy points accumulated the previous day, Su Ran now possessed a total of 1,100 energy points. System. Allocate points. All 1,100 energy points were assigned to his attributes. His attributes once again experienced a dramatic surge. This time, his single attribute skyrocketed to 1,650. Yet, this was not the end. This surge directly triggered the system's contract rewards. Still in slumber, Su Buyu and Su Yufei abruptly opened their eyes. The former's innate vital energy erupted, soaring from 6 inches to 7 inches. His foundational combat power surged by 100,000. Meanwhile, the fiery manifestation behind Su Yufei grew increasingly vivid. Instantly, in her mind, her mental energy began to take shape, and a mysterious liquid began to coalesce in her brain domain. Su Yufei could hardly contain her astonishment. This is indestructible material. Am I about to advance to the Battle General level ahead of time? The Battle General level signifies a substantial advancement above the Grandmaster realm. The most significant change is the generation of indestructible material from the brain domain. This indestructible material grants Battle General level warriors unparalleled recovery abilities, even enabling them to regenerate lost limbs and extending their lifespan to 300 years. However, Su Yufei was well aware of her situation. She was still some distance from condensing indestructible material, and yet she had already succeeded. Under these circumstances, she could become a Battle General level warrior within a month. Just then, her communicator rang. It was a call from Su Buyu. Sister, have you also broken through? Su Yufei suddenly grasped the entirety of the situation. It was once again Su Ran's younger brother. His mutated constitution was undoubtedly problematic. Even Su Yufei and Su Buyu, despite their usual sluggishness, comprehended that Su Ran's mutated physique posed significant issues. Such frequent breakthroughs were entirely inconsistent with the norms governing mutated constitutions, particularly for Su Buyu, who had observed Su Ran closely just a few days prior. It was clear that he was teetering on the edge of mastery. What mutated constitution could attain such a level and still experience breakthroughs? The premise of her linked martial arts was that those with a rapid cultivation speed would nurture those with a slower pace. Now, Was her own 9-turn spirit body truly inferior to Su Ran's physique? A singular thought blossomed in their minds simultaneously. Su Ran's mutated constitution might be unshackled. Su Yufei clenched her fists. "Bu, I shall devote all my efforts to support Su Ran, nurturing him as if he were family. Perhaps we shall witness a miracle." Meanwhile, Su Ran received the benefits of Su's sister's nurturing. Ding! Indirect cultivation enhancement detected from Su Yufei. Rewarding the host with 600 energy points. Ding! Indirect cultivation enhancement detected from Su Buyu. Rewarding the host with 600 energy points. Su Ran's eyes sparkled. The combined total of 1,200 energy points surpassed the meager earnings from his laborious endeavors last time. Their contributions totaled 1,000 energy points. But this time it had risen to 1,200. This indicated that the faster Su Buyu and her sister progressed, the more he would gain. System. Allocate points again. Chapter 69. Breakthrough in basic combat power exceeding 200. 000. Million-point military merit. Su Ran sensed a thunderous roar in his mind as he breached yet another limit. Every bone in his body felt as though it had been struck repeatedly, compelling him to cry out in exhilaration. It was as if he were being reborn, experiencing a transformation anew. His bones were being tempered through relentless trials. After a substantial period, Su Ran felt invigorated. Su Ran, Realm, Martial Master, Strength, 2057, Limit, 30,000, Agility, 2053, Limit, 30,000, Spirit, 2052, Limit, 30,000, Constitution, Ancient Sacred Body. Note: the limit attributes for an ordinary Martial Master are 1,000. Note: storage space expanded to 100 square meters. Su Ran's limit attributes at this stage were a staggering 30,000, a full 30 times that of others. With foundational attributes exceeding 2,000, Su Ran's basic combat power had reached an astonishing 200. 000. In just one night, his strength had nearly doubled, and he had surpassed the Martial Master realm. Taking a deep breath, Su Ran exclaimed, "What a delight, truly delightful." He rose, indulging in a sumptuous breakfast before once again embarking on his hunt. Hunting the Red Moon Demon cult members. In a corner of Lingxi City, Yi Tian was following Yi Chen's lead, searching for the Red Moon Demon cult members. After all, Yi Chen was the top student at Lingxi University, wielding considerable influence within Lingxi City. With his assistance, Yi Tian indeed located 2 members of the Red Moon Demon cult. At that moment, Yi Tian's eyes lit up. His rudimentary advanced martial arts had finally proven useful. With a glint of cold light in his gaze, he observed the shopkeeper of a nearby general store. Who would have thought that such a seemingly naive individual was, in fact, a follower of the Red Moon Demon cult? Just as Yi Tian reveled in his fortune, a shadow suddenly swept past him. A swift hand struck the general store owner, followed by a blood-curdling scream as Su Ran deftly hoisted the corpse into a sack. Congratulations on killing a member of the Red Moon cult. Current task, 1320. He cast a fleeting glance at Yi Tian before turning away once more. Why? Yi Tian trembled with rage. This was his quarry, brazenly snatched away. However, Su Ran was not one he could contend with now. How infuriating. Merely a mutated constitution, yet when I cultivate a Grandmaster, I shall make you pay dearly. Meanwhile, around a corner, Su Ran unceremoniously tossed the corpse into his storage space. His storage now housed numerous members of the Red Moon Demon cult. Ren Hui's request was simply to deliver these corpses to the City Lord's guards in Lingxi City. They would naturally verify their identities and report back to Ren Hui. The hunt continued, leaving the remaining members of the Red Moon cult in Lingxi City in a state of panic. Some had already fled the city. Su Ran hunted by day and returned at night to continue his training in top-tier martial arts. The final segment of the top-tier martial arts transformation technique proved challenging to comprehend, even for someone with his 50-fold talent. Reluctantly, he extracted the Tianfeng divine formula gifted to him by Su Buyu. This too was a top-tier martial art, with a difficulty of practice that could rival the transformation technique. It was divided into 4 parts: Windward Style, Residual Wind Style, Whirlwind Style, and Gale Style. This technique enhanced vitality and basic attack power. Wielding immense power in a single night, Su Ran grasped the first 2 parts, increasing his foundational attributes by over 100, reaching 2150. In the dead of night, Su Ran set aside his training and succumbed to slumber. The following day, he resumed his pursuit of the Red Moon Cult. Congratulations on killing a member of the Red Moon Cult. Current task, 1720. Within a secluded building, two disheveled middle-aged men, eyes ablaze with desperation, huddled in their rental room. Damn it, when will this torment end? I am a Grandmaster. First, it was Xiangyun County and the Li family, and now this calamity has befallen us. Our followers in Lingxi City have been eradicated. The two middle-aged men were indeed members of the Red Moon Cult, having hidden in this wretched place for days, too fearful to move. What infuriated them further was Chan Tao, who had fled without bringing them along. Just as they wallowed in their grievances, a sudden knock at the door startled them. Instantly, their expressions darkened. "Open up, we're here to check the water meter." One of the men, his face contorted in rage, could no longer contain himself and charged out. "Check your mother's water meter. I've had enough of this. Go die." The door was blasted open, and a hand reached inside. Under the blazing sun, the streets of Lingxi City were bustling with activity. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted from the nearby building, sending shockwaves through the crowd. A heavy object plummeted from the 50-story edifice. Keen observers quickly discerned that it was, astonishingly, two individuals. The pair plummeted from a height of over 100 meters, crashing onto the road and creating two massive craters. That is innate vigor. Good heavens, a Grandmaster is being assaulted. The chaos unfolded as onlookers gasped in disbelief. "Quick, look, there's someone on the rooftop of that building." Su Ran remained unfazed as he dove down from the staggering height. The immense force collided with the two Red Moon Cult members, creating yet another massive dent in the ground. "You thought you could escape?" Su Ran seized the corpses of the two men, only to find the surrounding civilians staring at him in shock. A cacophony of screams ensued, followed by a chorus of pleas, "Grandmaster, spare us." Yet, when they looked up again, Su Ran's figure had vanished. Congratulations on killing a member of the Red Moon Cult. Current task, 1920. At the City Lord's Manor, Qing Luan received the news, her expression one of utter astonishment. "What? A Grandmaster is engaged in battle?" She sprang to her feet, just as her communication device chimed. "Sister Qing Luan, I've captured some traitors from the Red Moon Cult. Would your lordship's manor like to conduct an interrogation?" Qing Luan suddenly realized. "High New Road, that's where you're battling the traitors," Su Ran affirmed, causing Qing Luan to exhale in relief. She quickly inquired, "Are you injured? Hurry to the Lord's Manor. Let me check on you." Moments later, upon witnessing the multitude of Red Moon Cult traitors' corpses strewn about, Qing Luan was rendered speechless. She had assumed Su Ran had merely captured a couple of individuals, but this was an entire hall? 16 martial masters, 3 grandmasters. The combined military merit was at least 70,000. Qing Luan and the others at the Lord's Manor bowed deeply to Su Ran. "Grandmaster Su, your efforts are greatly appreciated." Su Ran mused, considering his previous kills of Qiu Tang and the ferocious beast Bao Xiong. He must have accumulated over 1,000,000 military merits by now. Congratulations, host, for triggering the 1,000,000 military merit reward. Granting the host 100 energy points. Note, the host will trigger a special reward from the system for every 1,000,000 military merits accumulated. Su Ran's eyes widened in astonishment. It could function this way? Meanwhile, within Hengyun University, the real-time leaderboard suddenly revealed an anomaly.an unfamiliar name had surged into the top 50 of the military merit rankings at Hengyun University. Su Ran. Which senior student is this? The staff member was utterly perplexed. However, upon discovering Su Ran's identity, their jaw dropped in disbelief. Su Ran, a prospective freshman at Hengyun University, with 1,000,000 military merits, Chapter 70, a perfect score on the assessment. Shocking everyone the following day, Su Ran arrived early at Lingxi No. 1 High School. This was the time agreed upon with Ren Hui, and at this moment, the playground was occupied solely by talented individuals from other schools. The students of Lingxi No. 1 were nearly invisible, as they, the ordinary ones, were enduring the harsh and realistic Gaokao examinations. After the written test, there would be a martial arts assessment. In contrast, Su Ran and the other gifted individuals who had been recommended for admission did not need to face such trials. Yet at this moment, these prodigies were all sighing in despair. Alas, The 2-day deadline has passed and I, a disciple of the Red Moon sect, have caught no one. What are you saying? You discovered the whereabouts of that individual, only for him to escape. The unfortunate Jiang Fan, it was said, had been killed by a member of the Red Moon sect, nearly losing his life at the hands of others. Among the crowd, Jiang Fan looked weak and clearly bore serious injuries. Meanwhile, Yi Tian cast a gaze filled with hatred towards Su Ran. This fellow had snatched away his prey, a crime that was simply unforgivable. Just then, Ren Hui pushed the door open and entered. His expression was grave as he scanned the crowd, eventually resting his gaze upon Su Ra and At that moment, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. The city lord's residence has already provided me with the results. Unfortunately, aside from the top 3, the scores of the rest of you are all 0. Everyone was already aware of their own standings, and upon hearing that so many had scored 0, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the greatest fear was not having a score of 0, but being the only one with such a score. Third place, Hu Yin, with 1 point. Hu Yin instantly looked down upon the rest, declaring, "You pathetic 0 scorers, how shameful to be compared with you." Second place, Yi Tian, with 2 points. Yi Tian scoffed. This was a disgrace to him. All eyes then turned towards Su Ran, who had captured members of the Red Moon sect at Lingxi No. 1, making it evident that he was the first place winner. But how many had he caught? 3 or 4? First place, Su Ran, having captured 19 members of the Red Moon sect, earning a score of 20 points. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, followed by an audible gasp. Impossible. He actually captured 19 individuals. Not only had he apprehended 19, but he also achieved a perfect score of 20. This was the maximum for the assessment. Clearly, among these 19 were formidable masters. My heavens. Su Ran is truly a ruthless individual, terrifyingly so. Ren Hui's expression also shifted to one of incredulity. Even he, possessing intelligence on the Red Moon sect, found it challenging to capture 19 members, especially with 3 being master-level traders. Meanwhile, Yi Tian bore an expression of disbelief, unable to fathom such a stark disparity between himself and Su Ran. You must have cheated. How could you possibly capture so many? Did Teacher Ren leak information to you? You cheated, Yi Tian shouted, causing Ren Hui and Su Ran to exchange cold glances at him. Yi Tian shivered, unable to continue his retort. Ren Hui let out a cold snort. Su Ran, demonstrate your mysterious steps to him. Su Ran immediately performed the advanced martial arts technique, and instantly, everyone was wide-eyed. This is the mysterious steps at the grand completion stage. Within just 2 days, Su Ran had actually perfected this advanced martial art. Even Ren Hui's eyes widened in astonishment. Such talent was indeed extraordinary. Yi Tian was left speechless, his mind reeling. No one had anticipated that Su Ran would master an advanced martial art to perfection in just 2 days. Such talent was rare, even among the most elite geniuses of the eastern region. However, what no one knew was that Su Ran had comprehended the entire advanced martial art in merely 2 hours. And to be honest, Su Ran was not entirely satisfied with the outcome. He was just one individual short of achieving the quota for eliminating members of the Red Moon sect. Regrettably, he had searched all day yesterday and found no one else in Lingxi City. Unbeknownst to Su Ran, the last individual was none other than the master-level Chen Tao. However, Chen Tao had long since escaped Lingxi City, so Su Ran would never find him. Well, Su Ran, you have earned a total of 20 points. The rest of you must strive harder. Furthermore, the 20 captured members of the Red Moon sect have already been converted into military merit. Everyone gasped once more. Military merit? Killing members of the Red Moon sect indeed earned military merit. If Su Ran had slain 19 individuals, all of whom were martial masters, he would have earned at least 200,000 military merits. This was simply terrifying. At this moment, Ren Hui directly provided everyone with a website link. An internal military merit ranking for Hangyun University. As everyone logged in, they could immediately see their own military merit. In Hangyun University, a higher military merit meant greater privileges and resources. Hu Yan's eyes brightened. He had killed a martial master-level member of the Red Moon sect and earned 10,000 military merits. Yi Tian, however, boasted a staggering 100,000 merits. This was because, prior to entering Hangyun University, he had slain several ferocious beasts, including one that had just entered the master level, in addition to 2 members of the Red Moon sect. Consequently, Hangyun University had directly credited his military merits. 100,000 military merits placed him among the top tier of first-year students in Hangyun University, where most students had yet to reach the master level, making Yi Tian truly a prodigious figure. Just as Yi Tian was about to revel in his success, he suddenly heard the exclamations of others. Look at Su Ran. His military merits have actually surpassed 1 million. My goodness, how many ferocious beasts and traitors did he kill? Look, he has already entered the top 50 in the military merit rankings at Hangyun University. Is this real? Those 19 members of the Red Moon sect must be worth that much. Hangyun University had thousands of students across several cohorts. The top 50 were predominantly upperclassmen on the verge of graduation, yet Su Ran had already broken into this elite group. Over 1 million military merits. This was a feat that even peak master-level warriors could scarcely achieve. They even suspected that Su Ran must have spent a fortune purchasing military merits. However, Ren Hui's expression darkened as he loudly admonished, "Put away your filthy thoughts. Let me clarify. Su Ran's 1 million military merits stem from the elimination of 5 master-level warriors, including 3 members of the Red Moon sect, 1 otherworldly demon, and 1 master-level ferocious beast. His military merits are genuine. He is a hero of our humanity." Even Ren Hui felt incredulous as he spoke these words. It was important to note that he had only reached 1 million military merits while at the peak of the master level, far surpassing Su Ran's current standing. Everyone gazed at Su Ran in shock. Aside from Yi Tian, the others began to regard Su Ran with admiration. Over 1 million military merits signified that Su Ran had made immense contributions to humanity. Such achievements deserved the respect of all. Students from other schools took a deep breath and then bowed respectfully to Su Ran, saying, "Master Su Ran, I apologize for my previous recklessness. You are a hero of our humanity. Indeed, I also apologize. From now on, we shall follow Master Su. Su Ran, from now on, as we enter Hangyun University, we are your loyal subordinates." Humans are inherently emotional beings, especially a group of passionate youths. Even Hu Yin regarded Su Ran with respect. Approaching him and bowing his head, "Brother Su Ran, I apologize for my past actions. I hope you can forgive me, considering we are both from Lingxi No, at this moment." Su Ran had earned the respect and support of all the youths due to his 1 million military merits. 1 million military merits, Master Su Ran, truly terrifying. Only Yi Tian's face twisted in rage. These honors were not meant for him. How could these fair-weather friends turn against him so easily? You all should be respecting me. I am the one with the mutated physique, finding it difficult to even break through the master level. Chapter 71. The Donghua City Incident. Chun Tao appears in Hangyun Prefecture, Donghua City. Donghua City is the largest city under Hangyun Prefecture. Significantly more powerful than Lingxi City. At this moment, Su Ran and the others had arrived in Donghua City from Lingxi City. This was the location for the second assessment of Hangyun University. This time, a total of 200 new students from Hangyun University would participate together in our eastern region. We expend considerable effort each year to guard the seals against otherworldly threats. The peace we enjoy now has been purchased with the blood and tears of our predecessors. Even so, the seals can falter, and our mission is to combat these otherworldly demons, ensuring they do not breach our borders. Ren Hui led everyone, explaining the upcoming assessment mission to Su Ran and the others. There are 108 seals against otherworldly threats throughout the eastern region, with Hangyun Prefecture responsible for 8 of them. Among these, 3 seals are located in Donghua City. Therefore, the safety of Donghua City is of utmost importance, and numerous powerful individuals are stationed there. Your mission this time is to remain stationed in the western front of Donghua City, in the small town of Yang. At the outskirts of Shangyang Town lies a boundary seal from another realm. And the intelligence they have received indicates that in recent days, small detachments of abyssal demons have breached the seal and infiltrated Shangyang Town. The majority of these abyssal demons are high-ranking martial artists and masters, prompting Hangyun University to prepare to assign them to this year's freshmen. This assessment consists of a team task, with a total score of 60 points, marking it as the most significant part of the evaluation. The measure of points remains the extent of military achievements in previous assessments. A mere 20 points were allocated, whereas this time, a substantial 60 points on the assessment's importance. Old Rin, you've arrived. It's been quite a while. Greeted Su Ran and his companions upon encountering numerous individuals in Shangyang town. Among them, someone exchanged pleasantries with Ran Hui, who was accompanied by a youth of similar age to Su Ran. Evidently another leading instructor from Hangyun University. Ran Hui, familiar with this instructor, turned to Su Ran and the others, saying, "You may explore freely for the next hour. We will regroup afterward. Remember, do not wander too far. We are near the boundary seal, so exercise caution." With that, Ran Hui followed the instructor, clearly occupied with other duties. At this moment, Yi Tian surveyed the group before arrogantly proclaiming, "My father is the lord of Shangyang town. Who among you wishes to accompany me to visit him?" Yi Tian, hailing from Donghua City, belonged to the influential Yi family. He sought to leverage his family's clout to draw the group's attention back to himself. This task required a clear leader within their team. However, all the freshmen, including Hu Yin, turned their gazes towards Su Ran. Evidently, following the events of the previous day, these newcomers had come to regard Su Ran as their guiding force. Including several from Donghua No. 1 High School, Su Ran merely smiled indifferently. "Feel free to go if you wish. I shall explore elsewhere." Hu Yin and the others exchanged glances and said, "Wherever Su Laoda goes, we shall follow. Indeed, we are a team and must support one another." Why Yi Tian's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. In just one day, his companions had seemingly betrayed him. How could they be so short-sighted? They would surely regret this in due course. Fuming, Yi Tian departed from the group, but none chose to follow him. Meanwhile, Su Ran had already captured the hearts of these young men and women with his overwhelming military achievements. They began to wander through Shangyang town, a place bustling with not only Hangyun University attendees, but also individuals from Donghua University, Hangyun County's guards, and other factions. Resembling a small melting pot, a boy named Yu Huan eagerly introduced Shangyang town to the group. Coming from Donghua No. 1 High School, he was well acquainted with the area. Shangyang town has been established for several centuries and has faced near annihilation by the abyssal demons on multiple occasions. Therefore, we must remain vigilant as danger lurks around every corner. The group collectively felt a chill. They had not anticipated such peril. "Oh, is that not you, Huan? I heard you scored a big fat 0 in your first assessment. Quite amusing. I must say I once regarded you as a rival. You are indeed a disgrace to the Yu family." Su Ran looked up to see a group of youths from other regions, also prospective freshmen at Hangyun University. At that moment, they surrounded a boy who exuded a formidable aura, nearly reaching the level of a master. However, he still fell short of Yi Tian, which instantly extinguished Su Ran's interest. Hearing the taunt, Yu Huan's expression darkened. "Why, Yu Tianhao, do not gloat. I merely had an unfortunate stroke of luck this time." Why Yu Huan and his group had been assigned the task of eliminating the Red Moon sex members in Lingxi City. Based on past experiences, their scores should have been substantial. However, due to the turmoil following the Li family massacre, the entire faction had been thrown into disarray, significantly increasing their task's difficulty. Excluding Su Ran, their team was likely to rank among the lowest in this first assessment. Why Yu Huan was not easily intimidated. He retorted with a cold smirk, "I heard you only managed to score 8 points. What is there to brag about? My Su Laoda achieved a perfect score. Can anyone in your team compare?" Although they belonged to the same clan, the rivalries among such prominent families were not to be underestimated. Yu Tianhao's anger flared, and his gaze turned towards Su Ran, whereupon he felt an aura of unfathomable depth emanating from him. This individual had attained a perfect score in the first assessment. How formidable! What an extraordinary talent! And not even Yi Tian. The youths behind him displayed expressions of astonishment upon learning Su Ran had scored 20 points. Why Yu Huan continued coldly, "Allow me to inform you of another fact. Su Laoda's military achievements have surpassed 1 million. Do not underestimate him." 1 million military achievements? The group collectively gasped, finding it hard to fathom. Tio have such power before even enrolling. Was this a mere fabrication? Yu Tianhao felt as though he had been mocked. Unable to believe it, however, one of the youths beside him trembled, nudging Yu Tianhao and showing him an information piece. "Brother Tianhao, you must stop. We seem to have offended someone truly formidable." Yu Tianhao focused on the document, his face turning pale in terror. Su Ran, ranked 48th on Hangyun University's military achievement leaderboard, had accumulated an astounding 1.02 million points. By heavens, it's true. What kind of monster have I offended? Yu Tianhao shuddered. Intending to apologize to Su Ran immediately, only to find that Su Ran and his companions had already distanced themselves. Gritting his teeth, he hastened to catch up. Su Laoda, I was wrong. Please accept my most sincere apology. The others exchanged glances before quickly following suit. Meanwhile, beneath Donghua City, a figure donned in a conical hat discreetly entered the town. Su Ran, I am eager to uncover the role you played in the Li family massacre. He mused. I, Chun Tao, have never endured such humiliation. Chapter 72. Yi Tian's maneuver. The hunt in Shangyang Valley begins. What? Yi Tian has left the team? At this moment, Su Ran's group suddenly received news from Ren Hui. Yi Tian had leveraged connections to extricate himself from Su Ran's team. For Yi Tian, not being the leader of the team was a profound humiliation, but more importantly, he sought to obtain the elemental crystals among the new student rewards. With the elemental crystals, he was confident he could swiftly advance to the mid-stage of the Master Realm, possibly even aspire to the top position at Hangyun University within a year. Remaining in Su Ran's team would only ensure his subjugation beneath Su Ran. Su Ran made no comment on the matter, though Ran Hui felt considerable displeasure. It was disrespectful to inform him only after a member had been reassigned from his team. Yet he was powerless to act. Yi Tian's father, Yi Yun, was the lord of Shangyang Town, wielding greater strength than him. This incident was specifically to address Yi Tian's situation, temporarily withdrawing from the area near the boundary seal. Were one to scrutinize the matter closely, Yi Yun's actions could be seen as dereliction of duty. If no incident occurred, he would be fine, but should one arise, he would certainly face consequences. Ren Hui smirked coldly, resolved to report Yi Yun's behavior to Hangyun County. Although it was unlikely for master-level foreign entities to appear during this mission, the foreign races possessed peculiar abilities. The students must band together and avoid solitary confrontations. This time, we, the instructors, will open the battlefield for you. Your task is simply to intercept any stragglers. Hangyun University's assessment of freshmen is not intended to lead them to their demise. The master-level powerhouses among us have forcibly established a battlefield for foreign entities. The demons emerging from the seal will mostly be at the early master stage, and such entities can be collectively dispatched by the team. However, even these stragglers will pose a considerable challenge to a group of freshmen. Alright, there are currently 10 teams entering Shangyang Valley. Your fortune will depend on your own efforts. Shangyang Valley is where the foreign demons frequent, and it serves as the battlefield opened for Su Ran and his team by the master-level instructors. Hangyun University has formed 10 teams prepared to strike against the foreign races. Su Ran stands as the strongest among them, and you must closely follow his lead, understood? Without Ren Hui's reminder, others are also aware of the necessity to cling to Su Ran's support. Although the likelihood of encountering an otherworldly master among these foreign races is quite low, it is not entirely absent. Should such an occurrence arise, and if Yi Tian were to flee, Su Ran would be the only one among them possessing master-level combat prowess. Ren Hui reiterated his caution several times before he and the other mentors from Hangyun University ventured deep into Shangyang City. The recent instability of the external seals has indeed allowed formidable otherworldly beings to emerge. However, the mentors from Hangyun University are hardly to be underestimated. Those foreign entities will find it impossible to breach Shangyang Valley. After Ren Hui and his group departed, a steady stream of new teams from Hangyun University continued to arrive. Su Ran even caught sight of Yi Tian, who was currently part of another team. Wai Yuhuan whispered, I heard that Yi Tian leveraged his family connections to oust the captain of another team, appointing himself as the new leader. For Yi Tian, not being the decision-maker of a team is nothing short of a disgrace. Furthermore, he aspires to become the foremost figure at Hangyun University, and the results of the freshman assessment carry significant weight.